Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 100, Distressed Lucius and Marriage Proposal. I'm not dreaming, right? At the same time, in the region of the Pannonian Plains, someone else uttered words similar to Gawain's. The lines were alike, but the emotions behind them were entirely different. It was frustration, hatred, and the burning fury of betrayal. It was Lucius Tiberius, the emperor of the Western Roman Empire. As he confronted the formidable army led by Theodoric of the Ostrogoths on the Pannonian Plains, he heard the terrifying news: Artorius, that uncouth, rustic, country bumpkin from Britain, was now proclaiming himself the Roman emperor and Augustus. And that country bumpkin dared to declare that he would march to Rome and punish the fake emperor. Surely, this couldn't be a joke. Just 2 days ago, he had praised Artorius, calling him the pillar of the nation and the guardian of the empire's northern territories. And now, he had been backstabbed. Didn't he claim to defend the age of gods? Didn't he pledge to stand together against the new human races? How could he have turned into a traitor so quickly? In his anger and frustration, Lucius realized he was in grave danger. With Spain and North Africa already plunged into chaos, the main source of wealth and resources for the Western Roman Empire was Gaul. The vast and fertile lands of Gaul held far more value than Italy. And now, with him diverting a significant portion of his forces to deal with the Ostrogoths, Gaul was virtually undefended against Artorius. Even if he only relied on his main forces, Artorius would be more than capable of conquering all of Gaul, not to mention that he had also enlisted 400,000 Germanic barbarians. Such a situation was a major headache for even the usually proud Lucius. He couldn't help but worry that, at this rate, his Western Roman Empire would collapse. In fact, the empire was already in a perilous state. In the war against Theodoric, even though Lucius had more troops and a stronger military force, his strategic prowess and martial abilities were by no means inferior to Theodoric's. Yet, he couldn't secure a victory. In several battles, he found himself losing more than winning, as if some mysterious force was aiding the Ostrogoths. Before, when Artorius defeated Clovis, Lucius felt comforted. But now, the legacy of our ancestors is now in my hands, and it has become like this. This anguish and regret. I'm guilty of failing my country. I wish I could depose myself. With overwhelming negative emotions, Lucius had no choice but to negotiate with Theodoric. He had to cede all territories of the empire outside the Alps, while also granting an annual tribute. He had to offer gold and supplies to the barbarian chieftains, so they would remain quiet and not cause trouble. It was a customary Roman strategy. Before Attila's rise, it had always been effective. In the past, Lucius scorned this approach, believing that real men should remain indifferent to life and death. Giving gold to barbarians for peace seemed useless compared to using force. Though, in reality, 60% of his current military forces were various barbarian armies, and true Romans constituted less than 30%. It was just another form of buying peace with money. However, now, the circumstances have changed. The governor of Gaul, Sirius, wept blood and sent urgent pleas for aid to Rome at the rate of 800 letters per day. In his descriptions, the Germanic peoples who crossed the sea from Britain and traversed the Rhine River were as numerous as a flood, seemingly endless. Under his command were merely 2 legions, both of which were understaffed, and to make matters worse, a significant portion of these legions consisted of Germanic soldiers. In their first encounter with Artorius's forces, they crumbled outright. Even before Artorius's main forces could mobilize, their advanced scouts of the cavalry had merely circled around, and Sirius's 2 legions were so impatient that they abandoned their armor, surrendered, or fled. This bewildered Artorius's scouts, who suspected some cunning scheme on the enemy's part. Sirius was furious and cursed them for lacking loyalty. The barbarian mercenaries, however, responded without hesitation, saying that they had served under Sirius for almost a year without pay and barely enough food. Running away and surrendering was already an act of loyalty in their view. If they were not loyal, they would have captured Sirius and offered him as a gift to the dragon emperor Artorius long ago. This scolding did nothing to dampen Sirius's anger, and he could only flee southward through Gaul. The terrain of Gaul was characterized by higher ground to the south and lower ground to the north, with the east being higher than the west. It can be roughly compared to the division between Vichy France and the occupied northern regions during World War II. The northern areas under German control were mostly flat plains, while the southern Vichy France comprised highlands and mountains. Artorius's grand army moved from east to west, from the north to the south. Since it was winter, all the rivers within the region had frozen, allowing for a relatively smooth advance. 2 days ago, Emperor Lucius in Pannonia received a letter stating that Governor Sirius's legions had been completely wiped out, and he barely escaped with his life. The following day brought news of Germanic barbarians approaching Lutetia. and in one more day, the great Emperor Artorius himself would arrive. This news infuriated Lucius, but he felt utterly helpless. While he sent an envoy to Theodoric's army, Artorius's envoy and the Eastern Roman Emperor Zeno's envoy also arrived. The Eastern Roman Emperor encouraged and promised support to Theodoric, offering to appoint him as the imperial governor and aid him in annexing Italy, thus easing the military pressure on the Eastern Roman Empire. Meanwhile, Artorius, taking on the role of the Germanic leader, expressed his willingness to ally with Theodoric and jointly attack Rome. Once successful, they could divide the world between them. To be honest, Theodoric found the proposition quite tempting. Historically, Theodoric followed a path of alliances through a series of marriages, connecting his kingdom with the kingdom of Franks, the kingdom of Burgundy, the kingdom of Visigoths, and the kingdom of Vandals. He could be seen as an early form of the Habsburgs or a grander version of Solomon. Compared to the trifling rewards offered by Emperor Lucius, Artorius' suggestion of dividing the world was undoubtedly more appealing. In this era, Europe lacked a concept of a unified empire, and therefore, no one knew Artorius' true ambitions. As a result, Theodoric proposed a condition: if Artorius agreed, they would form an alliance. Under this alliance, Artorius would govern Gaul, and Theodoric would rule Italy. This arrangement would ensure the security and prosperity of both nations. The so-called alliance was for Artorius to become his son-in-law and marry his daughter, Amalasuntha. Considering that Theodoric had no male heir until now, his daughter, even if she couldn't become a queen, would still become the mother of the next generation of the Ostrogothic kingdom. By this, Artorius could grasp power over the Ostrogoths, making it a rather suitable deal. But, unfortunately, I refuse. Declared with unwavering indignation was Artorius' aunt, Morgan Le Fay. Chapter 101, Empress Candidates, I. At a military camp on the outskirts of Paris, Artorius' corps members were gathered for a meeting to discuss a marriage proposal concerning King Theodoric of the Ostrogothic kingdom. Regarding this matter, most of the generals expressed cautious support. In Gawain's words, "Your Majesty isn't getting any younger, it's time to secure a good marriage. We need a good heir to ensure the prosperity of our Britain. I mean, Roman Empire, for generations to come," said Gaheris. He almost slipped up in mentioning the rapid rise of Britain. However, since he was Artorius' relative, everyone overlooked this minor slip. "Yeah, that's right. No doubt about it." Several people expressed their agreement. "Our current plan is still to unify all of Gaul," said Agravain, a candidate for the future chancellor and marshal of the empire. After conquering all of Gaul and integrating Central Europe, the empire should take a period of rest and recuperation, accumulating strength. In such circumstances, having a friendly regime controlling Italy seems like a good choice. This marriage will also provide us with a pretext to get involved with the Ostrogoths. By that time, we could smoothly incorporate the entire Italy, Dalmatia, and Pannonia into the empire's territory without shedding a drop of blood. Theodoric is already in his 40s and still lacks a male heir. So when he passes away? Agravain spoke with a focus on practical benefits, voicing a somewhat gloomy idea. The Knights of the Round Table didn't know how to respond to such remarks until Agravain added, "It's also for the well-being of the people. Isn't it great to unify Europe without war?" "That's right. No doubt about it. I didn't expect you to have such insight. You've been well taught by His Majesty." The newly promoted Knights of the Round Table, now elevated to the status of imperial ministers or high-rank officials, all nodded in agreement. It seemed like everyone was in favor of the alliance with the Ostrogoths. As for the Germanic and Roman vassal nobles, they had no say in this matter. Each one of them stood there with an embarrassed yet polite smile, refraining from speaking. Was everyone in favor of the alliance with the Ostrogoths? Basically, yes. But were there any dissenting voices? Of course, there were. "I refuse. His Majesty must not marry that woman." It was Morgan who spoke up. "That's right. She got a point." Mordred chimed in from behind her. Artorius. Artoria, sitting on the other side, didn't say anything. She only looked at Artorius and muttered his name with a worried expression. Because of her identity, she couldn't easily speak on this topic. Of course, if one were to ask her whether she supported it or not, she would certainly be against it. "So, Lady Morgan," Agravain inquired, "what is your reason for opposing?" "Of course, it's because I want to be the Empress myself." Morgan said this in her mind, she couldn't really say it out loud. But, caught off guard by Agravain's question, she hesitated for a moment before weakly emphasizing that, anyway, it's just not right. Listening to her words, Artorius had a helpless expression, while Agravain looked at her with cold indifference. During these past few days, aside from marching, engaging in battles, and helping in the field of magecraft, Morgan also caused constant trouble for her own benefit. Within the Knights of the Round Table, she declared that she created her children instead of conceiving them naturally. She also explained to them that Artorius was a Pendragon in concept rather than bloodline. She aimed to properly pave her way to the throne as empress and gain public acceptance. By declaring that she created her children, she distanced herself from any maternal connections with her children in the Knights of the Round Table. The notion of being related by concept rather than bloodline also clarified that her relationship with Artorius was merely that of a nominal nephew and aunt. Since they had no blood ties, they weren't considered kin, which meant she could legally become his empress. However, this approach proved to be a double-edged sword. The theory of concept over bloodline was relatively acceptable, but the idea of creation instead of birth only intensified her children's dislike for her. Especially Agravain, who always felt that Morgan was dangerous, too dark, morally unfit, and not suitable to be the empress. This infuriated her but left her powerless. In fact, discussions about Artorius's life matter had already taken place before the arrival of Theodoric's envoy with the proposal of marriage. An emperor must have an empress. So who should be the candidate for empress? Morgan was the most obvious and proactive. She stayed by Artorius's side whenever she had the chance, engaging in various flirtatious actions. Night after night, she endeavored to outdo others in terms of time and frequency. As for Artorius, he didn't reject or deny Morgan's advances, partly to appease her, and of course, partly to satisfy his own lusts. This further deluded Morgan into thinking that the throne of the empress was already within her grasp. A pity, that was not the case. Even if they exclude the sudden marriage proposal of the Ostrogothic princess, the most suitable empress candidate chosen within the Knights of the Round Table was not Morgan. So, who would be the best match for his majesty? For such a great emperor, what kind of empress would be worthy of the title in the realm of Europe? This was no trivial matter. It was no longer like in the past when they were in Britain, where they could pick any noble or princess-like figure. But now was different. The empire had expanded tenfold. And it would continue to grow. Artorius had expanded a small territory like Camelot to become a colossal entity spanning across Europe. For such a magnificent empire, the selection of an empress had to be carefully considered. Privately, the Knights of the Round Table discussed that Morgan was not suitable. Then, who among them, being most beloved by Artorius and a member of the Knights of the Round Table, would be the right choice? Mordred, perhaps. Some of the Knights of the Round Table thought Gareth would be a better choice, but she couldn't compare to Mordred in Artorius's eyes. If they wanted to maintain and consolidate the authority of the Knights of the Round Table, the union of Artorius and Mordred seemed to be the best option. The Romans and Germanic peoples also desired an empress to represent their interests. However, as newcomers under the new emerging regime of Britain, they didn't have as much influence as the Knights of the Round Table. Artorius wasn't particularly interested in marrying a Roman or Germanic princess at the moment. At best, he might choose a few women as concubines to reassure them. Unless there was a second woman in this world who could match Mordred in terms of bloodline, status, ability, and emotions. But was there such a person? Was there such a character? Absolutely not, right? The House of Pendragon had only two suitable women, Morgan Le Fay and Mordred. There couldn't possibly be a sudden emergence of a third one. Author's note. In real history, Theodoric didn't ascend to the throne until the year 493. Now it's 486, so technically, he is still a prince. Let's consider this an alternate history of Type Moon. Just to clarify, Pannonia, which includes modern-day Hungary, Romania, Serbia, Croatia, Slovakia, and Austria, was indeed within the sphere of influence of the Ostrogoths during that time. Chapter 102, Empress Candidates, 2. Regarding the Ostrogothic alliance and Artorius's marriage, everyone discussed it back and forth, but in the end, they couldn't come up with a clear conclusion, so they dispersed with laughter. In any case, they were in an advantageous position now. Wherever the great army went, Roman cities surrendered without a fight. After the collapse of the last two legions of Sirius, there was no longer any legion belonging to the Western Empire in all of Gaul. Artorius's great army received news of city after city, tribe after tribe, and village after village surrendering every day. Not to mention entire legions, even a scout team consisting of just a dozen people could conquer a city. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the British Roman forces could conquer all of Gaul. In contrast, the Ostrogothic kingdom held Pannonia. Although the land was decent, it was still relatively small, with limited resources. The Ostrogoths had not yet entered Italy and hadn't gained much advantage in their wars against the Western Roman Empire. Comparatively, Artorius's British Roman forces were much stronger than the Ostrogoths. When the Knights of the Round Table discussed matters concerning the Ostrogoths, they did so with a relaxed attitude. Especially Artorius himself, his stance was ambiguous and undecided. He wasn't a puppet like other emperors who got pushed around by the Senate, nor was he a poor creature overshadowed by the Praetorian Guard. Artorius had built his empire with his own hands from zero. He was an emperor elected by the people, and as long as he didn't wish it, no one could control him. So, in the end, the Ostrogoths' envoy came with enthusiasm but left in disappointment. He did manage to secure an alliance agreement with Artorius but failed to reach a marriage proposal, and he couldn't even meet Artorius again before leaving. Instead, he was dismissed by a middle-aged man with a gloomy complexion and a significantly receding hairline, whom Artorius supposedly trusted as his most valued official. The man said with an air of dominance that was hard not to roll one's eyes at his words, "The emperor doesn't want to get married, they can wait." After the envoy returned to the Ostrogoths, a somewhat disappointed Theodoric made a comment, "That guy is probably the second most powerful figure in the empire, right after the emperor." "That's right, they say he'll become the empire's chancellor in the future, second only to the emperor himself." The envoy added fuel to the fire to cover up his own failures, making Agravain sound like a balding version of Charles from the Merovingian dynasty. Of course, that wasn't entirely true, since many British and Romans also despised Agravain openly. One of those who despised him was a woman currently straddling Artorius and shaking her hips fiercely. "Damn him. One day, I'll kill his whole family." "Hey, doesn't that mean you want to kill yourself?" Artorius reminded Morgan and gave her plump behind a playful pat, earning a seductive eye roll from Morgan in return. There's something else." Morgan fell silent for a moment, putting in some extra effort to squeeze his majestic spear which made the bed creak and squeak. So this time, Artorius took over the conversation. "Even if Agravain doesn't object for you to become the empress, the other knights of the Round Table won't support it. Your reputation is just that bad." "Ha. Ah." It took Morgan 20 minutes to respond to Artorius's words. Her voice now sounded languid, as if she could fall asleep at any moment. "Huffed, if they don't support it, then it doesn't matter, as long as you do, it's fine, after all, you're the emperor." "I may be the emperor, but I also have to consider public opinion." Artorius replied casually, caressing her smooth back and enjoying the warm squeeze on his spear which was inside the beautiful woman's cave in his arms. "You jerk. Can't you side with me just once? Curse the public opinion. All of them should just burn, coming," Morgan said with frustration but was interrupted by a moment of ecstasy. "Ha, you jerk." Although she appeared to resent Artorius during their conversation, her body betrayed her true feelings as she couldn't help but move her hips as fast as she could to squeeze his cream as much as possible. Before, you said you would give Britain to me and make me a queen, but you didn't. After that, you said you'd compensate me, and now this. You're just using me, like a tool." Upon saying this, Morgan could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Despite her apparent resentment towards Artorius during their conversation, Morgan, now lying in his embrace, displayed a relieved expression. "How could you say that?" Although Morgan could no longer hear him, Artorius responded to her nonetheless. "This empire is just the beginning. It's only one step towards achieving our ultimate goal. The title of empress is just a mere fancy title. In the future, we'll be together for a long time, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000, or maybe 1,000,000. So long that you might even get tired of it. Why should we argue over short-term gains and losses? It's meaningless. Because the 1,000, 10,000, those are all in the future." Suddenly, not far from Artorius, a leisurely voice responded to his words. It was Scathatch, dressed regally like a queen and beautiful as always. In the next second, Artorius left Morgan's embrace and teleported a short distance in front of Scathatch. His once naked, flawless body now adorned a beautiful robe. "Can't sleep, teacher." She didn't answer Artorius's question but instead replied, "I heard things are getting a bit messy with this empress thingy. Just some minor issues." Artorius casually remarked, "Just family matters, nothing worth mentioning." "Really?" She snorted lightly, "That's not what Mordred said. She went to find you." "Not at all." Scathatch shifted slightly, her alluring figure accentuated by the tight leather armor. She was muttering to herself during training, "I am my brother's bride, I should have been first, I'm the woman he loves the most. You know, those kinds of things. Even if I wanted to pretend not to hear, I couldn't. That kid." Artorius couldn't help but sigh and facepalm. "So, what do you really mean?" Scathatch continued to inquire. "Whom do you want to choose? Representing the Knights of the Round Table, there's Mordred, and representing the right of succession and alliance, there's the Ostrogothic princess. You won't tell me it's Morgan Le Fay, right?" Artorius fell silent. "Teacher, you seem quite invested in this matter," he said, trying to find any flaws in Scathatch's behavior. But Scathatch was, after all, Scathatch. She snorted lightly, effortlessly providing an explanation without revealing any weaknesses. "Just feeling regretful, that's all. After all, I've contributed to this country as well. If it were to collapse over such trivial matters, my efforts would be in vain." Author's note. Regarding Artoria and Artorius, they're more like siblings than mother and son. Artorius shares the same dragon factor and dragon heart as Artoria and was born a few years later but was raised by Artoria as her son to hide his true origin. Chapter 103, A Woman Who Lacks Love. A bonus chapter for every 1k power stones, thanks for the support. But Scathatch was, after all, Scathatch. She snorted lightly, effortlessly providing an explanation without revealing any weaknesses. Just feeling regretful, that's all. After all, I've contributed to this country as well. If it were to collapse over such trivial matters, my efforts would be in vain. Is that so? On the surface, Artorius appeared deep in thought, but inwardly, he couldn't help but chuckle. Scathatch said, I'm worried about the country collapsing, so I care about your marriage, kid. At first glance, it seemed to make some sense, but upon closer analysis, it was utter nonsense. Artorius's empire wouldn't simply crumble like that. He had fate, strength, and prestige that surpassed everything else. As the founding monarch, he had the power to suppress any dissenting or rebellious voices. His realm was built with his own hands. Under these circumstances, the idea of the country collapsing due to the issue of the Empress's selection was ridiculous. Scathatch was a very clever individual. Her abilities were of magical wisdom, not magical foolishness. There was no way she couldn't see through it. So, there was only one truth. Scathatch was looking for an excuse. And a very poor one at that. If Scathatch had really put some thought into it, she could have come up with a much better excuse, one that even Artorius wouldn't find fault with or detect any loopholes. But she chose to give this feeble excuse. What did that mean? It meant that Scathatch intentionally wanted Artorius to see through it. She wanted to convey her point of view. I see. So that's how it is. Artorius thought, a delighted smile creeping up on his lips. Not surprising at all, it's teacher Scathatch after all. She's got quite the moves. Good thing I'm not too shabby myself. Having reached this understanding, Artorius could draw his conclusion. Why did Scathatch behave this way? There was only one truth behind it all. She likes me, huh? Thinking this, Artorius's mood brightened. I am truly outstanding. Even a beauty like Scathatch couldn't resist my charm. At the same time, Scathatch noticed Artorius's expression had become somewhat strange, the kind that made her want to punch him in the face. So, what now? Irritated by this change, Scathatch asked Artorius, be more specific. What are you planning to do? Of course, I'll appease them. Artorius replied nonchalantly, addressing Scathatch, I'll tell them, whether it's Morgan, Mordred, or any other women I love, it has nothing to do with my status as the emperor or this empress's candidates thingy. My love for them is just because I love them. That's it. Hearing Artorius's answer, Scathatch fell silent for a few minutes before grumbling, whatever, I'm not that concerned about this. What about the heir issue then? You don't really want to be the emperor of a 1,000-year empire, do you? Why not? Scathatch raised an eyebrow at Artorius's response. But before she could say anything sarcastic, Artorius's next words dispelled her doubts. Teacher, as a divine spirit, you can freely move in the surface world without true ether. Why is that? Of course, it's because, well, that's indeed one way to do it. With just a slight hint from Artorius, Scathatch understood what he meant. Standing here and conversing with him was not Scathatch's real body but a puppet body she had created. It was exquisitely crafted, using the finest materials. It even had some kind of ascension module installed due to Scathatch's own peculiar taste, capable of carrying her strong soul, thereby avoiding the issues of being unable to adapt to the environment after the decline of the Age of Gods. As for what Scathatch had just understood, it naturally pertained to the issue of Artorius's heir that she had just mentioned. He planned to create puppets, pretending they were his children, and manipulate them to ensure the succession of the royal family. In this way, on the surface, the House of Pendragon would appear like any ordinary mortal dynasty, constantly changing, but in reality, it would merely involve replacing one puppet's body with another. Artorius Pendragon would remain the puppeteer in control of everything. Look at him, acting so confident. Did he already plan to do this? What a crafty fellow. Thinking this, Scathatch felt somewhat bored. Since you have a plan, I won't say much more. Saying this, she stood up, ready to leave. Teacher. But before she could do so, Artorius called her back. Anything else? Please continue to help me in the future. Artorius said. I still need your guidance and assistance. That goes without saying. Scathatch snorted. I'll keep an eye on you until the end. That might disappoint you, my dear teacher. Artorius smiled. Me and my empire will know no end. And that's how Artorius passed Scathatch's ordeal. He turned around and got back into bed, snuggling up to Morgan's soft body, finding the most comfortable position, and then closing his eyes again. I still need you, Morgan. He whispered in Morgan's ear, saying gently. You're a foolish woman, lacking love and security. Of course, I love you. But this time, I can't give you the throne of the Empress. I also know that what you truly desire isn't the Empress's throne, power, status, or anything else. What you want is love, someone who cares for you, likes you, won't look at you with disdain, accepts your dark side, accepts your everything. All your actions, the arguments, the struggles, or whatever it may be, are merely your way of worrying, testing, and probing my love for you. Foolish woman. At that moment, the pretending to be asleep Morgan exclaimed, Kaya, as Artorius pressed her down directly. Why you? I'm almost laughing. Artorius looked at her with an assertive gaze. You're not very smart, emotionally, I mean. It's okay to maintain the evil witch facade in front of others. In front of me, it's better if you're more straightforward and just be yourself, Morgan. Did you hear what I just said earlier? Artorius didn't give her a chance to speak. I heard. Will you be obedient from now on? Confronted by the imposing and oppressive dragon, feeling hot and dry-mouthed, Morgan hesitated for a moment and then gave herself away. I will. I'll be obedient. Good. The gasp soon turned into pleasure. Morgan Le Fay, who almost wanted to melt into Artorius entirely, was completely lost in the moment. Chapter 104, Growing. The selection of the Empress went very smoothly. Although Scathatch complained that Mordred was full of grievances, Artorius simply pacified her, and Mordred happily agreed to listen to her brother and didn't mind too much. Compared to Mordred, Morgan was a bit more troublesome. But as long as she couldn't get up in the morning, she would be obedient and well-behaved. As Artorius said, her bitterness and desire for revenge were just her defense mechanisms. Once Artorius peeled off this layer of armor, Morgan's soft and vulnerable side was revealed. In the presence of a powerful man like Artorius, who could completely control her, Morgan's behavior was no better than Mordred's. Although she still grumbled during the day, saying things like, "Why can't I be the Empress?" while on the night shouted, "Today, I will be on the top," it was all seen through. She was just all talk. After Artorius managed to handle the strong contenders for the Empress's position, except for the persistent Agravain, who was still begging Artorius to cooperate a little in important matters, the other knights of the Round Table didn't want to waste more words on this topic. With the ongoing event, wouldn't it be better to focus more on governance and military affairs? Artorius's plan was to conquer the whole of Gaul before Christmas, and time was running out. Under Artorius's urging, the entire British Roman worked tirelessly like a well-oiled machine. In this situation, there shouldn't be anyone wasting time on irrelevant matters. Everything was under the control of His Majesty the Emperor. It should have been that way, but the time was early December. In the southern Gaul city of Bordeaux, Artorius's army easily captured the city. The city's inhabitants couldn't wait to open the gates and welcome their emperor. As for the Roman officers who remained loyal to Lucius, they ultimately didn't receive the expected reinforcements. The nearest Roman legion to them was trembling at the pass of the Pyrenees Mountains. The governor of Tarraconensis province insisted that they should defend Spain and not take any offensive actions. With the fall of Bordeaux, the Aquitania province to the southwest of Gaul also came under Artorius's control, becoming part of the British Roman. At the same time, Lancelot led another division and reported good news from their southern campaign towards Lugdunum. They captured the town, which would be later renamed Lyon in the future. The retreating troops scattered towards Italy. With this, all of Gaul mainly was pacified. Artorius could now declare himself the emperor of all Gaul. In the future, the three most important countries that would shape European civilization, France, Germany, and England, were all under Artorius's control. It was a day worth celebrating, and the weather was gradually getting colder. Artorius's 500,000-strong army was feeling fatigued. He decided to rest and regroup until the next spring, settling the several 100,000 Germanic peoples, allowing his army to recover and rest, and then launch an attack on southern Europe. Things can ease up a bit now. Thinking this, Artorius, occupying the best room in the governor's mansion in Bordeaux, soaked in a bathtub, enjoying a hot bath while pondering tonight's little problem. Morgan or Mordred? Yesterday was Morgan, so logically it should be Mordred's turn today. But Morgan isn't one to follow logic. How about both of them together? Artorius pondered the question, allowing his mind to wander a bit. Perhaps it was the effect of the hot water, but for a moment, his thoughts seemed to shift from the top of his head to somewhere below. With the third magic in his possession, Artorius was no longer afraid of running out of magical energy. In terms of magical energy, he was like a perpetual motion machine, and in matters of sex, he was equally like a perpetual motion machine, tireless and unstoppable. Not just with Morgan and Mordred, he could handle a few hundred more without a problem. With this in mind, Artorius began to formulate a serious plan. First, I need to exhaust one of them completely. Next, she'll ask for mercy, and then I'll need to express my dissatisfaction and figure out how to vent my surplus energy. Afterward, I should ask her if I should continue until she's completely exhausted or if I should call another woman to help. The probability of her choosing the latter is quite high. But I can't choose Morgan as my first target, that woman is too stubborn and narrow-minded. Even if I wear her out until she makes an ahigo face, she won't let anyone take advantage and steal her position. So, let's start with Little Mo. That way, Morgan will think that she has taken advantage of Little Mo's exhausted condition and will be very pleased by taking Little Mo's position as my partner. With enough repetitions, they won't resist anymore, and we could even do a threesome right off the bat without doing these complicated steps every time. Yeah, what a genius plan. And so, Artorius planned everything, setting Morgan and Mordred perfectly to do a threesome later. Then, he closed his eyes and prepared to take a short nap. These days, he had been engaged in intense battles and handling affairs of state, and though his body could handle it, his mind was starting to feel a bit tired. However, just at that moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Who is it? Artorius asked lazily. A moment later, he heard the hesitant voice of his mother. It's me, Artorius. Upon hearing this voice, Artorius hesitated momentarily and then disappeared from where he stood, appearing outside the bathroom with a bathrobe on. Father. He opened the door and looked at Artoria, who was pursing her lips, feeling somewhat puzzled. Aren't you resting yet, father? I have something I want to talk to you about. Artoria said with some difficulty. Okay, come in and talk. Artorius nodded and let her in, closing the door. The wine in the cabinet floated out automatically and filled the glass in front of Artoria. I don't, thank you. She initially wanted to decline, but before the refusal could leave her lips, the wine was already poured, so Artoria changed her mind and thanked him instead. She then took a sip. Her drinking and eating prowess seemed similar, she finished the glass in one go. As expected of Artoria. And so, Artorius poured her another glass. 3 times in a row, Artoria's face turned a cute shade of pink, and her gaze became somewhat hazy, making her look even more adorable than usual. Is it just my imagination? Artorius wondered. Father seems to have grown a size bigger than before. Shit, I forgot. And then it struck him like a revelation. Since he now possessed Avalon and Excalibur, the person whose body stopped growing was himself, not Artoria. Her body, which was once kept constant, began to grow again. Thinking about some other timelines where Artoria had fully grown, Artorius felt excited. This was precisely the topic that Artoria wanted to discuss with him. Chapter 105, Puberty. Artorius wore a cheerful smile while admiring the transformation of the 15-year-old girl into a mature beauty who was probably around 16 or 17 years old at the moment. At the same time, Artoria, driven by her subconscious desire for more alcohol, reached for the bottle herself before he could pour her another drink. However, Artorius stopped her, saying, "All right, father, no more drinking." He persuaded Artoria, who reluctantly listened. Even though she initially wanted to drink more, she eventually let go, appearing somewhat dejected. "What's bothering you, father?" asked Artorius. Well. After hesitating for a moment, Artoria finally spoke. Under the influence of alcohol, she had become a little bolder. Otherwise, she might have run away by now. My body has been feeling a bit strange lately. She looked at Artorius and continued, I've grown taller, and my chest and hips feel weird, very uncomfortable. It's like my body doesn't feel like mine anymore. But when I went for a checkup, both the doctors and mages said I was perfectly healthy, with no issues at all. It makes me feel uneasy. Artoria's tone conveyed her fear. Artorius knew that it was because she lacked sufficient knowledge about physiology or just didn't think about it at the moment. It seems like you're going through puberty. Artorius didn't hide the truth and directly shared his speculation with Artoria, making her even more anxious. So, you mean I'll grow to have a figure like Morgan's in the future? If everything goes well, I suppose that might happen. Artorius nodded. Silence followed Artoria's question, and she seemed visibly disappointed. If that happens, I won't be able to stay by Artorius' side anymore. She murmured with this logic in mind. Artoria was currently known as Arthur Pendragon and was male. If her body continued to maintain its appearance at 15, undeveloped, she would still resemble a beautiful youth. Dressed in male attire, one could hardly tell the difference between her as the world's second most attractive youth after Artorius. However, now that she lacked Excalibur and Avalon, she couldn't maintain this appearance. Thus, her true gender would be revealed. Despite Artorius having established significant prestige, for a newly formed country, this could be a considerable shock and potentially a trouble. Artoria didn't want to hold Artorius back. Though she felt reluctant, she steeled herself and prepared to leave him to avoid causing any trouble. She's much better than Morgan, she really cares for people. Artorius understood her thought, letting out a sigh. Then, he found it amusing. Are you troubled because of this? Actually, there's no need to worry too much. This matter can be resolved. Artorius said with a smile. Can be resolved. Is that true? Upon hearing Artorius say this, Artoria became instantly happy. However, her joy didn't last long. Artorius, are you going to give me Excalibur or Avalon back? No, you can't. She thought of a possibility. You are the emperor of the empire, Excalibur is the symbol of a ruler and Avalon is the key to your safety. They must not be given to anyone. She appeared serious and sincere, as if ready to firmly reject any suggestion from Artorius. That is one option. Artorius smiled, but don't worry too much, father. Let me explain the plan first. All right. Artoria calmed down and listened as Artorius laid out his plan. Afterward, she seemed both happy and puzzled, saying, "This sounds like a good idea, but can it really work?" Of course. Artorius confidently replied, "This plan is feasible. But it will require some effort on your part, father." "That's not a problem at all." Artoria decisively spoke, "As long as I can continue to stay by your side, a little trouble is nothing." After hearing her say that, Artorius was silent for a few seconds, looking at Artoria seriously. He confirmed that she wasn't confessing her feelings or saying something with hidden meaning, she was merely expressing her honest opinion. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, while also blaming Morgan in his mind. That woman was clearly a lousy degenerate, always had a sharp tongue and said whatever she wanted. Even after being reprimanded, she never learned her lesson. Always saying nonsense to everything, making Artorius view everything with a biased eye. So, the next day arrived. At 3 in the morning, a refreshed Artorius was diligently working in his office. With an infinite supply of magical energy, he no longer needed the inefficient method of resting to recover his spirit. He could work tirelessly and concentrate on multiple tasks at once. Using magecraft to manipulate his quill, he flawlessly reviewed more than 20 documents. He even managed to find a moment to indulge Morgan or Mordred under his desk, all while efficiently attending to official matters. However, though he could manage this, the same couldn't be said for the Imperial Chancellor. "Come in." After Artorius called out, Agravain, who had been officially appointed as the Imperial Chancellor, entered. Just by looking at his ethereal appearance, one could tell how well his spirit was. The Empire now controlled all of Gaul and the majority of Germania. Their military strength was already formidable enough, and it was time to focus on civil management. Receiving those cities, managing the treasury, restoring production in rural areas and farmlands, settling the hundreds of thousands of Germanic peoples, constructing new villages and towns, developing fields, laying roads, and building bridges. There were countless tasks. While Artorius could simultaneously handle 20 documents, the specific executions and actions required someone to organize them. Furthermore, Artorius intended to reform the government, transforming the originally crude and rudimentary Roman administrative system into a modern civil service government. He also wanted to promote new laws, new tax systems, advanced farming techniques, animal husbandry, fishing techniques, new engineering, blacksmithing, and water management facilities, all of which constituted a massive project. The only civil officials among the Knights of the Round Table were Agravain and Bedivere. If they didn't take on these responsibilities, who else could? Fortunately, the infinite magical energy had its benefits, not only extending Artorius's life but also prolonging the lives of his subordinates. Agravain and Bedivere still had a long way to go, they wouldn't retire until they were at least 80 years old. But that wasn't the topic of discussion now. It was something else entirely. "King Arthur. Why are you wearing Mordred's clothes and using women's belongings?" Agravain exclaimed when looked at Artoria beside Artorius, completely dumbfounded. Author's note. Just in case anyone is wondering why Artoria wasn't surprised when Artorius looked calm and also knew her true gender, it's because when she revealed the origin and truth of his birth, she also disclosed her own. Chapter 106, Artoria Pendragon. Standing by Artorius' side, like a graceful and elegant young lady, was Artoria Pendragon. She was currently dressed in a pristine white gown, adorned with a string of pearl necklaces, presenting herself with poise and beauty. The gown originally belonged to Mordred, and during a previous ball, she had danced twice with Artorius while resolutely turning down all other invitations. But that was all in the past. Mordred much preferred more practical attire, like armor or simple, easy-to-move-in clothes. She even liked sporty shorts. So, after that ball, the gown had been left to gather dust. One must admit that Agravain had an excellent memory. He remembered even the outfits Mordred had only worn once. This is. Seeing the former king dressed in such feminine attire, Agravain's mind descended into chaos and murmured, "A father and son. No wonder His Majesty doesn't want to marry. Is he interested in his own father, or interested in the same sex?" But, that. Not knowing what Agravain was murmuring, Artoria felt a bit shy and lowered her head. Meanwhile, Artorius, who had clearly heard the murmurs, suddenly felt the urge to give Agravain a good beating. Despite this, he managed to control his urge and instead, smiled pleasantly as he casually introduced Artoria to Agravain. "You've got it wrong, Sir Agravain. She is not my father. She. Not. Agravain fell silent for a few seconds. Then, is she Mordred? His expression was quite peculiar. No, definitely not Mordred. Their auras are completely different. Despite having been educated in various ways by his big brother for a long time, Mordred still lacked much femininity and remained a bit of a tomboyish fool. On the other hand, the girl standing by Artorius now exuded a gentle aura, much like a lily flower. There was no way Agravain could mistake her gender. Stop guessing. Artorius smiled. This is Artoria Pendragon. She's a recent talent who came to join the Empire. But she just looks too much like King Arthur. Agravain couldn't help but think that. That appearance was practically identical to the former king's. It's Morgan. Artorius's expression turned serious. Artoria Pendragon is also Morgan's child, just like Mordred. She just hadn't met with us until recently. I see. After learning that she was Morgan's, Agravain seemed to understand suddenly and didn't find it strange. On the contrary, it all made sense. Watching this reaction, Artorius couldn't help but continue his thoughts. Why is Morgan so good at picking up people's hatred? This Pendragon family is so messed up. On the surface, Artorius maintained a calm demeanor. Artoria Pendragon is a good kid, and I'm satisfied with her capabilities. Let her stay by my side from now on. Yes. Upon hearing Artorius's decision, Agravain hesitated to speak. He had a feeling that His Majesty had an unusual interest in women from the Pendragon. It was true for Morgan, it was true for Mordred, and it seemed to be the same for this newly emerged Artoria Pendragon. Now, let's discuss state affairs, Sir Agravain. Next was the time to deal with official business. Before breakfast, Agravain delved into a series of imperial issues and government affairs with Artorius. With insight spanning thousands of years and a modern bureaucratic government that required a considerable number of competent officials, Agravain felt both fascinated and uneasy. Even if the Empire promoted education and knowledge, it would be challenging to quickly gather enough qualified talents. Moreover, how could they ensure the loyalty, diligence, integrity, and efficiency of these officials in a short time? All things were filled with uncertainty, and even Agravain found it incredibly challenging. Until Artorius spoke these words. Sir Agravain, just look at Artoria and you will find the answer. Artoria, does she perhaps possess administrative talent? No, your Majesty didn't mean that. Could it be? Yes. Artorius said, a smirk forming on his lips as he observed Agravain's surprised expression. Concerning this matter, Lady Morgan might be able to be of assistance. Perhaps so, your Majesty. Artorius's meaning was clear. He wanted Morgan to provide the necessary technology to mass-produce exceptionally skilled, loyal, and diligent homunculus, forming an imperial bureaucratic system. It was indeed a viable approach. With this method, Artorius could realize his desires in the shortest possible time. The only problem was one, not ethical or moral issues. Agravain couldn't care less about that. Despite being an artificial being himself, he instinctively disapproved of the concept of creating homunculus. However, his responsibility and loyalty to the Empire outweighed any ethical concerns, allowing him to ignore such dilemmas. His worry still resided with the old issue, Morgan Le Fay herself. I'll talk to Morgan. Artorius said. And besides, there must be more than just Morgan who possesses this technology, don't you think so? Indeed. Agravain nodded. Envisioning the future, a magnificent empire of British Romans, surpassing the long-gone Roman glory in its countless efficiencies, constructing a transcendent empire across the ages, he couldn't help but daydream. His gaze towards Artorius became even more fervent. Every time he discussed matters with Artorius, hearing his various ingenious ideas, Agravain felt a fanatical and proud sense of, this is the monarch I shall serve for life. Their discussion continued until 8 in the morning, after which they both appeared in the breakfast hall. There, just like Agravain, the imperial officials who arrived one after another were astonished, flustered, and even mentally perplexed by Artoria's presence. It wasn't until Artorius formally introduced Artoria and King Arthur appeared that they finally realized. They seemed to have understood everything completely. In this manner, Artoria quickly integrated herself into the imperial family. She established good relationships with the Knights of the Round Table, Emperor Artorius I, and the former king, Arthur. You are like another daughter to me. Arthur said to Artoria in a gentle tone. Hearing these words from someone who resembled her so closely made Artoria feel incredibly uncomfortable. Especially since she knew the true identity of this Arthur was just a flesh puppet created by Artorius using his third magic. The another daughter that Arthur referred to was clearly Mordred. Artoria felt uneasy about Artorius's twisted method of creating flesh puppets through the third magic and referring to Mordred as her own daughter. Because of these thoughts, she even ate much less breakfast, barely finishing a few bowls. Although Artorius whispered to her, don't show any flaws. She couldn't help but sneak glances, acting suspiciously. After all, she wasn't the kind of actor like Artorius. She couldn't seamlessly play two roles like a split personality, engaging in self-conversations. Chapter 107, Dancing. Artoria felt uneasy about Artorius's twisted method of creating humans through the third magic and referring to Mordred as her own daughter. Because of these thoughts, she even ate much less breakfast, barely finishing a few bowls. Although Artorius whispered to her, "Don't show any flaws." She couldn't help but sneak glances, acting suspiciously. After all, she wasn't the kind of actor like Artorius. She couldn't seamlessly play two roles like a split personality, engaging in self-conversations. Is this how Artorius sees me? It feels so strange. Watching Artorius manipulate Arthur, chatting and laughing with the other knights of the Round Table, Artorius' feelings were weird. It was like someone who watched their own selfie video for the first time and wondered, is that really me? Am I really that good? Artoria couldn't help but wonder as she looked at Artorius with admiration. If Artorius had been the one to draw the sword from the stone at the beginning, perhaps things would have gone more smoothly, and he would have done better than me. At the same time, watching this scene, Morgan couldn't help but let out a cold snort, feeling extremely displeased. This jerk is using me as a scapegoat again. Morgan scolded Artorius in her mind. Artoria's appearance, as claimed by Artorius, being another homunculus created by Morgan, with a fabricated tragic background, intensified the dissatisfaction of the Knights of the Round Table towards Morgan. Artoria's innocent and adorable nature, coupled with her being another artificial creation like them, made her feel like a younger sister to everyone. In a way, this meant that someone was bullying their little sister. If Artorius hadn't protected Morgan, someone might have already confronted her about it. Though Morgan didn't really care about how others viewed her, being used by Artorius still made her feel annoyed. I'll make that guy explain himself. She thought to herself while her legs trembled and her inside became warmer and wet subconsciously. The situation went even more smoothly than Artorius had anticipated. With Artoria's arrival, Arthur, that was created by him, casually said, "Then I can rest assured." Arthur spoke of retiring to a beautiful place after the war, as if he were planning his future. Under Artorius's control, Arthur would become increasingly inclined to retire. At the appropriate time, he would leave the Empire and settle down in a secluded place, disappearing from public view. Of course, in Artorius's plan, controlling Arthur for a longer time was not a big deal. It was just like rehearsing for when he would manipulate his so-called child in the future. However, Artoria disagreed. On instinct, she opposed Artorius's idea, and he didn't insist. It was just a minor pretense in public. To celebrate Christmas and a series of victories in the Empire's territories, a ball was held in Bordeaux. With Artorius in power and the change of times, balls quickly became popular entertainment, gradually replacing the shallow revelries of ancient Rome. Similarly, other trends emerged, such as cold buffet dinners, salons, and coffee, which amazed many despite the coffee beans being from the far lands of Africa and Arabia. During the ball, the first dance with Artorius, as tradition dictated, was still Morgan's. In the absence of an empress, she remained the most respected woman in the empire. Next was Scathatch, his teacher. After overcoming the problem of the fading of the age of gods by using a puppet body, Scathatch intended to stay in the empire permanently. As she said, she wanted to witness Artorius's journey to the end. At least until her interest waned, she would stay by his side. And why she ranked ahead of Mordred and the other noble ladies was another reason altogether. "Teacher, have you discussed anything with those Germanic peoples?" Artorius asked, smiling as he held her soft and slender hand. "It's something beneficial for you, after all." Scathatch replied casually. "Didn't I tell you before? I used to operate in the north for a while." "Did you?" "Didn't I?" Scathatch's tone remained light. "Well, it's not a big deal, and now you know, don't you?" Scathatch assumed the guise she had used many years ago during her time in Northern Europe. She then consolidated forces in the Germanic region, and to some extent, took on the role of spokesperson for the Germanic peoples within the Empire's territory and facilitated communication. For Artorius, this was indeed a good thing. Considering the future trend, the rise of the Germanic peoples was inevitable. Although the Round Table faction in the Empire was currently the strongest, represented by Britain, their population was too small, and with the policies of ethnic integration, the Britons, British Celt, were bound to disappear. The same applied to the Western Romans or the Latin people, who were also tribes from the Age of Gods but would eventually be integrated into the Germanic. However, due to their large population base, the Latin lineage would be better preserved. Nevertheless, in the future of Europe, there would be no purely Latin lineage. In this situation, it was crucial for the Empire to communicate and engage more with the Germanic peoples, ensuring their peaceful settlement within the Empire's territory. Originally, marrying the princess of the Ostrogothic kingdom to secure an alliance with the Germanic peoples was a good idea. But now, it seemed that Artorius might have even better choices. Kid, it seems like you're thinking of something cheeky. Scathatch whispered to Artorius as she leaned close to his ear. Her voice carried a hint of ambiguity and sweetness, making it hard for Artorius to tell if she was teasing him or flirting. Mordred, who was dancing with Artorius after Scathatch, pouted and looked unhappy, but fortunately, she was easily appeased with a few kind words and a gentle head pat. I'm really sorry, little Mo. It's okay. As long as I can always be on your side. Originally, it was a good idea to marry Mordred to put the Knights of the Round Table at ease. However, looking at it now, Artorius had more and more choices. Mordred, being easy to deceive, quickly slid down from being the top candidate. Instead, there was another woman vying for the hearts of the Knights of the Round Table. That woman was Artoria. After finishing the dance with Mordred, Artoria was the fourth woman he invited. Artorius. Don't say anything, father. Artorius gently held the girl's hand, clasping her waist, gazing at her affectionately, while also engaging in conversation. Don't let anyone see any flaws. But, it's so embarrassing. Wearing women's clothes was one thing, but being seen by everyone, especially being held by her son while dancing gracefully with him, made Artoria feel shy. She would have blushed with embarrassment and made excuses to run away if she were her past self. But now, it was different. She really. Even though they were, but still. She felt like a puppet in her beloved son's hands, being led around by him. This is also for your sake, father. Artorius smiled mischievously and whispered in Artoria's ear, emphasizing her identity as Artoria the female knight. We must enrich Lady Artoria's character. A shy and innocent maiden knight who has never seen the world and a girl who always works hard. How? Do you like that, father? Hearing Artorius use the term of father, even if Artoria was naive, she could detect a strong sense of delight in it. It's obvious, Artorius is just teasing me. Artoria thought this way and almost wanted to cry. She felt unjustly treated like this by her son, but apart from that, being embraced and treated gently by her beloved son also brought about an unprecedented and strange feeling. In fact, hugging and even kissing were not uncommon for her. But before, it was always done in her disguise as King Arthur, out of love. So there were no additional feelings involved. But now, it was different. Now, she was Artoria, Artorius's maiden knight, a woman. Under Artorius's continuous teasing both verbally and physically, Artoria felt as if she was about to faint. Fortunately, just before that could happen, Agravain brought important news. Your Majesty, forgive me, but the ball must end. The knight in black armor announced, dispersing the joyful atmosphere. It better be important, Sir Agravain. Artorius felt disappointed, and at the same time, Artoria sighed with relief and felt somewhat down, especially after the dance ended. But, he still held her hand, making her feel shy yet happy. The fake emperor has reached a peace agreement with Theodoric. He used the title of imperial governor, a substantial amount of gold, and a marriage contract to buy Theodoric off. The Ostrogoths have betrayed us, and the fake emperor has freed up his hands. Chapter 108, Easy Target. The fake emperor has reached a peace agreement with Theodoric. He used the title of imperial governor, a substantial amount of gold, and a marriage contract to buy Theodoric off. The Ostrogoths have betrayed us, and the fake emperor has freed up his hands. Could you give me more specific details? What exactly happened? Artorius asked calmly, and he listened attentively as the other person explained the intelligence. Since the entire Gaul was conquered, both the Western Roman Empire and the Ostrogoths were feeling uneasy. The Ostrogoths didn't value the alliance as the marriage proposal fell through. The history of the type moon, Nasuverse, and the real history known to Artorius diverged here. In Artorius's knowledge, the Ostrogoths successfully invaded Italy and established their kingdom. But in this world, the Ostrogoths were stopped by Lucius. They signed a ceasefire agreement, with the Ostrogoths ostensibly submitting to Lucius. This allowed Lucius to focus on countering Artorius. And that's precisely what he did. After returning to Ravenna, Lucius faced the questioning of the Senate and delivered a speech, declaring an irreconcilable conflict with Artorius. I will cut off the heads of traitors. I will subjugate Gaul, subjugate Germania, subjugate Britain, and all territories occupied by rebels. In my name and under the banner of the Roman Eagle, I will lead a force of 200,000 soldiers. It's indeed major news. Artorius mumbled, looking at Agravain's serious expression, then released his grasp on Artoria's hand. My knights, generals, and comrades. Artorius spoke out loudly, let's pause for a moment, we'll hold a meeting now. Seems like that fake emperor can't wait for us to kick his ass. Kay said loudly with a hint of sarcasm, prompting laughter from the surrounding knights. This playful banter helped alleviate the tension caused by Agravain's gloomy news. But they're just Romans. Gawain spoke up without hesitation, we've beaten them before. You're absolutely right. Lamorac's words brought even more liveliness to the scene. they couldn't even defeat the Ostrogoths and the Franks. His Majesty the Emperor, Artorius I, is the one best suited to lead the empire. The atmosphere gradually turned fervent. The worries and fears arising from the news of the Western Roman Empire had completely vanished. All the blessings of fate, power, military, land, population, and resources are on my side. Artorius thought to himself at the same time. It's cold weather now, and it's not suitable for the Latins from the Mediterranean region to march north. After the recent war with the Ostrogoths and the loss of Gaul as a crucial resource area, the power of the Latins has greatly diminished. So, for the time being, Lucius cannot wage war. Of course, that's what Artorius thought, but he still ordered the generals ahead to hold the defensive lines and fortresses. Between the British Roman side and the Latin Roman side lies the long and difficult-to-cross Alps. Facing such natural defenses, launching an attack would be extremely challenging for anyone. Even in modern times, during the Second World War, the French, with the advantage of these natural barriers, could easily fend off aggressors attempting to cross the Alps and attack Italy. We don't need to worry for now. Artorius stated during the War Council. We've deployed fortresses and armies in 30-some mountain passes, including Rhaetia, Lugdunum, and Lower Germania. Additionally, we have mobile forces ready to reinforce any of these fortresses at a moment's notice. If the fake emperor launches an offensive against us, all he'll meet is a failure. His words relaxed everyone, and the following discussions became more positive. After conquering Gaul, Italy, and Spain were within easy reach, making it difficult to persuade any British Roman to halt their conquest. So, Your Majesty, what's our next step? Mordred asked eagerly, looking forward to a new war and gaining honor. First, we employ strategic deception. Artorius replied calmly, we create an appearance as if we're planning to cross the Alps, just like Hannibal did in the past, attacking Italy. This way, we'll divert all their attention and resources to the Italian region. Yes, Your Majesty. Then, we gather our naval forces at Brundisium. We'll need them for our next plan. Yes, Your Majesty. At this point, the intelligent knights of the Round Table already had an idea of Artorius's upcoming targets. Next, we'll attack Spain. Artorius said, a smile of delight forming on his lips, our forces will split into 3 routes. One will sail from Brundisium, traversing the Atlantic to attack the northern part of Spain. Another will depart from Massilia, sailing along the Mediterranean to attack the eastern part of Spain. I want to bring the 3 provinces under the control of the empire as quickly as possible. As you wish, Your Majesty. As Artorius's words echoed, the generals of the empire stood up and performed the Roman military salute to Artorius. The war machine of the empire revved up once again. However, this time, Artorius didn't put forth his full effort. His empire's original 400,000 Germanic peoples mostly returned to civilian life, and only a select few were chosen to form the 3 legions. The empire's standing forces now numbered 100,000 soldiers. This figure might be a bit short of the Roman Empire's heyday, but it far surpassed those Germanic kingdoms that emerged after the fall of Rome. Neither the Franks nor the Goths, nor any of the Germanic kingdoms, ever maintained standing forces of 100,000 soldiers. After all, their identity lay there, they were Germanic peoples. Their core ethnicity mainly consisted of Germanic peoples. They couldn't assimilate the vast Latin population. The empire under Artorius's leadership was unique. He was an imperial official, a legitimate heir to the throne according to the Roman Empire's succession laws, but at the same time, he was also the king of Britain. Regardless of whether they were Celts, Latins, or Germanic peoples, they could all unite under his banner because Artorius embraced diversity, and racism was nearly non-existent. The number of core ethnic groups was sufficiently large, trustworthy, and naturally suited for military service. Such a vibrant empire was incomparable to the crumbling pseudo-empire led by Lucius Tiberius. When he claimed to command a force of 200,000 soldiers, it was merely a boast. Considering the weakened state of Italy, the barrenness of Spain, and the 3 regions of North Africa, it would already be commendable if he could maintain a force of 100,000 soldiers. Moreover, these 100,000 soldiers would be scattered across 3 non-adjacent regions, making it impossible for them to work together effectively. The Western Roman Empire was nothing but an easy target. And that's how the military meeting concluded. Artorius, accompanied by his newly appointed guard, Artoria, returned to his study. Just before Morgan or Mordred could arrive, he instructed. You better perform well in the upcoming battles, Artoria. Yes. When Artorius addressed her as Artoria, she hesitated for a moment before realizing he was talking to her. I am still your father. Treating me like this is quite disrespectful. Artoria couldn't help but mutter under her breath, but on the surface, she maintained a submissive demeanor. All her resentment was saved for Morgan, who entered the room a little while later. As usual, Morgan came in, her eyes shining like a dog spotting a plate of delicious ribs, and made her way toward Artorius. Artoria glared at her fiercely, making Morgan notice the presence of another person beside Artorius. Do you have any grievances against me, my daughter? Morgan asked cheerfully, leaving Artoria speechless. In public, it was known that Artoria was an artificial being, a homunculus created by Morgan Le Fay. Just like Mordred, Gawain, Gaheris, Gareth, and Agravain, they were children in theory. Because she had assumed this identity, Artoria caused Morgan to incur greater enmity from the clueless knights, ultimately leading her to owe Morgan a favor. Therefore, Artoria chose not to confront her sister, she simply snorted and turned her head away. Surprisingly, this attitude only seemed to please Morgan. "Don't be silent, my dear daughter." Morgan temporarily forgot about Artorius and approached Artoria, teasing her foolish little sister. "Is there something you're unhappy with? If so, just speak up. Since we're mother and daughter, we should get along well, no?" Morgan said playfully. "Don't push it too far, Morgan." Artoria grumbled with her lips pouted, glaring fiercely at Morgan. Wearing women's attire reduced her dignity and aura of authority, even making her feel inferior when facing Morgan. Her angry rebuke didn't anger Morgan, instead, it seemed to make her want to push further. Furious Artoria and mischievous Morgan. Thankfully, Artorius was present, or either of the Pendragon sisters might not survive the day. "Enough, Morgan." Artorius stopped her. "If you're bored, go and help at the Mages Association. It's been a long time since they started working on the next generation magecraft system, and there hasn't been any progress." "Why no progress? Your Majesty should know why, don't you?" After hearing Artorius's words, Morgan rolled her eyes, leaving him no room for further reproach. Currently, the Empire's Mages Association established by Artorius, with the Illuminati at its core, relied heavily on Morgan, Vivian, and Scathatch, the three female mages who were truly the most useful and effective. However, Scathatch needed to spend time training Artorius's troops, leaving little time for magecraft research. Morgan and Vivian as well as Mordred had their hands full trying to satisfy the Dragon Emperor's insatiable lusts. It was like trying to fill a bucket with a leaking bottom, it was an endless task. Besides being worn out, Morgan and Vivian could hardly get out of bed every day. And when they did manage to get up, they would seek revenge on Artorius, repeating this cycle endlessly. Naturally, they had no time left to research magecraft. Overall, it was Morgan's fault, but as a party involved, Artorius found it hard to say much when faced with her justified accusations. He could only awkwardly smile and pretend nothing had happened. Chapter 109, New Guard, Traitor, and Fake Emperor. Overall, it was Morgan's fault, but as a party involved, Artorius found it hard to say much when faced with her justified accusations. He could only awkwardly smile and pretend nothing had happened. Watching the interaction between Artorius and Morgan, discussing topics that Artoria couldn't comprehend, she couldn't help but feel very frustrated. Although she vaguely knew that her beloved son had a relationship with her wicked sister, the specifics of it were completely unknown to Artoria. At most, she could only imagine sweet kisses, holding hands, and cuddling together. Anything beyond that was a mystery to her, as she had never experienced it herself. As for the frequency and the amount of time Artorius spent with Morgan and others, she couldn't fathom it. The extent of their intimacy exceeded her imagination. But, not only Artoria, Morgan was also dissatisfied. Yesterday, after spending only 3 minutes in Artorius' study, she already wore a sullen expression. Today, she couldn't even manage to remove her underwear, all thanks to a presence named Artoria, acting as a third wheel. Sisterly relationships are so troublesome. Witnessing this scene, Artorius couldn't help but sigh, earning disapproving looks from the Pendragon sisters. In any case, the personnel changes around Artorius finally settled down. Artoria Pendragon, a new member of the Imperial Knights of the Round Table, replaced the former king, Arthur, as Artorius' guard and demonstrated excellent performance in the subsequent series of wars to conquer Spain. Due to the change in her status, she could no longer possess the Holy Lance Rongominiad, so she now equipped herself with the standard-issue gear of the Knights of the Round Table, donning a set of a pure white sword, a frosteel armor, and an icy blue lance, making her indistinguishable from other Knights of the Round Table. However, when it came to the battlefield, Artoria displayed exceptional performance. She exhibited formidable strength that surpassed ordinary Knights of the Round Table while facing the Roman legions on the Spanish front lines. Whether it was defeating the champion warriors of the Roman legions in one-on-one combat, slaying giants within the Roman army, or confronting the sea monsters summoned by heretic mages, Artoria demonstrated a terrifying prowess. Her remarkable achievements made the conquest of Spain by the British Romans seem as effortless as a military parade. The Roman legions of the Western Empire, the local garrisons of the 3 provinces, the roaming Visigoths, and the Swabi people, all the forces opposing the empire, crumbled before the Great Legion. Artoria was at the forefront of the imperial army, the champion of the emperor, and the embodiment of empire glory. She's just like a female version of King Arthur. More than one Knights of the Round Table couldn't help but exclaim like that. Thus, in the year 487, after the British Roman conquered Spain, during the commendation ceremony, the former king, Arthur Pendragon, bestowed his beloved lance, Rongominiad, upon Artoria. From now on, I entrust you with the duty to guard my son. Arthur's face remains as attractive as ever, resembling Artoria's as if they were carved from the same mold. Though his appearance won't age, his eyes betray the weight of the years, and his body shows signs of decline. Although there was no concrete evidence, everyone felt that Arthur's health was deteriorating. He had once declared, "Once the fake emperor is defeated, I'll retreat to a beautiful and serene place." That declaration seemed to be on the verge of realization. As they witnessed this scene, many knights of the Round Table and former retainers from Britain couldn't help but feel down, even shedding tears. But Artoria, the person concerned, had a completely different reaction. That sly Artorius. Always using me to entertain himself. Watching Arthur's affectionate yet weary expression, Artoria had to suppress the urge to punch the impostor in front of her and forced a very awkward smile. "I understand." Through clenched teeth, Artoria told the impostor, "In the future, I will continue to serve His Majesty faithfully and remain loyal to the Empire. Then I can rest easy." The gracious Arthur nodded, seemingly relieved of a burden. Upon seeing this, tears welled up in the eyes of the Knights of the Round Table. The Pendragon had once again continued its legacy. PFTTT, fufufu. At the same time, Morgan couldn't hold back her laughter. Although she always acted like a proper sister to Artoria because of Artorius, she couldn't help but feel delighted when she saw her sister's frustration. The other Knights of the Round Table glared at her, but Morgan didn't care. Except for Artorius, she didn't give a damn about anyone else in this world. The world can burn for all she cares. The British Roman were ecstatic due to their victories, the influx of new territories, and the abundance of spoils. However, in the Western Roman Empire located in Italy, a dark cloud of misery hung over the land. As the British Roman conquered Spain, the North African provinces of the Western Empire fell completely, and the Vandals took control of these lands. Consequently, the once formidable Western Roman Empire, which had once held half of Rome, now dwindled into a medium-sized nation confined to a corner of Italy. The crisis in Rome had never been so immense before. Roman Emperor, what an irony, but I won't give up without a fight. That was the bitter thought of the distressed Lucius. He always believed that he still had a chance for a dramatic comeback. That was when the traitor, Artorius, led his army into Italy. Lucius planned to personally lead his troops to defeat the traitor and then kill him. Lucius knew that the 18-year-old Artorius, who had not yet sired an heir, posed the greatest threat to his empire. If he could kill Artorius, everything would fall into place. Artorius's generals would fight amongst themselves, and the once vast empire would crumble and disintegrate, just like Alexander or Attila's empires of old. This will work, this will solve everything. Lucius thought, ignoring the growing strength of the Germanic peoples, the empire's fragmentation, and his own weakening power. He was now really desperate, with no time to worry about such matters. As long as I can kill Artorius, my empire still has hope. Killing him will bring rebirth to my empire. At the same time, in Brundagala, Artorius Pendragon, the so-called self-proclaimed emperor and traitor according to Lucius, had completely different thoughts. In his study, a seemingly humble Latin man kept smiling and accompanying him. Anyone who could make the emperor take time out of his busy schedule was undoubtedly no ordinary person. He was an envoy, representing a group of long-established nobles in Italy, known as the Noble Alliance, who held influence in the Senate, the military, the imperial government, the church, and even around Lucius. Their purpose for meeting the new emperor was clear: to sell Italy at a good price. That barbarian general, or rather, our future emperor Artorius, will definitely not refuse this gift. Italy is the most important gem in the empire's crown. If he wants to possess it, he must cooperate with us. Our actions will ensure that we retain enough power and influence in the future empire, That was the wishful thinking of the Latin nobles who appeared confident in their calculations just before sending the envoy, but unfortunately, they had misjudged the situation and encountered the wrong person. Artorius's plan was to build a brand new empire, free from the corruption and decay represented by these parasitic nobles. He had no intention of maintaining their positions or ruling the country through them. Their vineyards, olive groves, farmlands, trading workshops, countless slaves, craftsmen, servants, and even private armies, accumulated over hundreds of years, were all targets for Artorius. These assets would be confiscated and integrated into his empire's property, used to reward deserving individuals, or distributed among the commoners to gain their support and enrich the treasury. The empire's current officials were busy growing homunculus, while the future officials would have to undergo civil service exams after education was more widely available. So, for these scheming opportunist nobles, Artorius had nothing but a stern warning, ordering them to surrender and switch sides. He declared to the envoy, "I am the only legitimate and rightful emperor of the empire. The invasion of Italy is just and right. This is not the empire's destruction, but its rebirth. Before my grand army, you and those behind you have no choice, survival or destruction, it's all up to you. You have nowhere to retreat and nowhere to hide. Either take up arms and fight my army like men until the bitter end and get crushed, or kneel and obey my orders. There is no third option. Why yes, of course. The envoy could only nod continuously and respond to Artorius's words, swearing that he would return and persuade the nobles not to provoke this dreadful man. In the face of such a terrifying yet authoritative emperor, their once arrogant sense of superiority as Roman nobles vanished completely. The Roman nobles were known for their flexibility. Hundreds of years of political life had taught them how to behave in the presence of a strong ruler. If they failed, their entire family would be ruined. And so, in the autumn of that year, with a bountiful harvest, Artorius's fleet engaged in consecutive battles with the Italian fleet in the Mediterranean Sea, while his main army successfully crossed the Alps. The mountain passes, controlled by the Roman nobles, opened up for the new emperor's forces. Thus, the Roman nobles, in their ridiculousness, unknowingly aided the one who sought their downfall and betrayed Lucius, their true protector. Under the leadership of Emperor Artorius, 7 legions and an army of 60,000 safely traversed the once formidable Alps and gained plentiful supplies, secure camps, and knowledgeable guides. The path to Ravenna was clear, and the end of the fake emperor's reign was imminent. Chapter 110, Long Live the Dragon Emperor. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. When the news of Artorius leading his 100,000 troops and marching towards Ravenna reached the emperor's palace, Lucius Tiberius burst into mad, gleeful laughter. His loyal ministers, fools, and unlucky souls who were still gathered around him exchanged glances, feeling a sense of fear. They thought that the emperor must have gone mad from receiving such terrible news. Especially since he had heard about the Gothic raid, the Vandals landing in Sicily from the south, and the Eastern Emperor Zeno sending a fleet to attack the Italian coast. Being surrounded on all sides was perilous enough, and even a vast empire might not withstand it, let alone the current state of the empire, which seemed as shaky as a pill. This is what I wanted to see. Lucius then said, I will defeat that traitor in a pitched battle, twist his head off, and after that, the empire will return to its rightful order. Everyone will understand that I am the true emperor. After hearing his words, even the most loyal generals could only look at each other in bewilderment. No one dared to speak, which irritated Lucius. He said with a dissatisfied tone, Don't you understand? Don't you get it? The biggest mistake of that traitor is that he still claims to be a part of Rome. Can't you see what that implies? Then, Your Majesty. Sirius, the former governor of Gaul, gathered his courage and asked, What does it imply? After Artorius occupied almost all of Gaul, the men who once saw Artorius as his greatest rival and opponent, fled back to Italy in a pitiful state. Without an army and stripped of power, and with the added problem of his poor relations with the British Roman, he didn't even have a chance to change sides, he could only cling to Lucius and hope that the emperor would pull off a miraculous victory so that he could regain his position. But seeing Lucius acting like this, he felt hopeless. He had no other option but to play along. It means that I still have a chance to reclaim those territories. Those lands still belong to Rome. I am the legitimate Roman emperor. As long as I defeat that traitor, those territories will return to my rule. Lucius shouted with excitement. But looking at the emperor's exhilaration, Sirius felt a chill in his heart. Ah, the emperor had truly gone mad. We are doomed. Isn't that Artorius' side mainly comprised of Germanic and Celtic peoples, while our Latin Rome is another matter altogether? Even if you were to defeat him, do you really think those Germanic and Celtic barbarians will obediently listen to you? Thinking like this in his heart, Sirius, along with the loyal, unlucky, and foolish Romans around him, had no other choice but to force smiles and cheer for the long life of the emperor. With such a leader, it was no surprise that the Western Empire army was defeated by the rebel forces in the Battle of Ravenna. No, he shouldn't call them rebels. They should be referred to as the Holy and Great Legions of the Roman Empire. After all, they were the victors. The entire Italy had fallen under their control. With the annexation of Italy, the traditional sphere of influence of the Western Roman Empire was now reduced only to North Africa. However, considering the current situation, it seemed like it was only a matter of time before the two would be under their control. Indeed, even the Vandals, who occupied a small part of North Africa, were no match for the new emperor. Under Artorius' rule, the influence of the Roman Empire had surpassed that of its golden era. The northern part of Britain and Ireland, which had previously halted the mighty Hadrian, were now part of the empire which was Artorius's. If one were to call this victory insignificant, then the unprecedented feat of incorporating the Germanic tribes, who had continuously inflicted pain upon the empire for centuries and were unconquerable even during Rome's prime into the empire, would certainly be an outstanding achievement. Artorius was an emperor like no other. He didn't just overshadow figures like Lucius, he stood tall even when compared to history's most famous emperors, Caesar, Augustus, and Aurelian. Artorius stood shoulder to shoulder with them and even surpassed them. Thus, Lucius's delusion was merely a delusion. Utterly pitiful. In the Battle of Ravenna, Lucius had gathered his last 3 Roman legions and met a painful defeat. One legion turned traitor on the verge of battle. Another collapsed in an instant. The last legion loyal to Lucius until the end, was reduced to ashes under Artorius' sword beam. With that, Lucius Tiberius, who once ruled an entire empire, was left with nothing but himself and his imperial sword, Florence. I should have. At that very moment, as he confronted Artorius and his formidable troops, Lucius felt lost, uneasy, and unwilling. After drifting in a daze for a while, a sudden realization dawned upon him. In the end, he was defeated by a man named Artorius Pendragon. He was inferior to Artorius in everything. Inferior in strength, and lacking the intelligence and capability that Artorius possessed. From the moment Artorius left Britain and joined the Roman Empire, everything had been set. What kind of monster is my enemy? As he realized everything, Lucius knew that his end was near. However, even in death, he wanted to die charging forward, bravely. Even if he was the only one. Artorius. Roaring with all his might, he charged toward the opposing 100,000 troops. Then, something unexpected happened. Artorius' powerful legion did not attack. No cannons, arrows, crossbows, or anything else. Those formidable knight orders, unmatched heroes, and elite troops equipped with a multitude of magical weapons, none of them launched an assault against him. At the forefront, warriors clad in enchanted plate armor split into two lines, creating a pathway, allowing Lucius to face his mortal enemy directly. There, Artorius Pendragon stood calmly without expression. Several seconds later, he charged toward Lucius. Clang! The Sword Emperor's sword clashed fiercely against the sword of the Dragon Emperor. Lucius, as strong as a bear, glared fiercely at Artorius, who was clad in frost-silver armor. What's this supposed to be? Pity. You bastard. I don't need your pity. The crimson and golden sword afterimages clashed violently before parting ways. I just feel like this is something I should handle myself. Artorius said, his eyes flickering. After all, you're an emperor too. I want to make your death a dignified one. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing Artorius' words, Lucius sarcastically laughed, you think you've already won. When I twist your head off, I'll take pleasure in seeing your contorted face. Then go ahead and try. Ha 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 ha. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Lucius went all out, launching an attack towards Artorius. In an instant, they exchanged hundreds of moves, a spectacle rivaling Artorius' battle with Clovis back then. As the fight progressed, Artorius confirmed that Lucius was truly worthy of the title of Sword Emperor. He was undoubtedly one of the most powerful warriors of his time. Even under Artorius' command, only a few heroes could match him. Gawain, Lancelot, Lamorak, Mordred, these renowned knights couldn't hold a candle to Lucius. The only one who could defeat him was Artoria. However, even with such a formidable strength, Lucius was not Artorius' match. With each powerful swing of his sword, Lucius' stamina diminished significantly. In an instant, hundreds of moves had taken a toll on his mind, will, and body. In the first 10 minutes, they seemed evenly matched. But in the following half-hour, Lucius found himself at a disadvantage. By the 40th minute of continuous fighting, he was covered in numerous wounds, barely able to defend, dodge, and protect himself. With the blessings of gods and the bloodline of ancestral Romulus, Lucius, the last savior of Rome, could still become tired, exhausted, and injured. Artorius, on the other hand, would not. His recovery is this strong. Despite managing to inflict some damage on Artorius, it healed in an instant. Does he have limitless stamina? While Lucius struggled to catch his breath and felt exhausted, Artorius' breathing remained steady as an immovable mountain, showing no signs of fatigue from the beginning of the fight. Not to mention, an indescribable sense of annoyance and unease had plagued Lucius from the start of the fight, haunting him relentlessly. Exclamation point. My swordsmanship, my skills, my speed, strength, reflexes, he surpasses me in every aspect. Realizing this, Lucius fought on in a mixture of shock and fury but eventually fell to defeat. His arm was severed, then a leg. Lying on the ground, he was rendered defenseless under Artorius' foot. Intense pain, a sense of loss, and the despair of defeat caused life to fade away from his body. Will you make this country better? Lucius gazed at Artorius, hoping for an answer. Of course. Artorius replied without hesitation, after all, this is my empire. Good, then you are. Before Lucius could finish his sentence, Excalibur pierced his throat. I am the emperor. Artorius looked at Lucius, who desperately tried to make a sound, and said, no need for anyone to acknowledge it. Know your place. With these words, Artorius withdrew his sword, and arterial blood sprayed high, some even landing on his cheek. Ignoring this minor issue, Artorius turned around and looked at his troops. Celts of Britain, tribes of Germania and Gauls, as well as Latins of Spain and Italy, all united around him now. The fake emperor is dead. Rejoice. May the Dragon Emperor live long. Glory to Artorius I. As Agravain fervently yelled, 100,000 troops raised their right arms in unison. Long live the Dragon Emperor! Glory to Artorius I! Long live the Dragon Emperor! Glory to Artorius I! Long live the Dragon Emperor! Glory to Artorius I! The resounding voices shook the battlefield, reaching up to the heavens. Chapter 111, The Holy Roman Empire. It's over. The war finally came to an end. Chaos, disorder, barbarian invasions, internal strife, and unrest, all the calamities had left the land of Rome. Since 286 AD, when Emperor Diocletian first ascended to the throne, the Roman Empire gradually divided into eastern and western parts. It wasn't until 486 AD that Artorius became emperor and brought some semblance of peace. Over the span of 2 centuries, the empire endured invasions by the Huns and waves of Germanic peoples entering its borders. Countless upheavals and unrest accompanied their incursions into the empire's territories. The empire grew weaker and more helpless, and many thought it was on the brink of collapse. However, they turned out to be mistaken. At its darkest hour, the empire experienced a remarkable resurgence under the rule of Emperor Artorius I, ushering in a new era of glory. After defeating Lucius Tiberius, Artorius's army swiftly took control of all of Italy and easily defeated the Vandals, who had invaded the southern regions and landed in Sicily, as well as the Ostrogoths who came from the east to challenge the Eastern Roman Empire. Following a series of small-scale battles, these nations recognized the newfound power of the Western Roman Empire under Emperor Artorius, a force they could not contend with. Since war was not an option, diplomacy became the way forward. The Vandals, Ostrogoths, and Eastern Roman Empire each sent envoys to Orleans, the temporary capital of the new empire, and signed peace agreements with the emperor. Emperor Anastasius I of the Eastern Roman Empire recognized Emperor Artorius I of the Western Roman Empire as the legitimate rulers of their respective empires, maintaining the appearance of unity within Rome. This emperor, unlike his predecessor Zeno, prioritized economic and legal matters over expansion and warfare. He reformed Rome's taxation system and enriched the treasury, laying a solid foundation for future emperors. Meanwhile, the Eastern Roman Empire was plagued and too busy by constant internal turmoil due to religious issues. Under these circumstances, the peace between Artorius and the Eastern Roman Empire could continue. After the Eastern Roman Empire refused to engage in conflict with the new Western Roman Empire, the Ostrogoths and Vandals also backed down. Faced with the powerful new empire, these two weak Germanic kingdoms chose to submit. Of course, this submission was mostly symbolic. Artorius decided to temporarily spare them as his empire needed time to recuperate from the continuous warfare over the past 2 years. In the future, these two kingdoms wouldn't pose any more trouble for Artorius. According to history, later on, the future emperor of the Eastern Roman Empire, Justinian I, driven by ambition, launched campaigns to conquer both Germanic kingdoms. Eventually, he succeeded in toppling them for good. The Vandals and Ostrogoths, like countless countries that have risen and fallen throughout history, turned into mere dust in the annals of history. Their significance was merely a few lines in historical texts. After the external wars concluded, the new empire was fully engaged in enthusiastic internal development. Emperor Artorius launched an ambitious 5-year plan that included the construction of a new road and transportation network, utilizing cement to repair old roads and build new Roman highways. Canals were dug, waterways were dredged, and a tram system was attempted. Shipyards and lumber mills also bustled with activity. The Mediterranean, North Sea, and Baltic Sea trade, which had dwindled with the collapse of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Germanic peoples, was set to thrive once more. The foundation that underpinned this comprehensive transportation and infrastructure development was the empire's greatly enhanced agricultural level. The Black Forest of Germania would be cleared, and marshlands filled in. New farms and pastures would be established in great numbers. With the fall of the Western Roman Empire and the rise of the Germanic peoples, the Little Ice Age passed. The Earth's temperature warmed once again, heralding an era suitable for human habitation and cultivation. The government of the empire would undergo reforms. The empire's laws, tax systems, and economic structures would be reformed. Even the empire itself would bear a new name: the Holy Roman Empire. All these changes signaled that the empire was about to enter a golden age. Of course, there was still one prerequisite: talent. The empire lacked enough talented individuals and a sufficient number of competent civil servants. Without them to construct the government and carry out orders, all the reforms in the empire would be in vain. Fortunately, Artorius had long been prepared. Year 489, Orleans. Deep beneath the capital city of the Holy Roman Empire, within the vast magic factory, thousands of homunculus had completed their final adjustments in the cultivation chambers. The emperor of the empire, Artorius I, draped in purple robes, stood by these transparent chambers, eagerly examining the lifelike homunculus within. "How? Do you like them?" Morgan, one of the emperor's most cherished concubines, spoke with a proud tone. "They are quite spectacular, aren't they?" We can now mass-produce exceptional homunculus. The cultivation cycle takes only a month, requiring just a bit of nutrient fluid and biological factors to create an endless supply of slaves. They are absolutely loyal and fearless, with an IQ surpassing 160. Their physical abilities and magic circuits outperform ordinary people, and there are no issues with a short lifespan. We categorize the requirements into 3 types. The first consists of officials to fill military ranks, the second includes researchers skilled in magecraft, technology, and mathematics to provide assistance, and the third comprises civil servants equipped with expertise in governance and administration. These homunculi are capable of fulfilling any demand you may have, Your Majesty. Morgan moved closer to the Emperor and reached out to touch Artorius' face, though her attempt was quickly thwarted as he caught her hand. Remember, you promised me a reward, right? Her eyes sparkled with delight, and it was evident what she desired as her prize. However, an irritating voice interjected, after consuming so many resources from the Empire and drawing numerous mages, failing to achieve results would be utterly laughable. It was Scathatch who spoke, earning a furious glare from Morgan. Besides, it's not just your merit alone, is it? Vivian also participated. Morgan was left speechless by Scathatch's remark. Meanwhile, Vivian, the silver-haired and red-eyed fairy with limited screen time of late, turned curiously towards them and tilted her head. She grinned happily when Artorius reached out to head-pat her. Like Scathatch, Vivian now inhabited an artificial body, not the homemade puppet-like version but a second-generation one crafted by Artorius himself. Aside from being essentially more human rather than a fairy, her new body was nearly identical to her previous form. In this new form, Vivian could freely interact with the outside world and spend her days happily with Artorius, which made her feel like she never wanted to return to Avalon. When Scathatch mentioned her, Vivian, who had been educated well by Artorius, couldn't help but focus on the cultivation chamber where a similar-looking homunculus with silver hair and red eyes lay. It turns out that while creating these homunculi, Vivian had mixed some of her own characteristics into certain ones, resulting in a batch of homunculus bearing her resemblance. These silver-haired and red-eyed homunculi gave Artorius a sense of déjà vu, but after some consideration, he decided not to delve too deeply into it. Now, one last thing. Scathatch said, leaving Morgan embarrassed and speechless after her previous heated exchange. Do the rewards you seek truly hold any meaning? Even if you achieve nothing, Artorius will always make you content, won't he? Morgan clenched her teeth, angered by Scathatch's words. Enough quarreling over such matters. Artorius intervened, soothing the situation. Lately, he couldn't help but notice that Scathatch's words had become increasingly harsh and sharp. Perhaps witnessing his interactions with Morgan and the others had left her feeling restless and frustrated. If that were indeed the case, he should find a way to ease her worries. You've all done an excellent job. Artorius praised Morgan and Vivian. Every mage involved in this project will be credited, and an additional month's pay will be provided. Everyone will be pleased. Hearing Artorius's words, Morgan continued happily, You're right, everyone will be pleased. While construction on the Empire's surface thrived, internal developments followed a similar course. Merlin was right, he had many acquaintances on the mystery side, including some who could be considered enemies. During the first meeting of the Illuminati, he had promised to help Artorius recruit members. However, that ended up being nothing but a disappointment. I'm trying so hard but nobody wants to join the Illuminati. I wonder why. Poor me, it's so troublesome, Merlin said carelessly and casually, without care. Artorius managed to restrain himself from hitting him while watching Merlin, who furrowed his brow as if asking, Why are you so upset? The true force that significantly boosted the Illuminati's power was still the Empire's resounding success. As the Empire's territory expanded and its strength grew, a significant number of mages, who held high hopes for the Empire's future, pledged their allegiance. Even the mysterious factions of this world, the Wandering Sea and the Atlas Academy, had to show respect to the Empire by dispatching mages to carry out its orders and formally accepting its leadership. However, the largest number of new members within the Illuminati consisted of those who were once independent or were expelled by the Wandering Sea and the Atlas Academy. In the original timeline, they formed an organization known as the Clock Tower and became the most active mage organization of the next generation, without a doubt. Many even equated the Clock Tower with the Mages Association. But now, they had become an internal force of the Empire. They became members of the Illuminati. It was their efforts that enabled the Illuminati to accomplish the magic network utilization, magic power systems, electricity applications, and mass production of homunculus projects in the shortest amount of time. Artorius liked to break traditions. Under his leadership, the mages who used to prefer solo-style magic workshops transformed towards more scientific research teams and large-scale magic factories. With the motivation of magical supply, technology, honors, knowledge, and wealth provided by the Empire, the mages erupted with unparalleled enthusiasm and research efficiency. A bright future was beckoning Artorius and his empire. Chapter 112, Empire's Path and Summoning. The homunculus system is complete. Now, it's time to ignite the divine flame. Infinite energy can be achieved not only through third magic but also through a scientific approach. Especially after the end of the Age of Gods. We need to establish a technological system that doesn't rely on true ether. After a satisfying inspection of the homunculus factory, on their way back to the palace, Artorius spoke to the three women, Morgan, Scathatch, and Vivian. The so-called ignition of the divine flame and infinite energy are essentially the same things. Modern people should be familiar with it. It's the concept of nuclear fusion. This modern scientific breakthrough is what Artorius aims to obtain. It is also the first step towards his envisioned journey into the universe. To break free from the constraints of the counterforce and escape the Earth-Moon system, Artorius has two paths before him. One path involves spiritual enlightenment, like that of a cultivator, obtaining unparalleled power to punch Gaia and kick Alea, propelling humanity into the universe. At first glance, this path seems simple, as if fate will pave the way. However, Artorius finds it unreliable and uncertain. Regardless of his spiritual cultivation and whether reaching that level is feasible, he can't ignore his desires, ambition, and lust. Inevitably, he was fated to make the women's breasts grow bigger with each squeeze. Under such circumstances, he fears he may never achieve the level of enlightenment. If he forces himself to do that cultivation nonsense thing, just sitting forever waiting for some enlightenment, he might even stray from the right path and become possessed by evil. This world is not a cultivation world anyway. No Chinese nonsense like countless young masters who opposed him, and when losing, their ancestors and great-ancestors will hunt him, and the endless cycle continued. Since the so-called simple path seems unfeasible, he must choose the other path. That is the development of technology, not just the original world's technology but also a fusion with magecraft, learning from each other and advancing together. The marvels created in the Type Moon world unintentionally or intentionally prove the potential of this path. In the world of CCC, where the era of magecraft ended, the mages of the old world have disappeared, and the era of mystery has drawn to a complete close. The mages embraced technology and headed in the opposite extreme direction. They called themselves Spiritron hackers. Of course, the order and world structure of that timeline were different, with giant multinational corporations ruling the world, and such a grim future is not what Artorius desires. He wants far more than that, something not even some crappy AI could fulfill. But he can't deny the potential power of that fusion. Spiritron hacker can indeed change the world. One path emphasizes individual greatness and transcendence. The other path relies on collective wisdom and surpassing limitations. As a reincarnator, even though he has spent more time and experienced more in the Type Moon world rather than his original world, he ultimately chose the latter path. But, there is actually a third option. That is Artorius' devout prayer. Oh, Great Mother from the Servant Universe, your son is being bullied by the counter-force. Please bring your spaceship with the dark rounds and wear the Holy Lance armor Avalon to help me. Ha ha ha, what is that? I must have gone crazy. It's not just laughable, it's beyond laughable. Artorius dismissed the idea as he thought about it. This is just the beginning. After the inspection, he would return to his sleeping chamber to reward Morgan and Vivian. Artorius was feeling quite good. He even spoke more to them. The seeds we planted today are destined to grow into towering trees that will elevate humanity to unprecedented heights. Yes, yes, said Morgan nonchalantly. What slightly bothered Artorius was that the three women, whether it was Scathatch, Vivian, or Morgan, seemed uninterested in his words. Scathatch merely smiled, saying nothing. Vivian and Morgan were even worse. They seemed distracted, their attention seemingly focused on other matters. Though this other matter could also bring the Dragon Emperor satisfaction, he currently desired their admiration, passion, and praise. At times like this, he really missed Agravain. The Imperial Chancellor, who had experienced a wild receding hairline these 2 years, was his most devoted worshipper. Whenever he made leadership speeches, Agravain would have a fervent face like a fanatic cultist, making Artorius feel fulfilled. Of course, his mother Artoria was also good. Over the past 2 years, Artoria had been dressed in women's clothing, darting around him, making it difficult for Artorius to continue calling her father. King Arthur had completely withdrawn, transforming into the knight Artoria. And the father had become the mother. The times were still progressing, and the empire entered a period of stability. Internally, they began construction and divided administrative regions. Externally, they maintained diplomatic relations with the Ostrogoths, Vandals, and the Eastern Empire while starting to expand outward. The modern-day Poland, Ukraine, and Russia, which were the traditional territories of the Slavs, were the future targets of the empire's expansion. The Knights of the Round Table led one small unit after another to these regions for reconnaissance, exploration, mapping, commercial trade, and diplomatic probing. In the short term, the empire would not launch an attack on the Slavs. As scattered tribes still in the tribal stage, they posed no threat to the Holy Roman Empire. After finished rewarding Morgan and Vivian in his sleeping chamber, Artorius pondered. For the next few decades, the Empire will remain stable. Under my rule, the Empire will recover and develop even better. My path is thoroughly open. I have achieved success, at least preliminary success. Those members of the Senate who have completely submitted in fear and admire me. If it were still the age of gods, I would likely become one of the gods, just like that Romulus. In terms of politics, I have Agravain and the homunculus officials. I can be at ease. Then the main target for the future would be the mystery side, right? While pondering this question, Vivian and Morgan had already fallen into an exhausted slumber at Artorius' side. Watching the contented faces of the women around him, he let out a long sigh of relief. We did it. At last, we succeeded. I've saved Britain, saved the people I love. History has been altered by me. Though the future remains uncertain, at least for now, I can take a breath and rest a bit. With these thoughts in mind, Artorius was ready to shut his eyes and catch a quick nap with his beloved women, but before that. A hole. Counterforce. That doesn't seem right. What the fuck is this? In front of Artorius, a hole suddenly appeared, leading to the unknown. Is it a path to the root? To a parallel world? Or to an alien planet? Why does it appear here? What is the reason? Is it a conspiracy? As Artorius pondered these questions, he also noticed a voice. A devout and familiar voice summoned him with a spell chant that he recognized. I hereby declare. Your body shall serve under me. My fate shall be your sword. Submit to the beckoning of the Holy Grail. If you will submit to this will and this reason, then answer. An oath shall be sworn here. I shall attain all virtues of all of heaven. I shall have dominion over all evils of all of hell. Holy Grail War. What the fuck? As the incantation echoed clearly in Artorius' ears, the Dragon Emperor also confirmed the location of the whole connection and the outcome of accepting the invitation. He would appear in the Fourth Holy Grail War as a heroic spirit, participating in the battle for the Holy Grail. With this in mind, a playful smile curled up on his lips. What a coincidence, seems like a good vacation spot. I happen to have some free time. Feeling pretty good too. So, wait, what's that sound? Suddenly, Artorius felt something was amiss. He raised his head, got up from the bed, and went to look out the window. At the same time, the people of the Empire in Orleans were shaken by the enormous monster descending from the sky. It looked extremely futuristic, like a spaceship. It exuded a sense of terror and chaos. Witnessing the descent of this gigantic spaceship, people experienced intense shock on a soul level. Fear, astonishment at seeing a creation beyond imagination, and longing. It should have been also very, very beautiful, but this beauty, like a boy's dream, was disrupted by a sunny, lively, and somewhat silly voice from inside the spaceship. Hey, son. Your mother is here to save you. Where are the enemies? Watch me. Oh, shoot, the system's malfunctioning. Ah. Emergency landing. Emergency landing. The similarity between that voice and Artorius' most favored knight, Artoria, was 99.99999% striking. At the same time, the heavy sci-fi spaceship headed straight in the direction of Artorius' palace, descending with a series of blue lights and explosions, faster and faster. Wait. What the hell? Amidst Artorius' cries of shock and anger, and the wailing of the person who resembled Artoria, the spaceship crashed onto the palace, collapsing a large portion of it. At the same time, a person dressed in peculiar attire and bearing a resemblance to Artoria was thrown out from the spaceship, crashing right onto Artorius. Her hip bone made contact with Artorius' nose, and then both of them passed through the hole, disappearing without a trace. T/N, bruh. Author's note. Volume 1 has wrapped up, and the next volume will take us into the vacation arc with the new mother. Chapter 113, Einsburn and Ancestor, I. A bonus chapter for reaching 1K Power Stone yesterday, thanks for the support. It was the spring of 1994. The Holy Grail War was still some time away from its official commencement. Deep within the black forests of Germany, secluded from the outside world, lay the Einsburn castle. The Einsburn, proud of their prestigious mage bloodline, looked down upon other mages, considering them mere barbarians. However, driven to madness by their pursuit of the Holy Grail and the third magic, the Einsburn family had finally crossed a line. They had chosen a son-in-law from among outsiders, granting him honor and power as a member of their family, and sending him as their representative to participate in the Holy Grail War. This action not only brought shame upon the family, but it also disgraced their ancestor from the Age of Gods, the founder of the modern era, and even the ordinary homunculi within the family. To make matters worse, it now appeared that this decision, which had caused the entire family to feel disgraced, was entirely unnecessary. If one were to ask the current head of the Einsburn family, the wise, elderly, and Gandalf-looking, Jubstachite von Einsburn about his feelings, he would undoubtedly say, I regret it. I just feel so regretful now. Confronted with the summoning of a great being through the servant system, Jubstachite felt both awe and fear. If I had known it would turn out like this, I shouldn't have hired that outsider. Since it became like this, our pursuit of the Holy Grail and the third magic is... no. Why am I blabbering such nonsense? Please forgive this one, Your Majesty. Despite several days passing and the family accepting this exceptional summoning, Jubstachite still found it hard to contain his excitement when faced with the source of the Einsburn family's long-cherished wish, standing right before him. Don't be too nervous, Jubstachite. At the same time, a breathtakingly attractive boy with radiant platinum hair took the central spot in the living room without hesitation. He spoke in a relaxed manner, and his body was completely at ease, reclining in the chair as he was served by a group of Einsburn maids. Behind him, a maid with white hair and red eyes was massaging his shoulders, while two other maids with the same appearance massaged his arms. Below, two more maids with white hair and red eyes were massaging his legs. He appeared entirely at ease, indulgent, and decadent. After uttering a word, the boy lightly tapped the chair's armrest. Immediately, a maid graciously offered him sweet coffee and snacks, feeding him bit by bit. Of course, this behavior was limited to when Jubstachite was present. Otherwise, the boy, or rather, Artorius would indulge in way more outrageous things, such as the pious chalice and the seaweed wine. Although there had been a slight mishap on the way here, Artorius's purpose and attitude remained unchanged. He had come here primarily for vacation and enjoyment. He would play for a few days and then return home. Anything else achieved would be a bonus, but if not, it didn't matter. Being summoned by the Einsburn this time was considered quite satisfactory. The family lacked nothing except cute homunculus girls. Indulging a few hundred for Artorius's pleasure was no big deal at all. Although he couldn't say that to Jubstachite. After finishing the coffee and snacks and patting the maid's breasts, expressing his satisfaction, Artorius simultaneously heard a lively and somewhat silly voice outside. Behold. The heroine's ripple dash. X special move, dynamic laser beam. Ah. There was a scene that seemed to show a girl resembling Artoria, playing with the adorable white-haired girl, Iliasviel von Einsburn, commonly called Ilia. They had become close friends and would often play together in the snow in front of the Einsburn castle every other day. The playful girl and the adorable little girl were enjoying their game of the righteous heroine, X, battling the evil saber, the offspring of the evil Artoria species. The sound of their laughter indicated they were having a great time. Looking out the window, one could see the scene, and standing nearby with a smile on her face was the beautiful lady named Irisviel von Einsburn, or simply IRI, the lady of the Einsburn family. She was pleased with the heartwarming scene. On the other hand, the supposed mage killer was nowhere to be seen. No one knew what he was up to. The Holy Grail War, what a boring joke. Upon hearing the seemingly silly voice of the girl with Artoria's face, Artorius's mood soured, and he made this judgment. Hearing such an evaluation, Jubstachite felt uneasy. Their family's cherished wish, the Holy Grail War, was being called a boring joke. If it were anyone else, Jubstachite would undoubtedly be furious, ready to argue, and even take action. But it was different when facing the legendary Dragon Emperor. As everyone knew, their ancestor was the child of Dragon Emperor Artorius, the child with his unknown concubine. Despite not being legitimate due to the lower status of the concubine and not inheriting the famous Artoria face, their Einsburn family lineage and blood were still of the highest hierarchy, recognized anywhere and anytime. Thus, as the source of their entire family's bloodline, Emperor Artorius I, the glorious ancestor, was not only their ruler but also their ancestor and the great being they passionately pursued. For the Einsburn family, their fanatical pursuit of the third magic was rooted in their reverence for this great ancestor, the European Dragon Emperor, the Holy Roman Emperor, the conqueror of barbarian tribes, and the founder of the new Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. If there was anything in this world that could make the Einsburns bow their heads, freely do anything to them, and even make them serve and die without question, it was Emperor Artorius. When they summoned Emperor Artorius, they knew that they had already won this Holy Grail War. They no longer needed to compete in the Holy Grail War, nor did they have to fight with that barbaric and despicable outsider, as the embodiment of the third magic was standing before them. The great Emperor Artorius I, their esteemed ancestor, was right before their eyes. Truly, they were blessed, as they originally sought to summon heroic spirits with the scabbard Avalon to bring forth the Dragon Emperor's father, the King of Knights, Arthur Pendragon. Although the legend of the King of Knights was equally appealing, and the century of unification of Britain was remarkable, it was incomparable to Emperor Artorius, akin to comparing a strengthened Philip II to the thoroughly upgraded Alexander the Great. Yes. Thus, after the initial awkwardness, Jubstachite also agreed with Artorius's words. We indeed have no need to compete with those barbarians. In the time to come, everything about the Einsburn family is at your Majesty's command. We shall serve at your pleasure. Chapter 114, Einsburn and Ancestor, 2. Thus, after the initial awkwardness, Jubstachite also agreed with Artorius's words. We indeed have no need to compete with those barbarians. In the time to come, everything about the Einsburn family is at your majesty's command. We shall serve at your pleasure. No need to be so serious, Artorius said in a relaxed tone. This so-called Holy Grail war is nothing more than a game to me. Even if I don't intervene, my foolish sister alone could crush those ignorant fools. As if to complement Artorius's words, sounds of what seemed like a playful interaction between a girl and a little girl could be heard from downstairs. The combination of these sounds with Artorius's speech made Jubstachite feel somewhat absurd. Of course, he would never oppose the words of his esteemed ancestor, but he couldn't help but ponder, the Emperor's sister, is that girl that got summoned alongside him the Holy Knight, Artoria, or the Crimson Knight, Mordred. Their bond seems to run deep, just like in the legends of historical accounts. However, Jubstachite forced himself to stop thinking about it. He couldn't entertain such blasphemous thoughts. Despite the Emperor's behavior being somewhat peculiar and unconventional, he was, after all, the Emperor. How could he have any inappropriate relationship with his own sister? Besides, from observing the Emperor's interactions with the girl claiming to be a heroine, it was evident that the Emperor didn't have much fondness for her. Of course, Jubstachite was unaware that the person who had accompanied Artorius and almost broke his nose in the process wasn't Artoria he knew or Mordred, but someone who identified herself as the mysterious heroine X. Anyway, you may go for now and await my orders, Artorius said, squinting his eyes and burying the back of his head in the ample bosom of the maid. I'll rest for a few days and then head to Fuyuki. Yes, your majesty, Jubstachite replied. Although he had many questions to ask and much to say, Jubstachite wisely sealed his lips and took his leave, watching Artorius, who seemed uninterested in engaging with him. After Jubstachite left, Artorius turned around and buried his face in the maid's bosom behind him, taking deep breaths of her sweet fragrance. HMHM your majesty. After this act, the maids who had been massaging his shoulders or massaging his feet earlier gathered around, surrounding their great dragon emperor with fervor. They showed their loyalty to their magnificent emperor in their own ways. For this, Artorius had purposely adjusted his appearance to that of the cute and attractive boy he once was instead of the awe-inspiring adult he naturally was. Making himself more approachable was a simple task for Artorius, who had mastered the third magic. Now, this is what I call living a life, Artorius thought to himself. He felt engulfed in a sea of pleasant scents and softness from all directions. It was like he had ascended to heaven. Right now, he felt somewhat blissful and free after the never-ending years of worrying about being an emperor. Taking a vacation after all his hard work wasn't bad after all. At the same time. Goodbye, X. Goodbye, Ilya. The playful girl bid farewell to the adorable little girl she had just spent time with. X, seemingly in high spirits, skipped happily, her footsteps light and agile for her age, as she headed towards Artorius's room. I'm going to find Artorius now, IRI. She said joyfully to IRI. Sure, rest well, X. IRI replied with a gentle smile, addressing her new friend. This girl who claimed to be mysterious heroine X, was spirited and cute, making her very likable. Apart from Artorius, there was probably no one who wouldn't like this energetic girl. Oh, right. IRI suddenly said, as she reached out to catch Ilya, who was leaping into her arms. Something crossed her mind. At this time, Lord Ancestor might not be available to, never mind. Her words were cut off midway, as the absent-minded X didn't even listen and happily ran away. I hope she won't have any psychological scars from this. IRI couldn't help but think, worried for X. After her worries, she had a little complaint for Artorius. Lord Ancestor can be quite. No, I can't be disrespectful. She shook her head vigorously, dismissing the improper thoughts. Mom. At that moment, Ilya, whom she was holding in her arms, opened her eyes wide and looked at her expectantly. Can I play with Big Sister X again tomorrow? Of course, dear. IRI smiled, responding to Ilya's question. It was clear that her daughter also liked that energetic girl very much. Boom. Getting a positive answer, Ilya beamed with happiness. As IRI turned around and entered the castle, Ilya dozed off heavily on her way back to their room. She seemed to have boundless energy during playtime but fell asleep quickly afterward, restoring her strength to continue having fun the next day. Children were such creatures. Sleeping Ilya was incredibly adorable, the kind of cuteness that even Artorius couldn't resist. Even the mage killer, Amiya Kiritsugu, who always wore a perpetually gloomy expression, couldn't help but show a gentle look after seeing his daughter. Ilya. The loving wife, the adorable daughter, and their carefree life here. If he were an ordinary person, perhaps he wouldn't ask for anything more. However, larger ambitions and grand wishes kept Kiritsugu restless. Kiritsugu. Back in their room, IRI placed their daughter on the bed and then approached Kiritsugu's side. The latter was busy with a laptop that looked entirely out of place in the Einsburn castle. On it were the profiles of the masters participating in the Holy Grail War this time. Today, Ilya had a great time with X. Iri said to him, and there's nothing wrong with Lord Ancestor, Kiritsugu. Lord Ancestor. At the mention of those words, Kiritsugu's eyes lost their spark, revealing clear fluctuations in his mood. To think I summoned that troob, he didn't finish his sentence, as Iri lightly tapped his back. You must show respect to Lord Ancestor. Even though Iri was unhappy with Artorius's attitude towards X, Iri still leaned towards him in her outward expressions. I'm sorry, Iri. He said so, but Kiritsugu still couldn't bring himself to respect that troublemaker, especially after seeing his carefree attitude. But, compared to the King of Knights, maybe this one isn't the worst. Kiritsugu couldn't help but ponder. The legendary ruler who established the Pendragon dynasty, which ruled 3/4 of Earth for 1500 years, and is considered the greatest ruler in history. The King of Earth and the King of Mankind, is such a card good or bad? Chapter 115, Kiritsugu's Worries. Even though he hadn't read many books, especially in sociology, humanities, history, politics, philosophy, and so on, there was no denying that Amiya Kiritsugu's ultimate wish was genuinely for humanity, and he genuinely wanted to redeem them, for justice. With such a desire in mind, he joined the Holy Grail War, viewing miracles and magic as the last resort. Perhaps this was the ordinary person's ultimate hope for the future of humanity. As the infamous mage killer, he had a rather poor compatibility with the legendary King of Knights. After all, his methods of combat were quite unorthodox. If given the choice, he would rather summon an assassin than the most powerful class, Saber. Coincidentally, Artorius was summoned as an assassin. Artorius Pendragon. Whispering the name, the mage killer couldn't help but feel worried. This figure left countless legends, becoming the bread and butter for historians, novelists, and historical fiction writers. To this day, he undeniably holds the #1 spot for his influence on this world. The Dragon Emperor, with his undeniable strength, posed a problem. However, was strength alone enough to guarantee victory? Given the choice between a nuclear bomb and a machine gun, Kiritsugu would undoubtedly choose the latter. Though the former might be more potent, it was entirely beyond his control. What suited him best was, in fact, the latter, a weapon he could control. But these worries found no sympathy within the Einsburn. He believed that even if he were to speak these concerns to his wife, who appeared to be on his side, he would only receive Iri's perplexed inquiry like, "Why do you wish to control my ancestor?" From the standpoint of the Einsburn, they were descendants of Artorius and subjects of the Dragon Emperor. They should be the ones serving and pleasing the other, not the other way around, even if he was a servant summoned by them. This is getting complicated. Kiritsugu couldn't help but feel a headache coming on and was reminded of what had happened during the summoning ritual. In order to ensure victory, just like in previous Holy Grail Wars, the Einsburn had used some tricks. They had summoned their servant ahead of time. Several hours ago. Is this the right place? Ouch. Artorius, really? Shut up. After the strange mist dissipated, what appeared in the center of the summoning circle wasn't the King of Knights donning splendid armor as Kiritsugu imagined, but a stylish young girl with a baseball cap and a man clad in frost silver armor. Exclamation point. In that moment of seeing the gorgeous man, the entire Einsburn descended into chaos and madness. The homunculus maids, who were previously believed by Kiritsugu to lack any emotions, screamed in excitement like fervent fans meeting their idol, then rushed forward, engulfing Artorius in a sea of bosoms and hips. Lord Ancestor, is it really you? Ah, the long-cherished wish of our Einsburn has come true. Lord Ancestor, I am your devoted follower. Lord Ancestor, I want to bear your child. The maids, speaking shamelessly, pushed aside Kiritsugu and even X, who cried out, "What are you doing? What will you do to my Artorius?" They tightly embraced Artorius, causing concern that the Emperor might suffocate. Kiritsugu. He stared in disbelief with wide eyes at this scene and instinctively turned to look at his wife as fast as he could. Only after confirming that Iri was simply overwhelmed with emotion and teary-eyed did he breathe a sigh of relief. He was glad she didn't react like those maids. From that day on, Kiritsugu's status and existence within the Einsburn family visibly declined at a rapid pace. The entire Einsburn swiftly switched from preparing for the Holy Grail War to a mode of serving the ancestor, as if Justachite had foretold. They no longer cared about the Holy Grail War, as if they had already fulfilled their wishes. But damn it, his wish hadn't been fulfilled yet. He still wanted to use the Holy Grail to save the world. What on earth was the Einsburn playing at? Thinking about this, Kiritsugu felt a headache coming on. He finally decided. I have to rely on myself after all. No matter what happens, the Holy Grail War must go on, even without the Emperor. At the same time, pathetic weaklings dare to confront this Emperor. In the most luxurious and grandiose chamber of the hastily reconstructed Einsburn residence. on the most magnificent and conspicuous bed in the center of the chamber. Artorius looked down on the fallen maids with disdain and spoke thus. Despite being the ones who had actively seduced him, dragged him to the sleeping chamber, and given him the flirtatious big sister playing with a little boy look, what were the results? This. Based on their hair and eye colors, as well as their legends and soul resonance, Artorius had already confirmed that these Ainsburn people were descendants of homunculi crafted according to Vivian's appearance. But looking at their current state, did these people only Vivian in appearance but actually Morgan inside? They were all just talk, just like Morgan, that's for sure. Seriously, all talk. The maid who screamed the loudest about bearing his child lasted a mere 3 minutes before surrendering to the awe-inspiring presence of his dragon spear. On average, the Ainsburn maids lasted about 4.5 minutes, with the strongest lasting no more than 6 minutes before tearfully begging for mercy. It left Artorius feeling slightly unsatisfied. TCH, did these people really think they could toy with him just because he had a cute face? How naive. Perhaps these homunculi aren't physically strong enough yet. Though they are much stronger than those from the original story. At least I don't have to worry about their lifespans. Feeling a bit frustrated, Artorius mused, with strength and endurance both at EX and agility at A++, having such exceptional parameters can be a disadvantage at times. In the future, I should focus on not just increasing the number of my harem but also their quality. With that thought, Artorius naturally turned his attention to the question, where can I find high-quality members for my harem? Just then, a dumb voice of the self-proclaimed mother called out from outside the room. Artorius, are you being a good boy? Completely carefree and treating herself as his mother without reservations, X simply pushed open the door without any regard for the lock. And then, she was hit in the face by the room full of pheromones and instantly fell down. Author's note. In this Holy Grail war, Artorius's class is assassin, though this doesn't hold much significance for him. Additionally, Artorius as a servant gains a new skill, Dragon Emperor Privilege EX. The skill's effects are similar to those of Imperial Privilege. Chapter 116, True Woman of Pendragon. Artorius, are you being a good boy? Completely carefree and treating herself as his mother without reservations, X simply pushed open the door without any regard for the lock. And then, she was hit in the face by the room full of pheromones and instantly fell down. What? Seeing something she shouldn't have seen, it seemed like X had to bear a burden she couldn't handle at her age. In an instant, she transformed into an innocent maiden, her delicate, fair thighs giving way beneath her. While shouting and screaming, she unconsciously waved her hands as if trying to drive away something filthy in front of her. Then, she plopped herself down on the ground, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt. Tears welled up in her eyes. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they might think that Artorius had bullied her. Really useless. As Artorius said this, he snapped his fingers. Following that, a set of frost silver royal attire appeared on him, and the excessive pheromones in the air vanished. A large curtain dropped from the center of the sleeping chamber, covering several women. Some appeared to be unconscious or dazed, while others were in an ahigo state, unable to even lift a finger. In truth, Artorius could have done all this without snapping his fingers, but who wouldn't do it? After completing all this, Artorius walked over to the girl who claimed to be the mysterious heroine as well as his mother. Hicks. She even started crying, really pitiful. Where did all the enthusiasm for causing mischief and attempting to eliminate Saber go? Also, was this girl only targeting the Saber class or specifically the Artoria species? If it was Saber, then perhaps someone like Caesar could be included in her target range. If it was Artoria species, she seemed to hold a great deal of resentment toward the busty Artoria, claiming them to be unforgivable. So, which was it? I have enough of this. At this point, Artorius knocked his own head. To be conflicted over such foolish things. Perhaps the self-proclaimed mother can't even figure it out herself. After all, she's supposed to be a comedy character in the world of comedy. Always causing trouble. Though he said that in his mind, watching the cute girl sitting like a duck on the ground, rubbing her eyes while sobbing, Artorius couldn't help but feel a bit restless. He kept reminding himself that this girl only resembled his mother on the surface and wasn't truly her. She was simply Artoria from a parallel world, and their connection was non-existent. But a golden-haired beauty. Incredibly powerful. Though her personality was somewhat disappointing. Somehow, she was close to Mordred, maybe even more unreliable. If Artoria hadn't gone through Merlin's rigorous teaching and hadn't been burdened with the fate and responsibility of saving Britain, would she ultimately have grown into this kind of half-hearted, disappointing girl? Considering Mordred's personality, then looking at X. And thinking about Morgan. Could it be that this disappointing girl was supposed to be the true Artoria, the true woman of the Pendragon? Were Pendragon women supposed to be like this? With this idea in mind, Artorius crouched down and offered X a handkerchief as she continued to sob. Being treated so gently, X looked at Artorius with surprise in her eyes. The reason she cried was that she felt wronged. The reason for feeling wronged wasn't just because Artorius had been playing around with the Ainsburn maids in various ways, it was also due to the recent days of him neglecting her. Ever since they traveled through time to the late 20th century on Earth, Artorius had been immersed in the tender embrace of the Ainsburn maids. He changed their traditional conservative maid attire into cat-eared Gothic maid outfits, and so on. Meanwhile, he treated her, his mother, like air. Although their first meeting wasn't too pleasant, X also remembered and heard the sound of Artorius's nasal bone cracking when she crashed into him. But that wasn't entirely her fault, at least not entirely. Her hip also hurt. Even though her dun stallion too had smashed his palace, it was out of motherly love. In the end, it was Artorius who sought her help, and then she came to assist. Even the usual activity of hunting down sabers was halted. Though it might not be appropriate, who could blame her? Artorius was her most beloved son. But who would have thought that this unfilial son, Artorius, would show no interest in his most beloved mother? Every time she enthusiastically wanted to play with Artorius, he ignored her. Really, just thinking about it made her feel miserable. Today, he went even further, relentlessly bullying his own mother. He showed her that horrific and NSFW scene. If he were Mordred, that rebellious child, she would have brandished her secret caliber against him without hesitation long ago. But unfortunately, it was her most beloved son who did all this. So, X couldn't do anything and had no choice but to cry. Sniff, sniff. Enough already, you're so helpless. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The more she continued, the more he was disappointed with this self-proclaimed mother figure. In the end, Artorius resisted the urge to knock her on the head and instead opened his arms, embracing her. It's all right, it's all in the past now, don't be sad, okay? Even though X always acted foolishly and was somewhat disappointing if compared to his real mother, when Artorius saw X's face, which resembled his mother's, it melted his heart. Before becoming an admirer of Scathatch, he had been an admirer of Artoria above all else, even before his reincarnation. His love for Artoria intensified, especially after his birth in this chaotic world. She had raised him with love in her own unique way, from infancy until now. Without further ado, Artorius hugged X. Being held in Artorius's embrace, in his cute and attractive boy form, X looked at him with a helpless expression, and instantly, her attitude softened. Truly, he is my son, with such a cute and attractive appearance, it feels like anything he does can be forgiven. Speaking of which, X wasn't very experienced when it came to love or intimacy, so she didn't have many thoughts about that. But looking at Artorius, her normal teenage reactions that were suppressed by her own foolishness unconsciously surged up, causing her heart to beat faster. This is bad, what is this feeling? I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. With this thought in mind, X instinctively wanted to hug Artorius in various ways, but of course, she couldn't actually do it. Perhaps it was a 1 in a million chance. X somehow awakened Artorius' serious factor a bit. She put on a stern face and pretended to be serious as she said to Artorius. From now on, when I talk to you, you can't pretend not to hear me. Yeah, I know. Artorius replied indifferently. Also, you can't mess around with the maids from the Ainsburn anymore. I know. Artorius's attitude remained indifferent. It's just a matter of quantity over quality. After all, the maids only take about 5 minutes on average, so it doesn't really matter. He could finish the activity before X realized anything. Lastly, having made 2 conditions in one breath, the so-called Artorius serious factor in X's mind disappeared as Artorius gently knocked her head in the next moment. I want you to join me in defeating the evil saber and Artoria species. Ow. X said these words with her head held high. Even though Artorius knocked her on the head not too hard, she immediately switched to a teary-eyed state again. Author's note. Artorius as a servant possesses a noble phantasm called Legacy of Artoria, EX, which grants access to the complete arsenal of the Artorius. This includes but is not limited to various types of Rhongomyniad, Excalibur, and more. Chapter 117, Servant Universe. I want you to join me in defeating the evil saber and Artoria species. Ow. X said these words with her head held high. Even though Artorius knocked her on the head not too hard, she immediately switched to a teary-eyed state again. The once improving mother-son relationship took a nosedive yet again, all thanks to X's inflated ego. It was pretty obvious, right? Artorius didn't care about other sabers, but didn't his mother, Artoria, also one of the so-called Artoria species? Regardless of whether Artoria was his real mother or not, she was still a parental figure who raised him. Would he defeat his mother who raised him to please another self-proclaimed mother who came out of nowhere? Clearly, that's impossible. Besides, isn't it you who gives Artoria species the most trouble rather than the other way around? Artorius said, playfully jabbing X's temple with his fist. As he made this motion, he aged himself to almost 30 years old, transitioning from being held by X to holding her. During this process, his clothes grew along with his age. Nothing particularly exciting happened, such as torn clothes that would expose his majestic body and the like, as Artorius only wanted to teach her a lesson, not seduce her. Thus, their roles were reversed. Before, it was the big sister X holding the adorable Shota Artorius. Now, it was the dominant big brother embracing his mischievous little sister, employing a little head bump as punishment. Ah, ouch, it hurts. Artorius, stop. As X was being treated this way, she struggled desperately and pleaded loudly for mercy. At the same time, she held on to the fantasy that someone might hear her yells and come to her rescue. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. It wasn't because she didn't yell loudly enough. It was because, after confirming that the person tormenting X was the esteemed ancestor, everyone nonchalantly shifted their attention elsewhere, whistling casually. Even Iri, who was closest to X, saw her lying in Artorius's arms, with shorts and sneakers, her 2 white legs flailing, and her face all red from crying, but she simply turned and walked away without a word. Maybe Ilia would have a different response. Thinking of X as her best friend, perhaps she would assume that Artorius was bullying her and angrily shout, "Stop it, don't hit her," before rushing over to hit him with her little fists. But, unfortunately, Ilia was asleep right now. Kids tend to sleep soundly, and on top of that, Iri had set up a bounded field in her room to muffle the noise. So, all of X's potential reinforcements were gone. After yelling for a while, she could only resort to lightly tapping Artorius's arm, begging for mercy. But it was evident that Artorius didn't want to let her go so easily. Your species alone created a complete alphabet from A to Z. Is it fun to multiply yourself and run across various timelines like that? Hey, there aren't that many. Even if there's a big bunch running around, the true and final name is just X. That's me. X protested loudly after Artorius said that. Though she was clearly a comedy character, she unexpectedly held strong opinions on certain matters. Of course, after Artorius intensified the scolding, the crying and wailing of X grew even louder until she finally begged for mercy. Obviously, I will never lay a hand on Artoria species. After admonishing X, Artorius spoke without hesitation. In fact, the more Artoria species, the better. I will cherish them deeply. Just the thought of being surrounded by many Artoria of diverse personalities in the future, watching them vie for his attention and get jealous, made Artorius feel very pleased. From this point on, Artorius and X were destined to be natural enemies. However, at the same time, X seemed as though she had just discovered her child had gone astray and looked at Artorius with wide eyes, a look of disbelief on her face. What? You're saying you want to cherish Artoria species? You kid, do you even know what you're talking about? She said to Artorius with disbelief, they are like cockroaches, reproducing at a terrifying rate. If you encounter one, you can expect at least 8 more lurking nearby. Seemingly oblivious to the fact that she had insulted herself too, she continued, anyway, I will absolutely not give up. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Before she could finish her words, Artorius punished X once again, causing her to cry and kick her legs in frustration. She continued to do so until she was completely exhausted, and then, with a face of despair and happiness, she collapsed into his embrace. Why are there so many Artorius across the multiverse, as long as I'm the only? Mumbling such words, X fell into a deep sleep. What a silly mother. Artorius shook his head in frustration. Talking about Artoria species being the cancer of the universe and all that. Nah, maybe this servant universe is just stuck with this kind of idiotic setting. Do I really need to worry about Artoria species invading after I conquer this world? He forcibly pushed away that absurd thought. However, his curiosity about the servant universe was now accompanied by some concerns. In the original FGO game, the servant universe was mostly for comedic purposes. It seemed like it didn't require much thought. But if one delved into it, one would realize how powerful those universes' servants were. In the background setting, there were descriptions like, one person destroying an entire planet, everywhere so casually. For someone like X, a comedic mother who could break through space barriers with her spaceship and then cause havoc to Artorius' world, it wasn't a problem. But if it were someone else, someone evil and troublesome from that universe, it would probably be as significant as the destruction of human history or human order incineration. In the first place, why did she suddenly appear? Did she hear my nonsense prayer? I was just joking and said that casually about before. What's more, she also regards me as her son. My head hurts with all this bullshit. Whatever, I'm just here for a vacation. After all those tiring wars and empire building, I don't want to think this complicated thing. And my plan has just begun. I haven't even unified all the continents on this tiny little sphere, and now I have to shoulder galactic-level opponents. Isn't that too much of a stretch? Looking at X sleeping sweetly in his bed, Artorius couldn't help but sigh. I'm the only saber in the whole world. I'll kill all sabers in Artoria species. In her dreams, X spoke such dreadful words, making Artorius feel heavy-hearted. Is it true that beneath the surface of comedy lies a dark and terrifying reality? Like a dark joke. And then, Artorius will belong to me alone, hee. Retracting his previous thoughts. X was indeed just a comedy character. The great dragon emperor Artorius rubbed his forehead and felt like he must have been drunk or gone crazy. He stood up and roughly threw X onto his bed. X loved cuddling with anything in her sleep. Without Artorius in her embrace anymore, her breathing difficulties started giving her nightmares, causing her to emit pleading groans. The maids of the Einsburn quickly misunderstood, thinking she was engaged in some wild activity. Perhaps she was dreaming of her beloved son being taken away by other Artoria species, causing her frustration and rage. Regardless, Artorius had no desire to bother with her any longer. He wanted all the information about the servant universe, especially its technology, and of course, X. In short, he wanted everything. But for now, he needed to settle his mind and make her so-called comediness less prominent. With this thought in mind, Artorius made his way to the room of his justice-obsessed partner. Master, it's time for us to have a serious conversation. Chapter 118, Trust of Master and Servant. A few minutes later, after handling X sniper rifles, automatic rifles, submachine guns, various types of grenades, Kevlar bulletproof jackets. I see. I'm starting to get why they called you the Mage Killer. In Kiritsugu's room, Artorius grinned and commented while watching his justice-obsessed partner busily organizing his weapons and equipment. Sitting across from Artorius, Kiritsugu, after bowing in respect, fell into silence and didn't say a word. He wore an expression that seemed lost as if he hadn't quite grasped Artorius's words. If Jubstachite were here at this moment, perhaps he would have a better understanding. Having experienced one Holy Grail war and witnessed other servants, he would undoubtedly be amazed by Artorius's vast knowledge. Although the Holy Grail system provided servants with modern knowledge, it only taught them what these things are and how to use them, without explaining the underlying principles. It was a case of knowing the result but not the reason or process. Just like in the original story where Artoria once said, "I'm good at riding, so I can drive." Which amused IRI. It felt similar to the African tribal uncle with an automatic rifle. They knew what a gun was and how to use it, but they treated it more as a mysterious artifact than a mechanical creation. They believed that the accuracy of firearms depended more on prayers and beliefs than aiming and training. Artorius was different. He genuinely knew about these things and knew how to use them, even understanding the underlying principles. His way of thinking was not ancient, it was modern. That was the biggest difference between him and the other participating servants. At the same time, it was a small flaw deliberately shown by Artorius to test Kiritsugu. He was testing whether this future counter-force guardian was reliable. Despite being somewhat lacking in spiritual and mental aspects, Kiritsugu was at least commendable and somewhat competent. Expanding the intelligence network controlled by the Einsburn while on vacation seemed like a good idea. However, Kiritsugu. So, are you ready to go to Fuyuki City and win the Holy Grail War? Kiritsugu. What's your plan? What tactics will you use? And the intelligence gathering? Kiritsugu. Artorius asked several questions in succession, bringing up several topics. However, the Mage Killer only lowered his head, silently resisting and protesting. This made Artorius furrow his brow. Kiritsugu. Seeing the scene unfold, IRI, who was by their side, opened her mouth, intending to say something to ease the tension. But before that. Your Majesty. Kiritsugu finally spoke up. Before that, may I ask you a question? Kiritsugu. IRI was confused. Of course, you can. Although Artorius's opinion of this man had diminished, he maintained a smile on his face. You're the son-in-law of the Einsburn family, and IRI is like my child. Just like her, you can call me ancestor. Although Artorius had a gentle smile and sincere eyes, Kiritsugu still felt that the guy across from him was taking advantage of him. Even though you are a figure from 15 centuries ago, it doesn't mean you've truly lived for 1500 years. As a servant, you only represent one aspect of the heroic spirit. The way you're reacting now should reflect how the Dragon Emperor was when he was around 20. However. Yes, Lord Ancestor. After contemplating, in the end, Kiritsugu gave in. My question is simple, what wish do you want to fulfill with the Holy Grail? Every servant summoned by the Holy Grail had a wish they wanted to realize. At least that was the case with most servants. This was what Kiritsugu wanted to know. He hoped to use this to investigate the true potential of this trump card of trump cards in his hand. Whether he could be trusted and used. As for Artorius's initial claim of, I'm here on vacation, and the decadent lifestyle he led in the Einsburn castle, Kiritsugu saw it as a facade. He knew better. Though he hadn't even finished middle school, he still took the time to study the Pendragon dynasty history thoroughly in preparation for summoning the King of Knights. From the first head and starting point of the Pendragon dynasty, Old King Uther, until the current Earth Federation's nominal head, Artorius LXXV. This meticulous and serious mage killer had studied them all. T/N, LXXV in Roman numerals means 75. Among them, the most significant figure was the first emperor of the empire, Artorius I. In history, he was renowned for his diligent governance and love for the people. He reviewed over 3 million letters and documents every day, worked for more than 18 hours each day, and persisted until he was 120 years old. Such a hard-working and dedicated individual was hard to compare with the current lecherous brat who seemed to have sunk into a pool of cosmetics. He bore some resemblance to Artorius XXXVII or Artorius XLIV, those debauched and indulgent rulers. T/N, 37 and 44. Could it be a summoning error, and I ended up summoning one of those two? But that doesn't seem right. This servant's strength and characteristics make it unlikely for him to be an incompetent ruler, right? Little did Kiritsugu know that from Artorius II to Artorius LXXV, they were all just disguised puppets of the figure before him. Despite his initial impression and ingrained prejudices, he couldn't help but wonder if his preconceived notions were indeed accurate. With earnest curiosity, Kiritsugu gazed at Artorius, awaiting his response. The mutual trust and cooperation between a servant and master are crucial. Artorius thought to himself. He originally believed Kiritsugu could get along better with him than with Artoria in the original story of Fate/Zero, but it seemed that the situation was even worse. It seems I won't put your mind at ease unless I clarify things a bit, Kiritsugu. Artorius spoke with ease. I need the Holy Grail to achieve a certain goal for the Empire. As he said that, a chilling light flickered in Artorius's eyes like frost. As for what it specifically entails, you'll naturally be informed once your confidentiality clearance reaches the level of a governor. Is this enough to put your mind at ease, Kiritsugu? Chapter 119, Power of the Modern Empire, I. A bonus chapter for every 1k power stones, thanks for the support. It seems I won't put your mind at ease unless I clarify things a bit, Kiritsugu. Artorius spoke with ease. I need the Holy Grail to achieve a certain goal for the Empire. As he said that, a chilling light flickered in Artorius's eyes like frost. As for what it specifically entails, you'll naturally be informed once your confidentiality clearance reaches the level of a governor. Is this enough to put your mind at ease, Kiritsugu? Exclamation point. As Artorius spoke, Kiritsugu's heart rate suddenly accelerated by 2 beats. He felt like he had just stumbled upon a deadly secret. He even felt a twinge of regret. The Empire's goal. Is he talking about the goal from his era, or is he referring to the current Empire? Could it be that I'm involved in some plot on the Empire's level? Is this Emperor connected to the present Empire as well? That's not easy to deny, considering the Einsburns' loyalty and fanaticism towards this Emperor. It doesn't seem difficult for him to appear and make the entire world submit to him. If that's the case, will I become a threat and need to be silenced? Though he was an ally of justice, a mercenary akin to a demon of slaughter, and a famous mage killer, Kiritsugu knew that he wouldn't stand a chance against the might of the government, especially when dealing with colossal entities like the Earth Federation or the so-called World Empire. He possessed an RPG, but they had F-55 sky fighters. And as someone who worked on the mystery side and was involved in various matters, he knew much more. To the outside world, the F-55 sky fighters, the 2-million-ton floating island fortress, and the 300-ton class land destroyers constituted the pinnacle of the Empire's armaments. But, as the famous mage killer, Kiritsugu knew the might that the Empire concealed beneath the surface far surpassed these surface armaments, which were constantly berated by the opposition as wasting taxpayers' money, like frogs croaking. The crucial difference lay in one side's use of mystery, while the other did not. The combination of science and magecraft produced unparalleled results. Kiritsugu understood this all too well. Compared to the Empire's terror, violence, military might, and armaments, his own abilities seemed minuscule, like insects or trash, entirely insignificant. In his previous encounters with the Empire during missions, the results were far from ideal. The most memorable one was a battle on the snowy plains of Canada. The Empire's internal security forces, known as the Final Brigade, launched an attack on the remnants of the dead apostles. Kiritsugu got involved unwittingly. Their actions were not directed at him specifically, they were just collateral damage. But it left him with a sense of despair, a feeling of being utterly powerless. Fighter jets in the sky, swarms of unmanned drones, and orbital strike devices. On the ground, Imperial soldiers donning the 4th-generation Frost Silver exoskeletons, the 6th-generation Knights of the Round Table anti-gravity infantry vehicles, and the 7th-generation Radiant anti-gravity main battle tanks. Supporting all of those were the Dragon Emperor control systems, the Eternal Guardian monitoring systems, and the pervasive electronic and spiritron networks covering the battlefield. It was an all-encompassing, three-dimensional system perfectly blending science and magecraft. Under the combined attacks of this entire system, even the dead apostles, some of whom were as powerful as the ancestors, were massacred, crushed, and overwhelmed like innocent lambs. Their arrogant pride, believing themselves superior to humans, was crushed into dust by cold metal and searing spiritron. All the terrifying abilities they thought could dominate everything, their undying power, their dreadfully powerful magecraft, magic swords, or beasts, everything vanished under the might of the Empire's military system. In the end, only a handful of mentally broken dead apostles were captured. Waiting for them were lives as experimental subjects in Empire laboratories, a life without seeing daylight, and an end after being squeezed of all value. At that time, Kiritsugu had lost all hope. It wasn't something humans could fight against. Not even one mage killer, let alone a million mage killers, would be of any use. Yet, against all odds, he managed to survive. What kept him alive wasn't his abilities, strength, intelligence, or Origin Bullet's power. It was the Empire's control system's ability to recognize friends from foes. The soldiers, knights, and fighter jets of the Empire simply ignored him. The Empire's firepower was intense, yet not a single bullet hit him. All the weapons, armies, and tanks passed through him as if he were a rock, a wisp of air, or simply nothing. The mage killer had his life spared. After that incident, he avoided any tasks related to the Empire, until today, when Artorius's words reminded him of the humiliation of being dominated by the nation's machinery and the fear of being subjugated by unparalleled violence. So, let's get along well, master. After saying these words, Artorius smiled, patted him on the shoulder, and then turned and left. Deep breath. After Artorius left, Kiritsugu took a deep breath. His mind was spinning, his body felt weak, and he almost fell to the ground. Kiritsugu. Noticing that her husband was not well, Iri hurriedly stepped forward and reached out to support him. Are you all right? No, it's nothing. Kiritsugu forced a very faint smile. I'm just a little tired. At the same time, Artorius pushed open Ilya's bedroom door. Though as a young lady of the Einsburn family, Ilya's room was guarded by maids, with various security measures in place, none of these security measures would be used on Artorius, no matter what. The maid on duty blushed slightly upon seeing Artorius and then bowed, making way for him. I remember you. Artorius did stop and said, Sela. Why yes, your majesty. The maid stuttered, being acknowledged by Artorius with her name seemed like quite an honor. Though it didn't compare to being held by him. Nonetheless, after hesitating for a moment, she continued, Your Majesty, that Miss Ilya has already gone to bed, so, of course, I'm not trying to stop you, but I just wanted to inquire so that I could better serve you. Ha. Seeing the somewhat flustered explanation from the maid, Artorius chuckled merrily and reassured her, Don't worry, I won't do anything to Ilya. After all, she's like my own child. As he spoke, Artorius walked into the bedroom, approaching Ilya's small bed and gazing at the adorable sleeping girl. Long eyelashes, even breathing, and a bit of baby fat on her face, none of these things were of great importance. Even the highest-level magic circuits in Artorius's eyes hardly hold up any significance compared to the magical energy she possessed. Einsburn, the pinnacle of homunculus technology. Artorius let out a sigh and said to himself as he gazed at the sleeping Ilya. Technology has progressed to this level. Chapter 120, Power of the Modern Empire, 2. Einsburn, the pinnacle of homunculus technology. Artorius let out a sigh and said to himself as he gazed at the sleeping Ilya. Technology has progressed to this level. Artorius looked at the sleeping Ilya with a tender gaze. Sitting by her bedside, he held her hand. Truly, she was like his own flesh and blood. Closer than any of the maids here, it felt akin to the affection he had for Iri, like a level of closeness one has with a daughter. Indeed, we used homunculus technology. However, it has undergone significant improvements and enhancements. As he caressed Ilya's soft little hand, Artorius thought to himself. A perfect holy grail, huh? Not like the one in the original story, but even more perfect, with advanced technology. If used purely for magecraft, he could easily earn a top position in the Mages Association, of course, referring to the one from the original story, and most likely, he would get a ceiling designation. In my timeline, after 1500 years of development, how different is the world? How far have we come in preparing for the counter-forces resistance? What mysteries, magecraft, and technology have developed in this time? And how have I spent these 1500 years? Artorius was very curious. Though he had always told himself that he was here on vacation and didn't belong to this era, that he would return home after the Holy Grail War, celebrating with Morgan, Vivian, and Mordred, and, if he could work harder, have Scathatch and Artoria join in, that would be even better. But he couldn't help but feel extremely curious. Unlike the summoned heroic spirits, who seek historical records of themselves in libraries and other sources after being summoned, Artorius was torn between delving into his curiosity or leaving it be. The only things that made him happy were few. First, the dynasty he founded continues to this day. Even though during the time of Artorius LXX, he had gracefully relinquished power to follow the trend of the times and established a constitutional monarchy. T/N, Artorius 70th. Yet, in reality, he still wielded immense power and economic influence. Not to mention, on the mystery side, he was likely still the Dragon Emperor with the ability to command winds and rains. Secondly, at this point in time in this world, he couldn't sense the presence of himself. Artorius had read the news and had seen his supposed descendants, the 75th in line, who was theoretically his heir but in reality nothing more than a puppet created through the third magic. Is my existence unique in the timeline? Did the other, me, hide away and refuse to meet myself? Or perhaps, something went wrong with this version of myself in this timeline. In any case, not having to deal with the awkwardness of meeting another version of himself made Artorius feel somewhat relieved. Having a group of Artoria surrounding him was one thing, but having a group of himself surrounding him was an entirely different matter. In this regard, Artorius felt a bit biased and hypocritical. Realizing this, he felt a bit sorry for X. If another version of himself appeared before him, he would likely want to defeat them as well. It was only human nature. Due to these concerns, Artorius didn't make a big fuss about collecting information and history from this time period. Instead, he tried to find out indirectly and casually. For example, the condition of Ilia, IRI, and the Einsburn. As a branch family of the Pendragon, the Einsburn held considerable prestige and reputation in Germany and even across Western Europe. They were not like the reclusive mage family portrayed in the original story. Based on their technology, magecraft, and military capabilities, Artorius could make a rough estimate of his doubts. His conclusion was, they should be doing well. At least they haven't failed and are still advancing. So, they should be fine. Feeling slightly relieved, he shifted his mindset from worry to leisure. He intended to let go of Ilia's hand and find some amusement. That maid guarding the door, named Sella, was quite cute. She would do. With such thoughts in mind, Artorius let go of Ilia's hand, only to quickly grab Sella's. Your Majesty, this isn't quite appropriate. What's wrong with it? At least change the location. If Miss Ilia sees this, then... Don't worry, Ilia is sleeping soundly, so... MMHH. Oh. For several minutes, the energetic homunculus maid polished the Dragon Emperor's mighty spear, which consumed a great deal of her strength. Afterward, Sella picked up her dress, gazing with resentment at the departing figure of her ancestor, who was already humming a tune so casually. At the same time, she noticed a sound behind her. Startled, she immediately turned around and found Ilia still with her eyes closed. Still concerned, she cautiously approached and confirmed that Ilia was still asleep, which relieved her. As she walked towards the adjacent bathroom, Sella muttered to herself, that was close. As Ilia's personal caretaker, she had her own small bed in Ilia's room and the privilege to use the bathroom there. Thankfully, that was the case because after Ilia woke up, she only smelled the refreshing scent of bath products and shampoo from Sella, along with a hint of air freshener in the room. As for Sella's outfit, there was no change whatsoever. It was a standard maid outfit, not as conservative as in the original story, nor as edgy as the Gothic style. As a young child, Ilia didn't dwell too much on these matters. She rubbed her eyes and greeted Sella with a sleepy tone before the maid took her to freshen up. Later on, Ilia was led groggily to the dining table. The Einsburn family's breakfast table was livelier than usual due to the presence of the summoned servants. Good morning, Lord Ancestor, Big Sister X, good morning, Mom, Dad, Liesrit. As Ilia greeted everyone politely, X was busy eating. Her appetite was as expected as one of Artoria species, with practically no limits. At the same time, Artorius looked at X with a helpless gaze, much like one would look at their childish little sister, even though she kept insisting that she was his mother. Addressed as Mom and Dad by Ilia were obviously referring to Iri and Kiritsugu. The former gazed at X with warmth, while the latter still had the appearance of a man holding a grudge. Only when Ilia entered the room did he manage to force a smile. Chapter 121, Trip to Japan. At the same time, Artorius looked at X with a helpless gaze, much like one would look at their childish little sister, even though she kept insisting that she was his mother. Addressed as Mom and Dad by Ilia were obviously referring to Iri and Kiritsugu. The former gazed at X with warmth, while the latter still had the appearance of a man holding a grudge. Only when Ilia entered the room did he manage to force a smile. Get the plane ready. Having arrived slightly ahead of Iri to hand a napkin to X to wipe the corners of her mouth, Artorius calmly gave instructions. It's about time we head to Japan. So soon. Iri seemed slightly surprised and a little nervous. For the Holy Grail War, we still need some time to prepare. First, let's meet the masters there. Artorius's tone remained relaxed. Then we can take a little detour. Kyoto, Mount Fuji, Hot Spring Hotel, and all that. Isn't that nice? IRI, you've never been outside the castle since you were born, have you? So, let's make it a family trip. We'll need about 5 planes for that. IRI widened her eyes in disbelief. 5 planes. Yes. Artorius continued, 5 should do. IRI remained silent for a moment, showing a puzzled expression. On the other hand, Kiritsugu, being quicker to grasp Artorius's intentions, had already understood. He wanted to bring all of the Einsburn's homunculi, or at least those associated with him, to Japan. That's impossible. With this realization, Kiritsugu vehemently opposed. Fuyuki will soon become a battlefield. You. Who said I'm going to Fuyuki? Artorius frowned, interrupting Kiritsugu's words. What tourist attractions does Fuyuki have? Kiritsugu. I want to go to Tokyo, Kyoto, or any place where we can have fun. What are you saying, Kiritsugu? Have you forgotten that I came here just for a vacation? Kiritsugu was on the verge of losing his temper. Yesterday, Artorius had mentioned carrying a significant secret and bearing a certain goal of the empire. Yet today, he changed his tune. It's just that Kiritsugu couldn't beat him. Otherwise. Do you have any objections, Kiritsugu? No. Though, in reality, Kiritsugu's smile became even more bitter. What's so special about Japan? At the same time, X, who was struggling to swallow a large piece of meat, looked up at Artorius with a curious expression. Next to her, Ilya looked at X with astonishment, then glanced down at the tiny piece of beef on her own fork. Then she looked up again. The piece of meat X just swallowed seemed about 20 times larger than what was on her fork. How did X manage to do that? It was like a cartoon special effect. Of course, Artorius knew what X meant by that question. It wasn't about the scenery or any cultural or natural landmarks in Japan. Nor was she asking about the best place to have fun. She was simply asking him about the delicious food there. Although not at the very top, Japanese cuisine has its own unique qualities. Artorius calmly explained. Various seafood and meats with a preference for subtle flavors. They have also adopted and modified some foreign dishes like curry rice, fried rice, sukiyaki, and others. After explaining, Artorius flashed a gentle smile and gave X gentle head pats. As he continued to head patting X, her ahogue wiggled happily, much like a dog's wagging tail. She gleefully gulped down saliva, lost in a daydream of savoring a Japanese cuisine feast, her eyes sparkling with delight. It's really great that every Artoria is all glutton. Artorius said in his mind as he watched the childish face of X. Meanwhile, Kiritsugu felt an unexplained irritation and reached for a cigarette. However, he remembered where he was and resisted the urge. And so, the entire Einsburn family decided to embark on a trip to Japan. With only a few staff members remaining behind, all male, the rest of the Einsburn quickly arranged their flights with the airlines. They excitedly gathered around the great emperor to head to Berlin. Their flight was scheduled to depart from Berlin Airport, with a layover in Hebei province before finally landing at Tokyo International Airport. For the Einsburn, accomplishing such a task was straightforward. Financially, they lacked nothing, thanks to the Das Rheingold, a magical treasure in their possession. They could afford anything, even an aircraft carrier, provided someone was willing to offer it to them. Serving the ancestors was a matter of propriety and thoughtfulness. However, the number of planes procured differed from Artorius's original plans. The latest model, a giant airplane with a takeoff weight of 10,000 tons, was urgently purchased. This airplane, featuring 3 levels of cabins, a swimming pool, an entertainment room, and an ultra-large soft bed, a new private plane that became Artorius's newest toy. It allowed him to chat with the Einsburn women and bond with them while overlooking the sea of clouds at an altitude of 5 kilometers. Even Artorius had to admit that Jubstachite had done a good job. Back in the days of Camelot, Artorius had encountered many things. However, he had never come across a toy like this. Technological advancements are truly remarkable, as they have the power to transform the way humans live. As a result, everyone, except for a certain someone who remained confined in the smoking room, was in high spirits. X and Ilya leaned against the window, exclaiming in admiration at the blue skies and white clouds below. IRI looked at them with a gentle smile. The rest of the Einsburn maids took turns attending to the Emperor's sleeping quarters, with the automated airplane flying smoothly all the way to Tokyo, filled with laughter and joy. Chapter 122, Mission. Meanwhile, as Artorius and his group were on the way to Tokyo. In the city of Orleans, it was located beneath the city, but it did not exist in the surface world. Instead, it was an island that had been established as a secret realm. This place, designated to imitate Avalon and an essential base for the Empire's mystery affairs, featured a floating apple-shaped island within the reverse side of the world. In the heart of this island stood a vast expanse of Gothic architecture, combining elements of both classical and modern, machinery and magical, spanning 3 million square kilometers. Here, over 15 million beings pledged allegiance to His Majesty, the Holy and the Great Emperor Artorius I, the First, including humans, fairies, dragons, other phantasmal species, and beings known as servants. Furthermore, the island housed the Imperial Illuminati Council Hall, 52 Imperial Research Institutions, and an organization known as the Imperial Mystery Bureau. This bureau's building was designed like two intersecting long swords, symbolizing the Sword of Promised Victory, Excalibur, and the Imperial Sword of Frost Emperor, Clarent. Such structures with strong political and even religious significance, displaying similarities to this design, could be found across the world due to the Empire's high favor towards these two swords. 10:30 in the morning. The artificial sun's rays shine through the glass windows, casting light into the bureau building. In the office room of the head of the intelligence department, there sits a man dressed in black military attire. This man had assumed many identities over the years, living through numerous centuries and accomplishing countless extraordinary deeds. He was an exceptionally legendary figure in the history of the Empire. Frankly speaking, if he were to perish right at this moment, he would undoubtedly be qualified to contend for the class of assassin, provided he consented to join the throne of heroes. According to the historical records of the observable world, this man passed away in the year 557 AD. However, that was merely a deception used to maintain the integrity of proper human history. Apart from his hair, every other part of the man's body remained young and active to this day. He had dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the Pendragon dynasty's dominance, the Empire, and above all, for the sake of humanity until he lost his hair. Due to his capabilities and loyalty, he naturally held the position of the head intelligence officer of the Empire, overseeing a total of 4 intelligence organizations. This included the Intelligence Department, which belonged to the Imperial Mystery Bureau. At first glance, this department seemed quite ordinary, just a department within a larger organization. However, one could not judge it merely on its surface. The one who once led the Military Operations Department could attest to how troublesome this organization could be. The personnel recruited here were the cream of the crop, the elites among the elites, the finest of the Empire's army. With substantial funding, top-notch resources, and equipment, their combat prowess was exceptionally formidable. Compared to the ceiling designation enforcers of a certain mages association on a particular timeline, the difference was as vast as that between heaven and earth. It might even be greater. Moreover, due to the direct name of this organization, countless heroes and brave souls from the reverse side met their ends over the 800 years since its establishment. It always started like this. Who the heck are you? Who do you think you are, acting all high and mighty here as a mere department head? Even if the Dragon Emperor himself comes, I'd only give him 3 points of respect, just pretending, and yet you dare to act all cool in front of me. I could easily chop you to pieces. That was the basic logic, acting like typical Chinese young masters. Afterward, lawless fanatics, mainly dead apostles and rogue mages, experienced the weight of justice's hammer. The ugly men and women died on the spot, while the good-looking ones were captured, their fate determined by the Dragon Emperor's wishes. This legendary figure of the intelligence organization, known as the Second Man of the Empire, had been involved in such affairs not just once or twice. Out of 10 missions, 8 were enough to satisfy the Dragon Emperor. However, this time, this mission wasn't about beating up weak rogue mages and dead apostles who could barely put up a fight. It wasn't even about dealing with beasts known as humanity's enemies or extinction threats from alien beings within the Earth's atmosphere. It was to fulfill the Emperor's pleasure and vacation desires. Always causing trouble, muttered the man as he closed the latest report on the Holy Grail War displayed on his screen. Yes, His Majesty did mention it. He murmured to himself, not long after defeating the fake Emperor Lucius, a drifter phenomenon occurred. It made him join the 4th Holy Grail War as a servant. Amid his contemplation, the Spiritron device next to his office desk chimed with a sweet electronic tone, indicating an incoming message. An electronic voice from the device reminded him, the person you summoned, a member of the Imperial Mystery Guards, Major Bazette Fragamicrimitz, is waiting outside the door. Let her in. The man nodded and issued the command. Yes, sir. Soon, the automatic door of the office opened, revealing a young major with wine-red short hair, a crisp military uniform with shining epaulets, and perfectly groomed hair. At the age of 23, she was a promising elite of the Empire. Stepping into the office, she tapped her both heels together and saluted the men, saying, Major Bazette reporting to you, sir. Mm. The men replied expressionlessly and continued, Major Bazette, I've reviewed your resume. Even among the elite of the intelligence department, you are one of the best. Thank you for your praise, sir. With her hand covered in white gloves placed behind her back, she stood straight in her military uniform, without hesitation in her response. Currently, the Empire has a challenging task for you. The men activated the switch, and a holographic display screen appeared in front of Bazette, showing a photo of Artorius. Who is this? Though she had never seen Artorius, his distinctive appearance was undeniable, the best proof of his identity even in this world. Artorius's features were more telling than the Habsburg jawline about his true identity. A royalty. Yes. The men replied with a tranquil expression. Regarding this, you need not concern yourself too much. Just know that he is your target for the upcoming mission. You are to closely monitor his activities for the foreseeable future, regardless of the circumstances. Monitor and protect His Highness Pendragon. Understood, sir. Protect? Not quite. As Bazette stood tall, trying to express her determination to face any danger to ensure the safety of her target, the man shook his head, a smirk forming on his lips, more pleased than sarcastic. From that expression, it was evident that spending time with the Emperor had rubbed off on the man in more ways than one. What you are tasked with is to satisfy his every wish and happiness at any cost. Sir, I'm a little confused. Confused. Seeing the bewildered expression on Bazette's face, the man maintained his pleasant smile. Let me be more direct then. Major Bazette, your mission is to. Chapter 123, The Blessing and Curses of Immortality. Watching the figure storm away in anger, yet unable to unleash her own frustration, the man continued to wear a smile. With a snap of his fingers, a fully autonomous spiritron network served up a cup of coffee. It was an impossibly concentrated brew, less of a coffee beverage and more of a semi-solid, viscous substance. It was loaded with excessive coffee grounds and excessive sugar, followed by a generous dollop of butter and cream. After taking a sip, a strong blend of sweetness and the unique bitterness of coffee surged into his brain, prompting a satisfied ah. It had been 15 centuries. He, Agravain, had lived for 15 centuries in a human body. In the face of time, even steel would rust. Those once his comrade, the Knights of the Round Table, were now but a few remnants. Some perished on battlefields akin to hell, sacrificing themselves for humanity's future. Others fared even worse, with their spirits and souls pushed to their limits. For 15 centuries, it meant nothing to phantasmal species, nor to the other supernatural species. However, for humans, it was an undeniably prolonged journey. Youth, it's truly a blessing. Continuing to observe Bazette, who left with a sulking demeanor, he genuinely sighed. The fallen warriors, the Knights of the Round Table driven to their limits, would return to the throne of empire, where they would be cleansed, nurtured, and repaired until they were fully restored before being reincarnated into new bodies to continue fighting for the empire. Yet, for safety and for their own well-being, the process of nurturing their souls also involved stripping away their memories. The newly born infants were like blank slates, seen not as reborn but as reincarnated. Unless absolutely necessary, Agravain didn't want to resort to such means. 15 centuries had burdened him with infinite responsibilities and unending karma. Yet, it had also granted him countless beautiful and tender memories that were hard to let go of. His loyalty to the empire. His fanaticism towards the emperor. The camaraderie among his subordinates and colleagues. The intense hatred and enmity toward his enemies. The anticipation and concern for humanity's future, and even love. Yes, even someone like him had experienced love. Not just once, but more than once. It's just that none of those stories ended well. His first wife was an ordinary-looking but exceptionally gentle woman. Initially assigned by the empire to take care of his daily life, she eventually became his partner, his wife. For Agravain, those were the most heartwarming and blissful days. Every day, he returned home exhausted, only to be healed by her tenderness and kindness. She passed away at the age of 230. Prior to that, she had already fallen into madness due to the increasing mental strain she couldn't endure. Even worse, Agravain, who was busy with work, hadn't noticed her condition at all. She had endured it all silently. Even until her death, during those brief moments of sanity, she apologized to him tearfully. She believed she was responsible for Agravain. What would you do without me, Agravain? Thinking of this, Agravain clenched his fists. In the end, he proved much stronger than she thought. The day after a funeral, he returned to his post at work. All those who made outstanding contributions to the empire and humanity would have their souls retrieved by the throne of empire. They would receive a brand new, superior body, and more beautiful life as if they had secured an excellent seat in the cycle of reincarnation. Of course, this system was not without flaws. The biggest ethical and moral issue arose when it came to how their loved ones from their previous life should be treated in the next. The empire's approach was management. All records would be sealed and periodically destroyed. The officials responsible for the reincarnation process would undergo regular brainwashing to forget it all. In theory, no one, not even the emperor himself, could inquire about or be aware of these matters. But this couldn't deter the empire's most exceptional intelligence officer. Agravain found a loophole and discovered information about his wife's reincarnation. This privilege, knowing her fate, helped him endure 10 unbearable months. And after that, he waited for 2 more years until he chanced upon her again. Naturally, the child didn't remember him at all. Under the protection of her parents, she grew up happily, enjoying the bliss that a human child should. Basking in the sunlight, Agravain watched for a while before decisively turning away. Behind him, he faintly heard the children's conversation. Her playmates, kids of similar age, watched him with fear, caution, and worry, advising her not to approach or look at that adult. "Don't provoke that man, he'll take you away." Oh. Despite subconsciously feeling curious, sad, and warm, the child eventually heeded her playmates' advice and returned to the game. Perhaps tonight, she would have a hazy and vague dream. Perhaps by tomorrow, she would forget all about this. Either way, there was no longer a direct and close connection between her and him. "That's human nature, Sir Agravain. I can understand and forgive you, but only this once," the Emperor said with a tone that was somewhat resigned yet unwavering when he learned about the matter, admonishing the Iron Knight. He didn't disappoint the Emperor either. Just like his second love story. Unlike the first one, which was plain and prolonged, the second love story was quite thrilling and interesting from an ordinary person's perspective. Firstly, the woman wasn't a human. She was a vampire, or more precisely, a dead apostle. Although her appearance was far more beautiful than that of an ordinary woman, Agravain could never fall in love with such an inhuman creature, not unless he went insane. Just like how he still considered Artorius' affair with Morgan a stain in the endless glory of the Dragon Emperor. The story begins with a small segment of the long war between the Empire and the vampires. At that time, the Empire's strength wasn't as formidable as it is now. However, thanks to the help of the counter-force, the power of the vampires was even stronger than it was in the original history. Even though the Dragon Emperor was by no means inferior to the King of the Moon, Crimson Moon, in terms of top-tier combat power, the Empire's overall strength was slightly inferior to the enhanced vampires. The Empire was slightly at a disadvantage in the ongoing wars. Every victory came with an extraordinary level of difficulty. Even if they managed to kill all those vampires, it wouldn't take long for the dead, like a malignant disease, to replenish their numbers. The war seemed endless. T/N, the dead apostles' familiars. The arrogant vampire Duchess was Agravain's old nemesis. Like all archenemies, they had countless clashes, battles, and life-and-death struggles, and through these battles, they developed peculiar emotions. Love. The vampire Duchess fell in love with Agravain, wanting to make him her partner. After the Iron Knight refused her outright, she settled for a compromise, asking him to run away with her and leave the war behind. Agravain felt astonished and skeptical. After all, he was never the kind of popular man that got pursued by a woman. "I'm tired," the Duchess said wearily. "I'm tired of everything, the war, the madness, and the corruption of the vampires. I just want to leave this place now. Go somewhere where no one can find us and live a peaceful life. Don't you feel the same, Agravain? Aren't you tired of your emperor, your empire, their boundless ambition and desire?" "Of course not." Agravain sneered in his mind, knowing that the corrupted vampire could never understand the loyalty of a knight. But on the surface, he pretended to be conflicted, drawing the vampire closer. Several months later, Agravain used this emotion to his advantage. He set up a trap and captured the Duchess. Ignoring her shocked and sorrowful eyes, he imprisoned her, interrogated her, tortured her. He used magecraft and drugs to tame and turn her into his spy. Then, he sent her back to the vampire's side as his spy. With insider information and intelligence, the Empire achieved several victories, which pleased Agravain. Until her identity as a spy was exposed. What happened next was as expected. The last words of the Duchess were, "I never betrayed you." She looked at Agravain expectantly until he nodded and replied, "I know." Only then did she take her final breath. For the next 600 years, Agravain drowned himself in work. He encountered wonderful women along the way, but his heart remained unmoved. The immortality bestowed upon us by His Majesty is both a blessing and a curse, a reward and a punishment, and more importantly, a trial. Thinking this, Agravain opened his eyes again. With the assistance of his self-customized mystic code called Will of Steel, his strength, stamina, and willpower were restored to their peak. "I must continue to work. Purging the empire of internal pests, crushing enemies and competitors, and most importantly, engaging in seemingly hopeless battles against enemies from higher dimensions and greater power. There's an endless amount of work for the Empire's Iron Knight. There's no time to dwell on lost love." At the same time, Artorius' airplane came to a steady stop on the tarmac of Tokyo International Airport. As he stepped down from it, he looked around and couldn't help but marvel. After all, it was an international metropolis, with futuristic skyscrapers soaring hundreds of meters high, three-dimensional overpasses in all directions, massive neon-lit billboards, and well-planned streets bustling with pedestrians. All of it brought a strong sense of excitement to the women who had never left the Einsburn castle since birth. Ah! Ilya. Miss Ilya. Just like any energetic child, Ilya, who had been drowsy on the plane just moments ago, now happily ran forward on the vast and spacious tarmac. Turning back to the worried Sela, she called out, "Come chase me, Sela," in a playful invitation. Due to various reasons, the maid's energy and stamina were significantly lower than Ilya's. Therefore, they could only rush behind her anxiously. Until Artorius intervened. With a snap of his fingers, Ilya looked back to find Sela had vanished. At the same time, her little head bumped into something. As the impact force threatened to make her fall backward, Artorius reached out and caught her, pulling her into his arms. Be a good girl, Ilya. Don't trouble Sela, okay? He gently advised her. The gentle and attractive big brother-like admonishment made Ilya blush and shyly lowered her head. MHM. Ilya only replied softly and snuggled into Artorius's embrace, enjoying the warmth of her gentle big brother. Ilya is a good girl. He he he. Amidst her cute laughter and the roar of the plane's engines, a middle-aged gentleman in a fiery red suit knelt before Artorius. Your Highness. The man said and tugged slightly at the twin-tailed young girl standing next to him, prompting her to bow like him. Tosaka Tokiomi, a mage hailing from the clock tower of the Mages Association, humbly presents his respects. Lord Tosaka. Artorius released his hold on Ilya and gently reached out to help him up. During my time in Japan, I entrust myself to you. It is my honor. Tokiomi replied while bowing even lower. Author's note. The road of the Empire conquest was far from smooth sailing. For 1.5 millennia, the battles between the surface world and the reverse side seemed endless and would continue indefinitely. For the sake of humanity's future, those who participated in the war made many sacrifices. Agravain was among them. This Holy Grail War was merely a brief break amidst the endless conflict. Chapter 124, The Tosaka. Lord Tosaka. Artorius released his hold on Ilya and gently reached out to help him up. During my time in Japan, I entrust myself to you. It is my honor. Tokiomi replied while bowing even lower. Though she was a little afraid, the cute little tsundere with the twin-tail hairstyle, when looked at by Artorius with curious eyes, let out a cute little snort, an act of rebellion against the royalty. Seeing her like this, Artorius didn't feel angry or offended. Because of her cuteness, this small issue could be completely forgiven. Who is this? This is. Tokiomi hurriedly explained, Rin, greet His Highness quickly. Nice to meet you, I'm Tosaka Rin. Although reluctantly, Rin still managed to offer a ladylike greeting to Artorius. Her actions made her even more charming. Rin. Artorius looked at her with interest, nice to meet you. Consider this a welcoming gift. As he spoke, he handed her a small box. Rin instinctively wanted to refuse, but when she met Artorius's gaze, she couldn't bring herself to do it. When she opened the box, she found a sparkling red gem inside. Beautiful. Though she was still young, she was still a girl and naturally couldn't resist the allure of something so beautiful. I remember that the Tosaka family practices jewel magecraft, right? This should be useful for you. It's too valuable, Your Highness, Tokiomi attempted to intervene, feeling that the situation was becoming inappropriate, but Artorius waved his hand to dismiss the objection. The gift is for Miss Rin. Your family doesn't need to say anything more. Yes, Your Highness. T/N, looks like they're unaware that Artorius is the first emperor. All they know is that he's a royalty from the empire. Tokiomi sighed internally and didn't say anything further, his worry becoming more apparent on his face. At the same time, Rin's expression was torn. Despite being from a family skilled in jewel magecraft, she had never seen such a beautiful gem before. Moreover, she could sense the powerful magical energy emanating from it. With proper craftsmanship, such a gem could be turned into a potent mystic code. If she gave up on this opportunity. Do you really want to give this to me? Rin bit her lip, looking at Artorius, at times pushing the small box away and at times quickly pulling it back. Yes, of course. Artorius smiled and nodded. As I said, consider it a gift for you. As Artorius spoke, Rin's desire to accept the gift grew stronger. Then, I'll accept it. She mumbled, but just so you know, even if you give me so much, I won't sell Sakura to you. Ha ha ha. Hearing her words, Artorius first froze, then burst into a burst of hearty laughter, reaching out and gently patting her head. His action caught Rin off guard, making her instinctively feel like she said something embarrassing or did something awkward, but she wasn't sure what it was exactly. Regardless, she held her ground, gazing at Artorius with a defiant look. That. Her remark made Tokiomi even more uncomfortable and regretful of bringing his child here. Sakura. Is she your daughter, Lord Tosaka? Artorius asked, seemingly knowing the answer already. Yes, Your Highness. She went to the Empire to serve His Majesty the Emperor last month. Tokiomi confirmed. I see. Artorius nodded as he turned to Iri. The practice of the youth army still exists, then? Yes. Iri nodded. Though its content and form have changed somewhat, the tradition of sending the offspring of nobles and important figures to the emperor remains significant in the empire. I see. Artorius nodded in understanding. When he mentioned the youth army, he was referring to the practice during his time of conscripting noble offspring from the conquered Germanic tribes to serve as guards and hostages by his side. In his era, the youth army had become a common practice, and these noble children became an essential part of the empire's military force. Upon hearing Iri's explanation that the system still existed, Artorius became slightly curious about how it had changed in modern times. Wait a moment. Hearing their conversation, Tokiomi couldn't help but pause. A frightening idea had come to his mind. The earlier news mentioned that a member of the imperial family had secretly gone to Japan. But now, hearing what His Highness said, and that he's with someone from the Einsburn, could it be he's actually? No, it can't be, right? Tokiomi was both startled and suspicious of this conjecture. Meanwhile, Artorius, looking at the young girl, said with a smile. Did you hear that, Rin? I didn't take away your sister. She is still a member of the Tosaka family, only she went to the empire to receive an education. Isn't it the same thing? Though she said that, Rin continued to hold her ground. Artorius found her stubbornness cute. Meanwhile, Ilya, standing next to Artorius, pouted. She felt like she had a competitor. That kind of jewel, she didn't get one even though she was right here. With that thought in mind, Ilya's resentment towards Rin increased. It's not the same. Artorius looked at Rin seriously and glanced at Ilya's pouting face. While contemplating how to compensate Ilya with a gift, he told Rin, it's a noble mission for the empire and humanity, not just loyalty to me personally. Me. Rin appeared somewhat puzzled by his words. Also. Artorius continued, looking at the bewildered Rin, if you want to see your sister again, why not go to the empire and study there too? But. Listening to Artorius speak, Rin couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. But if she chose to go along with this, would she have to leave her home and her parents? Instinctively, she wanted to refuse, but it felt as though she would be admitting defeat if she did, so she kept her lips sealed, unsure of what to say. Don't know how to decide. Artorius smiled. Then take some time to think about it. We still have plenty of time, Rin. Artorius looked up and turned to Tokiomi. Isn't that right, Lord Tosaka? That, my daughter. Tokiomi opened his mouth but wasn't sure how to answer. On the surface, the empire's youth army system might have become more of a cultural tradition or a prettier term for overseas education with the establishment of a constitutional monarchy. However, on the inside, it still existed and was even greatly reinforced. Major Bazette, for example, came from the empire's youth army system and had received training from a young age. But she wasn't from a vassal state, she was one of the empire's own, a family with an ancient bloodline dating back to the ancient Celtic era, the famous Red Branch Knights of Ireland. They were known as the Old Celts, specifically referring to those noble bloodlines that had persisted from the empire's founding to the present day. As the world entered modern times, while steam engines became prevalent in the surface world, the empire also eagerly extended its influence eastward. Noble children from Southeast Asia, India, and Japan joined the empire's ranks. The reason the empire didn't act earlier was simply to maintain the order of history and keep its world within proper human history, buying more time for humanity's freedom and ascension. They easily defeated the still isolated Japan at that time and made it their vassal state. Due to the convert effect, the noble youth who joined the empire from these regions were often more enthusiastic. However, they were somewhat looked down upon since they joined relatively late. The empire wasn't entirely ruthless, it didn't plunder everything. As a result, noble families with a single child would have their children return to the family after reaching adulthood. Meanwhile, families with multiple children could choose to send some children away while keeping others within the family. Tokiomi chose the latter option. He sent Sakura to the empire, while Rin stayed in Japan to inherit the family's legacy. Both paths held promising futures. That was Tokiomi's initial plan. However, now this peculiar prince had an odd request, to lure his other daughter to the empire as well, and that was a bit. Tokiomi had met those who received the empire's education and later returned to Japan. One such person was Rudolf Zaljan, who had a half-Japanese heritage and supposedly spent his childhood in Japan. At the age of 6, he was sent to the Imperial Academy for education and later returned to become an influential figure in the world of magecraft in Japan, courtesy of the empire. Tokiomi didn't interact with him much, but he had a lasting impression of the man. Last month, that white-haired individual, who looked prematurely aged, came as an envoy of the empire to his home, inviting Sakura. Despite being in the late 20th century, the man was dressed in black armor, complete with medieval-style chainmail and a helmet, carrying a sword. He spoke fervently about the empire, idolizing the emperor and proclaiming that Sakura's education in the empire would be the best choice. It was as if he was stuck in some sort of fantasy delusion, in short, a chinibu. Even though another empire's envoy assured him that Rudolf was an exception, it was something his father could also vouch for. Tokiomi's father also had received an education in the empire and didn't succumb to such a delusion, even bringing back a wife, which was his mother and Rin's grandmother, but still, wasn't there still a possibility? There was still a possibility that his own child would become an empire fanatic with delusions of magnificence. If possible, he really didn't want that to happen. Choosing Sakura over Rin had something to do with this consideration as well. Compared to the outgoing Rin, Sakura's reserved personality made it less likely for her to be influenced and become a fervent fanatic. However, could he really reject a request from an imperial prince? Even if the prince said, "You don't have to decide now, it's entirely up to Rin." Could he truly rest easy with that? Tokiomi was worried about this. Author's note. Rudolf Zaljan, also known as Matu Korea in the original, was a member of the Zaljan family, a prominent European mage family associated with the mystery. For those unfamiliar, the Matu family originally hailed from Russia, where they were known as the Zaljan family. In this timeline, they naturally aligned themselves with the empire. Even after relocating to Japan, they retained their original family name and remained devoted subjects of the empire. Chapter 125, Unsuited for a Peaceful Life. Despite his inner worries, Tokiomi maintained the elegance of a nobleman on the surface. He couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark in his mind: why are there so many people? Did the Einsborn family decide to go on a joint trip? But on the surface, he remained silent. Why are there so many people? His daughter, Rin, complained next to him, though she helped him vent his frustration. Next, Tokiomi started to worry about how he would accommodate all these people in his place. Apart from that, there were food expenses and various other issues they brought along. Of course, he kept it all to himself. In that case, there won't be enough space in my house. Rin continued to assist him. Tokiomi looked at his daughter with a somewhat worried expression. He wasn't sure if she was being considerate or causing trouble. In any case, his emotions were complex. On the other hand, Artorius was all smiles and seemed delighted. This made Ilya and even X feel a bit jealous. Well, it's only natural for Ilya to feel competitive with Rin, who is almost her age. But then again, X's mental age. Initially, Tokiomi wanted to arrange accommodations for Artorius and his group at his own place, but no matter how big his house was, it couldn't possibly accommodate a goddamn 500 people. Don't worry about that. Iri gently said, we'll tour Tokyo first, and then head to Fuyuki. We already booked a hotel. Is that so? Tokiomi breathed a sigh of relief but still hesitated. He wanted to curry favor with Artorius, after all, considering himself a nobleman with deep-rooted beliefs in the hierarchy system. Treating a prince with respect was only natural. We'll visit once we're in Fuyuki. Artorius said casually, and also, thank you for your hospitality during our stay in Tokyo. Yes, it's my honor. Tokiomi let out another sigh of relief and bowed to Artorius again. Over the next few days, the head of the Tosaka family acted like an ordinary tour guide, taking Artorius and his group to various places for sightseeing and fun. From Tokyo Tower to Ueno Park, from Sensoji Temple to Ginza, and even Disneyland and Roppongi's business district. Though it was a bit crowded and noisy, the Einsborn family thoroughly enjoyed the charm of the metropolis. It was their first time going out and experiencing the attractions of a cosmopolitan city. As a result, their loyalty and affection towards Artorius grew stronger. This was especially true for Ilya. While the loyalty of other women towards Artorius was already full from the start, this included Iri as well. Pitifully, on the third day of the trip, a certain son-in-law couldn't stand the relaxed atmosphere anymore and left the group. No one knew where he went, causing some unease for Iri. However, she didn't show any of this unease during the time spent on the Ferris wheel with Ilya and Artorius. But as everything ended and night fell, on their way back to the hotel, a worried expression finally surfaced on Iri's face. Artorius noticed this. Under the cover of the night, other Einsborn maids, who had spent the day chattering happily, seemed to have a great time. Despite hundreds of beautiful women dressed uniformly as maids with identical hair and eye colors roaming together, they were entirely ignored by passers-by, demonstrating the usefulness of magecraft. The surrounding maids didn't intervene in the conversation between Artorius and Iri. Ilya, who was asleep in his arms, didn't either. On the other side, Rin, who held hands with Artorius and kept yawning adorably, didn't pay attention to these matters. Though she had been hostile towards Artorius at first, after only a few days, Rin had fallen into the habit of acting all tsundere and seeking his attention. She seemed to be in a constant struggle with Ilya over this. Some people are just unsuited for a peaceful life, huh? Artorius said, even though peace is so good and precious, that guy can't adapt to it. Yes, but people like him don't have qualifications to say for justice. Artorius interrupted Iri before she could speak on Kiritsugu's behalf. I say this not because he's filled with sin and karma, nor because he lacks strength. It's because of his heart and nature. Artorius looked at Iri seriously. It's ironic really, justice this, justice that, yet his understanding of it is so shallow and delusional. Iri opened her mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Ultimately, despite her outward appearance as a dignified and virtuous lady, Irisveil von Einsborn was still a simple little girl at heart. She was only a year older than Ilya. Even with Einsborn's magical devices capable of rapidly infusing knowledge, skills, and even personalities, could Iri be considered a proper adult? Relax and enjoy yourself, Iri. Artorius said to her with ease, for us, there aren't many moments of leisure like this. Big brother Artorius. Following Artorius's advice, Ilya, who was cuddled in his arms, whispered his name with perfect timing while revealing a lovely smile. Children are truly wonderful, innocent, lively, and very precious. Artorius said while kissing Ilya on the forehead, prompting a surprised from Rin as she playfully shook his arm, making him smile happily. I love children the most. T/N/AO. Artorius looked into Iri's eyes as he said this. Iri tilted her head slightly, showing a mix of shyness and loneliness. Just as mentioned earlier, she was still considered a child in terms of age. However, when it came to her body and status, things were quite different. At the same time, that emperor is no longer reliable. In Fuyuki City, within the grand mansion that resembled a castle, the Einsborn family's residence lacked air conditioning, running water, and almost any modern amenities. It was like a medieval fortress, sinister and cold. The guy previously discussed by Artorius and Iri was now busy organizing his armament. Firearms, ammunition, and various other types of weapons and equipment were spread around him. Beside him stood a short-haired, well-built woman calmly watching him. I have to fight in this Holy Grail War by myself in the end. Though the Holy Grail War was still half a year away from truly commencing, he had already decided to leave the Einsborn family and wait alone in Fuyuki City until the war began for real. Beside him, a woman who served as his assistant calmly observed him without uttering a word, perfectly fitting her role as a tool. What had Kiritsugu experienced during his time in the Einsborn family? What didn't align with his wishes? What went wrong? She didn't question or care about any of it, she simply stood there calmly. Hand it over. Silently obeying his command, she handed him the gun. It looked like an antique firearm. It was precisely the type of partner Kiritsugu favored, the killing tool that had accompanied him through countless battlefields, slaying numerous enemies. He gently caressed the barrel as if it were his lover. Compared to the dissolute and irresponsible emperor, he trusted the gun in his hand more. At the same time, Artorius and his group returned to the hotel they had rented. It was a hotel with hot springs, a very large one, capable of accommodating more than 500 Einsborn maids. Let's take a bath, soak in the hot springs. I want to have a drink. How about playing chess? I'd rather play with His Majesty. No way. Ilya is still clinging to His Majesty. During dinner, the maids became more familiar and friendly with each other, forming small groups and discussing their favorite topics, beautiful clothes, entertainment, delicious food, and, of course, their beloved ruler. Everyone has become livelier. Observing this scene, Iri's mood improved considerably, contrasting the oppressive atmosphere in the Einsborn castle. Here, everything was lively, cheerful, and sunny. The maids were not dressed uniformly like typical maids. Some wore yukatas from the hot spring hotel, while others donned casual home attire they had bought in the past 2 days. Although there were hints of magecraft to make regular people overlook these outfits, the maids' attires for going out remained relatively conservative. The outfits with sensual and lewd designs meant for the emperor were stowed away in their luggage, to be taken out and shown to him when the time came for each of them to serve him intimately. Yeah, isn't this great? Artorius responded, enjoying the maid's feeding service while being accompanied by Ilya. At the same time, X, who was busy eating and drinking, paused. Don't think too much about it, Iri. X, who had a very close relationship with Iri cheerfully said, my son is strong. As long as we rely on Artorius, everything will be fine. Iri once again showed a gentle and saintly smile, like that of a goddess. But before she could say anything else, the maids pulled Artorius away. Your Majesty, come and join us. Eagerly, the maids rushed over, grabbing Artorius's hand and leading the emperor away. Let's all go to the hot springs together. Sure, sure. Don't push, one at a time. Artorius quickly forgot what he wanted to say to Iri, happily laughing as he followed the maids to the hot springs. What's with that man? He's a pervert, a maid maniac. The left-behind Ilya grumbled discontentedly, speaking words she had recently learned but didn't fully understand herself. I can do that kind of thing too. She added. Yeah. I can do that too. X chimed in from the side. Their words made Iri feel a headache coming on, so she put on a stern face and said to them, Ilya, where did you hear those words from? Question mark. You shouldn't say those words anymore, understood? But. Understood. Ugh, understood. Exerting her maternal dignity, Iri found Ilya to be quite obedient. But as she looked at the little girl's dejected expression, she couldn't help feeling a bit sympathetic. Don't worry. X then said to Ilya, when you grow up a bit more, you can do that too, you know. Really? X. Don't teach Ilya strange things. Strange? Isn't this common sense? X tilted her head, posing a peculiar question. Clearly, there were many differences between her world's common sense and this world's. At the same time. Ah. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Such birdsong-like whispers echoed one after another, leaving someone nearby, who was observing the hot springs through binoculars with gritted teeth, feeling like her principles were collapsing. So, this is the legendary Dragon Emperor. The greatest emperor in the history of the world. Wise, mighty, unmatched ruler without any flaws, a perfect and impeccable monarch. This. Damn it. He's just a pervert indulging in debauchery. The person expressing these complaints was not some voyeuristic pervert, it was Imperial Major Bazette, who received a mission from her direct superior, Agravain of the Iron Hand. A few days ago, she received a mission from her direct superior to monitor a royalty. At first, when she heard she had to ensure the royalty's every wish and happiness during his vacation, she flatly refused. The reason was simple, as an elite of the Empire, it was no problem to ensure his safety, but beyond that. Clearly outrageous and a violation. She wasn't some errand girl to run trivial tasks. They should find someone else for the mission. She even protested, since when did the Imperial Army become errand guys for the royal brats? However, right after that, Agravain said something that shocked her. If it were any other member of the Imperial royalty, they wouldn't receive this treatment. But when it's the Dragon Emperor himself, His Majesty Artorius I, it's a different story. Chapter 126, The Laws. However, right after that, Agravain said something that shocked her. If it were any other member of the Imperial royalty, they wouldn't receive this treatment. But when it's the Dragon Emperor himself, His Majesty Artorius I, it's a different story. His Majesty Artorius I. Upon hearing this news, even someone as mentally resilient as Bazette couldn't help but freeze for a moment. But. It's the Holy Grail War. Agravain immediately informed her. The Einsburn family has summoned His Majesty the Emperor in this Holy Grail War. That, surprising. But, isn't that against the laws? Bazette was somewhat astonished. Even if they are a branch of the royal family, engaging in actions that violate the laws of the Empire. With the Empire's powerful control, the Holy Grail War was certainly not a war that could be manipulated at will by the so-called three founding families or any other faction. Under the coordination of the Imperial Mystery Bureau, the Holy Grail War was classified as a civilian entertainment competition. It was managed by the Imperial Mystery Bureau to ensure that no problems would occur. From the very beginning, this so-called Holy Grail War had undergone evaluations to confirm its safety. After assessing its low safety coefficient, further evaluations were conducted. And with the Bureau in the lead, a total of 3 internal Holy Grail Wars were held. In the end, the Empire confirmed that the so-called Holy Grail indeed possessed a certain power, making it a dangerous item. In theory, the Bureau should have taken control and retrieved it. However, considering the needs and feelings of the Empire's subordinate nobles, the Bureau ultimately decided to render the Holy Grail harmless. Since then, the Holy Grail War could proceed, but the victor's wish had to be verified and approved by the Empire to ensure it was harmless before it could be granted. Furthermore, the wish could not be made by the victors themselves, it had to be made on their behalf by an official representative of the Empire to prevent any accidents. In more straightforward terms, even wishes must follow the basic laws. The mage killer, Amiya Kiritsugu, had no knowledge of these laws. His wish for world peace was never going to come true from the very beginning. Not only did the Holy Grail lack enough power to fulfill his wish, but the intelligence department of the Empire would never permit something so dangerous. For some mages from other timelines, this kind of restriction might be hard to accept. They believed themselves superior, free from any constraints of authority or power. Their world was more brutal and real, akin to the Middle Ages of countless years ago. Although it had a facade of warmth and civilization, at its core, it remained a world of survival of the fittest, where the strong dominated all, and killing and war were still central. But this world was different. Order and stability prevailed above all. The Fourth Holy Grail War was the first time the Empire officially delegated the right to hold it to civilians. However, any civilian participant who thought they could do as they pleased was mistaken. Summoning servants belonging to the Empire was still forbidden. One could summon servants from before the empire's establishment or servants not affiliated with the empire, but one couldn't summon servants belonging to the empire to avoid situations that would damage the empire's reputation or harm internal unity. Therefore, summoning the emperor was a clear violation. Even in the past, when the Einsburn family tried to summon the King of Knights, they were playing on the edge. Undoubtedly, the King of Knights had been born before the empire's establishment. But he was also the first emperor's father. So, strictly speaking, he fell under the legal regulations. The empire has already discussed this matter. From a subjective perspective, the Einsburn family did not intend to summon His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. His Majesty appeared on his own accord. Therefore, the Einsburn family is not at fault. You don't need to worry about unnecessary matters. Before Bazette could say anything more, Agravain interrupted her, saying, "Your only concern is to ensure that His Majesty enjoys himself during the Holy Grail War." And so, Major Bazette accepted the order. But she felt extremely unhappy. Damn it. The Emperor was indeed having a blast. Decimating hundreds of foes in one go, it would be strange if he wasn't enjoying himself. Looking at the satisfied faces of the Einsburn maids floating in the hot springs, Bazette felt uneasy. She wasn't sure whether she should praise the Emperor's prowess or criticize his debauchery. But whether it was the former or the latter, it had nothing to do with her. This annoying monitoring mission continued until the last maid collapsed. Artorius snapped his fingers, and they all disappeared instantly. They must have gone to sleep in their room. Shift change, Bazette. A little while later, a calm voice came from beside Bazette. It was a silver-haired girl wearing a beret with amber-colored eyes, her partner in this mission. Karen, huh? She was a beautiful girl with an attractive figure that she emphasized in every way. She was also a member of the Empire's battle nun known as the Emperor's Bride. Exactly the type the Dragon Emperor would like. Not sure why, but such a thought flashed through Bazette's mind and startled her when she realized it. To ensure the Emperor's happiness, she needed to keep an eye on him 24 hours a day. However, Bazette didn't possess Artorius's immense energy, making it impossible to maintain a constant watch. She would have to take shifts with her partner. Bazette had expected this arrangement. What she didn't expect was that her partner wouldn't be someone from the intelligence department but instead, a person reassigned from the neighboring religious department. It seemed that she wasn't the only one intrigued by the Dragon Emperor, apart from her own superiors. "How's it going today?" Unconcerned about Bazette's expression, a girl named Karen, dressed in tight-fitting attire, asked while leaning next to Bazette. She raised her binoculars and peered in the direction of the Hot Spring Hotel. Though the place was fortified to prevent prying eyes, with defensive walls and electrified wire fences, such defenses would deter common burglars but not elite Imperial soldiers trained by the Empire. A splendid sight of blossoms. His Majesty is truly impressive. Karen commented after scanning through the binoculars. Her words triggered a flashback in Bazette's mind, causing her body, which had only just cooled down through sheer willpower, to grow hot again. She almost stumbled and fell to the ground. This excitement made her feel somewhat embarrassed. It would have been fine if she were alone, but she had to deal with someone next to her. Damn it, if this person finds out, then. The Empire's internal structure wasn't as rigid as it seemed. Conflicts arose due to overlapping authority and jurisdiction, competition for resources, and differing political views among various departments. Being seen in a compromising situation by someone from a different department was more distressing to Bazette than being killed. Fortunately, it seemed that Karen hadn't noticed anything. Her attention was entirely focused on observing the Emperor. This eased Bazette's anxiety. As Bazette breathed a sigh of relief, Karen's next statement surprised her. "It never gets old, doing this. I can understand to some extent, after all, His Majesty has vigorous energy, being both a human and a dragon. So, it's natural to have an extraordinary interest in such activities. But, always doing the same thing with the same face 100 times in a row. I wonder if His Majesty won't get bored." Hearing Karen speak, Bazette opened her mouth, intending to defend the Emperor, but she couldn't get any words out. This left her feeling even more frustrated. "By the way," Karen continued in her characteristic emotionless and calm tone as if talking to herself but also addressing Bazette. "Our mission is to ensure that His Majesty enjoys his vacation, right, Bazette? Is there a problem?" Finally, Bazette managed to engage in the conversation. Her calm retort left Karen momentarily speechless before she continued, "The problem is that making His Majesty go at it with the same routine and the same women every day is no different from using a sex toy. Bazette. As Imperial Guard, can't you come up with some ideas?" Bazette. If she were as sharp-tongued as Karen and didn't care about her own dignity, she might retort something like, "Then, what about you, as the so-called Emperor's bride? What can you do?" "Well, even if it's only in name." "Ah, I can't," Karen suddenly said. Although Bazette didn't give a sharp comeback, Karen responded as if she knew what Bazette thought. "My hair color is quite similar to those women's." Not much difference between silver and white. And we all have long hair. It'd be better to introduce someone who isn't silver white-haired and doesn't have long hair to give the Emperor some new excitement. I suppose that would make His Majesty happier. Bazette still didn't respond, but this time not because she didn't know what to say. Before Karen finished speaking, she had already turned around and left without hesitation. Back in her hotel room, Bazette tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. All she could think of were countless NSFW images, forcibly implanted in her mind, leaving her unsure if they brought pleasure or pain. Such a straightforward person. After Bazette left, Karen continued to observe the hot spring hotel calmly. Can someone like her satisfy our great emperor? It was clear that this wicked woman found considerable pleasure in teasing her partner. Chapter 127, The Three Founding Families. And then came the early morning of the second day. So, Lord Tosaka, what's our sightseeing itinerary for today? Inside the hot spring hotel, Artorius looked brilliant, a stark contrast to the maid who appeared to have just woken up, yawning and all. Well. Before he could respond, a voice came from outside the room, "Excuse me. Come in." Artorius glanced over and replied. The door opened, revealing a man clad in Agravain-style black plate armor and a cloak with a long sword at his side, accompanied by an equally cute girl dressed like a knight of the West. Ah. Startled by the pleasant surprise, it was Rin, who had been goofing around with Ilya just moments ago. The girl beside the men in Agravain's armor was her little sister, Tosaka Sakura. Sakura. Rin got up with a smile and ran over to Sakura. Watching this scene, Tokiomi's eyes filled with contentment. Although Artorius had promised earlier to reunite them as a family, the actual day of reunion brought him genuine happiness and surprise. But at the same time, being asked to give up the position in the clock tower and the Mages Association to serve the Empire thoroughly, it's not an easy decision. Tokiomi found himself torn. Moving the entire family to the Empire would indeed reunite them, but it would also mean the end of the Tosaka family's independence. He would be bound to serve the Empire like the Zaldjian family, with very little autonomy left. Unless, like the Einsburn family, we join the Empire while maintaining some level of independence, but that's highly unlikely since we're not a branch of the royal family. So. Pursing his lips, Tokiomi struggled to evaluate the situation. Meanwhile, Rin had already reached her sister's side. Sakura, I'm so glad to see you. Under normal circumstances, Rin would be more composed, but not having seen her sister for a while made her yearn for her even more. In this emotional state, she abandoned all restraint and rushed to her sister, holding her hand. It's great to see you again, Wani-sama. Unlike Rin's excitement, Sakura, dressed like a young knight, had a solemn and serious expression. Though she smiled and expressed her happiness, there was something different about her. Rin felt like she couldn't quite recognize her own sister anymore. It wasn't about the way she dressed, it was more about her demeanor. Her sister was no longer the quiet, shy, and sweet little girl she once knew. Something else seemed to have taken root within her. Sakura. Frowning, Rin looked at her sister with a mixture of surprise and confusion, unable to find the right words to say. At the same time, Rudolf Zaldjian, standing before Artorius, straightened his body and saluted. Your Majesty, Major Rudolf is ready to follow your orders. Just relax. Artorius smiled gently. I'm here for a vacation, not as an official representative of the Empire, and you're not my subordinate. No need to be so tense. Your Majesty is right, but as the Empire's soldier, I must be prepared to give my life for the Empire at any time and anywhere. Artorius was slightly taken aback by the fervent response. Major, who was your mentor back in the day? My mentor was Marshal Agravain. Rudolph's voice exuded admiration. Marshal wasn't just my mentor, he was my guiding light, the paragon I follow. I see. Sir Agravain, huh? No wonder. Artorius had received information during these past days, including the fact that Agravain, along with several other knights of the Round Table, had survived to this time, so he wasn't surprised by Rudolph's words. It was no wonder, really. Agravain was one of the most loyal knights Artorius had ever known, surpassing even the likes of Lancelot or Gawain. His willpower and loyalty reached a terrifying level almost akin to a reality marble. Well then, good luck, Major. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Clearly thrilled by Artorius's words, Rudolph spoke with enthusiasm, but then his expression turned serious. However. Your Majesty, I must report something to you. Go on. Artorius was now curious. I'm one of this year's chosen candidates for the Holy Grail Wars Master. Rudolph said, looking earnestly at Artorius. As a result, I must adopt a hostile attitude towards Your Majesty in this game. So. Ha ha ha, that's no problem at all. Artorius laughed joyfully. As you said, it's just a game. What's the big deal? Yes. Thank you very much for Your Majesty's understanding. Artorius and Rudolf got along well, not taking the Holy Grail War or anything too seriously. If Kiritsugu were to hear this, he might vomit blood. Speaking of which. Afterward, Artorius looked around, suddenly noticing something interesting. The Einsburn, the Tosaka, and the Matu. The three founding families gathered together, huh? As Artorius spoke in his mind, in front of Iri, Rudolf, Tokiomi, and himself, a golden cup appeared, filled with tempting wine. Let's have a drink. Artorius raised his cup, for the prosperity of the Empire. For the Emperor, for humanity, for the Empire. The first to respond to Artorius was Rudolf. He seemed so excited that he trembled. For the Empire, for glory. Next, Tokiomi elegantly raised his cup like a gentleman. His toast was slightly different from Rudolf's. Though his inner sense of worry increased after seeing Rudolf's behavior and his way of addressing the prince, at least on the surface, he was impeccable. For the Empire. The last to speak was Iri. Her identity and closeness to Artorius allowed her to express her sentiments without the need for explicit words or tone, unlike Tokiomi and Rudolf. What? At the same time, in a corner, the small dispute between the Tosaka sisters reached its peak. Yes, just as I said. Sakura, the younger sister, more serious and composed, gained the upper hand. I will join the Emperor's bride in the future. So I won't go back home. Upon hearing her sister's words, Rin couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Her sister was never wrong. So if something went wrong, it must be the fault of the person who tempted her sister. With that thought, Rin cast a tearful, pitiful gaze at Artorius, looking as if she were a small, vulnerable, and aggrieved cat. Ha ha ha. Rin's expression made Artorius break into joyful laughter. He genuinely laughed with happiness. At the same time, Tokiomi's expression appeared slightly awkward, Iri wore a gentle smile, and Rudolf nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his disciple's determination. For all of us, cheers. Saying these words, Artorius raised his cup high. The other three followed suit, lifting the golden cups that symbolized the eternal prosperity of the Empire. Suddenly, a loud and intense roar of explosion resounded, and the explosion's shockwave shattered the hotel room they were in into pieces. Chapter 128, Father and Daughter. A bonus chapter for every 1K Power Stones. Thanks for the support. A violent explosion swept through the entire hotel. Even a skilled mage like Tokiomi and an Empire elite like Rudolf couldn't react in time to the sudden attack. In fact, it wasn't just the hotel that was attacked, the surrounding streets and buildings were also affected by the intense explosion, left shattered and in ruins. The massive mushroom cloud formed by the explosion could be seen for tens of miles, causing chaos and panic throughout Tokyo. But it was only for a moment. As if time had reversed itself, the explosion vanished in an instant, and the debris, rubble, and even ashes on the ground began to restore themselves. The steamy hot springs, the spacious and bright Japanese-style architecture, the asphalt roads and sidewalks, streetlights, traffic signals, and even the sewer systems, everything miraculously returned to its original state with a soft hum from Artorius. This is true magic, as I thought, he's the Dragon Emperor himself. Tokiomi's eyes flickered intensely. So, the so-called Holy Grail, the object of the Holy Grail War, the almighty wish-granting device, is nothing more than a poor imitation of the real Grail. If the third magic already owned, then who cares about the Holy Grail from this Holy Grail War? Indeed, those mages with less close ties or outsiders to the Empire couldn't help but get excited when faced with the prospect of mastering the true magic and reaching the root. However, the mages who belonged to the Empire were entirely different. Enemy. As Artorius's third magic instantly restored everything that had been damaged and shielded everyone with a powerful defensive barrier, Rudolf, slightly slower in reacting than Artorius, shouted and drew his sword. However, even before him, X had already unsheathed her sword in a flurry of excitement, and the form of her sword bore a striking resemblance to Excalibur. Simultaneously, all the Einsburn maids, including Iri and Ilya, assumed a battle-ready stance. The maids brandished their long spears and halberds, rushing towards Artorius and the others. Even Sakura, who had only recently joined the Empire and hadn't received formal training in the Empire's hidden realm yet, pulled out her own dagger and adopted a defensive posture, emulating the adults. Tokiomi and Rin were amazed by their swift reaction. Until this point, he had quite a high opinion of himself. The pride and arrogance of being a noble from a prestigious family, coupled with decades of arduous research and dedication, led him to believe that his combat ability was among the best, if not superior to most Empire elites. But now, it seemed he was grossly mistaken. Leaving others aside, just focusing on Rudolf alone, after witnessing his display of reaction, Tokiomi quickly realized he was no match for him. In an actual fight, he would probably be defeated in just a few moves. How is this possible? His talent is supposed to be inferior to mine. Tokiomi widened his eyes, realizing that he might have misjudged many things. At the same time. Just like Tokiomi observing Rudolph, Rin was watching her younger sister, Sakura. Seeing Sakura's decisive and confident demeanor, Rin felt somewhat uncomfortable. As the big sister, she should have been the one protecting Sakura and setting an example. But now, Sakura seemed to surpass her already. It hasn't been that long since we were apart. Is the Empire's education that amazing? Then, Rin subconsciously looked at Artorius. This young man had been taking care of her and looking after her for the past few days, but he was not hers alone. His attention was divided among several girls. First, there was Ilya, Iri, and the maids. Now, it seemed Sakura was also included. Could it be that Sakura is right? Does joining the Emperor's bride could make someone strong? As Rin felt suspicious, Sakura gave her a confident smile and said, "Don't worry, Wani-sama. I will protect you." Sakura's words surprised Rin even more and stirred a mix of feelings in her. It only served to strengthen her belief in something. Meanwhile, this must be the conspiracy of the evil Artoria. X shouted loudly, holding her sword and slashing outwards. However, she accidentally bumped into one of the maids, Liesrit, and was bounced back. The scent of Liesrit's bosom left X feeling dizzy, and she had difficulty even standing up straight. "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" Liesrit, one of the Busta maids, ignored X's embarrassing fall and ran to Artorius' side. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Artorius calmly said. "What's happening outside? Have you found any trace of the enemy?" Liesrit hesitated momentarily and shook her head, indicating that she hadn't spotted anyone who appeared to be an enemy. "In that case," Artorius gazed into the distance, "it must be over there. A serious incident occurred just a few minutes ago at the place of the two joyful stalkers. Amidst the pool of blood, the Zed had lost her combat capability. What could have been a steady 2-against-1 battle turned into a 1-on-1 duel. It was a duel between father and daughter. Never thought we'd meet again here, my foolish and pitiful daughter." Wearing a black robe and donning a cross, the middle-aged man looked like a priest and spoke with a calm and magnetic voice to the silver-haired girl in combat attire standing across from him. "I equally didn't expect a sewer rat like you to have the audacity to appear before me so brazenly, old man." From their conversation, it was evident how strong their father-daughter bond was, quite unlike the stern relationship between Artorius and Artoria. In the case of the Kodomine family, it was literally a case of fatherly love and filial piety. "Besides looks, you are nothing like your mother. Whose fault is it to inherit such a wretched personality? Oh. Are you already senile before turning 40? Don't worry, I'll hire a caretaker to change your diapers." As they exchanged banter, they continued their fierce battle. On the father's side, he gripped 6 sword-like objects between his fingers. These objects were among the Holy Church's favorite weapons, the Black Keys. They could be thrown or swung and had a special effect against evil creatures like dead apostles. When wielded by the men known as Kodomine Kyrii, this weapon displayed an awe-inspiring mastery. Whether facing dead apostles, rogue mages, or even elite soldiers of the Empire, he proved more than a match. He was the most formidable agent of the Holy Church. Opposite him, Karen, the so-called daughter of him, proved to be just as skilled. For anyone familiar with Kyrii's existence, witnessing the seemingly delicate girl holding her own against him in an evenly matched battle would be astonishing and hard to believe. However, it was the truth. Next to Karen, there were cloth-like objects under her control, attacking and defending on her behalf. Upon closer inspection, these cloths shimmered with a metallic luster. They were not linen or cotton but a mythical metal called frost steel. A material renowned worldwide due to the Dragon Emperor, Artorius. Under her control were 4 slender metal cloths, resembling agile snakes, attacking cunningly or forming a shield for defense. The clash of silver frost metal cloths and swords filled the air with the smell of victory. And, the first to give way was Kyrii's Black Keys. After countless collisions, the Black Keys finally shattered. "Old man, your weapon is useless," Karen taunted, preparing to press her advantage. But before she could do so, she suddenly took a deep breath because, in the next second, Kyrii discarded the broken Black Keys and delivered a lightning-fast punch. Thud. Karen managed to block the attack. Her malleable metal cloth sealed Kyrii's assault, giving her a brief moment of relief. However, as she relaxed and prepared to taunt him as usual, she noticed a malicious and delighted smile on his face. Unfortunately, it was too late for her to react. Without retracting his fist or gathering strength, at such a close distance, Kyrii's next punch carried even greater force than before, completely shattering her metal cloths. The blow landed directly on Karen's abdomen. The intense pain widened her eyes, rendering her instantly incapacitated. "Well then, farewell, my foolish daughter." Without mercy, Kyrii raised his hand, seemingly intent on decapitating Karen with a single strike. But just before he could do so, "I can't do it, huh? I'll spare your life for now. Consider it a token of fatherly love, my foolish daughter." Saying these words and suppressing his urge to kill his own daughter, Kiriai's figure disappeared in an instant, an ability normally only wielded by servant, known as spiritualization, spiritual body. Chapter 129, Holy Church and Responsibility. When Artorius and his group arrived at a hotel located about 50 kilometers outside Tokyo's city center, the situation had already come to an end. It wasn't that they weren't fast enough, the battle had just ended too quickly. Kiriai was exceptionally talented, maybe even a bit too much. Although it might seem like he and his daughter exchanged banter while fighting for quite some time, in reality, it all happened in just a few seconds. From the moment he suddenly appeared behind Bazette and stabbed her with the black key, to delivering a punch that sent his daughter flying, it was all over in a matter of seconds. This battle had taken place simultaneously with the explosion at the hotel where Artorius was located. The wounds are fresh. Search the area. The enemy likely hasn't gone far. They entered the hotel and followed the scent of blood to the room where Bazette and Karen were. Of course, prior to that, they had discreetly used magecraft and reported to the local branch of the Imperial Mystery Bureau. One of the personnel responsible for the mystery-related work in this area was Rudolph. So, there was no need to call for additional assistance, they just had to make a report, and later provide a detailed report. These two children are badly injured. Looking at Bazette lying in a pool of blood and Karen who was vomiting blood and some kind of organ injuries, X made this assessment. At the same time, several maids had already formed teams and started searching the surroundings, activating large-scale spells to ensure that everyone would be updated on any maid's situation in case something happened to them, facilitating support. Although the Einsburn family wasn't a regular military force in the Empire, their battle maid corps had reached the average level of the Empire's second-line troops. Not to mention that recently, they received magical nourishment from His Majesty the Emperor. With the power of the dragon's magical essence, semen, their strength had slightly improved. These maids were of good quality and worked diligently for Artorius. However, he had a feeling that the guy they were after had already escaped. Major Bazette. At the same time, under Artorius's magical energy infusion, both women had already recovered. Their faces, though, looked grim. On one hand, they were defeated, and on the other hand, they felt uneasy about showing their unsightly side in front of the Emperor. But now was not the time for taking care of their feelings. Rudolph, standing beside Artorius, directly asked, "What exactly happened? Who attacked you?" Both Rudolph and Bazette were students of Agravain. Although they belonged to different departments, they had cooperated a few times before, so they knew each other to some extent. This time, both sides knew their respective tasks, so he asked the question directly. Upon hearing the question, Bazette didn't answer. Her expression grew even more somber, and she subconsciously looked at her partner. Although in one timeline, she had achieved remarkable results in the Holy Grail War in a single night, in more timelines, she was also defeated by Kiriai in an instant. The fact that Kiriai chose to ambush her instead of Karen suggests that he had found confronting her head-on troublesome and her strength surpassed Karen's. Nevertheless, being taken down by surprise was still embarrassing. It was a man named Kodomine Kiriai, an agent of the Holy Church. He attacked us. Karen's expression remained unchanged as she readily betrayed her own father by telling the truth. The Holy Church. Why would they do this? Are they planning to betray the Empire? As he said this, Rudolph's expression turned grim. Even during the weakest times of the Empire, the so-called Holy Church never gained any advantage here. Unlike certain timelines where Europe had a weak feudal system and diminished imperial authority, the empire established by the Dragon Emperor tightly controlled the Holy Church from the very beginning. The empire practiced religious tolerance and secular policies towards commoners while imposing strict control over religious figures. Religious organizations were taxed, restricted from owning large amounts of land, required to engage in labor, and subjected to rigorous evaluations. The Imperial National and Religious Bureau governed the Church and all other religious entities. Under these circumstances, it was natural for the Holy Church to be unhappy. Open opposition, secret resistance, and even armed revolts occurred. However, in the end, the powerful strength of the empire crushed all opposition. By the end of the 20th century, the influence of the Holy Church waned, much like many other religions around the world, becoming more of a cultural aspect of life rather than a deeply held faith. With the widespread promotion of rationalism and compulsory education in the empire, and the concentrated faith in the Dragon Emperor officially encouraged and spread throughout the world, the empire aimed to strengthen the emperor's power. Some fanatic followers of the Dragon Emperor harbored hopes of establishing a cult as the official state religion, with the aim of making every citizen within the empire a believer. A few figures even knew the truth that from Artorius I to Artorius LXXV was the same figure. The upper echelons of the empire, wholly devoted to the Dragon Emperor, intended to unveil this plan and the secret, reaping a bountiful harvest of faith. Especially after the empire's research institutions discovered ways to convert faith into power, it was quite astonishing that the Holy Church dared to cause trouble openly. As expected, After making a call to inquire, the Holy Church quickly issued a statement claiming that Kyrie had left the church years ago and they had no idea of his whereabouts. They claimed that his actions were unrelated to the Holy Church. Of course, even though they said this, it wasn't truly the end. If the Empire didn't take this opportunity to teach them a lesson and force them to reveal more information, then it wouldn't be the Empire. This could be considered an unexpected gain, but it didn't help the current situation in any way. It seems like someone can't stand seeing me live a good life, huh? Artorius sighed. They even have to ruin my rare vacation. How despicable. I'm truly sorry, Your Majesty, for letting you witness such a shameful side of us. While Rudolph went out to make calls, contacting various parties and assigning people to search and monitor all over Tokyo, Karen, who had already recovered, bowed to Artorius and offered her apology. Following Artorius's attempt to forgive her with understanding, Karen prostrated herself before him, pleading, "I'll take responsibility for this, Your Majesty. Please, let all your anger and resentment be vented on me. Whether I will be your toy, slave, or tool, I'm willing to accept it all." Chapter 130, Getting Serious. Following Artorius's attempt to forgive her with understanding, Karen prostrated herself before him, pleading, "I'll take responsibility for this, Your Majesty. Please, let all your anger and resentment be vented on me. Whether I will be your toy, slave, or tool, I'm willing to accept it all." Bazette looked at Karen in disbelief and exclaimed in her mind speechlessly. "You turned out to be such a person, Karen Hortensia. I really misjudged you. We agreed that you wouldn't get involved because your hair color resembles the Einsborn women's. What made you change your mind? This kind of opportunistic behavior is just shameful. You're not taking responsibility, you're clearly taking advantage of the situation to seek rewards. Despicable." After uttering the words, "I'll take responsibility," Karen kept her gaze fixed on Artorius. She completely disregarded the bewildered and wide-eyed expression of her colleague, who stood beside her in disbelief. "Before, I had always sensed someone was spying on me, it was you too, huh?" In response to the silver-haired girl's claim, Artorius neither confirmed nor denied it. Instead, he turned the tables and asked this question. "Yes, it was me and this colleague of mine." Karen nodded without hesitation, then pointed at the stunned Bazette standing nearby. "Bazette. You rascal, I'll remember this." After a brief pause, Bazette looked at Karen with a gloomy expression. "When you said you would take responsibility, you only mentioned yourself, right? But now, when the Emperor questions you, you drag me into it. Damn it." The next moment. "Ouch. Consider this as a punishment." Artorius lightly flicked Karen's forehead, not too forcefully, but enough to make her feel the pain. "Don't try these little tricks again, Karen." "Yes, Your Majesty." Karen remained composed. Even though Artorius rejected her, she didn't seem too upset. With that matter settled, they had to return to the Hot Spring Hotel. Despite Rudolph's suggestion to use the secret base in Tokyo, Artorius declined. Using it would only make him seem afraid, and he was confident that the place he was in was the safest in the world. Artorius Pendragon, the Dragon Emperor, had that confidence. In the following 3 days, Tokyo was on high alert, and tensions ran deep within the city. Meanwhile, the various branches of the Holy Church worldwide also faced trouble and destruction. The person named Kodomine Kyrie had become a wanted criminal, but he remained hidden. However, the Empire had also made significant progress. Almost inadvertently, they obtained substantial evidence of the Holy Church's illegal activities. This blow was severe enough to leave them scarred. But that wasn't the main point. Soaking in the hot spring water, the majestic Dragon Emperor sipped on a glass of cold wine, contemplating the situation of the recent attack. This was the analysis provided by the loyal Rudolph. The radicals from the Holy Church are the prime suspects. A bunch of lunatics who fantasize about their divine authority. Other than them, there are the dead apostles. Although it was only the remnants of their regular army, our final brigade was annihilated 3 years ago in the Canadian Arctic. These enemies of humanity can never be completely eradicated. They no longer employ conventional warfare but resort to guerrilla tactics and even terror attacks, causing significant losses to the Empire. As Rudolph explained this, Artorius began to grasp the situation. Well shit, this seems to be a parallel world connected to Tsukiheim. In the parallel worlds of the Nasuverse, there are essentially 2 major categories. One leans towards Aleia, the timeline of heroic spirits, where the laws of humanity are incredibly strong and unyielding. The other leans towards Gaia, the timeline of true ancestors, where the laws of humanity are volatile and unpredictable. For those who often say, Gaia doesn't interfere, or, it won't act unless the Earth is in danger, now might be a good time to take a look at the setting of the Tsukiheim. The peculiar creature who always acts cute in Chaldea is not just Merlin's familiar or mascot. It is the Beast of Calamity, also known as Logos of Comparison. If these titles don't resonate much, the following ones might send shivers down people's spine. Primate Murder. The Beast of Gaia. Those two titles alone reveal Gaia's deep malice towards humanity. The so-called true ancestors were beings inclined towards nature itself. They are Gaia's means of self-defense against humans. In a world leaning toward the true ancestors, it's only natural that the human order is not fixed. After all, humans as the prime species, primates, would be wiped out. Well, this is a bit troublesome. Artorius pondered, and the focus of his thoughts shifted from who attacked us to the biggest enemy the Empire and humanity faced. If the world I'm in is one where the true ancestors, nature, and Gaia ultimately triumph, and humans, as primates, are enslaved or even exterminated by the vampires. No. I won't allow such a thing. Thinking of this, His Majesty the Emperor no longer felt like taking a vacation. Your Majesty. Just when Artorius was feeling a bit annoyed, the voice of the maid by his side sounded like a soothing cat, calming Artorius's restless heart. Since he had shifted from leisure mode to a serious mode, he couldn't keep going fooling around with 100 maids at once. During this moment, there were indeed many women bathing with Artorius. However, they were simply taking ordinary baths. Only two fortunate women, one on each side, were embraced by Artorius's muscular arms, both wearing blissful expressions. Presently, Artorius was not in a boy, Shota, form or a young man, Eichmann, form. He appeared to be a handsome and masculine middle-aged man of around 30 years old, Dilf. He exuded a strong aura, giving off a sense of wealth, status, and power. This version of Artorius, Dragon Emperor form, overpowered the others, making them feel subservient at first sight. The standard image of the Dragon Emperor, currently popular in the Empire, was similarly imposing. He had grown a beard, sporting an elegant goatee and a mustache, turning him into a middle-aged man in his 30s. Shota and Eichmann forms were undoubtedly attractive, but if one sought stability, and wanted to rely on a man, a Dilf appearance was without a doubt the top choice. The kind that would bewitch young girls completely and commonly addressed by them as daddy. After being comforted by the two maids, Artorius continued his contemplation. Now, he was starting to appreciate the experience of this drifting phenomenon. This adventure allowed him to understand the direction of the future, who his enemies were, and what his empire should do next. Besides the three founding families, 4 other mages are involved in the Holy Grail War. His thoughts progressed to the second stage. Author's note. Basically, what needs to be said is this: the world where Gaia has the upper hand is Sukiheim and the world where Alea has the upper hand is Fate. Of course, this is a fanfiction work. So, the characters from both sides will make appearances. Chapter 131, Identities of Masters. The identity of the enemy remains unclear due to the lack of information. As for Kirai, in the original story, he should still be lost at this point in time, adhering to his role as a devoted believer. However, many things in this world have become chaotic due to the rise of the Empire. The Einsborn family now serves as a branch of the imperial family. The Matu family still holds onto the name of the Zaljan family, with Matu Korea becoming Rudolf Zaljan, skilled in swordsmanship. The only one that hasn't changed much is the Tosaka family, which roughly maintains its original course. But in the overall shift of the world's dynamics, the Tosaka family's situation has naturally changed, aligning closer to the Empire. Tokiomi's father embraced the Empire's full education. Although Tokiomi himself did not, he sent his daughter, Sakura, away. Sakura now insists that she wants to become the Emperor's bride. Oh, don't misunderstand. The world isn't showering Artorius with top-quality bronze for him to refine. As mentioned before, she wants to join the Empire's battle nuns. These battle nuns there call themselves the Emperor's brides. Of course, this is just a matter of title. Nobody takes it too seriously. Just like Karen. Naturally, this hasn't stopped her from using this pretext to her advantage. For example, she sneaked into the maids' group pretending it was just because her hair was similar in color, then tried to find a way to get into Artorius's bed, and if caught, she just casually said, "I'm the bride of the Emperor, so it's normal." At that time, Artorius remained unfazed. "I want to get revenge on that bastard of a father," Karen said calmly. "Although I don't want to admit it, right now, that guy is stronger. So, if I want revenge, I need to become stronger. And the simplest, fastest way to become stronger is to have sexual intercourse with your Majesty." As she spoke these words, Karen's face showed no expression, seemingly completely indifferent to how shocking her words might be. Because it won't just be painless, dull, or uninteresting. On the contrary, it will feel very good, very comfortable as if ascending to heaven. This is the best choice for me. After uttering such words, Karen was flicked on the forehead by Artorius again, this time even harder than before. A lump instantly swelled on her forehead, and she held her head, crouching down. "Don't say such nonsense, Karen." Ugh. Although she subconsciously wanted to add, "There's nothing wrong with that. I am the Emperor's bride. It's normal for the Emperor and his bride to have a sexual relationship." But looking at Artorius's displeased expression, Karen thought that if she said anything else, she might get beaten. And not the kind of fun beating like those in BDSM, so she kept her mouth shut. Of course, keeping her mouth shut didn't mean she wouldn't try to cause trouble. Otherwise, she'd end up like her foolish colleague and partner in work, Bazette. Believing in the principle of effort will always be rewarded, that person named Bazette is truly naive. She wasted the path Marshal Agravain laid out for her. But Karen is different. She was kicked to this damned place by her father when she was little, and she had to climb all the way up to her current position relying solely on herself. Let's think of another way. Being lectured by Artorius, Karen temporarily stopped her mischief. Anyway, Dragon Emperor is a lecherous man, there will be opportunities. Karen didn't desire titles like princess or royal maid. She just wanted the essence, semen, of the Dragon Emperor to enhance her magical energy. In this way, both she and the Dragon Emperor would be satisfied. It was a win-win situation. She would acquire the ability to defeat her own father, and the Dragon Emperor would be pleased with her service. Everyone would be happy. Regardless of who the enemy may be, whether they are radicals from the Holy Church or dead apostles, their choice to disrupt an attack at this juncture can best be explained by their intentions for this Holy Grail war. And with that, the likelihood of them sending someone as a master to participate in this Holy Grail war has significantly increased. Considering Kodomine Kyrie as their piece in the game, the probability is further elevated due to his unique ability to materialize in the spiritual form as servants do. He must be a servant. So, who could it be, this troublesome fellow? Apart from the 3 founding families, we have 2 other empires masters under our control. As Artorius pondered this, he recalled the elegant young lady in a suit, her figure too appealing to be concealed. Unlike Karen who sought to seize the emperor, this elegant young lady showed utmost respect to Artorius right from the beginning, always abiding by the rules. Not that her respect for Artorius exceeded that of the insolent nun, it was merely because she was an honest and straightforward person. And this honest person was Bazette, or rather, one of the current masters controlled by the empire. Apart from the 3 founding families, the selection process for the master candidates of the Holy Grail War was somewhat complex. First, those who intentionally aimed to participate in the Holy Grail War. Next were individuals with strong wishes and dreams they wished to fulfill. Perhaps fate was also one of the criteria for selection. Nevertheless, a certain honest person named Bazette was one of the chosen masters in this Holy Grail War. When Kyrie backstabbed her, a strong desire to survive led to the appearance of a crimson mark, like a tattoo, on the back of her hand, the so-called command spell. This result was one of the reasons why the Empire sent her. The closer a mage was to Fuyuki, the higher the probability of being selected. And then, there's someone familiar, though we've never met. Waver Velvet, a significant supporting character with numerous appearances in the original timeline. He was also chosen as one of the masters in this battle. He was still the same person as in the original timeline, but their background and experiences had completely changed. Unlike in the original timeline where he was a mediocre third-rate mage with a frail physique and appearance who came here after being ridiculed, wanting to prove himself even if he had to borrow money for a plane ticket. In this world, Waver was already over 30, with a mental state closer to the era of El Malloy II. Additionally, he was acknowledged as a genius by the Clock Tower in this world. Not because his talents in magecraft were supported and acknowledged, he was still the same person after all. It was simply because the Empire evaluated talent differently than in the original timeline. In an era unlike the past, where individual mages conducted research alone in small workshops, the Empire formed specialized research teams. Therefore, instead of focusing on the quality and quantity of magic circuits, the Empire valued intelligence, thinking ability, learning capacity, and motivation. There were countless ways to obtain powerful magecraft or formidable combat abilities in the Empire. The Empire was not lacking in powerful warriors, but they were more inclined toward individuals like Waver who possessed special talents. A few days ago, within the Clock Tower, the most tightly controlled magic academy under the Empire's rule, a certain teacher had directly thrown a holy relic to his student. As a traditional mage, Kenneth couldn't stand Waver. He thought he was an overrated deadbeat. However, as an Imperial mage, Kenneth couldn't deny his abilities. This conflicting and complicated feeling kept Kenneth's evaluation of Waver at the level of a useful tool. He was a convenient guy to have around. Just throw all the headaches his way, and he'd deliver excellent results. This Holy Grail War would be no different. Go, Waver, don't embarrass the Clock Tower, fight for the Empire's honor. On the flight to Japan, Waver couldn't help but grind his teeth when he recalled the pleased expression of his teacher. It's always like this, that jerk. With his long hair and a well-fitted suit, he looked like a proper gentleman, clutching the box containing the holy relic, and making a creaking sound. This Holy Grail War is just not worth the trouble. Getting some extra sleep would be a better deal. Artorius wasn't sure about this world's Waver yet. But when Rudolph was asked, his evaluation was somewhat conflicted. They may be a bunch of idiots, but they can be trusted. As the third branch of the Mages Association established by the Empire, the Clock Tower's mages were always focused on cultivating talented mages for the Empire. Their loyalty far surpassed the other two branches. It was like comparing a domesticated dog to a wild one, though, of course, the latter might prefer to call themselves free wolves. As soon as Mr. Waver arrives, arrange a meeting with me. After Rudolph's evaluation, Artorius gave this order. In the 3-day search, this was one of the most valuable pieces of information Artorius had obtained. Aside from the 5 masters known and controlled by the Empire, the identities of the remaining 2 masters were quickly uncovered. The remaining 2 were Zepia Eltnam Oberon from the Atlas Academy and the freelance mage, Aozaki Tuko. Different from the original story, Kenneth Elmeloy Archibald, the Lord of the Department of Mineralogy in Clock Tower, and the serial killer, Yuri Yunosuk didn't participate. The former saw it as too much trouble, given his different perspectives and status. As for the latter, thanks to the Empire's reign, he had been eliminated 2 years ago, probably reduced to dust by now. So, the 2 were out of the question. So, who is the one who summoned Kodomine Kirii as a servant? Relaxing in a hot spring while playing with the maid's breasts, Artorius pondered this question and ignored her pleas of, "Your Majesty, please stop teasing me. Please faster." Such words were meaningless, like unconsciously spinning a pen, biting nails, or shaking legs. Fully immersed in thought, Artorius didn't notice the maid's pitiful requests but proceeded to the next step subconsciously. Chapter 132, Holy Grail War, commence. Amidst the Empire's vast power, Atlas Academy, the Wandering Sea, and the Clock Tower were all vassals of the Empire. However, Wandering Sea stood apart, even more marginalized and independent. The Clock Tower, on the other hand, was practically a subordinate of the Empire. Atlas Academy occupied a position somewhere between the two. The academic aura at Atlas Academy was much stronger. Though less emotionally connected and not very loyal to the Dragon Emperor, they were capable of creating many remarkable things. The Academy dispatched numerous alchemists and scholars skilled in the fusion of science and magecraft to the Empire, providing crucial support for various technological and mystery advancements. The Empire wasn't pleased with their perceived disloyalty, but they couldn't deny the technological prowess these individuals possessed. Despite the Empire giving birth to numerous exceptionally talented individuals over its 1,500-year history, such as Da Vinci, Edison, Turing, and Watt, their research capabilities were potent on their own. Still, one can never have too much talent. Between these 2 individuals, Zepia and Tuko, one of them is a traitor. Artorius thought this to himself while holding the exhausted maid in his arms. Regarding Atlas Academy, I'm not very familiar with them, as it had limited scenes in the original story. As for Aozaki Tuko, he continued, I know more about that woman. However, the emergence of the Empire has caused drastic changes to the timeline. So, the Aozaki Tuko I know may differ significantly from the current one. Changing history isn't always convenient. As Artorius sighed, in Rin's room, the twin-tailed Sundara girl pursed her lips and nodded. I see, I understand now. Rin turned to her sister and Karen, and said, so, when you said you wanted to become the Emperor's bride, you actually meant you wanted to join the battle nuns, right? Yes. Sakura replied earnestly, that would be the greatest honor. Oh. Rin, more intelligent than most children, wasn't surprised by Sakura's statement, but she blushed nonetheless. As a child from a mage family, she knew that being the Emperor's bride was equivalent to being part of the battle nuns, but she had forgotten about it earlier due to her surprise. But that's not entirely correct. Karen interjected from the other side. When the Tosaka sisters looked at her together, Karen calmly said, before this, being the Emperor's bride was merely a slogan, a title, because everyone believed that the Dragon Emperor had already passed away. But, what if the Dragon Emperor is still alive? Looking at the puzzled expressions of the Tosaka sisters, Karen smirked, revealing a satisfied smile. Imparting wrong ideas to children and seeing them struggle and cry in pain was such a delightful feeling, fufufu. If the Dragon Emperor is still alive, then I'll be his bride. No, I'll strive to become his bride. Muttering to herself, Sakura seemed to have made some sort of decision. But isn't that strange? Rin exclaimed loudly, wasn't the Dragon Emperor an ancient figure? Hasn't he been dead for a very long time? Generally, that's correct. Karen continued to feed them strange ideas, but in the Holy Grail War. Ah, Rin-chan, you do know what the Holy Grail War is, right? Of course. I know about the Holy Grail War, oh, right. Though she was still a child, Rin was unexpectedly sharp, quickly understanding Karen's meaning. Yes, as long as we summon His Majesty the Dragon Emperor, Artorius I, in the next Holy Grail War, victory will be ours. If we become the Dragon Emperor's master, then dealing with various situations shouldn't be a problem, right? Well, that does sound strange. Though Rin continued to mumble, Sakura on the other side already had a determined expression on her face. It's decided. Sakura declared, I'll become the Dragon Emperor's bride, and I'll also be his master. Truly impressive. Karen applauded sarcastically, to have such ambitious aspirations at such a young age. I'm sure your future will be bright. Hearing her words, Rin looked left and right, gazing at Karen, then back at her sister. Though she found it a bit strange and suspicious instinctively, Rin couldn't stand losing, and being that tsundere that she was, she finally muttered words that brought delight to Karen. In that case, I'll become the Emperor's bride too. Yes, Wani-sama, let's become the Emperor's bride together. Sakura said with a bright smile, happily addressing her big sister. Meanwhile, in a bustling nightclub, Tokyo's neon lights flickered, embodying the decadent and debauched nightlife. Through the crowd of people dancing to the music, seeking cheap thrills, Kirai arrived at the heart of this nightclub called Bloody Mary. The heavy doors slowly swung open, revealing a man with a wicked sense of humor, resembling a mischievous child, as he wore a pleased smile and strode inside. Humans are truly ugly creatures. His master and partner in crime, with his back turned to him, said those words as he watched the surveillance screen in front of him that displayed everything happening in the nightclub, revealing the grotesque behavior of people driven by alcohol, malice, and their own wickedness. From Kirai's perspective, this would be the perfect angle to stab a knife right into his master's back. In fact, if he were not certain that he stood no chance against his master and that an impulsive attack would undoubtedly fail, Kirai would have done just that. Enough of this boring talk. Kirai said as he approached his master. I did as you said and attacked the observers on the outskirts. Your subordinates seemed to take advantage of the situation to do other things. Yes, indeed. His master replied calmly without turning around. What purpose does this stirring up chaos serve? Kirai turned around and walked towards the bar, casually picking up a bottle of red wine and pouring himself a glass. Unlike the simple life he led as a priest, right now, Kirai indulged in the sensation of drinking, not because he liked the taste of alcohol, but simply for the feeling it brought him. Must everything we do have a purpose? His master continued without looking back. I never imagined you would become this way, Kirai. You can say whatever you want. Kirai responded, opening every bottle of red wine and mixing them together in his glass. It wasn't a cocktail, merely a concoction. Be patient, Kirai. His master tried to comfort him. My plan is absolute. Fate will change. The era of chaos is about to descend, and a wretched dog like you will surely be pleased with the outcome. By the way, that mix of wine you have doesn't seem appealing. I'll wait and see. Kirai replied calmly, not taking offense at being called a wretched dog. In fact, he felt that the assessment was quite fitting. Also, who said I wanted to drink this stuff anyway? He poured the mixed wine onto the carpet as he spoke, tossed the glass aside, and picked up another bottle to take a sip. When you have news, notify me, master. With that, Kirai disappeared once again. What an impolite dog. Kirai's master remarked, but his voice remained emotionless. However, since you still have some usefulness, I'll spare your life. After saying this, he refocused his attention on the screen, where a drunk thug happily smashed a bottle over a waiter's head. Be patient a bit longer. He murmured. Be patient a bit longer, and this disgusting world will be destroyed. The master we await will lead us to the true world. At the same time, Artoria soaked in the hot spring. I should accelerate this Holy Grail war. The faster the Holy Grail war progresses, the sooner I can return to my own timeline. That way, the problem will be dealt with. IRI. With the maid's assistance, Artoria stood up from the hot spring and wrapped himself in a yukata. He called out IRI's name. Do you need something, Your Majesty? IRI, waiting outside the hot spring, asked with a gentle tone. Spread my orders, it's time to summon the servants, and commence the Holy Grail war. Yes, Your Majesty. As a monarch, he naturally needed messengers to relay his commands. Moreover, because Artorius frequently engaged in various activities with the maids, it was evident that a male messenger would not be suitable. Thus, this honorable task was given to IRI. A court lady, head maid, or grand chamberlain, this was the role IRI currently played. Thus, Artorius's will was swiftly conveyed. Start the Holy Grail war early. Under these circumstances, aren't we being targeted by dead apostles? Moreover, this isn't even for Yuki. Tokiomi was slightly shaken. Before he could say anything, Rudolph had already turned and left. Lord Rudolph. I shall execute His Majesty's will. Rudolph said calmly, farewell, Lord Tosaka. Curses. Tokiomi gritted his teeth. I guess I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have the relic to summon a heroic spirit with me. Thinking this, Tokiomi breathed a sigh of relief. But if you think carefully, maybe it's a good idea. With the power of servants, we can be safer. Is this why His Majesty decided to hold the Holy Grail war earlier? Chapter 133, Summoning Rituals. Curses. Tokiomi gritted his teeth. I guess I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have the relic to summon a heroic spirit with me. Thinking this, Tokiomi breathed a sigh of relief. But if you think carefully, maybe it's a good idea. With the power of servants, we can be safer. Is this why His Majesty decided to hold the Holy Grail War earlier? Tokiomi didn't even notice it himself, but unconsciously, he had already put himself in Artorius' shoes, coming up with reasons for him. This was probably the Stockholm Syndrome caused by the inability to resist and only being able to enjoy. With these thoughts in mind, Tokiomi turned around and went back to his own room. After more than half an hour. Damn it, I got airsick. Waver felt dizzy as he stepped off the plane at Tokyo International Airport. The dizziness intensified the pain on the back of his hand, where the Crimson Command spells were etched. All he wanted now was to find a place to lie down and get a good rest. He would recover his strength and then devise a strategy. He would fool around for a while until his servant went down the drain. After that, he'd return to the clock tower. Under the Empire's surveillance, the Holy Grail War would surely not lead to casualties. So, Waver was relatively safe. Come to think of it, participating in the Holy Grail War doesn't seem like such a bad thing. Holding his luggage, Waver walked to the smoking area, took out a cigar, lit it, and squatted down. If I play it smart, won't it be like having a vacation? It seems Professor Kenneth isn't such a devil after all. Thinking this way, Waver's heart warmed, and his fondness for Kenneth increased by +1. Then, the next second his phone rang. What's the matter, Professor Kenneth? Waver opened his phone and answered the call, looking puzzled. I forgot to tell you something earlier, Waver. What is it? I've sent you all the files you need to handle in the next few days to your email. You can take care of those while participating in the Holy Grail War. Just as he was about to protest, Waver was interrupted by Kenneth, who said, This is an order and can't be negotiated, Waver. Also. Good luck. After saying those words, Kenneth hung up, leaving Waver dumbfounded. Damn it, that asshole. Waver raised his hand in frustration, wanting to throw his phone to the ground. Of course, he hesitated and didn't do it in the end. He couldn't afford to replace a broken phone because he wasn't good at managing his finances, and he didn't come from a wealthy family. His life was pretty tight financially, and damaging his phone would hurt. To think he's exploiting me like this. The slight relief from airsickness worsened, and the debuff stacked up high, almost taking half of his life away. But then. Are you Waver Velvet? Hearing a voice, Waver looked up and exchanged glances with two men who looked quite cheerful and were wearing high-end suits. Yes, and you are. We are employees of the Imperial Mystery Bureau, and here are our credentials. Oh, I see. Then. Now, the Empire has an important task for you. The Holy Grail War has started prematurely. Please take out your relic and summon your servant. Sorry. Wait, I just got off the plane. My airsickness hasn't gone away yet. Besides, I just received a call from my teacher, and he's treating me like a ruthless supervisor treats their intern, and then there's. Please take out your relic and summon your servant. The other party calmly repeated the words from earlier nonchalantly like a robot, and the seriousness in the tone made Waver gulp nervously. Afterward, he noticed that these two individuals referred to themselves as employees of the Imperial Mystery Bureau. Their status was likely genuine, but they were not ordinary staff that mages typically encountered. They were Inquisitors of the Judgment Hall. They wore the abstract emblem of Dragonflame witch hunters on their chests, which indicated that they were members of the Judgment Hall Inquisitors, a specialized judiciary dedicated to dealing with rogue mages or any human enemy of the Empire. They burned witches in Europe, Nganga witches in Africa, shamans who practiced voodoo, Buddhist monks who used black magic in Southeast Asia, and murderers with twisted impulses in Japan. They also purged monks spreading heresy and strange hybrids born from the union of humans and foreign creatures. In short, they hunted down all the humans in the world of magecraft who were enemies of humanity and the Empire. Despite the Empire's external propaganda that depicted them as heroes of the Empire, the backbone of humanity, fighting on the front line against evildoers, Waver couldn't help but think, if I don't cooperate, will they use a dragonflame purifier on me and turn me into charcoal? With that thought in mind, Waver swallowed hard and obediently took out the fragments of textiles from the purple sandalwood box. Then came a series of required items, the most important of which was a magical energy crystallization known as the Dragon Crystal, the Empire's next-generation magical energy crystallization. At the same time. This is such a hassle. The person who sighed like this was Aozaki Tuko. Almost simultaneously, another Inquisitor appeared before this freelance mage, giving her the same command as Waver. Though Tuko was annoyed and wanted to tell them, I'm not one of you, you have no right to order me around, doing so would probably lead to a desperate situation. If it were only a matter of life and death, it would be tolerable. But the problem was, she was quite a beauty, at least that's how she perceived herself. So the likely outcome would be to be forced to serve as a weapon for that evil dragon emperor. Being quite experienced in the world of magecraft, she was aware of many secrets, including the fact that the Dragon Emperor still existed and was alive and dandy. Combining this with the legend of several generations of emperors in the empire, Tuko felt weak in the knees. Though she was not young anymore, she never thought about pursuing a romantic relationship with anyone. Even if it came to that, she only wanted to quietly adopt a cute young boy and raise him. Falling in love was definitely out of the question. For her own future happiness and to seek revenge against her foolish sister, she knew she had to comply. I can only do as they say. With this thought in mind, the woman with wine-red long hair, wearing a deep green cheapao and black stockings, took out her own relic. No, calling it a relic seemed a bit delicate. After all, the being she was about to summon was rather vile, fearsome, and a villain in all legends. She was going to summon a notorious Oni well known in Japan, a powerful Oni called Shutendoji. At least we can bond over our fondness for pretty and handsome boys. With this thought in her heart, Tuko began chanting the incantation. At the same time, in front of a well-prepared magic circle, Bizette paused for a moment before putting back the relic that represented the Knights of the Round Table, which had been given to her. She then took off her earrings while Karen looked on with some confusion. Everyone in the Knights of the Round Table is a hero, of course. Partly speaking to herself and partly explaining to Karen, Bizette said, but if possible, I want to summon someone else. Someone else? Someone related to your family. Or a knight active in other regions of Ireland. It's See you chillin'. After a brief hesitation, considering that she was about to summon the person anyway, Bizette decided not to lie. I've been his admirer since I was little, so in this Holy Grail war, I want to give it a try. Well, then, good luck to you. And if you end up being held responsible for this, don't blame me for not warning you. Karen's light words brought a relaxed smile to Bizette's face. If getting scolded could lead to the realization of her dream since childhood, then this deal was definitely worth it. At the same time, while some people were preparing to summon their servants and others were in the process of summoning, one person had already completed the summoning. When a knight in purple armor, majestic and imposing, appeared before Rudolph, his emotions reached their peak. Success. He had indeed succeeded. Using the relic, along with his unwavering belief and his fervent admiration for the heroic spirits of the Knights of the Round Table, he had successfully summoned the Dragon Emperor's close friend, the great knight who infected the Dragon Emperor with his light, warmth, dedication, and loyalty. Artorius' best friend, the Knight of the Grail, Galahad. Truly deserves to be the Knight of the Grail, the chest muscles are well developed. Rudolph praised, intending to build a good relationship with his servant. In stark contrast to Rudolph's feverish excitement, Tokiomi couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Before him stood a young, rebellious man wearing golden armor and sporting a wild mop of hair. He was at a loss for words. Curses, can someone tell me what's going on? Isn't he king of heroes, Gilgamesh? While King Gilgamesh was indeed a formidable heroic spirit, even rumored to be a half-god and half-human, he was a king from a foreign land who ultimately rebelled against the gods. Tokiomi couldn't bear the thought of what might happen when such a character interacts with the Dragon Emperor. Tokiomi had just made the decision to align with the Empire and even use this Holy Grail war to establish a good relationship with the Dragon Emperor. And now, this happened. Is the Throne of Heroes messing with him? My relic was supposed to summon the legendary Enkidu. I used the legendary clay that created Enkidu. So why did I end up summoning King Gilgamesh? Ended, I will die, I will die, I will die. So, you're my master, huh? You look like a boring and ordinary mongrel. As Tokiomi internally screamed, the shining Gilgamesh, with his golden short hair and golden armor, evaluated his master in this manner, looking displeased. Trash, everything is trash. This world remains unchanged as always, everything is rubbish, mediocrity, and debris. Gilgamesh said with disgust inside his mind. The so-called progress in technology, social systems, production, the relationship between production and labor, philosophy, science, medicine, and transportation, all of it seemed meaningless in Gilgamesh's eyes. In his view, the essence of the human world was stagnant, and all humans appeared as mediocrities. They constructed their cities using borrowed knowledge and blindly hailed it as civilization. Everything seemed devoid of meaning, everything appeared as mere rubbish, whether it was destruction, creation, or anything else, none held any significance. Speak. The arrogant king immediately took Tokiomi's place without hesitation, sitting comfortably and giving orders. How is the Holy Grail war going, Tokiomi? That, Tokiomi instinctively wanted to say, the Holy Grail war is none of your concern. I suggest you go back where you came from. But in the end, he couldn't say it. Because he was afraid that Gilgamesh would split him in half in an instant. At the same time. Are you? See you chillin'. In Bizette's room, the summoning had also been completed. However, the situation was a bit different from what Bizette had expected. The crimson spear indeed looked like the legendary Gibalg. The tight leather outfit also resembled the attire of ancient Celtic warriors. But the problem was, could someone tell me, is Siu Chilin actually a woman? And moreover, a stunning beauty with wine-red long hair and an explosive figure. If you were expecting Siu Chilin, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not that foolish boy. The breathtaking beauty with a graceful figure smiled and spoke to the young child before her. Right. Through the bond between master and servant, Bazette quickly confirmed the identity of the person she had summoned. It wasn't Siu Chilin, instead, it was Siu Chilin's mentor and a powerful female warrior named Scathatch. Realizing that she had summoned such a powerful figure, Bazette didn't know whether to be happy or upset. Guhahaha, Eumenes, we meet again. Is this fate's arrangement? In front of Waver, there stood a burly man with a hearty smile and an excessively big physique. He was laughing heartily and patting Waver's shoulders enthusiastically, almost causing Waver, who looked fine on the surface but was actually out of shape due to irregular schedules and lack of exercise, to vomit. Observing the scene, the two inquisitors quietly left. Now, only Waver and the boisterous man remained. This guy was Iskandar, Alexander the Great. He had single-handedly undertaken the most magnificent expedition of classical times, conquering countless lands, nations, and even the hearts of people, a terrifying king of conquerors. However, at this moment, he looked no different from those over-enthusiastic uncles at the gym. Cough, cough. As Waver forcibly suppressed the urge to vomit, he protested loudly, Stop, stop, I'm not Eumenes, look properly. I'm your master. Eh? Is that so? If Waver made eye contact with the man in front of him at this moment, he would have noticed a deep meaning in the man's eyes. However, Waver was practically collapsing now, so he didn't have the energy to pay attention to that. Therefore, I see, I mistook you for someone else. But kid, you look almost identical to my closest friend, Eumenes. Your aura is quite similar too. It's no wonder I made a mistake, guhahaha. He continued to laugh merrily and pat Waver's back. As a result, Waver really did vomit. Your lack of exercise remains as usual, master. Ah, the Holy Grail War, but you know what, I'd rather throw a party. Fine sake, delicious food, and mesmerizing performances. And of course, a gathering of handsome guys, master. Shouldn't Uji, although she appeared to be a young girl, the way she spoke was that of the famed sake connoisseur. Tuko couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If only I could live such a carefree life too. Tuko sighed with disappointment. Doing nothing but enjoying the company of pretty boys. Why not do it then, master? That's. Tuko hesitated, wanting to explain herself, but after uttering a single word, she decided against it. Am I really foolish enough to explain it to her? Despite Shuten's overwhelming cuteness, enough to double and redouble any Lilicon's affection, the truth was that Tuko had summoned a monstrous being. Shuten's logic and thought processes were entirely different from humans, so trying to explain the need for work, life, or order would be utterly futile. Initially, upon seeing her with her purple bangs and beautiful kimono, Tuko was captivated and responded instinctively. But now, Tuko remained silent, turning around to retrieve the sake she had prepared beforehand. Would you like some? Of course, master, you really know how to live a life. With alcohol in sight, Shuten promptly forgot about their earlier conversation. It was just a casual remark, success or failure hardly mattered. Instead of pondering over such troublesome matters, they should act quickly and seek new happiness. The Holy Grail War might be unexpectedly entertaining. Shuten thought joyfully as she started to feel the effects of the alcohol. And so that was how it went. Within 15 minutes, the 5 masters within the Empire's grasp had all completed their summonings. The Zaljan family, Rudolf Zaljan, summoned the Knight of the Grail, Galahad. The Tosaka family, Tosaka Tokiomi, mistakenly summoned the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. The Clock Tower, Waver Velvet, summoned the King of Conquerors, Iskandar. The Imperial Guard, Bazette Fraga Mikrimitz, summoned the Queen of the Land of Shadows, Scathatch. The Freelance Mage, Aozaki Tuko, summoned the legendary Oni, Shutenduji. The Einsburn family, Amiya Kiritsugu, summoned the Dragon Emperor, Artorius Pendragon. Now, the Empire's side had assembled 6 heroic spirits. Slightly different from the traditional Holy Grail War, Galahad was a shielder, Iskandar a rider, Gilgamesh an archer, Scathatch a lancer, Shutenduji a berserker, and Artorius an assassin. Currently, Kodomine Kirii, who hadn't shown himself, could be assumed to be a caster, surely not a saber. 6 out of the 7 heroic spirits of the Holy Grail War had made an appearance, and 6 of the 7 masters had been located. This left only one master who had yet to reveal themselves and evaded the Empire's official search, the alchemist named Zepia Eltnam Oberon. Though, in this timeline, he was known as Zepia Eltnam at Lasia. But is it really that straightforward? After receiving IRI's report and everything proceeded according to Artorius's plan, he once again fell into contemplation. He had a feeling that things weren't that simple. He had a hunch that there was a greater conspiracy at play. Today, Artorius, while fondling the maid's breast as always, seriously contemplated matters related to the rise and fall of the Empire and the fate of humanity. But it should be fine, he said in his mind after a while, dismissing those thoughts. After all, he had 6 heroic spirits under his command. 6 against 1. How could he lose? How could the Dragon Emperor face defeat? Next, it's time to meet my servants. Although Artorius still didn't know who they were, he instinctively placed himself in the position of their monarch. Chapter 134, Banquet of Servants. Let's gather the servants and have a banquet to bond with each other, Artorius declared, and with the help of the maids, he changed his clothes. Despite having the ability to instantly change his outfit using his third magic like a magical girl transformation, he chose to change frame by frame, step by step, in an orderly manner. A gentleman should always exhibit such refinement, right? It was also kind of a public service and a benefit for his subjects. Hearing the maid's gulp of anticipation and seeing the affectionate glances they gave him, Artorius understood the wisdom of this approach. Allowing the maids to occasionally take advantage of him would improve their work efficiency, something even an emperor would consider essential. Thank you and great job, everyone, he praised gently after thanking the maids. Dressed in a splendid military uniform, adorned with frost silver stars and an emperor's scepter, Artorius looked like a celestial being that had stepped out of a painting. Usually, Artorius was already impressive in his regular attire, but now, in this attire, he was an epitome of perfection itself. An entrancing perfection that made it hard to take one's eyes off him, even making one fear the mirror he glanced into might shatter the next second. Time to go, Artorius said, raising his head high as he walked towards the exit. Since it was a banquet, they couldn't hold it at the Hot Spring Hotel. The Imperial Mystery Bureau urgently contacted the Tokyo Grand Hotel and paid double to have the whole place reserved. They wanted to ensure that the gourmet appetites of the attendees would be satisfied by the top-tier chefs who cooked, fried, stewed, and braised various dishes. I wonder who will attend. I'm actually quite looking forward to it, Artorius mused to himself. Even a dragon emperor like him felt delighted to meet powerful figures from different eras and various heroes from history, even those beyond his control. Though the Empire had almost subdued every hero of Europe within the past 1,500 years, there were still heroes born before the 5th century who remained beyond the Empire's grasp. And not to forget those heroic spirits from other planets and even other worlds. Even though the story background of the Type Moon, Nasuverse, had always been Earth-centric, giving people the impression that heroic spirits were an exclusive Earth creation, in reality, that was not the case. Heroic spirits transcended the limitations of planets, the world, and time, existing beyond everything else. Regardless of heroes from any parallel world, be it Earth or beyond, from the past, present, or future, whether real or fictional, imagined by people, they were all brought together in the Throne of Heroes. This Throne of Heroes was beyond the control and manipulation of entities like Gaia or Alea, known as the Counter-Force. At best, they could only make partial use of it. Hence, possessing a throne unique to the Empire is a significant achievement in breaking free from the constraints of the Counter-Force. Artorius acknowledged. What kind of heroes will attend? It'd be best if there were some beautiful women, Artorius thought in his heart. Those gentle and caring big sisters would be perfect. Of course, young and lively girls would be nice too. I'm an all-embracing individual. Whether big sisters, teenage girls, or Lolas, I welcome them all. For the former, he could employ his Shota mode for a targeted approach. Teenage girls could use DILF mode. As for the Lolas, he could play the role of a gentle big brother in Eichmann mode or even use Shota mode by being their caring friend or childhood friend. In short, Artorius Pendragon, as the world's most formidable character when it came to dealing with the opposite sex, was like a super dreadnought warship equipped with 80 million different types of missiles, kinetic railguns, and beam weapons. He had an abundance of techniques to make them obedient and loyal, turning them into his own. And with this vast array of advantages, he could turn these summoned female servants into his followers and ultimately win everything. Although I'm here for a vacation, the Holy Grail War or whatever is not the main concern. But since there's a chance to win, who wants to lose? Artorius thought. As he pondered with a joyful smile, his good mood was interrupted by bad news. Tokiomi summoned the King of Heroes. Yes, confirmed IRI, the bearer of this news, perceiving Artorius's dissatisfaction towards Tokiomi. Indeed, Tokiomi had agreed to be his subject and join the Empire, however, he had summoned another ruler. How would that affect their relationship moving forward? Both Tokiomi himself and the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh, were now under the scrutiny of the Empire. From this point, it might be possible to conclude that Tokiomi is not entirely loyal to the Empire. This then led to the principle of loyalty is not absolute, only absolute disloyalty, which suggested that Tokiomi's entire family was on the brink of destruction. In this regard, it seemed that Lord Tosaka's wasn't intentional. Being a part of the 3 founding families, Iri didn't harbor any ill will towards Tokiomi. Thus, she spoke on his behalf. He originally intended to summon Enkidu, but somehow ended up summoning the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. Chains of Heaven, Enkidu. Fine. Perhaps it wasn't intentional. If it were someone else, Artorius might have considered it more, but since it was Tokiomi, there was no need to overthink it. The Tosaka family had a history and was famous for mishaps. If I could manage to control Gilgamesh, no, I don't have enough time and energy for that right now. The key issue lies with the dead apostle and that rogue mage who escaped. During this period, the Empire had already contacted the Atlas Academy and attempted to get in touch with Sepia Eltnamatlasia, the alchemist and director of the Atlas Academy, but they yielded no results. Given the circumstances, it could be concluded that this alchemist had defected and joined forces with dead apostles, rogue mages, or enemies of humanity. Although Artorius wasn't aware of his motives, once they captured him, it would be time to interrogate him with extreme measures. Right now, the Empire's priority was finding him, giving him a good thrashing, and bringing him to justice. Amidst the arrival of bad news, the good news wasn't entirely absent. As the car prepared to start departing, a slightly anxious and awkward woman appeared beside the vehicle. Bazette. Artorius was mildly surprised and also somewhat cautious. Presently, he was maintaining the form of a 30-year-old emperor, and sat in the front passenger seat of the car, while Iri, serving as his maid, drove. According to protocol, Bazette should have been in the second car. Furthermore, being the well-behaved child she was, Bazette shouldn't have acted on her own. However, what happened next, with the sudden appearance and materialization of a person beside Bazette surrounded by golden spiritual particles, explained why she behaved this way. Teacher Scathatch. As Artorius felt a hint of surprise, the car door on the passenger side opened. He was forcibly pulled out by Scathatch, who appeared rather assertive. Ignoring the surprised gazes around her and Artorius's bewildered expression, she boldly wrapped her arms around his waist and kissed him deeply. What the hell? Artorius exclaimed in confusion inside his mind. Scathatch ignored everyone and just enjoyed the kiss. Iri and Bazette. It's been so long, my foolish disciple. After the kiss, amidst Ilya's tearful exclamation of, Scathatch said that joyfully. To be honest, from my timeline's perspective, we haven't seen each other for just a few days. Artorius responded. The Scathatch standing before him now was not the familiar Scathatch but rather the servant-fied version, another side of Scathatch. She was more bold and had a younger mental state. Unlike the slightly melancholic and indifferent Scathatch that Artorius first encountered, this version of her was the kind who could transform into a beast the next moment, push Artorius down, and ride him forcefully without anyone finding it surprising. Let's talk on the way, my foolish disciple. Scathatch looked at Artorius with a joyful gaze and said so, pushing him to the back seat and promptly taking her place beside him. What happened? Which time period is this version of Scathatch? As they drove, Artorius, who was once again teased by Scathatch, enjoyed the moment while pondering this question. As a divine spirit, she wouldn't die. But logically, shouldn't she have already obtained the puppet's body, and be able to move in the real world as she please? An immortal existence combined with a free-moving body should allow Scathatch to continue her activities until now. Does this mean something went wrong halfway? Artorius contemplated this question and then received another piece of news. Galahad. What a great piece of news. In the car, upon learning that Rudolph had summoned someone and that someone turned out to be Galahad, Artorius was ecstatic. Galahad's sacrifice had always been a sorrow in Artorius's heart. He had many things he wanted to say to his friend. But whether in the past, present, or future, the chance of meeting Galahad again was incredibly slim. His sacrifice occurred before the establishment of the Empire. This meant, before the appearance of miraculous-like projects of the Throne of Empire, Galahad had already returned to the Throne of Heroes. In such circumstances, being able to encounter Galahad in this Holy Grail war is truly a miraculous occurrence. In this excitement, no one noticed, or rather, cared that Galahad's chest was too developed, and his buttocks were too rounded, or that there were differences in their gender. For a true knight, gender was never the point. Whether Galahad had flat breasts or large breasts, both were Galahad. Meanwhile, seeing Artorius's excited expression, Scathatch felt a tinge of jealousy. This Artorius must be the Artorius not long after defeating Lucius, right? I'll let you off the hook this time. At least for now, Scathatch was in a good mood upon meeting Artorius again at this moment. She didn't want to sour their relationship over some minor issues. But, if Artorius's behavior afterward remained the same, things might change. Because Galahad appeared as a servant, Artorius didn't show much emotional reaction when he learned about the identities of the other servants. When the clock tower summoned Iskandar, known as Alexander the Great, it didn't bother Artorius much. Although Iskandar's status was challenging, second only to Gilgamesh, Artorius had decided to treat them as allies of equal status in this Holy Grail war, not as subordinates. With this mindset, even if they were as headstrong and arrogant as Gilgamesh or as greedy and straightforward as Iskandar, it should be enough to keep them satisfied. That's what the Dragon Emperor thought. 2 troublesome fellows, 2 allies, and 1 enemy. That was Artorius' assessment of this 4th Holy Grail War situation. As for the last one, the fellow known as Shutenduji, it was difficult to judge by human standards due to her being inhuman and chaotic. Being a berserker with a wicked personality, it doesn't seem easy to handle. Artorius thought. Despite having memories from his past life and knowing that Shutenduji was likely just a mischievous lowly baba, so what? Compared to Galahad, it was just a minor issue. If we can use her, we'll make some use of her. If not, we'll eliminate her as quickly as possible. She's just a servant after all. Artorius thought with such an idea, as he disembarked the car, acting as the emperor and as the host. Before him stood an impressive sight, an enormous palace reminiscent of classical times, combining the best aspects of famous European palaces like the Palace of Versailles, Neuschwanstein Castle, and more, with modern enhancements. From design to decor and materials, everything is top-notch. Rudolph remarked with awe. It's thanks to your majesty that I can even enter this grand hotel. Don't belittle yourself, Major Rudolph. Artorius reassured him. With your talents, this is just the beginning. Thank you for your praise, your majesty. Rudolph replied, bowing, while Artorius' gaze shifted to the girl next to him, seemingly dazed, wearing a form-fitting armor that accentuated her figure. No mistake, that aura, that feeling, it was none other than his long-awaited friend, Galahad. Even though Galahad turned into the girl he knew well, it didn't matter. She was still Galahad in his eyes. After the banquet, let's have a good talk. Artorius said to her with a gentle tone. Galahad still seemed confused, not fully grasping the situation. With Artorius' gentle gaze and voice calling out to her, her cheeks turned crimson. Presently, Artorius was in his mature, dependable uncle mode, Dilf. This mature and composed man perfectly matched the dual roles of father and lover, causing the girl to feel hot and overwhelmed with admiration. Seeing her adorable expression, a fleeting smile appeared on Artorius' lips. But for now, he put that thought aside. Go ahead, Galahad. Everyone is waiting. Okay. With Artorius' reminder, Galahad seemed to awaken from a dream and walked quickly with her master, Rudolph, into the central hall of the palace, adorned with a massive crystal chandelier. Meanwhile, the other accompanying personnel also left, including Ilya, who had come to join the fun but wasn't pleased with Artorius' interaction with Scathatch, as well as Bazette, who was theoretically Scathach's master but had to walk separately with her servant. As for Karen, she was temporarily reduced to being Bazette's accessory. Let's go as well. Scathatch said, holding Artorius' arm. As the others had already entered, Artorius, as the host, could finally make his entrance. As for Scathatch, she had changed into a beautiful open-back evening gown, adorned with high heels and diamond accessories. She now identified herself as Artorius' partner. Rounding it off, wasn't she practically the empress of the empire? Thinking like that, Scathatch smiled with delight. At the same time, in the banquet hall. The taste of this wine is acceptable. Even a lowly alchemist can occasionally produce something good. The king of heroes, Gilgamesh, made that remark as he lounged lazily at the dining table, surveying his surroundings. Servants and mages from the Einsburn family, including Tokiomi's daughters, Ilya and Karen, were all quietly waiting at their respective tables. The main table was reserved for the masters and servants of the Holy Grail War. That restless pink-haired girl, and the muscular man who looks like a thief. And then Gilgamesh's gaze flickered momentarily as he looked toward the intoxicated Shutenduji, who was already revealing a tipsy expression. Even a demon dares to attend this gathering. Disrespecting a king in this manner, if the host of this place doesn't provide a good reason for this. Gilgamesh exclaimed with disdain and irritation. In fact, it wasn't just him, whether it was Iskandar or Galahad, as heroes and humans, they had no favorable impression of Shuten, who was regarded as a monster and demon. The distance between their seats was evidence of that. Well, don't be too bothered, king of heroes. Iskandar, who had already tested the waters and exchanged identities through a series of banter, spoke like that toward Gilgamesh. Iskandar cheerfully munched on a large piece of steak, then continued, since our host has prepared such a good reception, it's only natural for us, as guests, to show a little goodwill. And you dare to start eating before the host arrives. Waver retorted beside Iskandar, feeling both frustrated and even afraid to light a cigarette. He had tried his best to prevent Iskandar from doing so to avoid the wrath of the Inquisitors, but unfortunately, he had failed. Guhahaha, don't be so stingy, master. Alexander exclaimed, happily patting Waver's shoulder. The host has provided these dishes for us to enjoy. If we don't eat them, then what's the purpose? Everything in the heavens and earth, all treasures, belong to mine alone. Using my belongings to entertain me, what's there to be touched about? Gilgamesh spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. Not punishing them already shows my benevolence. Guhahaha. Gilgamesh's words prompted a hearty laugh from the king of conquerors and made Galahad, who was nearby, even more uncomfortable. All of them are strong servants, it seems. Where on earth have I ended up? I can't even contact Chaldea, and Senpai is also not by my side, not to mention foe. Feeling something familiar rolling in her arms, Galahad lowered her head and discovered the presence of a tiny white creature. Galahad. Her uneasy appearance prompted her master, Rudolph, to feel dissatisfied. You are a great knight of the Grail, don't lose your edge in front of these people. But. The girl tried to explain her real identity subconsciously, but she couldn't find the right words. She could only console herself while hugging the unexpected foe who followed her to this world. Meanwhile, whether aware of being isolated or completely unconcerned about it, Shouldn't merely enjoyed herself merrily. From the beginning, she maintained an indifferent and aloof demeanor. Apart from her initial self-introduction of, I am Shouldn't, she hadn't said a word. Fine wine, delicious food, and a group of extraordinary figures performing a comedy in front of her, the banquet was like a fascinating show. Now, I feel better. Shouldn't turned her head and looked at her master, Tuko. Seems like the Holy Grail war isn't such a bad thing after all. Hearing her words, Tuko shrugged with some helplessness. If she could, she would have preferred a loyal and obedient servant like a faithful dog. But when she decided to summon Shouldn't, she was already prepared for this kind of situation, wasn't she? Let's just hope it doesn't end too soon. As Shouldn't pondered and thought like that, suddenly, with the spotlight shining, accompanied by the presence of a dignified and beautiful woman, Artorius Pendragon, the Dragon Emperor, finally arrived, ready to unite all the servants. The person playing the role of the master figure of the Dragon Emperor was not the mage killer, but the lady from the Einsburn family, Irisveil von Einsburn, who followed behind him like a maid. Whether it was Iri or Scathatch, if they were placed outside, they would attract countless gazes and cause a sensation as stunning beauties. However, here, their radiance paled, in the presence of the Dragon Emperor. No matter how charming a woman was, she could only play a supporting role. Welcome. Artorius smiled. I am Artorius Pendragon, and I extend my heartfelt welcome to all of you. The disdain from the King of Heroes, the curiosity of the King of Conquerors, the uneasiness of Galahad, and the last one, the Oni, Shouldn't, who stopped drinking and looked over with a tipsy gaze while revealing a sweet smile. That was the response of the servants after Artorius's opening statement. Chapter 135, Servant Alliance. Naturally, Artorius never expected that after a few words, everyone would instantly kneel and fawn over him. Unless they were his fervent fanatic or similar beings. The so-called faith, trust, and loyalty, all human relationships needed self-awareness to be effective. Whether it was the humans themselves or society, among the servants present, besides Galahad, who would support him unconditionally, the others probably wouldn't. Today, let's temporarily forget our identities and the enmity of the Holy Grail War and just drink together. Artorius cheerfully said, as the host, I extend my welcome and goodwill to everyone. Guhahaha, you're quite the host, kid. The first to burst into laughter after Artorius spoke was Ryder. The boisterous Ryder, Iskandar, shouted, indeed, only a broad mind can win the admiration of heroes under your command. From that standpoint, you're definitely qualified, Dragon Emperor. Although he didn't appreciate being addressed so informally and judged for his actions, Artorius didn't object nor reject the compliment. He simply smiled and raised his cup in acknowledgement. So, what do you think, King of Conquerors? Artorius asked calmly. If it's just eating and drinking, of course, it's no problem. But I feel your goal goes beyond that. Even among the heroic spirits, you, as the Dragon Emperor, are truly unique, a being above others. His eyes sparkled. If it's only about eating and drinking, it would be far too dull, wouldn't it? Arrogantly considering yourself the master of this place. You make grand gestures, but deep down, you've already placed yourself above others. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. You really are quite a bastard. Artorius's eyes gleamed with pleasure. Gilgamesh's appraisal brought a smile to his face. Is that your honest opinion, King of Heroes? Of course, it's my honest opinion. Gilgamesh replied nonchalantly. But what he said next made Tokiomi wish he could die right there and then. Also, the way you call me the King of Heroes makes me sick. If you dare to use that title again, I will spare no effort to cut you down. Ended, not only am I doomed, but the Tosaka family is also finished. Hearing his own servant said that, Tokiomi's expression turned as if his most trusted disciple had betrayed him over and over, and he had reached the point of utter despair. Perhaps it's time to use command spell. He thought. Just use a command spell and order, commit suicide, Archer. That way, at least my family will be spared. No, even if we survive, the Tosaka family will surely be ruined. I wonder if Edelfelt will be willing to adopt Sakura and Rin. And will Aoi marry again after my death? Shit. At the same time, Artorius paid no attention to the almost collapsing Tokiomi and continued to gaze with interest at Gilgamesh. Not the gentle and polite boyish Gilgamesh. Not the wise and mature King Gilgamesh who had come to understand sorrow. But the chunny and arrogant Gilgamesh who even other versions of himself despised. He was just as troublesome as imagined. The reason why Gilgamesh said something like that, Artorius knew well. For others, King of Heroes was a title of respect. But when it came from the Dragon Emperor's mouth, it was a condescending term, almost like an address to a subject. Although, during Gilgamesh's era, the title of Emperor didn't exist. Regardless of Caesar, Augustus, Basilus, Shah, or Caliph, no title surpassing King had appeared. King was the highest rank of rulers. But as human society evolved, the size of nations grew, and the rulers' ambitions and arrogance increased. The title of Emperor began to spread. And King naturally became devalued. Emperor was more prestigious than King. It was a universally acknowledged truth among all people. So, it was a matter of course, and it was self-evident that the Dragon Emperor was nobler than the King of Heroes, something Gilgamesh, as the king, could never accept. Guhahaha. At this, the other king, Iskandar, laughed heartily. He didn't mind being lower to the emperor rank. Although his formal title was King of Macedonia, probably only fools would see him that way. Both historians and ordinary people regarded his country as an empire, the Empire of Alexander, and him as the Emperor and Alexander the Great. Greeks, Persians, Egyptians, Indians, judging purely by the territory he ruled, Iskandar was the ruler of the largest empire in the world at that time. King of conquerors, do you also want to be my enemy? As Gilgamesh looked at Iskandar with a gaze filled with hostility and disgust, Artorius chuckled lightly. Then, as he met Gilgamesh's gaze, he gently waved his finger. Everyone present, including Artorius's master waiting hundreds of kilometers away in Fuyuki City, who had no idea about the current situation, felt a change in Artorius's body, or rather, in his Saint Graph. Artorius's Saint Graph was transforming. From the unparalleled Dragon Emperor, the ruler of the world, and the master of humanity, he changed into the King of Britain. He used the Dragon Emperor privilege to alter his own Saint Graph, spirit origin. Now, can we have a proper talk? Artorius smiled warmly, King of Heroes. After a light snort, Gilgamesh's face lit up with a pleased smile. The heart of a king is as vast as the sea, trivial matters naturally won't bother me. Oh. As he listened, Iskandar widened his eyes and looked at Gilgamesh as though he were some rare creature. Just a moment ago, he acted like he would fight Artorius to the death just because of a title. Yet now he was talking about the broad heart of a king. From Iskandar's perspective, it looked like a thick-skin-faced king who wouldn't acknowledge mistakes. What was even more surprising was how shamelessly he said it, so natural and matter-of-fact, as if he genuinely believed it himself. Of course, that being said, since the King of Heroes across from him has spoken, Iskandar, who considered himself not inferior to the other king, also spoke. Then let's talk, assassin. Iskandar gazed at Artorius. I'd rather talk with you than just eat and drink. As kings, as heroes from different eras, isn't it wonderful to fight or exchange ideas with each other? Talk. Artorius chuckled. In fact, I'd like everyone to rest for a while first, and visit famous landmarks and shopping districts. Let's take some time to relax before we get down to business. Really? Hearing Artorius say that, Galahad couldn't help but speak up, earning a strange look from Artorius. Why do you seem a bit eager for it? As a knight of the Round Table, shouldn't you be as much of a workaholic as Agravain? Did Galahad's spirit within not react to my presence? Artorius's gaze reminded Galahad of her workplace. The work they all endured there to preserve human order. She shivered involuntarily, then blushed and lowered her head. At the same time, the mischievous Oni, with a sinister air, laughed joyfully. Though she didn't say anything, she must have been delighted by Artorius's bribe. Although I'm not a useless person who only eats and drinks. Iskandar wasn't very pleased with Artorius's remark. Of course, enjoyment is worth pursuing, but I prefer the feeling of being on the battlefield more, King Artorius. Since Artorius willingly changed his own Saint Graph to the level of King of Britain, Iskandar naturally changed the way he addressed him. Artorius's voluntary act of changing his own Saint Graph not only heightened Gilgamesh's favorability towards him, but it probably increased Iskandar's favorability even more than Gilgamesh's. Then, let's get down to business, assassin. Iskandar's excitement rose, and you too, archer. Gathered here are the greatest rulers throughout history. Just this fact alone deserves a toast, don't you think? Indeed. Artorius said calmly. Gilgamesh on the other side opened his mouth, instinctively wanting to say something, most likely about how he's the sole true king in the world, while everyone else is just self-proclaimed clowns and mediocre mongrels. But before he could speak, he thought about Artorius' existence. So he just let out a snort. The three kings raised their cups, toasting each other as a gesture of mutual respect, and after the wine went down, Artorius spoke first. "Everyone here who accepted my invitation must be curious about my intentions," he said lightly, "but there's no need to rush. I will confess all my thoughts and everything openly without withholding anything. Firstly, I want to tell you all that I'm not interested in the Holy Grail. My attitude towards this so-called Holy Grail war was nothing more than a vacation from the very beginning." Hearing Artorius say this, the surrounding servants were either indifferent, lightly chuckling, or had long expected him to say that, so they remained unfazed. Only Galahad uttered a surprised "eh," and looked at him with wide eyes, which made him frown slightly. She really lacks depth in wits and wisdom. From being the most excited and happiest to now, Artorius' favorability towards Galahad had dropped twice already. Who knows how it will end up? The so-called Holy Grail War, theoretically, is a response to the summoning of heroic spirits by masters. They should be those who, in their lifetime, had regrets or unfinished business, which is why they are summoned. However, now, Artorius claimed that he was not interested in the Holy Grail and was just here for a vacation. Admittedly, the credibility of his statement wasn't high. But when considering his identity, after all, old man, you already have everything. On the other side, Shutten, the slightly tipsy Oni, chimed in and offered an explanation for Artorius. With such a vast empire and countless subjects, whether it's the army, officials, or bootlickers, as long as you give the order, you can get anything you want, even without the Holy Grail, right? You're not entirely wrong. Shutten's response surprised Artorius a bit, not because she spoke logically, but because she was willing to speak and address him so informally. Sure, he chose the mature, majestic king form to maintain his dignity and face among his to-be allies. But being called old man, isn't that more appropriate for addressing an elder? Of course, Artorius kept these surprised thoughts to himself and refrained from expressing them. That's really nice. Hearing Shutten's words, Iskandar gazed at Artorius with admiration. Gilgamesh clicked his tongue and said, "He's just the king of mongrels on a mongrel's heap. Humans are all mongrels, and even if you gather all the mongrels together, you'll only get a nation of mongrels. You don't have to be so harsh, Archer." Iskandar interjected, "I think Assassin did a good job. He managed to unify the whole world. I couldn't do that even when I conquered India." If there were any other sarcastic individuals present, they would likely continue mocking the king of conquerors. It wasn't just a matter of not being able to conquer India. In the end, there was internal strife, his empire was divided into 4 or 5 parts, and even the Argead dynasty fell. They couldn't even hold onto the original territories of the Macedonian kingdom. From a familial perspective, it was truly one of the worst outcomes. Fortunately, the people here are magnanimous. No one here is revealing Iskandar's secrets. On the other hand, Galahad, with her prominently protruding chest, widened her eyes once again, looking at Artorius with an incredulous gaze. As surprisingly, Mr. Assassin is a great man. This caused Artorius to lose some of his favorable impression of her. Although he had already realized that this girl wasn't truly his Galahad but another version from a parallel world that got fused with Galahad's spirit, she was still Galahad in his eyes. She should at least maintain some dignity and decorum. It seems that I need to educate this girl properly in the future. Can't let the name of Galahad be disgraced. Artorius made a resolve within himself. Then he continued, "It appears that everyone believes my words. So let me tell you about my conditions, an alliance. If you ally with me and assist me, you'll gain my support in the upcoming Holy Grail War, greatly increasing your chances of obtaining the Grail." So, it was your plan. Iskandar nodded in approval, quite an unexpected good condition. With this, you can at least garner some allies in the early stages of the Holy Grail War. Even I'm tempted. Unlike Iskandar, Gilgamesh responded differently. "You're using my treasures to buy alliances. Are you trying to provoke me, you bastard? The Grail is not yours, forget I said anything." Iskandar wanted to retort but changed his mind. In contrast to the original story, this Iskandar wasn't aware of Gilgamesh's true identity. He only knew that the King of Heroes possessed the concept of gathering all the world's treasures into his treasury. Considering the concept of gathering all the world's treasures into his treasury, what he said isn't entirely wrong. "This Grail is not yours, King of Heroes," Artorius reminded him. "Regardless of its craftsmanship, the conditions of its appearance, time, location, or manner, it doesn't matter. All the world's past and present treasures belong to this king. In that case, let me rephrase." Artorius calmly addressed him. If it were someone else, Gilgamesh would have thrown his countless noble phantasms in anger. However, Artorius remained composed and calmly stated, "I am willing to assist you in reclaiming the treasure that originally belonged to you." What do you think of that? You. Gilgamesh fell silent for a few seconds, then muttered, "You're truly an extraordinary bastard." In a way, Gilgamesh saying these words was already a rare compliment. Indeed, only someone as ruthless as you could stand out amidst a heap of mongrels and become the king of mongrels. Say what you will. Artorius leaned back in his chair, adopting the most relaxed posture. This is the best bargaining chip I can offer. Whether you want it or not is up to you. Before Iskandar and Gilgamesh could speak up, Shutten, who was beside them, interjected once again. Can't you give us a little more explanation? You're condescendingly making polite offers, seeking to ally with us. What is the reason? It must be something even more important than the Holy Grail, right? Right. As always, Iskandar pretended to be clueless and dumb, and the outwardly rugged and bold Iskandar clapped his hands as though he'd just grasped what Artorius said. What is it exactly, King Artorius? You should at least tell us first, so we can make our choices, right? My request will never go against your beliefs. Artorius said without hesitation. Of course, I can be upfront about it, it's the vampires. The war between humans and vampires has reached a critical point. With a little more effort, we can make significant progress in the war against them. Those fellows have set their sights on the Holy Grail War. I'm not entirely sure about their specific goal, but whatever it is, we can't let them succeed. Vampires, the dead apostles, huh? Iskandar nodded. Dealing with those evildoers is indeed the task of a king. If that's the condition for forming an alliance, I have no objections. Mages can be ignored, we can just leave them be. But if it's those abominable creatures like dead apostles, then this king must exterminate them. Gilgamesh calmly stated, of course, I have no intention of forming an alliance with anyone. Don't get me wrong, you mongrel. Well, if it's a war to protect the world, I'm willing to help too. After the two strongest servants generously and hotly expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Artorius, Galahad, the shy and hesitant one, also raised her hand, stating that she wanted to help, but Artorius felt her strength was insufficient. I will train you well in this matter, Galahad. Artorius said without hesitation. Don't worry, I will make sure you live up to the name of Galahad. Oh okay. Artorius's words troubled the girl, her bangs covering one of her eyes, and though she had an awkward figure, she didn't realize it. Eventually, she nodded, indicating her understanding. Finally, it was Shutten's turn to speak. She said something similar to what she said earlier, which confused and puzzled Artorius to some extent. I don't care who the enemies are. Vampires, humans, demons, or whatever, it's none of my concern, but since it's old man's business, I'm willing to help. After all, I've always admired you, old man. As she spoke, Skjuten with a tinge of flirtatiousness stuck out her pink tongue, licking her lips, as if she would be delighted to be taken away for private moments the next second. This made Gilgamesh frown. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Gilgamesh said decisively, I can't stand this foul place for even a second. The next moment, he became ethereal, disappearing in a golden flash of light, leaving a message behind, don't bother me if there's nothing to do. Just leaving like that. There are still so many delicious things here. Iskandar mumbled, but soon resumed his heroic demeanor and happily indulged in wine and food. It seemed that the atmosphere of the banquet became even better without Gilgamesh's foul-mouthed presence. After 2 or 3 cups of wine, the atmosphere became lively. Tokiomi, who had been anxiously worried about his family's fate and felt uneasy, was reassured by Artorius, who said, Don't worry, Lord Tosaka. It's not your fault. This brought some relief to him. Galahad, who had been reserved earlier, also smiled and began to enjoy the feast. The only surprising thing was that her pet, foe, had left her embrace and went over to Artorius. It was not a surprise, and he seemed quite skilled at patting foe as if he was familiar with the pet. Everything seemed to go smoothly. Artorius was expecting a grand alliance of servants to come to fruition. Even the arrogant Gilgamesh showed some cooperative attitude. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction. However, is it really this easy? Looking at Galahad, who became dizzy and lost in thought after drinking, Artorius couldn't help but wonder. Among all the servants, perhaps only this girl has no ulterior motives. Artorius's gaze swept across the room, one by one, the others. Iskandar, Galahad, Shutten, and finally settled on Scathatch, his teacher, sitting quietly beside him throughout the negotiation process, staying silent and maintaining a smile. She seemed to have no personal thoughts, acting as a faithful follower of the Dragon Emperor. But, is it really that simple? Artorius wondered. At the same time, Scathatch, who was being observed by Artorius, smiled gracefully. He responded with an equally bright smile, temporarily abandoning his thoughts. Watching this scene, all the attentive people present seemed to be deep in thought. The Persian dancer, veiled in a seductive dance, made everyone at the banquet smile happily. The valuable wine was consumed at an even faster rate as the banquet continued peacefully. Chapter 136, Saber Galahad. Surprisingly smooth, huh? It was that evening, and Artorius' self-proclaimed mother, X, was giving her assessment of the banquet. You even managed to persuade the Golden Great Emperor Cosmo. As expected of my son, he. Artorius almost interjected, his instinct urging him to clarify that the Goldie, Gilgamesh, wasn't who she thought. But after a moment's thought, he decided against it. Let this silly girl continue in her blissful ignorance, there was no need to overthink things. At the first day banquet, she was supposed to attend as well. However, her presence was nowhere to be found despite the search efforts. It was only when everyone dispersed at midnight that she appeared. She clung to Artorius, boasting about taking down a few more sabers. On the path to defeating sabers, incidental world-saving occurred, ancient empires were obliterated, alien invasions repelled, and even evil gods were sealed. She spoke as if it were nothing, and Artorius merely listened. It's just the beginning. Artorius stated calmly. For this moment, his facade of the majestic emperor in the adult form was dropped, replaced by the attractive youth form that Artorius was most familiar with. Gaining control over them isn't easy. He continued. True. Of course, I know that. But that can't stump you, right? Of course not. Artorius responded confidently. But apart from that, there's another matter equally important, which I need to attend to. Equally important. In the eyes of X, her precious son came first, filling her belly second, and the pursuit of Saber and Artoria species was third. Beyond that, there was little truly important to focus on in her head. What might that be? The question lingered in her puzzled expression until the answer came the next day. Up. Down. Haven't you eaten? Tighten your ass. Who are you trying to seduce with that bouncing chest? Wrap your chest properly. Otherwise, I'll make you undergo surgery. Artorius, you're quite strict with Galahad, huh? X thought in a daze as she watched the spectacle. Given the building's ancient design and castle architecture of the hotel, there was naturally a training ground. It was adjacent to the entertainment area, where bowling lanes, tennis courts, and a large swimming pool resided. Artorius, having already made up his mind, took Galahad with her well-developed chest for training the next day. Under Artorius's torrential onslaught, Galahad's reactions were as follows. Kia. Ah. It wasn't working. After a few rounds, Galahad was left bruised by Artorius's blows, her sword and shield were sent flying, leaving her collapsed on the ground, unable to rise. What in the world is happening here? Why did I get pulled into this hellish training by a scary senpai right after I woke up? She felt a sense of injustice, tears forming in her eyes. Hicks. No crying aloud. Seeing Galahad on the verge of tears and about to burst into sobs, Artorius intervened in his typically forceful manner. Get up and continue training. Although he said that, observing her shaky legs as she struggled to stand, her scared gaze fixed on him, Artorius knew she was in bad shape. Continuing like this wouldn't yield results, it could only create psychological scars. So weak, this girl. As he pondered this, Artorius moved forward, reaching out to give a head pat on her head as she nervously attempted to curl up. Through the influence of his magical energy, her exhaustion and pain disappeared. This surprised and bewildered her, but regardless, her fear of Artorius decreased. So, how did you fight before? Artorius asked somewhat exasperatedly. Poor swordsmanship, unrefined footwork, insufficient speed, sluggish reactions. None of your techniques are any good. Given this, how did you even survive till now? I didn't. Don't try to evade. Artorius cut her off, answer my question. I was. I understand now. Artorius nodded. I'll start training you from the basics. Prepare yourself, Sir Galahad. As he said that, Artorius put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, even if you're completely useless, I won't give up on you. After all, you're my dear friend. At the same time, inside one of the luxurious rooms in the Tokyo Grand Hotel, Iskandar smiled with delight in his assigned room. Guahaha, this thing is indeed great, master. The room, spanning over 100 square meters, was nearly filled with all kinds of toys. There were various military-themed board game pieces, as well as deluxe collector's editions of real-time strategy and war strategy electronic games. Top-of-the-line gaming consoles and high-end computers were all present. For someone inclined towards this type of hobby, it would feel like they had entered paradise. Enjoy it. Waver said somewhat helplessly while thinking to himself, did you really anticipate that this would work, using these things to win over someone as great as Iskandar? Did you foresee this, your majesty? During the noon hours, newcomers joined the training ground. There lay Shutten, on her large floating gourd in midair, with a cheerful smile, seemed to view Artorius's training of Galahad as a form of entertainment. On the other side was Scathatch, now Artorius's assistant trainer. Wouldn't it be better to leave Galahad's training to me? Regarding Artorius's intent to personally teach Galahad, Scathatch raised this question. It's fine if it's someone else, but when it comes to Galahad, I must personally instruct her. Fine. As long as you're happy. After a few seconds of silence, Scathatch made this evaluation. She walked over to Shutten and poured herself a drink. Despite the casual manner, Shutten didn't mind at all. She just smiled blissfully with half-lidded eyes, occasionally shifting her posture. Do you think you're hiding it well? But after that, Scathatch leaned in close to Shutten's ear and whispered, not a single flaw. I have no idea what you're talking about, old hag. Shutten responded nonchalantly. Humph, do you even have the right to say that? Look at the mirror, old hag. Scathatch retorted. Although Shutten was much younger than Scathatch, Shutten herself was the kind of character that people wouldn't hesitate to call old hag, an authentic, lowly baba. Age seemed to be a taboo for women, and apparently even for Oni. Dangerous gaze flickered in Shutten's eyes. Simultaneously, Scathatch's hand tightened around her gi-balg. Beside them, their masters thought they were about to start a fight, but in the end, Scathatch and Shutten both stopped. Without exchanging glances or words, they focused their attention on Artorius and Galahad. Keep your arm straight, and this move goes like this. Artorius was busy correcting Galahad's stance and techniques. He reached out to adjust various parts of her body, ensuring her posture was perfect. Remember this well. Artorius said to her earnestly. Unfortunately, the teaching result was a disaster. He couldn't help but frown. Meanwhile, Galahad stared at him with a resentful gaze. What should I do next to resolve this? Artorius pondered, but before he could come up with an answer, his phone in his pocket rang. Wait a moment, I need to take a call. After notifying Galahad, Artorius disappeared. The former let out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. This Galahad really isn't cutting it. X said while watching them and frowned, rather than being a knight, it feels more suitable for her to be a pet concubine. She can't go to battle, just filling the harem, right? Poor thing. Artoria senpai. Hearing X's muttered words, Galahad cast a resentful glance, sending X into a fluster. Huh, what? What Artoria? You've got the wrong person, ha ha ha. I'm mysterious heroine X. Not the evil Artoria. Though tempted to retort, Galahad rolled her eyes, too tired both mentally and physically to speak. Meanwhile, at the top of the hotel's palace complex, standing on the pinnacle of the tower, overlooking the city by Gilgamesh's side, Artorius answered the phone. Sir Agravain, is that you? Womo. I'm doing well, no need to worry. But how about you? I see. I don't hold it against you. You're right, it's been quite a task for you, Sir Agravain. That's correct. Let's go with that plan. The next steps are up to you as well. I'm counting on you, Sir Agravain. After ending the call, Artorius switched off his phone and casually put it back into his pocket. You're done talking with your loyal dog. Beside Artorius, came a voice. There stood a golden figure. Who else if not Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh didn't turn his head, only calmly inquiring like, is the plan set? Have the troops been mobilized? Are the traps laid out? I'm looking forward to your show, evil dragon. There was a tinge of sarcasm in his voice. Just as arrogant as ever, as usual, it was easy to tell that the individual named Gilgamesh was quite the jerk. Pretty much, that's the idea. Artorius was equally unaffected. You have your part to play in this performance as well, Gilgamesh. I'm waiting for your performance too. Fahaha. So bold, to consider me a top-tier actor in this drama, is that it? You really want to die, dragon? Perhaps, but not right now. With those words, Artorius disappeared without a trace. Once again, he appeared on the training ground, making Galahad, who had relaxed a bit, nervous once more. Take it easy. Artorius spoke gently to her. Just now, I thought about it a bit. Although your talents are lacking, your skill is limited, your abilities are insufficient, and your confidence is low, it's not entirely your fault. Am I really that terrible? Artorius's series of remarks hit Galahad quite hard. However, there's a way to make you stronger in the shortest time. Eh? Really? Though Artorius's training had left her in a disheveled state, the prospect of becoming stronger excited her. Of course it's true. Artorius sounded light-hearted. I wouldn't lie to you, Sir Galahad, so, just be a little patient. Patient. The next moment, amidst the amazed exclamations of Scathatch nearby, as well as Karen who had come over to join in the excitement, Galahad was bound by Artorius's magecraft. Ah, eh. What is this, ugh. The next moment, even her ability to protest was taken away. Treated like a puppet by Artorius, not like the casual touch and fiddling during training before, but with direct control over every aspect of her body and mind from the inside out. Something's entered. It's inside me, ah. Fear, confusion, unease, and even an inexplicable sense of pleasure. As Artorius channeled his magical energy, through his Dragon Emperor's privilege, into Galahad, an unexpected and miraculous change occurred. Exclamation point. Can this really be? Is this even possible? Too ridiculous, isn't it? Cuckoo, truly a splendid old man. Amidst Galahad's confusion about what exactly was happening, the onlookers around them erupted in astonishment. Because they were witnessing a miracle. The Saint Graf of Galahad was modified. In just an instant, the Saint Graf of Shielder underwent a transformation that defied reason due to the EX-ranked Dragon Emperor privilege and the boundless magical energy of the third magic, changing her into a saber. The shield of the servant, Galahad, quickly shrank to the size of a one-handed shield. Simultaneously, a holy sword appeared at her waist, with a crimson hilt and a pure white blade named Frostfire Requiem. A holy sword from the fusion of Galahad's original noble phantasm, crimson-hilted sword, and the power of Artorius. T/N, the mysterious and unnamed crimson-hilted sword of Galahad alters in Fate/Requiem if I'm not wrong. Meanwhile, Galahad's armor, once known for its modest yet sensual appearance, rapidly transformed into something more angular, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its defensive capabilities improved significantly, but it became heavier, more majestic, and more imposing, a full-body plate armor. And so, Saber Galahad took the stage in all her glory. Having completed the modification of Saint Graf, Artorius nodded in satisfaction and withdrew his power. At the same time, Galahad blushed and fell to the ground again. Though it had only been a fleeting moment, the sensation of their spirits intertwining was imprinted deeply within her soul, a pleasure that lingered. With this, the parameter has been strengthened, and the retained skills have been modified. As long as you adapt and train well, you can become a true knight worthy of Galahad's name, right? Confronted with the irrationality of the Dragon Emperor, Galahad finally snapped and couldn't hold back anymore. I keep saying, I am not Galahad. She couldn't help but exclaim, my name is Mash Kyrie. I am a demi-servant of Chaldea. Ah, I know that girl, but where does your Saint Graf come from? G. Galahad. Mash instinctively answered Artorius's question, then immediately froze. Well, that settles it. He looked earnestly at her, so, Mash, what gave you the misconception that you are more important to me than Galahad? Why do you think I always called you Galahad? From my perspective and position, how should I view the you that has become a fusion of existence known as Mash and Galahad? Artorius raised Galahad's chin, or rather, Mash's chin. Her cheeks flushed once more due to his playful demeanor. He whispered near her ear, saying, present yourself well and work hard. Be it your identity, status, or reputation, if you want me to acknowledge you as Mash and see you that way, you must earn everything for yourself, girl. Then, he turned and left without hesitation. Old man, you're so heartless. You basically making that poor girl stupefied. Shouldn't, the onlooker, casually commented. Mind your own business, Oni. Artorius calmly responded, also, stop calling me old man. Era. How should I address you then? Shouldn't asked playfully, your majesty, master, lord, or maybe. Darling. This time, Artorius didn't reply. He just quirked the corner of his mouth, leaving Shouldn't with a meaningfully ambiguous smile. Ah. The saber class increased again. Artorius, what are you up to? Amidst the sounds of distress from X, everyone present felt that Artorius's mood had taken a turn for the worse after that phone call. Who made that call, and what did they say, I wonder? Scathatch muttered curiously as she gazed at the departed figure of Artorius. I can kind of understand why you called him old man. Scathatch turned her head to address Shouldn't, who was lying flat on a gourd once more, exposing her belly and legs, but don't get it wrong, Oni, or you'll have an ugly death. Cuckoo, scary, Shouldn't responded with a laugh. Though she said that, there was not a hint of fear on Shouldn't's face. Chapter 137, Servants of Evil. The day continued and remained lively, whether it was the living or the spirits, the masters or the servants. Fine wine, exquisite cuisine, and entertainment schedules were in abundance. Everything was well arranged, and the atmosphere felt delightful. However, it was already the second day since the summoning of the servants. No enemies, no battles, and nothing at all. Could this truly be considered a Holy Grail war? Some were puzzled, some uneasy, while others remained indifferent. Certain individuals were preparing to inquire of those who might hold the truth. For example, there's Kodomine Kirii, the servant believed by some to be a mage. This is quite extraordinary. Facing his master, Kirii spoke calmly, one might say, truly worthy of Dragon Emperor. To have recruited even those ancient heroes under his banner. It was a bit of a misstep, wasn't it? Kirai swirled his red wine with a touch of sarcasm. My surprise attack only drew the opponent's attention, Master. Now there are 6 servants amassed on the other side. No matter how you think about it, we can't win. So, what's the next move? Should we just give up, or futilely struggle on? Even if they were partners, even if he was his so-called master, Kirai wouldn't hesitate to mock his master when he was in a predicament. Don't be so shallow, Kirai. What surprised Kirai was that even in such dire circumstances, his master still seemed completely unconcerned and untroubled. Everything is within my plan. Everything. Including what I just mentioned. Of course. Turning his head, he looked at Kirai. Do you think that the Dragon Emperor having gathered all the servants would guarantee victory? You're mistaken. Fortresses are always breached from the inside. Would those servants willingly allow themselves to be used? If the enemies were us all, I believe most of the servants would. Ha ha ha. If we were truly so powerful that not uniting against us would be disastrous, then yes, they certainly would. What slightly surprised Kirai was that his master admitted to his point. I see, so because we're weak, we're underestimated, seen as insignificant. So they can't form that kind of unity. Is this also part of your plan? Exactly. Kirai's master's voice grew louder, more resonant, and more joyful. The servants, the heroes who have gathered throughout history, which one among them is ordinary? And which one would willingly be controlled by the Dragon Emperor? Some of them might envy him. Meanwhile, as Kirai's master spoke those words, in another location atop a building, Gilgamesh tilted his head and gazed at the moon in the sky. All of my subjects are dead. Gilgamesh thought to himself, and yet, his subjects have survived. Their bloodline continues to this day. Bastard. Of course, Gilgamesh would never admit that he felt a sense of envy to Artorius. Both were people from the age of gods, both hailing from godly lands. However, his people were annihilated, and his nation was destroyed, while Artorius's, on the other hand, has endured to this day. Don't care about the reason, don't care about the process, don't ask for the rationale. Simply look at it from the standpoint of results. There's only one conclusion. The Dragon Emperor is stronger than him, more excellent, more successful, and superior. Simply thinking about it that way, the poison called envy would spread in his heart. Perhaps the young and innocent Gilgamesh wouldn't mind. Perhaps the old and mature Gilgamesh who has seen through everything wouldn't mind. But the Gilgamesh who was caught in the middle of them, the proud, arrogant, believing himself peerless, with an extreme and sensitive personality. He cared deeply. Some people, however, have desires that are too intense. Kirai's master continued. In a certain room, Iskandar set down the game controller in his hand. As expected, it's not enough. He mumbled to himself, compared to games and such, only the true battlefield can satisfy me. War, conquest, defeating enemies, plundering, bringing everything under my control, galloping between battlefields. That's what it means to be a true man. And now, the one who holds dominion over everything is that man. The face of Dragon Emperor Artorius flashed before him. What I must do is stir up a new storm and seize everything from the rulers who currently control the world. As for this alliance, united we stand, divided we fall. Serving the strong to subjugate the weak and strengthen oneself. Or uniting the weak to overthrow the strong and feast on their spoils, In stark contrast to his rugged appearance and muscle-head attitude, the overarching view of the King of Conquerors was sophisticated. His strategic vision and craftiness were unparalleled. Relying solely on battle tactics and warfare wouldn't lead to constant victory. At times, behind-the-scenes manipulation, verbal disputes, schemes, and chaos were more effective than armies. Some people feel discontented or unjustly treated. Kirai's master continued. Why is this happening? Submerged in a bathtub, Mash clutched her own legs, curling up into a ball and grumbling. Summoned here for no reason. Treated roughly, then treated gently, and then treated as someone else. What's all this about? Foe nearby, Foe happily paddled in a doggy paddle style. It would be nice to be like you, carefree and worry-free. So lucky. Mash muttered that way as she watched Foe. She was slightly envious. I really want to go back to Chaldea. I wonder how Senpai and the others are doing, can they find me? Should I continue training tomorrow? Dealing with that ruthless Senpai and his experiments on my body. Some people hold unrealistic expectations of him. Kirai's master continued. In the room of Shutendoji and Aozaki Tuko. So, you've met the Dragon Emperor earlier? Tuko inquired the Oni. Not really. Although I've heard about him in the Throne of Heroes, this is the first time we've met. Then. Tuko seemed a bit curious. The gorgeous and attractive boy form of Artorius was undoubtedly a hot topic for them. However, Tuko's attitude towards him was clearly different from Shuten's playful or flirtatious demeanor toward the usual pretty boy. Tuko's attitude towards Artorius, the Dragon Emperor, was one of respect. Beyond respect, there was resentment and anticipation. It seemed she anticipated the Dragon Emperor's attention and expected him to grant her something. Tuko wanted to ask again, but then she closed her mouth. Because even if she asked, this Oni wouldn't answer her, at least not seriously. Ignoring her own master, Shuten closed her eyes and thought with delight. When unrealistic expectations can't be met, one will crumble. Same taste, same sensation, same majesty. That warmth and aura, just like him. Artorius Pendragon. This is truly awesome. This Holy Grail war, could this be what I truly want? Fu. Well, when described like this, it's certainly not wrong. The other, perhaps might have some disagreements with the Dragon Emperor. Kiriai's master continued. In the palace, after coaxing X, Artorius finally had an opportunity to visit Skathach's room. Inside her room, he finally had the chance to ask a question. Teacher, why did you become a heroic spirit? It would be understandable if Skathach were like in the original, merely crafting a saint graph to pass the time in the land of shadows. But Artorius could clearly sense her situation. She wasn't being trapped in the land of shadows, nor departing from it to manifest as an empire's heroic spirit. She was a genuine, the most normal, and accurate form of a servant. Derived from the throne of heroes. Summoned to this world, the aspect of a heroic spirit, a lancer class. This might be ordinary for most heroic spirits, but for Skathach, who had already become a divine spirit, normality had turned into an anomaly. Ah, I thought you wouldn't ask this question. Skathach calmly addressed Artorius. Then, looking into his eyes, she answered word by word. Because, I died. She said, I died, and then became a heroic spirit. It's as simple as that. The next moment, before Skathach could put on a tough facade, Artorius instantly embraced her directly. Teacher. He held Skathach tightly. I'm sorry. You foolish disciple. After a brief silence, Skathach gently responded to Artorius's words. Why apologize? You haven't done anything wrong. As she spoke, Skathach also gently responded to Artorius's embrace, softly stroking his hair. Any traces of resentment and dissatisfaction that had arisen due to his prior lack of attention on her dissipated at this moment. We can even anticipate that some of them are just uncontrollable idiots. Simply causing trouble for others. They might even explode on their own without anyone caring. Kiriai's master continued. Achoo. In X's room, the so-called mysterious heroine X, who seemed to be tinkering with various mechanical components, suddenly sneezed loudly. She had been diligently trying to create something related to the servant universe, and now she suspiciously looked around. I felt like someone was talking behind my back just now. Is it an evil god? Evil god of Artoria species. Where? Talking back and forth, everything is just your imagination. After his master finished speaking, Kiriai said those words and his smile turned increasingly ironic. Fantasizing that enemies will fall into chaos for various reasons and start killing each other, that's probably a dream only the lowest caliber strategists would have. I see, so that's how you see it. Kiriai's master replied calmly. Is there something wrong with that? Of course there is, but I don't bother arguing with you, come with me, Kiriai. Where? Though he said that, Kiriai still stood up. After all, the man in front of him was still his master, so he had to show basic respect. Thus, he followed behind, advancing deeper into the basement. Kiriai had tried to peer into this place before but without any results. Forcing his way in probably wouldn't end well. So even though he was curious, he had held back until now. Was it to reassure him or to show off? Kiriai couldn't tell what his master was thinking. All he knew was that his doubts could be resolved soon. The downward spiral staircase seemed endless. Besides the sound of shoes hitting the stone floor, there was nothing else around. In this stifling atmosphere, Kiriai's master spoke again. Kiriai, you should understand better than anyone what a servant is. A servant is a facet of a heroic spirit. Kiriai said calmly. It's an entity formed when a sliver of consciousness is projected from the heroic spirit seated in the throne of heroes, based on their legends and life experiences, and created according to the records of the throne of heroes. Yes, so you've probably heard of the throne of empire, haven't you? I've heard a bit. Kiriai spoke calmly. For those who were involved in the world of magecraft, the throne of empire was too famous. It stood as the empire's proudest marvel, a symbol they could flaunt unabashedly, declaring, this world is ours. It represented the empire's power, the most crucial instrument of control over the world. It was an imitation of the throne of heroes. However, when compared to the multiverse and the universe-spanning concept of the throne of heroes that encompassed all heroes from the past, present, future, parallel worlds, and both Earth and beyond, the throne of Empire fell short by a considerable margin. It did not encompass other parallel worlds or planets beyond Earth. It was merely a throne on the scale of a planet. Yet, for those living on this planet, it's already a tremendous achievement. Kiriai's master spoke calmly and continued. With the acquisition of the throne, the Empire's rule over the Earth became unbreakable. They possessed nearly inexhaustible manpower, the finest warriors at their disposal. The Empire could recklessly deploy their vast armies as they pleased, causing significant harm. Since the emergence of the throne of Empire that's considered as a miracle surpassing magecraft, the war between the Empire and the vampires has essentially reached an undeniable conclusion. Vampires might win 1,000 times, 10,000 times, even 1,000,000 times, but when confronted with the Empire's boundless manpower, all the victories of the vampires became meaningless. It was not surprising for the vampires to be defeated. Whether true ancestors, dead apostles, or any other various vampires, they all lost their chances. Human order became secure. Humanity's victory turned into a theorem. The dominance over the Earth by humanity became an unquestioned fact. Ah, that's why you're staking everything, hoping to rewrite history through this Holy Grail war by killing the Dragon Emperor. In this era, no matter how hard you strive, you're no match for the Empire. And this is also because you know the truth of his summoning, right? Kiriai suddenly came to a realization. Yes, based on intelligence from our informant, I am aware that the Dragon Emperor is indeed a genuine one, summoned from the past. However, your reasoning is not entirely accurate. Speaking thus, the master and servant stopped behind a door. Unlike the metallic door leading downward into a tunnel, or the opulent doors of a nightclub, this door had a futuristic touch, requiring iris recognition. Kiriai, what are your thoughts on the magecraft of vampires? Standing before the grand door, Kiriai's master calmly inquired. Very strong. Kiriai answered, of course, this assessment excludes the Empire. Undoubtedly, vampires possessed power surpassing that of typical humans. Moreover, many talented mages, in their pursuit of eternal life, transformed themselves into dead apostles. From this perspective, the magecraft strength of vampires on this planet was by no means weak. Then, what about the resources we have control over before the Empire completely crushes us? Plenty. Kiriai's response remained succinct. As their conversation unfolded, the verification process at the grand door had already concluded. Iris scans, fingerprints, passwords, passcodes, after layers of authentication, the doors finally opened. The smell of blood, a tinge of darkness, fear, evil, and chaos, all rushed forth instantly. Even Kiriai, who had lost his humanity and was akin to a beast of pleasure, couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback by this tumultuous mess. Following closely was an intense ecstasy and euphoria. So, amidst Kiriai's excited trembling, his master continued to speak calmly. Given our strong magecraft capabilities and abundant resources, not to mention that the Empire has provided us with ideas, we could even acquire some intelligence through certain secret methods. While we lack the core, it's still better than starting from scratch. Why shouldn't we achieve what the Empire can? Isn't that right, Kiriai? Because no heroic spirit would respond to the calls of you vampire scum. Kiriai, his smile contorted by vibrancy, replied without hesitation. Immediately after, Kiriai's head was seized by something. It was inhuman, peculiar, and bizarre claws. The claws gripped his head tightly and forced him to face their owner, who was his master. Despite Kiriai being a servant, he found himself almost powerless before his master. Some will. Kiriai's master said as he forced Kiriai to meet his gaze face to face. The same contorted, excited, and delighted smile adorned the face of Kiriai's master. The master figure, whose identity was that of an ancestor of the dead apostles, said with glee. Some will indeed respond to our summoning. And they are like you, having completely abandoned their humanity, fully transforming into peculiar beasts, scum, and heretics. They won't care about our identity as vampires, they will answer our call since their alignment is chaotic evil. Once we add mad enhancement as well as the blackening attribute to their saint graphs and enhance these two attributes, we shall have our own servants. He carried Kiriai out, then turned Kiriai's head to make him look at one side of the room. All of them are just like you, fallen, insane, irredeemable beasts. Your comrades, Kiriai. There were 6 figures present. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Berserker, Caster, along with Kiriai as assassin, 7 in total. These were the 7 servants of evil summoned by the vampires. Ignoring the almost bursting pain in his skull, Kiriai laughed heartily in delight while his master tossed him aside carelessly. Kiriai's master raised his hands high, proclaiming loudly. Rejoice, you bunch of wretches. The era of vampires is about to dawn. Chapter 138, Incidents. Tokyo Tower fell down, Tokyo Tower fell down. In a narrow alley at night, a tipsy white-collar worker sang a tuneless song. After work, he had to go to a pub with colleagues for social activities, draining the last bit of energy. The annoying aspects of the Japanese work culture were evident. Of course, as a salaryman, having been prepared well, even if exhausted, he still had to put on a happy face and go to work the next day as if nothing happened. It'd be great if the empire ruled here. I heard that their labor laws are thoroughly enforced, no need to worry about being bullied, and you can't be fired easily. Mumbling this, the white-collar worker suddenly felt nauseous and began vomiting by the roadside. How disappointing. After vomiting for who knows how long, he heard a voice nearby, clearly filled with disgust. Food like him must not taste good. The white-collar worker looked up in confusion and saw a girl with a sensual and provocative outfit, looking like a rebellious girl, or maybe a streetwalker, or even a chinibu. The white-collar worker just stared in confusion. Want to have a go? The girl suddenly said. He couldn't help but feel lust. Perhaps letting off steam might improve his mood. With that thought, the white-collar worker was pulled by the girl and walked into the alley. After a series of teeth-grating creaks noises, the satisfied girl left the alley, and the worker never emerged again. From today on, he didn't need to worry about work, getting fired, or anything of the sort. Such incidents continued to unfold in the Tokyo nights. Aside from hunting for food, senseless killings were just as frequent, if not more so. For pleasure, for revenge, or simply out of meaningless desires. In an instant, hundreds, thousands, and even more people were fallen in Tokyo. The vampires who wore joyful smiles reveled in their pleasure, while those who displayed delighted expressions reveled in slaughter. Once suppressed by the might of the empire, they, who had been nearly incapable of fighting back, now swarmed forth in full force. Under the cover of the night, an unparalleled panic spread throughout the city like a plague. The next day in daylight. This feels awful. Watching the news on TV continuously reporting various violent incidents, servants and masters in the hotel had heavy expressions. Are these enemies causing trouble? We can't just ignore it. Humph. For once, X didn't exclaim something like, "It's evil Artorius conspiracy." But, she seriously pondered with a frown. Since she often appeared silly and dumb, her serious behavior right now felt unusual. Gilgamesh, on the other hand, looked indifferent, surprisingly not making any sarcastic or arrogant remarks as always. Shun's situation was quite similar as well. However, she offered her help proactively and even said, "If my lord wishes it, I can go exterminate these pests." As everyone watched the news in silence, Rudolph spoke. "I apologize deeply, Your Majesty." As an imperial liaison officer communicating between the Empire and Artorius, Rudolph felt under pressure. The Imperial Mystery Bureau has deployed many personnel. Can you ensure that things like last night won't happen again? Artorius said calmly. That. Do your best. Seeing Rudolph's distressed face, Artorius didn't press him. After all, he was just a major. It wasn't his responsibility to handle such matters. So, you've arrested quite a number of vampire criminals, right? Yes. Hearing the Emperor ask, Rudolph breathed a sigh of relief. We've apprehended many of them. Then the intelligence. Iskandar suddenly chimed in before Artorius could continue his questioning. Since so many are captured, can't you torture them to reveal their hideouts? They're not human anyway, a little violence won't matter. That. Rudolph glanced at Artorius first. After confirming the Emperor had no objections, he answered Iskandar with a forced smile, those captured. Iskandar raised an eyebrow. The moment they were captured, they were all died. Rudolph continued. Artorius nodded. Have you tried using magecraft to extract their memories? Their memories were also destroyed. Rudolph clenched his teeth in response, followed by another wave of silence. Although it wasn't his fault, speaking of such failure and frustration from his own mouth made it incredibly uncomfortable, even difficult to accept. So, what then? Are we just going to let this slide? Iskandar exclaimed to Artorius, his voice raised. You gathered us here to deal with the vampires, right? And now that they've caused a ruckus, we can't even strike back. All the enemies were captured, but they died instantly. Rudolph defended, but Iskandar was indifferent and paid him no heed at all. The intent of the King of Conquerors was clear. In a conversation between rulers, the subject should obediently shut up. How much information do we currently possess? Artorius gestured to Iskandar to calm down, then turned his gaze back to Rudolph. Rudolph still struggled to find his words. It was expected. In the first place, if the Empire had the intelligence, today's events might not happen. What incompetence, your subordinates. Do you think you can protect your empire with such mongrels? Don't make me laugh. Seeing Rudolph at a loss for words, Gilgamesh, as usual, began to speak provocatively. Afterward, he stood up and walked away. Where are you off to, King of Heroes? Iskandar asked curiously. Just going for a stroll, a breath of fresh air. Gilgamesh replied in a casual tone. Can you be a bit more specific? How I act is my business. Since when did I need to report to you? With those words, the king of heroes, Gilgamesh, disappeared. Well, that might be a solution too, King Artorius. Iskandar turned back, looking at Artorius. We might as well split up. Since your people can't find the enemy's hideout, we can lend a hand. The Empire's intelligence network is top-notch. Hearing Iskandar's words, Rudolph restrained his displeasure and retorted, if even we can't locate them, inexperienced individuals will likely struggle even more. In any case, it's better than sitting here doing nothing. As Iskandar spoke, he stood up. All right, master, let's get moving too. Oh oi. Though Waver wanted to protest loudly, before he could, he was lifted by Iskandar and thrown over his shoulder. Let's go. Gah, put me down. Feeling like a woman abducted by a savage, Waver protested loudly and struggled vigorously, which actually made the situation even more like that. Chapter 139, Fall Apart. So, what's the plan, my lord? Floating atop a large sake gourd, Shuden moved over to Artorius and half-jokingly, half-seriously said, do you want me to help? I'm not asking for much, just a little chat with you. Artorius didn't respond to her question. He remained calm and silent. The same was true for Mash and Scathatch on the other side. They're starting to fall apart. From the sidelines, Karen watched the whole scene with cold eyes. But that's no surprise. Whether it's Gilgamesh or Iskandar, they're both proud kings and can't be tamed. On the other hand, Scathatch, Galahad, and even Shutenduji have all joined His Majesty's forces, submitting instinctively to his authority and leaning toward him. Still, even if you combine the three of them, they probably can't match the might of Iskandar or Gilgamesh. Your Majesty, what are you thinking about? Karen, who had failed another night ambush on Artorius last night, asked and looked curiously at him. Your Majesty, should we take any action on those two servants? Observing the disrespectful behavior of those two women towards the Emperor, Rudolph's expression turned exceedingly grim. He couldn't help but inquire with a hint of impatience. Follow them, without being detected. To Rudolph's astonishment, Artorius actually gave him an order. Your Majesty. You might not be able to spot the unseen enemies, but they might come to you willingly. Artorius calmly stated. Listening to the Dragon Emperor, Rudolph opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. He simply bowed and withdrew, his expression remaining thoughtful. The strategy of the Empire's servant alliance had undergone a change. Apart from Mash, who remained in the hotel's training grounds receiving Artorius's education of love day and night, the other four servants, Lancer, Archer, Rider, and Berserker, have all been dispatched to scout the world for intelligence. Naturally, there were also the Imperial assassins trailing behind them. Though in terms of reputation, Assassins-class servants carried the weight of this profession, the Imperial assassins can unabashedly declare to them, old-timers, you've become outdated. After undergoing the Empire's rigorous training, modification, armed equipment, and strengthening, each Imperial assassin was a humanoid weapon. For someone such as Amiya Kiritsugu, an Imperial assassin could take on around 20 of him without catching a breath. Even the servants couldn't detect these Imperial assassins, whose presence was concealed to a degree comparable to an A-ranked presence concealment of an assassin-class servant. As a result, the Imperial assassins have been providing very intriguing intelligence. Some information made one doubt, others cast a dark shadow over one's face, and then there was the interesting information that made one want to question these servants. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, the situation had not improved at all. In fact, it got worse. Everything has gone as I expected. It seems your mockery from before was completely off the mark, Kirii. Still in the same place, the secret hideout of the vampires, Kirii's master was in a cheerful mood. He couldn't help it, because everything had turned out just as he predicted. That arrogant and conceited dragon is finally facing the consequences, huh? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Just thinking about it this way, the haze and gloom that had been suppressed by Artorius for 1500 years vanished. In their place surged uncontrollable joy and a nearly frenzied interest. Some servants on the Empire's side accepted his proposal. They were willing to engage in a splendid and dazzling rebellion. Although there were some hiccups along the way. Although those servants hesitated at first. But in the end, things have gone just as he thought. Most of them are probably spies. Despite being lectured by his master, Kirii's face remained calm. I'm afraid some of them are feigning belief in your plan. Of course, but as long as the two most important servants are willing to cooperate, the other two are just extra. Besides, we won't take the lead. Let them tear each other apart first. It will reduce our losses and prove their sincerity in working with us. Suit yourself. Seeing his overly confident master, Kirii refrained from saying anything extra. He was certain that even if he did speak reason, his master wouldn't listen. So be it. As a servant, all he needed to do was keep fighting, keep killing, and continue to revel in it. It didn't matter who ultimately got destroyed. Whether it was the Dragon Emperor, or his current master, the self-proclaimed king of the dead apostles named Trhvmn Artorius. If they can both perish, that would be ideal. Kyrie exudes more malice with delight. At the same time, as if capturing this malice, his surroundings, his companions, respond with equally malicious and fierce laughter. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Let's ignite this city with the flames of revenge. Dragon Emperor Artorius Pendragon. Only this man, only this man, only this man. He must die, he must die, he must die. Whether it's one or two, it's like they've all gone totally crazy, with nothing but chaos filling their minds. Watching the foolish servants around him, Kyrie thought to himself, rather than calling them a bunch of evil heroic spirits, it's more like a gang of lunatics. But then again, I don't really have the right to say that, because I'm one of these lunatics too. Amidst the maniacal laughter, black clouds shroud the sky, isolating Tokyo and other parts of the real world, turning the entire city into an isolated island. The Empire's formidable, unparalleled, almost infinite power can't be fully mobilized at this moment. In Tokyo, a megacity inhabited by over 30 million people, the forces of evil and chaos momentarily overwhelm justice and order. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters anymore. If we can't kill the evil Dragon Emperor here, then everything we've done is meaningless. So, let's dance to our heart's content. Destroy, kill, plunder. Spread fear to every corner of the city, because we no longer need to hide. Amidst joyful and mad laughter, the vampires, the rogue mages, and all the forces opposing the Empire spring into action. Trhvmn Artorius, known as the White Wing Lord and the King of the Dead Apostle, one of the last few remaining ancestors among the 27 Dead Apostle ancestors, unleashed all the chaos and evil he had amassed over the years. All the chaos and evil surged towards the Dragon Emperor. Chapter 140, The Beginning of the War. Completely paralyzing a city, how long does it take? As it turns out, just a moment. In an instant, all power supplies were cut off in the dark of night. With the complete descent of darkness, Tokyo fell into utter chaos. The slaughter of vampires and rogue mages, even werewolves and ghouls, all the creatures lurking in the darkness emerged and were mercilessly slaughtering people. Amidst this darkness and chaos, of course, there was still a glimmer of light. Aside from the buildings that got lit up like torches, there were still the Empire's warriors, mages, alchemists, knights, and soldiers who remained on duty. There were also local military and police officers. Though they didn't have many roles, while most people chose to escape and retreat like ordinary people, a few brave souls still mustered courage and challenged the forces of evil. Of course, it had no effect. Whether it was regular handguns, fists, riot batons, or anything else, none of it had any impact on the dead. T/N, the dead are known as the familiars of the Dead Apostles. Amidst the Empire's fervent peak of its technology and magecraft prowess, the Dead Apostles were also advancing. Their basic combat weapons of mass reproduction from the original timeline, the Dead, had been magically altered into something unrecognizable. That thing looks like a tyrant. Standing at the top of the palace, X remarked enthusiastically with Artorius by her side. Even though the internal logic and tech trees are completely different, they still look quite similar. Oh, and there's a licker over there and a hunter. Could there be something like Alice too? No Alice, but Artorius did indeed spot a big figure with a black outfit. What was its name again? Bow. Nemesis. Anyway, it was not important, not worth remembering the name. Amidst this variety of monsters that replaced the dead, as they roamed the streets and wreaked havoc, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered by the Empire's elite warriors descending from the sky, known as the Dragon Angels, equipped with individual magic propulsion engines and various powerful weapons like energy swords, and magic bullet machine guns. In just an instant, these monsters, which had covered an entire street like a grotesque, seething pool of flesh, were reduced to ashes by the Dragon Angels. Surprisingly not bad. X's evaluation remained enthusiastic. After the White Wing Lord decided to launch a revenge war against the Dragon Emperor from behind the scenes, all sorts of sinister beings sprang into action. In response, all of the Empire's defense mechanisms were activated as well. Hundreds of Dragon Angels, numerous bounded fields, autonomous magic turrets, missiles, and mechanical puppet soldiers turned the entire hotel into a fearsome fortress in an instant. Your Majesty, rest assured. Rudolph, acted as the commander, confidently and wholeheartedly declared, the Empire's defense is capable of crushing any invading enemy. Yes, I believe you. After responding to Rudolph, Artorius took out his phone and dialed someone. Under the shroud of the darkness, the signal quality of the telephone had deteriorated significantly, making it a challenge to hear Agravain's words on the other end. Sir Agravain, is it done? Yeah. Don't worry, it's all under control. After this brief conversation, Artorius turned his gaze towards the resolute Rudolph. Clad in a complete set of powered armor, one side had a hologram screen displaying information, while the other side was accompanied by several autonomous turrets floating in midair. Coupled with commander-level Spiritron equipment and his exclusive magic sword called the Phoenix Butterfly, this luxurious configuration ensured he could triumph over even ordinary servants. You've done well, Major, but the issue is, what I expect isn't merely defense. Artorius spoke calmly as he gazed toward the city. Aside from our own safety, I'm equally concerned about the safety of the city's populace. As he spoke, the servants who were originally going outside or indulging in leisure also encountered danger. They were under attack. Attacked by various kinds of monsters. Such filthy, evil trash, daring to appear before this king, do you all wish to die? Gilgamesh shouted in anger as his face bore evident disgust. The golden rain, composed of noble phantasms, thundered toward the horde of monsters on the opposite side. Swords, spears, halberds, battle axes, various types of noble phantasms in the world, were Gilgamesh's greatest treasure. He used the Gate of Babylon to unleash them upon the surrounding monsters. The power was naturally astounding. Although they weren't being used correctly, merely unleashed carelessly, they still had excessive firepower against the monsters. The sorrowful cries of death resounded while the streets and buildings were constantly shattered. Masses of corpses, foul flesh, and building debris mixed together emitted a foul, nauseating odor, making Gilgamesh even more irritable. He didn't intend to keep these treasures anymore. After being contaminated by such filth, they were no longer worthy of his collection. So disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Gilgamesh roared in exasperation, "Is this your city? Is this the city you govern? Dragon. It's utterly disgusting. Why can a mongrel like you succeed? Why?" Meanwhile, unlike Gilgamesh, Iskandar enjoyed this situation. Upon confirming the danger, he directly summoned his noble phantasm. A divine chariot pulled by two divine bulls, a formidable chariot known as the Gordius Wheel, Wheel of Heaven's authority. The two muscular bulls that pulled the chariot were as if forged from steel, with sharp blades attached to the sides of the chariot itself. "Time to go, master." Amidst flickering thunder and radiant purple lighting, the chariot boldly rolled through the horde of monsters. Amidst a series of flying flesh and blood and waver screams of agony, the king of conquerors let out a burst of delighted laughter. "Yes, this is it. This pleasure of crushing enemies, this pleasure of conquering foes. Give me more, let me savor more of it. Goo-ha-ha-ha." And so, Iskandar plunged into the ecstatic frenzy of war. T/N, just in case someone got confused, vampire is the broad term for those who suck the blood of other living creatures, like dead apostles and true ancestors. Although both are vampires, they are different kinds. Chapter 141, Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. Amidst the chaos, madness, and corruption brewed darkness. On the top of the hotel, Artorius calmly murmured as he watched the countless monsters crushed, shattered, and vaporized by artillery fire, barrages, and the effortlessly dominant dragon angels. "It's the scent of servants." Beside Artorius, Scathatch suddenly spoke leisurely. Mash, shivering slightly, was present, as was X and Shutenduji with her usual tipsy gaze. Somewhat strangely, all the male servants on Artorius' side were absent, while the female ones were present. A bit intriguing. 7 servants in total. Chaotic and evil. Blackened, huh? Didn't expect those vampires to have some skill. What's the next move, Your Majesty? Everyone turned to Artorius, awaiting the Emperor's command. They have 7, and we have 5. Of course, we'll face them. Artorius said without hesitation. As for the lack of numbers, do you think I care about that? As Artorius's words fell, a sudden noise emerged amidst the endless chaos and clamor. Simultaneously, amidst the mountains of corpses and blood on the opposite side, an ominous spark flickered. Not right. Scathatch reacted first, and X matched her speed. Shouldn't followed, while Mash was momentarily stunned before responding. However, before they could act, a bullet had already struck Artorius. Extremely swift, unstoppable, and far more terrifying than ordinary gunpowder weapons. Caught by the Dragon Emperor's fingers, squeezed between them. The bullet transformed into a black-red liquid, about to seep into his skin, but before that could happen, a frosty flame flickered and the liquid evaporated. Well. Afterward, Artorius focused his attention on the foremost enemy, a girl clad in a military uniform, donning a broad-brimmed hat and a crimson cloak, effortlessly toting an object resembling a rifle. She held up her middle finger as a greeting to Artorius. The first enemy servant. Her appearance was a fusion of modern military attire and accessories from Japan's Warring States period, an unexpectedly coordinated mix of styles. Coupled with her black hair, sinister grin, and the gun slung over her shoulder, Artorius essentially confirmed her identity and condition. Archer, with modified and corrupted Saint Graph that got filled with chaos and evil. Tainted and distorted beyond recognition. She became an altar and was entirely ruined. Better described as evil spirit rather than heroic spirit. Regarding her identity, a glance at the hat emblem, one could guess her origin. The emblem was a Makomon, Oda clan crest. Thinking of the Makomon, one thought of the Oda clan. Thinking of the Oda clan, one thought of Oda Nobunaga. In other words, this wicked girl, grinning with a fierce delight, surrounded by an aura reminiscent of flames, and bearing a gun on her shoulder, was likely the famous figure of the turbulent Warring States era, the first of the three unifiers of Japan, Oda Nobunaga. Now that I think about it, it's weird when seeing Oda Nobunaga as a woman. On second thought, it's quite normal and suits her eccentricity. Artorius thought this way and then drew a handgun. The smoky flash Knight Demise, or Knight's Demise for short, originated from his whimsical, presumptuous experiments in the past. Its power rivaled any gun, although its effect was being swatted aside by Agravain's palm. At that time, it held no practical value. However now. Kaya ha ha ha. What's that? You think you can belittle me with that trash? Seeing Artorius draw a handgun, Nobunaga momentarily hesitated, then burst into laughter. Seems like I've been underestimated, huh? Simultaneously grinning wickedly, like the lowest street thug, she stuck out her tongue at Artorius and raised her middle finger. Her tongue bore a piercing, alongside eyeshadow at the corner of her eyes, gradient-colored long hair, and tattoos, all contributing to a postmodernist, dark, gothic, and eccentric style. Meanwhile, the number of guns behind her continuously increased, and increased. Fueled by corrupted magical energy, those grim, roaring, flesh and machine, steel and iron blended guns were displayed one after another. There were heavy 20mm and light 9mm arquebus, exotic imports from Europe and the so-called southern barbarian lands of Japan, as well as a variety of domestically forged guns. Every type of gun from Kokuyu, Sakai, and Satsuma. This weapon, which saw heavy use in the Warring States era and revolutionized warfare, was the key to victory against Takeda's world-renowned Red Cavalry in the Battle of Nagashino. History intertwined with rumors, reality with legends, embodying the existence of heroic spirits and their noble phantasms. Perish, Dragon Emperor. In the loud shout of Nobunaga, 3,000 floating guns automatically fired. First was the first row, then the second row, and finally the third row. This was known as the three-line formation. A spectacular spectacle, bullets imbued with magical energy and curses shot forth, directly aimed at Artorius amid the roars of skeletons. Show your corpse to the 3,000 worlds. Demon Descent. Behold, the Demon King's three-line formation. Although absurd and crude, the attack was genuine. The original, three-line formation, was an E-rank noble phantasm. Combined with 3,000 gunshots, it became an A-rank noble phantasm. But enhanced by the modified Saint Graph, three-line formation had been upgraded to A++ rank. This all-out assault concentrated into a single point, had the power to slay even divine beings. However, this tactic has been outdated in our empire for a century. Artorius spoke calmly. In the next moment, he vanished from his original spot. Exclamation point. Amidst the astonished gaze of Nobunaga, Artorius suddenly reappeared before her. Our empire's gunners approach their foes within 20 paces, then unleash a coordinated shot. Having said this, Artorius raised his hand, his noble phantasm, Knight's Demise, pressed against Nobunaga's forehead. Damn bastard! Nobunaga shouted in frustration. Dubbed the Demon King of the Sixth Heaven, Nobunaga felt her mind growing cold from her head to her tailbone. She attempted to flee, but her body wouldn't respond. She was immobilized by some magecraft. Just as she was about to say something, without further ado, Artorius pulled the trigger. Bang! Smoke billowed, and Nobunaga's head was blown away with a resounding crack. Reds, whites, and grays gushed out and her body stood stiff for a moment before collapsing to the ground and crumbling like mud. Oda Nobunaga, one of the evil spirits from the vampire's side, fell. Trying to outdo me in this kind of thing, fool. Artorius raised the gun and blew on the barrel, performing a gun trick like a cowboy before holstering the gun. He surveyed his surroundings and shouted. Come. You wanted my life, didn't you? I'm right here. I won't back down a step. Are you coming or not? In an instant, the wails and howls of the dead's horde were drowned out by the Dragon Emperor's loud and proud voice. Chapter 142, Evil Caster and Evil Saber. Artorius raised the gun and blew on the barrel, performing a gun trick like a cowboy before holstering the gun. He surveyed his surroundings and shouted. Come. You wanted my life, didn't you? I'm right here. I won't back down a step. Are you coming or not? In an instant, the wails and howls of the dead's horde were drowned out by the Dragon Emperor's loud and proud voice. Silence enveloped the entire city. What is intimidation? This is intimidation. No matter how much they despised him, hated him, or how crazed, vile, and revenge-driven they were, everyone who had harbored the intent to avenge themselves against him found themselves at a loss at that moment. Because no matter their hatred, their loathing, or their vengeful desires, when standing before Artorius, a stronger emotion eclipsed all of the above. Fear. For 1500 years, under the banner of the Dragon Emperor, the Empire had waged wars on all fronts. The fearless Viking warriors, the proud and cunning Byzantines, the stubborn Egypt's Mamluks, the heavily armored cavalry of the Turks and Persians, the fanatical tribal warriors from Africa, America, and Oceania. All had been crushed and shattered under the authority of the Dragon Emperor and the iron hooves of the Empire. They surrendered, submitted, and were dominated. Amidst the resentment and loathing, an underlying emotion still prevailed: fear. Even the dead that got altered and resembled monsters from a certain zombie game, even these creatures that, theoretically, should have been devoid of human emotions, were momentarily suppressed by Artorius' presence alone. They dared not step forward, challenge, or attack the Emperor before them. Humph. Artorius gave a cold snort, displaying utmost disdain for these feeble beings. Trhvmn Ordenros. And what about you, who claims to be the king of the dead apostles? Artorius scanned his surroundings. Aren't you the orchestrator of this chaos? Show yourself before me, you punk. Expectedly, no one responded to him. Even if that so-called White-Wing Lord had truly heard the Dragon Emperor's words, he merely let out a derisive snort and would remain silent. Because he truly didn't dare. Despite his previous act of crushing Kiriai's skull, adopting an air of arrogance, he knew that if he were to truly confront the Dragon Emperor head-on, within 3 moves, the Dragon Emperor could snap his head off and use it as a ball to kick around. Trhvmn, not here. Artorius muttered and curled his lips. Then Strout, where are you? The loyal and righteous Black Knight, don't you wish to avenge your princess? What's the matter? Are you afraid? You coward. And what about you, Gransurg? Artorius held a gun in one hand and a sword in the other, continuing to loudly address the surroundings. The dog of the Crimson Moon, you half-bird bastard, aren't you brave enough to seek revenge? Ha 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 ha. Miram, Roa, Narvi and QSR, not a single one of you trash dares to stand up. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Emperor laughed madly. Among the 27 dead apostle ancestors, those who were still surviving had been called out one by one, but not even one responded. Thus, his shouting turned into roaring. You pieces of trash think you can oppose me with your kind of rubbish. You damn cowards. In the next moment, Artorius was engulfed by a sudden surge of tentacles. Tentacles, 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 hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, and more. Tentacles carrying the stench of decay and blood burst forth from the darkness and chaos underground, flooding the streets, and tearing down buildings. These writhing, chaotic tentacles attacked indiscriminately, not distinguishing between friend and foe. Whether it was the Imperial Army or the vampires, anything within reach, even their own kind, became targets of their assault. Amidst the frenzied undulating tentacles echoed a mad, furious, and mournful voice. I can't find her. I can't find her. No matter through slaughter or transformation, imprisonment or dissection, study or summoning, my holy maiden, I can't find her no matter what. That frenzied voice belonged to Gillis von Rice. Once the Empire's colonel. Amidst his furious roar, the tentacles writhed ominously. Some of them began to melt, then merge, and finally warped into even more chaotic and hazardous monstrosities. Compared to the blow that had shattered Nobunaga's skull in a previous attack, the destructive power of the mad colonel was even stronger, and his madness more pronounced. Gillis's rare act of insurrection among the upper echelons of the Empire started 800 years after its dominion over Europe. Before this, all the power he possessed, the knowledge he had acquired, the secrets he held, everything had been directed against the former ruler. Castor, Gillis von Rice, the rebellious knight, confronted the Dragon Emperor with frenzied screams and forbidden knowledge, defying the emperor he had once sworn allegiance to. While none of the dead apostles dared to challenge the Dragon Emperor, Gillis stepped forward. Driven by a near-suicidal madness, he lunged at the Dragon Emperor without hesitation. Setting aside the eerie spectacle of those insane wriggling tentacles, their appearance was truly intimidating at first glance, evoking a sense of madness and impending doom that sent shivers down one's spine. Meanwhile, as Artorius was trapped by the tentacles, X grew anxious. Son. Shouting like this, X grabbed her secret caliber and was about to rush toward the tentacles, yet before that could happen. Exclamation point. Bong. The brilliant blue holy sword clashed with the dark crimson demonic sword. At that instant, the self-proclaimed mysterious heroine X widened her eyes in disbelief. Ekin. Across from her stood a girl with glasses, her short blonde hair elegantly arranged, dressed in ominous black armor. It was like looking in a mirror, a spitting image of X, the only difference being their temperament and skin tone. Paler. On that endearing yet suffocatingly dreadful pale skin were menacing, ghastly scarlet markings. Her eyes were vertical slit pupils, reminiscent of a dragon's. Saber, mysterious heroine X altar. A girl with deep bonds and intertwined fate with X, hail from the dark realms, the child of destruction and the Sith destined to rule the universe. What's happening? No way, right? Out of nowhere. Seeing one of her closest friends transformed into this aberration before her eyes, left X in shock. As X was lost in thought, X, MHX Alter, swung her dual swords without hesitation, striking at X. As her left-hand sword was about to hit its mark, X snapped back to reality, raising her own sword to block X's attack, only to be blasted back by the swing of the right-hand sword. In just these two clashes, immense power and shimmering sword light beam caused the Gothic spire atop the Tokyo Grand Hotel to collapse. The dozens of meters wide cross-section was as smooth as tofu. Hundreds of tons of stone and material came crashing down, reducing an entire section of the building to ruins. Falling behind in every exchange, X found herself pinned by X. With each clash of their swords, the tower crumbled into rubble. Seeing her cherished friend turned into this aberration, X panicked. Don't let them control you. She shouted desperately toward X. Control. I am in complete control, fighting on my own will. Her voice was both gentle and intense, matching her swift and merciless attacks. X, summoned from the servant universe and thoroughly transformed through sinister modification, had her Saint Graph tainted. In the next moment, X's cheek was grazed by the X's evil holy sword. Blood trickled down the wound and X's expression started to grow dark. Chapter 143, Blackened Valkyrie. At the same time. Wishing to overcome those above, Scathatch muttered quietly. While the fierce battle between X and X raged on, another battle unfolded on the other side. The battle between them had no reinforcements, so of course Artorius's battle had no assistance. This was natural because someone had entangled Scathatch as well. X and X's battle took place on the ground, while Scathatch fought another enemy in the sky. Lancer, a woman with long jet-black hair and wielding a purple spear, a woman known among the Valkyries for her valor and madness. I never expected to meet you here. Spears clashed with spears, speed and strength entwined, along with the sky's incredible maneuverability. The pace of Scathatch's battle with her opponent far surpassed the ground battle between X and X. In just an instant, hundreds, even thousands of moves were exchanged. The positions of both sides shifted kilometers in the blink of an eye. For Scathatch and her, this was merely a warm-up. My noble and great Scotty. The opponent's voice blended with love and hostility. My affection for you, has become unbearable. Whenever I battle you, my heart beats wildly, intensely, beating. On the opponent's spear wasn't the familiar azure flame to Scathatch but black, murky, ominous black flames. So, I must kill you. Black flames extended from the demonic spear, completely enveloping the Valkyrie. Her armor turned black, the spear turned black, and her eyes turned black. Now, she could be called Lancer Alter, the blackened Brynhildr. Consumed entirely by hatred, Brynhildr. With that exclamation, Scathatch's attacks intensified, becoming more intense, more aggressive, and more deadly. Don't worry. I'll free you now. Ah. My lord, my god, my god. Please return my holy maiden to me, please return my holy maiden to me, return her to me, return her to me, return her to me, return her to me. Around Artorius echoed the cries of his enemy, as if children beseeching their parents, subjects imploring their ruler, devotees pleading their idol. Amidst these cries, more monsters began to manifest. As if the barriers between worlds had shattered. Monstrous entities with hideous bodies, numerous tentacles, bizarre and distorted limbs. Pale, disgusting, vile creatures emerged out of thin air, slowly yet resolutely advancing toward Artorius. In the next second, they all disappeared to nothingness. No, it wasn't a disappearance, it was annihilation. Slaughtered, cut down, brutally extinguished, not a trace remaining. As the Dragon Emperor raised his sword high and swung it down forcefully, every remnant disappeared. The once Sword of Frost King had transcended into the Sword of Frost Emperor, Clarent. With inexhaustible magical energy infused into the sword, all monstrous creatures were swept away. It was an EX-rank sword beam noble phantasm. In an instant, all the monsters in the sky, on the ground, beneath it, were swept aside. Buildings, roads, and even the ground itself were obliterated. Everything vanished without a trace, revealing the figure previously protected and covered by the tentacles and writhing monstrosities. A hunched figure, comical attire, dirty and tattered deep blue robe, bulging eyes resembling goldfish, a body as emaciated as a skeleton. Appearing like a refugee, a starving peasant, or some similar wretch. The hunched figure gazed at Artorius with eyes full of longing. As Artorius approached, the hunched figure knelt on the ground, crawling on his knees toward Artorius. With trembling hands outstretched, the hunched figure quivered as he spoke to Artorius. My lord, my god, your majesty, your majesty. Please, please return my holy maiden. I refuse. Without hesitation, Artorius raised his sword, swung it, and beheaded Gillis. Castor, Gillis von Rice, died. Ha! Artorius couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the lifeless Gillis von Rice that turned into the mud. He knew this guy and yet he didn't. He had no idea how Scathatch became a servant, and naturally, he didn't know why Gillis cried and begged him for the Holy Maiden. Of course, that didn't stop Artorius from beheading him. When I return and arrive at that point time, I must. Otherwise, wouldn't I have borne this guilt in vain? As Artorius thought, he turned around, preparing to check on the other battlefields. Scathatch had just confronted a black-haired woman, and X was still facing X. The battles were intense, and he had certainly noticed. While he observed the clash between the two Artorius, he suddenly noticed a woman figure falling from the sky above him. Instinctively, he reached out his hand to catch her. However, when she landed in his grasp and he got a closer look, Artorius realized he might have caught the wrong person. The woman's abdomen and chest were punctured, an arm was missing, blood was flowing from various wounds. It was Brynhildr. Kill, must, kill. She seemed dying. Artorius was about to let her go, but he hesitated. Then, he sensed something and looked up to the sky. Scathatch gazed at him, snorted, and then turned away. Artorius almost instinctively wanted to call her back, but the violent coughing fit from Brynhildr in his arms diverted his attention. I couldn't kill, so, in the end. I was killed, huh? Brynhildr looked at Artorius, her consciousness seemingly muddled. My beloved. It's not so bad if you're the one who killed me. The next moment, her head tilted down and motionless. Lancer, Brynhildr, died. Author's note. If you're wondering why it's Gillis von Rice instead of Gillis de Rice, that's because in this timeline, the Empire unified Europe, and European nobles used von as a uniform middle name. Chapter 144, Evil Rider and Evil Berserker. I couldn't kill, so, in the end. I was killed, huh? Brynhildr looked at Artorius, her consciousness seemingly muddled. My beloved. It's not so bad if you're the one who killed me. The next moment, her head tilted down and motionless. Lancer, Brynhildr, died. And so it happened, the woman who seemed pitiable and tragic yet exuded a peculiar charm, died in the embrace of Artorius. It was inexplicable. She had uttered a jumble of words before her death, but he paid it no mind. The once beautiful woman had transformed into mud emitting a scent of blood and foulness after her death, making him feel uneasy. Blackening, huh? We must utterly destroy this kind of nonsense. As the Emperor entertained those thoughts, the corruption of darkness and chaos in the world grew stronger. Even though Gillis had already perished, those entities resembling bioengineered monstrosities and anything connected to outer gods had been eradicated. However, the corruption of darkness and chaos hadn't lessened, in fact, it had intensified. The entire Tokyo had become like a realm of demons. Everything was in a state of confusion. Astonishingly, Artoria sensed that, apart from their current location within the Tokyo Hotel, which served as the Emperor's palace, there wasn't a single living being reacting throughout the city of Tokyo, or even within the entire metropolitan area. This was a population of 50 million, or even more. Despite the Empire's preparations and the 2 conversations he had with Agravain, Artorius couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine when this realization hit him. In the face of adversity, oddities, and war, human life appears so fragile. Artorius sighed and muttered, Kodomine Kyrie, is this the attitude you and your gang of villains wish to convey to me? Just some noisy and impatient annoyances, your majesty. A woman's voice resounded, snapping Artorius back to reality from his thoughts. 2 new servants had appeared before him. The woman who spoke to him was one of them. She possessed divinity and gazed at Artorius with a suggestive look in her eyes, a beautiful woman. With a gentle and compassionate expression, a perfectly matured figure, avian wings, legs covered in snake scales, and a tail and beast-like talons. Upon closer inspection, her beautifully flowing lavender hair swayed without wind, and her mouth gaped open in a fearsome manner, resembling a serpent's kiss. Merging divinity and devilry, evil and holiness, chaos and order, all of them coexisted within her. She was worthy of the title, Goddess of Demonic Beasts. As the woman locked eyes with Artorius, she revealed a smile so perfect that it could make any man in the world skip a heartbeat. A monster girl. I bet, those with a peculiar fetish for monster girls will surely go wild and dance in ecstasy upon seeing her, yearning to rush forward and smash her. Artorius thought like that mischievously. Very strong. Godlike in strength. That wasn't just a mere adjective, that was a fact. Observing her appearance, Artorius immediately understood her true identity. Medusa, known as Gorgon, one of the most famous monsters in Greek mythology and part of the famous trio of Greek mythological monsters alongside Minotaur and Harpy. Appearing before Artorius as Rider, unabashedly casting flirtatious glances at the Dragon Emperor, she was undoubtedly not a mere byproduct or anything else, but the real deal. In this state, she hadn't completely transformed into a monster yet, she still retained some semblance of a goddess. Originally, with a little care, she could have been saved. However, after being corrupted and blackened, she was beyond salvation. The same applied to the other servant, a monster beside her, Berserker. Unlike Medusa, the newly arrived servant hardly retained a human form and had turned into a massive bat. Sinister bone spurs protruded from its back, its crimson eyes glinted with a thirst for blood, its muscles were knotted, its skin was tinged with a bluish hue, and its head's hair was a bloody crimson. This monster had utterly lost its humanity and transformed into a vampire monster thoroughly. Nevertheless, even in this state, Artorius immediately recognized him. Dracula. Under this appearance and circumstance, he couldn't be referred to as Vlad III anymore. In the original story, even when summoned as Vlad III in his vampire form, he still possessed handsome golden hair, a charming appearance, and a noble bearing, at least before combat. But the present Vlad. As the corrupted berserker, he had lost all of those attributes. Even the most basic semblance of dignity had disappeared, turning him into a mere controlled monster corrupted by evil. And thus, 3 of the 7 servants from the vampire's side were already defeated. Aside from the 2 servants that just appeared before Artorius and Kyriai as assassin, whose location remained unknown, the true main characters of the vampire, the so-called dead apostle ancestors, had yet to appear. The battle would continue. How tragic. Though a hero, you have fallen so far. Artorius commented on Vlad in this manner. The bloodthirsty vampire monster showed no response, continuing to gaze at Artorius with greedy eyes, thirsting for the dragon emperor's blood. Meanwhile. Exclamation point. Ugh. A blue figure flashed past them at a speed of 299,792,458 meters per second. The sound followed closely, reaching the ears of Artorius. It's not working. But these are chestnut-filled sweets. X's infuriated voice resounded but was ignored by Artorius. It was evident that, unlike Scathac's easy defeat of Brynhildr, X hadn't gained the upper hand against X in her battle. Even if X had employed her super special move against X, presenting those delicious chestnut-filled sweets, X didn't show any sign of stopping. Maybe I should just kill X-san. X uttered chilling words in a calm tone. Simultaneously, X casually passed by the ongoing confrontation between the 2 monster servants and the Dragon Emperor, as if she had no interest in Artorius whatsoever. Clearly, despite both being Artoria species, while X constantly cried, complained, and acted helpless, deep down, she always saw Artorius as her own child. Yet, X seemed utterly indifferent about him. In the end, Saber is destined to be my enemy, huh? X muttered to herself. In the next second, a blue and red light accelerated approaching each other, marking the commencement of a battle between justice and evil, Jedi and Sith. While X's battle remained unresolved and unable to assist Artorius, Scathach was different. After Brynhildr's death, she remained quietly by his side, not speaking a word. Of course, there was also Shutenduji. A moment ago, she effortlessly took down a bunch of vampire underlings. It didn't even seem like she was breaking a sweat, and she didn't use any noble phantasm either. It makes one wonder if she was just goofing around or really giving it her all. Afterward, Shuten seized an opportunity to position herself behind Artorius, flanking him alongside Scathach, openly enjoying the pleasure of an up-close view. Mash, on the other hand, remained on the front lines, steadfastly enduring the dead's onslaught. Together with the Imperial soldiers, she held the line, guarding the last bastion. This increased Artorius's fondness for Mash slightly, while his respect for Shuten slightly diminished. That was understandable. Any boss would appreciate hard-working employees and detest those who shirk their duties, wouldn't they? Upon Shuten's arrival, Artorius casually cast his gaze in her direction. She responded with an ambiguous smile, leaving it uncertain whether she had caught on to his intentions. Chapter 145, Concern and Pity. At the same time, as Artorius voiced his assessment of Vlad, Vlad himself had lost all rationality. He mumbled illogical words repeatedly. Ah. Your Majesty concerned about the old men, huh? Medusa said as she wore a pleased expression. While I got ignored. Concerned, of course. It's just not easy to say. Artorius thought to himself. Concerned about Vlad III, as a hero. Heroes appreciate heroes, it's good to say and to look at. Concerned about Medusa, on the other hand, as a man. Men sympathize with women, especially good women. Watching a good woman suffer, and degenerate into her current state, would bring a sense of pity and contemplation like, if possible, I'd like to save her. Such thoughts were strange and whimsical, so Artorius refrained from speaking, calmly looking at Medusa. His gaze made the goddess, who was just a step away from completely transforming into a monster, feel restless. In the next moment, her hair surged towards Artorius, and her snake-like maw opened grotesquely, ready to devour. Seeing this scene, Artorius squinted his eyes slightly. Forget it. He thought to himself. This isn't the time to talk. Rest in peace, until we meet again, if that's possible. With this thought in mind, the Dragon Emperor raised his sword and swung it down. Medusa let out a pained cry as the serpent-like head at the end of her long hair was severed by his strike. This scream acted like a signal. The berserker Vlad, upon hearing the pained cry, widened his eyes and lunged fiercely towards Artorius. Artorius. Vlad's frenzied roar proved that he certainly knew Artorius. From the ground, from the sky, from all directions, countless spikes shot toward Artorius. However, in an instant, the magical energy released by the Dragon Emperor shattered the oncoming spike barrage. Simultaneously, Vlad's long spear clashed with Artorius' sword. On the other side, Medusa's claws got pierced by Guy Balg in the next second. A dark, mixed with deep red viscous fluid began to ooze from the wound. Scathatch, calm and unwavering, took control of the evil spirit with ease. Schutten, on the other hand, continued to leisurely amuse herself. My lord's situation is a bit dire, someone needs to lend a hand. She said so, but her assistance was limited to taking a few sips of sake and blowing a couple of breaths. The sweet scent of the alcohol might have been effective for regular humans or servants, but it had no impact on the evil spirits. Schutten Duji. Upon witnessing this, Tuko, who was still fighting alongside the Imperial army against the horde of the dead, shouted. After a brief thought, she raised her hand. Schutten Duji. With this command spell, join this battle with all your might. How troublesome. In the next moment, Schutten joined the fray. Wielding a large sword that didn't match her size, the Oni swiftly swung it, matching Scathatch's moves. Together, they severed one of Medusa's claws. The intense pain stimulated Medusa's nerves, transforming rapidly into sheer pleasure. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The pitying expression of Artorius, the misfortune he lamented for Medusa, all of that vanished completely at this moment. Standing there was a colossal and dark monster, dozens of meters tall, adorned with countless serpents with crimson and emotionless demonic eyes that stared at Artorius. Whose laugh is that? The gods who toy with her fate. The ignorant so-called heroes who get easily manipulated. Or is it herself? The monster thought like that with confusion. Regardless, a cruel red aura enveloped the monster known as Medusa. It was a deadly bounded field that would plunder and devour life force. This was the enhanced version of the original Medusa's Temple of Blood, Blood Fort Andromeda. It was the temple of demonic beasts, the temple of monsters, Pandemonium Cetus in the form of a bounded field. Within this temple stood the goddess worshipped and revered, Gorgon. Abandoning her identity as a goddess completely, she had fully transformed into a demonic beast, yet paradoxically became the goddess of demonic beast. There might not be anything more ironic than that in this world. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Amidst the frenzy of roars, normal heroic spirits were weakened, while the horde of the dead was significantly enhanced. Within this bounded field, Vlad was also included. All the monsters of the dead, under the leadership of Medusa, or more precisely, Gorgon, received a blessing within the bounded field. This amplification grew immensely, even Scathatch was momentarily suppressed by Gorgon. The combination of Vlad and Gorgon, along with the constant influx of the dead from all sides, pushed their power beyond the previous enemies. This was a significant improvement. Even if the three defeated evil servants from before were combined, they wouldn't amount to a tenth of this combination's might. To defeat such a colossal enemy, we must find a weakness and deliver a fatal blow. Scathatch's eyes gleamed as she pondered this. The key is, where is the weakness? The wisdom of Dun Scaith began to work at this moment. Scathatch was confident that soon, she would figure it out. However, at the same time, the range of the Pandemonium Cetus expanded continuously. The number of the dead affected by it also increased. The pressure on the Empire's final fortress naturally intensified. Unfortunately, they might not have the luxury of waiting much longer. At this moment, Artorius raised his sword once again, ready to execute the same move as before. There was nothing that the Dragon Emperor's Sword Beam EX couldn't solve, if there was, just fired another shot. The same ultimate move that had taken care of Gillis's tentacles was now being used against Gorgon. It might have sounded a bit lame and uncreative, but in a war, creativity didn't matter much. As long as they could win, everything was fine. With that thought in mind, Artorius shouted, "Cover me," to Scathatch while starting to gather magical energy onto his sword. Supported by the third magic, he had a magical energy regeneration rate equal to infinity, allowing him to instantly deplete his own magical energy and then fill it back up in an instant. For other servants, they would regard it as an ultimate release of noble phantasm. For Artorius, it was just a mere regular attack. In other words, swish. I've been waiting for you. As Artorius spoke those words, he raised his hand and swung his sword backward, cleaving Kyrie, who had suddenly appeared behind him, into two halves. But in the next moment, splitch. My lord. The sword of Schutten pierced Artorius's body. Have you finally accepted the love I have for you? The demonic voice resonated sensually in his ears. Chapter 146, Betrayal. My lord. The sword of Shuten pierced Artorius's body. Have you finally accepted the love I have for you? The demonic voice resonated sensually in his ears. Kaya ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. With joyful laughter, extremely, extremely, extremely joyful. At this moment, Shuten felt a supreme joy. So delicious, so sweet, perhaps second only to the joy of being favored and embraced by my lord, Fufufu. She said loudly with ecstasy as if she had gone mad. Initially indifferent to everything in the world, as if nothing in the world mattered to her. Whether it was a smile, tears, or any other emotion, it all gave the impression of pretense. She had never thought that she could express her feelings so sincerely. Though this feeling wasn't quite good, more accurately, she felt terribly bad. Thud. Of course, in the next moment, Shuten, having had her fill of laughter, was grabbed by the scruff of her neck by Artorius. This is your ace in the hole. The Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly immensely powerful. A mere betrayal from behind, a stab in the back, meant nothing to him. It only ignited anger and irritation within him. After slamming Shuten hard onto the ground, Artorius turned his gaze towards Tuko. He found the person had already collapsed on the ground, eyes devoid of color. A puppet. That was not the true body of Aozaki Tuko, it wasn't even known whether it carried her soul. If that's the case, from the very beginning, was the combination of Tuko and Shuten an undercover spy? When Tuko just used a command spell, giving Shuten the order to join this battle with all your might, was it actually a ploy to turn Shuten against him? The Dragon Emperor was infuriated by such behavior and yelled. Is this all you've got? Do you all think you can defeat me with just this? You're far from it. In the next moment, the sword of the Dragon Emperor once again descended. The unparalleled frosty light fiercely struck the opposing goddess of demonic beasts. Under Gorgon's astonished and incredulous gaze, the sword continued its unhindered descent, cleaving off her head. Swish. Rolling, rolling, and rolling. Gorgon's head was severed. In theory, for a demonic beast of her caliber, even having her head severed wouldn't be a fatal wound. However, no matter how strong, vicious, and fearsome she might be, at her core, Gorgon was still a servant, her story and legend depicting her life as a servant. Hence, her cause of death during her life, having her head severed, became her greatest vulnerability. No, it can't be, I can't. The massive monster without a head extended her snake-like tendrils, trying to pick up her own head and reattach it. But before she could, Artorius had already grabbed her head. She was no longer the appearance of a goddess, entirely transformed into a grotesque beast's visage. No trace of romance or allure remained. Ah. Give my head back. Give my head back. Gorgon, driven mad, screamed. It seemed that even though her head was her weak point, after ascending to this level, she wouldn't instantly die, she just became very frail. Stimulated, the horde of the dead, as well as Vlad, rushed toward Artorius, attempting to seize Gorgon's head. In the next moment, 36 key balls rained down from the sky, like magic-infused heavy bombs, bombarding the entire battlefield. Scathatch backed up Artorius and held the line until he executed his plan. In the blink of an eye, Artorius appeared next to Mash, startling her. Mash. Eh. Before the poor girl could grasp what had happened, Artorius had taken her shield. Eh? Eh. Completely clueless as to why her shield would obey Artorius, even more so than her own command, Mash was left bewildered. Then, in amazement, she watched as Artorius held her shield in one hand and Gorgon's head in the other, squeezing the two together. Senpai. Senpai, you can't. Mash wanted to say, you can't fit them in, but before she could finish, her words were met with action. Artorius forcibly jammed Gorgon's head into the shield. Though Gorgon's head resisted throughout the process, emitting fragrant breath while attempting to bite his hand, it was all in vain. Her entire head was pushed into the shield by Artorius. In doing so, he forcibly reenacted the myth of Gorgon's defeat. I'll curse you. I'll curse you forever. Even if I descend to the deepest depths of Tartarus, I will. The pitiable whimpers of the defeated dog ceased abruptly after another sword beam shot towards her body from Artorius, causing the already weakened goddess of demonic beast to shatter. Countless dark red and pitch-black chaotic energies flowed out, reeking with a foul stench. Here you go. Artorius handed the shield back to Mash. Mash. The girl appeared deeply conflicted. Forcibly having a monster's head shoved into her shield like this, can this shield still be used? Does she still need this? As Mash wrestled with her thoughts, the shield was forcefully placed into her arms. At the same time, the somewhat weary Scathatch returned to Artorius' side. Just moments ago, she took advantage of the situation to heavily wound the berserker Vlad. Though he was still alive, his magical energy and physical strength had been greatly diminished after Gorgon's defeat. So, there was no problem in not delivering a final blow to him. As long as the effect of the temple from Gorgon subsided, he would be powerless. Have we won? Embracing the shield, Mash asked with a deeply puzzled tone. The effect of the pandemonium cetus was indeed receding. The surrounding malice and blood-red hues were fading, gradually restoring the color of the sky, not the usual blue, but rather a black shrouded by vampires' magecraft. Vlad, now without support, let out a wail, much like the dead around him who had also lost their support. They burst like punctured balloons, 1, 2, 3, they kept popping, turning into pools of blood and dark red mud before vanishing from sight. The once overwhelmingly powerful army of the dead was wiped out in one fell swoop. We won, right? Before Mash could even attempt to smile. Fool, don't raise a flag. Artorius scolded her. The real enemy hasn't shown up yet. Scathatch calmly remarked. But. Asterisk clap. 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 Clap, asterisk. Before Mash could voice her confusion, applause erupted. The source of the applause was from Kyrie, who appeared on the hotel's front entrance with a smile on his face. Truly splendid. No wonder you're dubbed as the Dragon Emperor, the great ruler who has reigned for 1500 years. Absolutely magnificent. I originally thought that with Gorgon and Dracula's combination, along with enough cannon fodder of the dead, it would be enough to defeat you. Not to mention the betrayal from Shutenduji. In the next instant, the Empire's automated cannons fired at him. These cannons, equipped with the latest propellant, should have been capable of penetrating 200 mm homogeneous steel plates. Or any standard magecraft barriers and defenses, for that matter. However, they missed. It wasn't because the Empire's armaments were faulty, it was simply due to Kyrie's condition being abnormal. Projection, huh? Amidst the booming of the cannons, Kyrie's body contorted as if he were suffering from signal interference. Artorius immediately deduced his condition. That's right, indeed worthy of your title, your majesty. Kyrie sighed, his emotions seeming very sincere. It appeared that he was indeed an admirer of the Dragon Emperor. But then again, this wasn't surprising, or rather, it was quite normal. Chapter 147, Negotiation. That's right, indeed worthy of your title, your majesty. Kyrie sighed, his emotions seeming very sincere. It appeared that he was indeed an admirer of the Dragon Emperor. But then again, this wasn't surprising, or rather, it was quite normal. Living in the Empire, people basked in the majesty of the Dragon Emperor, growing up in such an environment. They had heard, seen, and personally witnessed the magnificent achievements of the Dragon Emperor. How could they not become admirers of the Dragon Emperor? So, Artorius said, his expression devoid of emotion. Even as he saw Shuten struggling to get up, he maintained an indifferent smile. After putting in so much effort, so much work, do you really want to retreat? I am right here, if you want my life, you'll have to try harder. Life. Kyrie said with a calm smile. What happened next left Mash feeling perplexed. She tilted her head and let out a puzzled, Because Kyrie said something like this, your majesty's life. Why would your majesty think like that? We've never had any intention of harming you. As he spoke, he spread his arms towards the Dragon Emperor. Despite the misunderstandings that have existed between the Empire and the vampires for hundreds, even thousands of years, the loyalty of the vampires to your majesty is beyond doubt. We aren't plotting rebellion, nor any mischief. We have come to pledge our allegiance to you. Artorius sneered, is this what you wanted to say? Utterly ridiculous. No, no. Please allow your subjects to clarify, your majesty. We are sincere. During the years of war against the Empire, we experienced confusion, pain, turmoil, and setbacks. After countless failures, we finally realized one thing. That is, Crimson Moon is not suitable. You are the rightful ruler of the vampires. Brunstud of the Crimson Moon, that kind of woman is simply not fit to lead the vampires forward. Kyrie spoke words that were outrageously rebellious, making Artorius find it even more amusing. Go on. A stylish armchair appeared behind the Dragon Emperor. He settled into it comfortably, manifesting a glass of grape juice in the process. I'm listening. The stand-up comedy routine you're doing is quite entertaining. I might reward you later. PFTTT, MPHHH. Mash, who was tickled by Artorius's words, quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Then she blushed and lowered her head. Thank you very much for your generosity. As if not sensing the sarcasm in Artorius's words, Kyrie said those words then bowed again and spoke. Please allow me a little time to explain this matter. The war between the Empire and the vampires has spanned over 1,000 years. Why hasn't the Empire achieved victory? Why hasn't your majesty crushed the vampires completely? The reasons for this, your majesty, you surely understand better than I do. The restraint of the counterforce is one aspect, your own self-restraint is another, and beyond that, there's one more crucial point, the limitations of humanity. Humanity does have its limitations. I'm not denying the brilliance and greatness of humanity. What I mean is that humans, apart from their brilliance and greatness, also have darkness and corruption within them. Humans are a mix of good and evil, angels and demons, gods and devils. What your Majesty desires is to restrain humanity, to control them, to confine them, to suppress the darkness and corruption of human nature. To shape humanity into what you expect. Is there anything wrong with that? Mash tilted her head. Even though speaking up in this situation wasn't ideal, she couldn't resist asking, I assent His Majesty a good person. As a ruler, how can one use terms like good or bad to differentiate, young lady? You are still too young, too naive. Kirai smiled, leaving Mash momentarily speechless. A true ruler should act based on the highest interests, young lady. Kirai glanced at Mash and spoke earnestly like an elder sharing his wisdom with the younger generation. Then, with a steady gaze at the Dragon Emperor, Kirai continued. Please consider my proposal earnestly, Your Majesty. Please seriously consider accepting our pleas, accepting our loyalty, and accepting us as your subjects. We will dedicate everything to you, our research, our armies, and ourselves. I know that all of that is insignificant, not worth mentioning. Yes, to a great ruler like Your Majesty, everything we have is indeed insignificant. However, vampires possess advantages. The true ancestors are the sense of touch of the planet, just like the gods of ancient times. After the age of gods ended, the true ancestors that still thrive in the world will be the mightiest weapons of Gaia. We have grown tired of that existence. We have realized that continuing to follow it brings us no benefits. We also yearn for the future, Your Majesty. Kirai looked up with sincere eyes, gazing at Artorius. As long as Your Majesty agrees, the day when all vampires are under your rule will be the day you completely dominate Gaia. The contradiction of good and evil, light and darkness, justice and evil in the world, all will be under your rule. Your authority in this world will transcend, surpassing even Gaia and Alea. You will become the new counter-force of this planet. Beyond good and evil, beyond light and darkness, beyond everything. The next era you've been anticipating will also begin. We will be the blades in your hands. We will conquer the myriad worlds, planets, and the universe for you. As Kirai spoke those words, as if to emphasize his fervent speech, the battle between X and X came to an end. X, bearing wounds and appearing almost breathless, was carried by X. She put her glasses back on and then discarded X to the side. I didn't kill her, Artorius. X gazed calmly at Artorius. Although I really wanted to. But if I did that, Artorius would be sad, right? Artorius's expression wavered slightly. Indeed, she really is Artoria. I also want to stand with Artorius. I also want to play with Artorius, to be by Artorius's side. Although X's expression was calm and her voice steady, Artorius could see the sincerity and earnestness in her eyes. She truly thought this way and was truly looking forward to it. Her feelings were genuine. Artorius continued to remain silent, neither granting nor refusing Kirai. I don't trust you. After a while, Artorius looked at Kirai and added, I don't trust your sincerity. Sincerity. Of course, we have it, because Your Majesty perfectly embodies the concept of the 27 dead apostle ancestors and the ruler of vampires. Kirai said calmly. Artorius raised his eyebrows. The Dark Six. Kirai gazed at the Dragon Emperor as he said the name. Among the 27 dead apostle ancestors, it held authority and status surpassing Crimson Moon. Compared to the self-proclaimed King of the Death Apostles by Trhvmn, the Dark Six is the true Emperor of the Death Apostles. We have reason to believe that this figure is you. He continued. Beneath your radiant greatness lies an equal darkness. The more light, the more darkness. Rome. Persia. India. Arab. The steppes. America. The territories under your rule align with ancient and recognized civilizations, in line with the prophecies. So, with a slight nudge, this concept can be brought forth. You can simultaneously embody the concepts of the Emperor of the Death Apostles and the Dragon Emperor. You will become both rulers of light and darkness. After that, our world will experience a complete rebirth, standing tall in the universe, no longer manipulated by anyone, free from all concerns. The attack from Shutten just now, was that your plan? Artorius asked a question. Yes, Your Majesty sensed it too. If it was just any attack, it wouldn't even scratch you, who possesses both third magic and Avalon. But what we aim for is never to harm you. What Shuttenduji did was inject an energy, a catalyst, to Your Majesty. A trigger that would guide Your Majesty to summon your own dark side. So, this isn't something that can be restored with the concept of restoration. Artorius fell silent once again and then said, you've prepared for a long time. Kirai didn't speak, maintaining a calm posture of respect. Even so, Artorius could sense his inner satisfaction. Artorius senpai. Sensing the change in Artorius's tone and demeanor, Mash widened her eyes and looked at him with a hint of fear. If senpai really agrees with them, then. Mash had an instinctual feeling that something was off about Kirai's words, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She could only feel anxious. It can actually succeed. At the same time, Kirai was filled with joy in his mind. He had thought that the probability of convincing the Dragon Emperor was at most a little over 10%. But now, it seemed that the Dragon Emperor might actually agree. If this can really succeed. Achievement, credit, benefits, Kirai didn't care about any of that. What he cared about was the intense pleasure he could derive from this massive change. Koto mine Kirai. I have 2 more questions for you. I will share all that I know. The first question is. Artorius began, if I agree to become the Emperor of the Death Apostles, will vampires continue to drink human blood, and will they continue to threaten humanity? This, even I don't know. The urge to drink blood is a challenge faced by all vampires. He lowered his head, slyly saying, perhaps with the Empire's capabilities and your Majesty's talents, a new path can be found. I see. Artorius didn't express agreement or disagreement with his answer. He then continued. My second question is. What about today's victims? Thousands have died because of your actions. By extension. Before this, during the time when vampires roamed unchecked, for all the humans harmed, killed, and preyed upon by you, how do you intend to address it? Hearing Artorius speak like that, Kirai's excitement began to wane. He started to realize that he had underestimated this emperor. Things might not unfold as favorably as he had hoped. Even so, he gave the Dragon Emperor his answer. These are the pains of progress. Kirai bowed his head, continuing respectfully, all sacrifices are necessary, laying the foundation for a brighter future. I see, that's what you think. Artorius nodded. In that case, I have the answer. The Dragon Emperor's voice was solemn and sacred, akin to a judgment day for the vampires. T/N, the Crimson Moon in this FIC seems to be a female. Chapter 148, Resurrection. Meanwhile. Good job, everything is within my control. Secluded within a bounded field that separated the world from the main battlefield, the so-called King of the Dead Apostles and the White Wing Lord, TRHVMN Ordenros, observed the entire battlefield through the reflection in a pool of blood. He watched his hard-prepared 7 evil servants, being effortlessly annihilated by the Dragon Emperor as if cutting through melons and vegetables. Yet, he remained unfazed. Whether it was the Demon King Oda Nobunaga, the heretic Gillis von Rice, or the Valkyrie Brynhildr. In front of the calculating White Wing Lord, everything was but a means to forge the future. Even his first summoned servant, Koto mine Kirai. Even the formidable combination of Gorgon and Dracula he held as an ace in the hole, which could stand a chance against 27 dead apostle ancestors, still had greater odds of loss if faced with the Dragon Emperor. None of it mattered. Everything proceeded according to his plan. That girl is the Dragon God's offspring. Watching Shutenduji gazing at Artorius with an enamored look, he mumbled as if speaking to himself, yet also explaining to his colleagues behind him. The Black-Winged Lord, Grandserd Blackmore. The Black Knight, Rizoval Strout. The Crown and Demon Summoner, Miram Solomon. The Serpent of Akasha, Michael Roa Valdemjong. Once part of the 27, now reduced to 5, including himself. Excluding the Dark Six, who were considered to be the reverse side of the Dragon Emperor, and those who were originally not on the vampire's side, such as the ultimate one known as One Radiance Thing, ORT, as well as the man who was the Empire's magician and true magic user named Kister Zelrich Schweinorg. The Battle of the Century, the fall of Brunstad of the Crimson Moon, marked the beginning of the collapse of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. The Battle of the Blood Forest, the incineration of the Forest of Inash. In the Bloody Witch Hunt's era, Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, Altruge Brunstad was captured by the Empire, her fate unknown. The White Knight Blood, Fina Blood Svelton, was slain. The Chaos, NRV and QSR Chaos, was annihilated. The Duke of Predation, Stanrobe Calhoun, was obliterated. During the Age of Discovery, the Dark Lord of the business world, Van Fem, and the Knight of Vengeance, Enhance, rebelled and joined the Empire. In the Empire's Golden Age, the Artist's Lady, Rita Rosa Yen, and the Water Demon, Sumire revolted and joined the Empire. The dead apostle of the Millennium Lock, Kabak Alcatraz, was sealed. Failures, failures, and more failures. Captured, massacred, imprisoned, brainwashed, and treated like experimental subjects. Some misfits even surrendered outright, willingly accepting the Empire's brainwashing, becoming their lapdogs, only to turn around and attack their own kind. Even the highest-ranking 27 dead apostle ancestors suffered this treatment, not to mention the lower-ranking ordinary dead apostles. As the Empire's power grew, the living conditions for the vampires turned increasingly hostile. We are the noble vampires. Higher beings that feed on humans. Why are we hunted by humans instead? Such questions grew stronger. Desperation and hopelessness spread among the vampires. In their despair, it was akin to the scientists of the Third Reich during the later stages of World War II, who became increasingly desperate for victory despite the war's outcome. They sought to enhance themselves, even stooping to lower themselves to learn human technology. But the end result was still failures, and more failures. After the fall of Crimson Moon, all the dead apostles received was an endless failure and the agony of being ravaged by humans. The dead apostle ancestors, originally numbering over 20, now totaled 5 including TRHVMN. Fortunately, all of this is about to end. TRHVMN muttered to himself. The Oni named Shutenduji was indeed the child of God before her doom. Her father is the 9-headed dragon god, Yamata no Orochi, a great and majestic being. After everything he had done, and on the verge of victory, he couldn't help but want to express himself, to share his thoughts with others. This was only natural, a feeling innate to beings with emotions. Not to mention that TRHVMN had suppressed these emotions for over a millennium. He naturally yearned to unburden himself, to release his resentment, suppression, and all his emotions. Now, he was beginning to narrate his plan non-stop. Of course, this was only the beginning. He wanted more, so he continued. For Shutenduji, her father was omnipotent. He was the embodiment of strength and righteousness. However, when she fell from being a god to becoming an Oni, her father did not extend a helping hand. Why exactly? Why didn't my father help me? Or is it that I'm not important to him, just dispensable trash? Such doubts filled the heart of the child of God. She wanted to complain to her father. But her father disappeared, and no matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find him. He must have gone to the reverse side of the world, leaving her behind. Of course, eventually, she found her place, becoming the leader of the Oni. With new friends, new followers, and new hobbies, she spent her days in drunken bliss. The memories and doubts of the past gradually faded. Until the Dragon Emperor appeared. His aura was remarkably similar, and he exuded the same aura of majesty. A dragon, an emperor, the embodiment of invincible strength and righteousness, like her father. Though she knew they weren't the same person, the resemblance was uncanny. Perhaps, in the millennia, she had lost her sanity. After all, she was summoned as a berserker. So she approached the Dragon Emperor, tried to please him, even flattered him. But sadly, the Dragon Emperor was not her father. Thus, all of Shutenduji's efforts went unanswered. This frustrated her, made her angry and resentful. In such circumstances, with just a flick of a finger. My envoy told her that if the Dragon Emperor joined our side, he would accept her. What about Aozaki Tuko? Next to him, the Black Wing Lord, Gransurg, asked calmly. The gentleman with a raven-like appearance showed a hint of curiosity. As the follower of Crimson Moon, he had no fondness for his counterpart TRHVMN as the White Wing Lord. Nevertheless, they were quite familiar with each other. It's simple. She resents the Empire because they handed the fifth magic of her family to her younger sister. Since childhood, she had been preparing to inherit the fifth magic, but the Empire deemed her unsuitable. I see. My plans go beyond this, my comrades. Get ready. TRHVMN turned and looked at the remaining companions. The next step is for us to take the battlefield personally. At the same time, Artorius gave Kyrie a decisive response. I refuse. I will not become the Emperor of the Dead Apostles. For over a millennium, humanity sacrificed under the fangs of the vampires won't be in vain. That's my answer. Even Mother can't change your mind. X looked at Artorius with a touch of sadness. After all of this battle, let's go get some sweets together. Artorius calmly told her. All right. X nodded seriously. I understand. At the same time, Kyrie nodded as well. This is your Majesty's choice. So righteous, so just. Saying these words, he became ecstatic, his expression contorting in delight. Your Majesty, please maintain this sense of justice. I, your humble subject, will admire your magnificence from the depths of hell. With these words, Kyrie took out a black key. Not for battle preparation, but he unhesitatingly pierced his own neck. Assassin, Kodomine Kyrie, exited the stage. Thus, among the 7 evil servants of the vampires, only X remained. What about our deal? X's words got cut off as she suddenly committed suicide like Kyrie. Artorius, let's grab some sweets together next time. Ekin. Amid X's exclamation, X's body melted and dissolved. The 7 evil servants were completely defeated. Why did they do that? Watching the 2 servants suddenly take their own lives, Mash felt utterly bewildered. Though she didn't think X and Kyrie's combination could withstand so many people on their side, suicide wasn't necessary. Their master ordered them to suicide because of the Holy Grail system. After the 7 servants were all defeated, the Holy Grail manifested. Artorius replied calmly. But. Mash suddenly felt that something was off. Surprised, she looked at the Dragon Emperor. She noticed his expression was calm. Confidently calm. Even as the ground cracked, even as the Black Grail brimming with blood and chaos surged from the earth, even as a group of formidable figures suddenly appeared. Trhvmn Ordenras. Dragon Emperor, Artorius Pendragon. Artorius and Trhvmn locked eyes. Simultaneously, behind them, the Holy Grail began to boil. Endless darkness surged once again from the depths. "I've been planning this for 400 years," said Trhvmn as he suppressed his excitement and then continued. "Finally, the opportunity has come for me. I know you are the real Dragon Emperor from the past, not a true heroic spirit. As long as I kill you, everything will change. Right now, the entire Tokyo is sealed off, cut off from the outside, and the power in Tokyo is at its weakest. The Holy Grail has descended here. The power of the vampires will reach its peak, which means it's my victory. It's my win." His centuries of wish would be realized in an instant. Even someone as composed as Trhvmn couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly excited. "Since you refuse, then prepare to meet your end, O Dragon Emperor." As Trhvmn spoke with excitement, the power within the Grail condensed and gathered. A force of existence unlike anything ordinary was emerging. Ha ha ha. Crimson Moon is about to be resurrected. The terrifying King of the Moon was about to return. She would lead the vampires to defeat humanity and establish a paradise for vampires. The present Dragon Emperor was not yet at his peak and couldn't replicate the feat of his future self who had defeated Crimson Moon in the battle of the century. He was 500 years away from the accumulated experience for the battle. In other words, Trhvmn was about to win. Artorius. As everyone was consumed by an indescribable fear, the expression on the Dragon Emperor's face was calm and not changed from beginning to end. Though he didn't speak, it was evident to everyone present that his expression conveyed the feeling, "Is that all?" Chapter 149, Crimson Moon. Artorius attached great importance to this battle, indeed, he valued it greatly. Even though it was just a mere White Wing Lord and his so-called group of dead apostle ancestors, Artorius still held this battle in high regard. After all, the opponent was a creature that had been steeped in sorrow, anger, and madness for hundreds of years. With such emotions amplifying his actions, there was nothing he could do that would seem strange to Artorius. As Trhvmn was still blabbering about his victory nonsense, Artorius was in contemplation. What kind of creature would they summon as the final enemy? What sort of monstrosity would he have to face, what kind of dreadful nightmares and irrational madness he couldn't possibly contend with? The Dragon Emperor was deeply curious about this. Would it be the so-called Velber or perhaps the so-called alien god? Or would it be something unfamiliar to him, something he had never seen or understood, a completely new creation from their imagination as vampires? Even if, as a result of their limited perspectives, they remained ignorant of these things, there were still quite a few terrifying entities among the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Monstrosities that far exceeded the level of Crimson Moon were not unheard of. In the face of their summoning with the Chaos Holy Grail and its utilization of the wish-granting abilities, Artorius had speculated on how they might take advantage of this rare opportunity. Would it be the beast? According to the ranking of the 27 dead apostle ancestors, would it be the first-ranked, primate murder? It wouldn't be the familiar foe he knew of, nor the pet that crouched at the feet of Altruge. It would be the complete and heavily enhanced breed of calamity, Beast 4. A horror on par with the king of the demon gods, Goetia, and the primordial goddess, Tiamat. Or could it be some ultimate one? In the original story, due to humanity's ignorant mistake, the ultimate one that landed on Earth, known as Ort, a monster that resembled a giant crystal spider, was wrongly believed to be a dead apostle. This was the ultimate one summoned by Gaia from the planet Mercury in the Land of Steel timeline. Different from ultimate ones of satellite-level planets like Crimson Moon, this was a genuine planetary-level ultimate one, the mightiest entity of a planet, an agent of the planet's will. A terror capable of destroying a planet, quite literally. When it descended upon Earth, it directly slew the 5th-ranked member of the 27 dead apostle ancestors. Thus, it took their place. However, in terms of rank, these so-called 27 dead apostle ancestors were just a laughable joke compared to the ultimate ones. But even if they used the Holy Grail system to succeed in summoning and reviving either of those beings, Artorius knew that the result would undoubtedly be an unimaginable and bitter battle for him and his empire. But pitifully or maybe fortunately, all of that didn't happen. Neither the enhanced Beast 4 nor the summoned alien being appeared. Instead, they chose to resurrect and strengthen Brunstud of the Crimson Moon, also known as the ultimate one of the Moon and Type Moon. This was the culmination of White Wing Lord's painstaking 4-century calculation, the rejection outcome of the planned cooperation with the Dragon Emperor and the Empire. With unparalleled beauty, magnificent and flowing golden hair, and blood-red eyes, Crimson Moon, the King of the Moon and King of Vampires, appeared in her full glory. That's it. What a scheme. Trhvmn, you truly succeed to disappoint me. Artorius's mood was tranquil as he cast a look at the White Wing Lord as if viewing trash, leaving the latter bewildered. This was not the gaze a beaten dog should exhibit. According to Trhvmn's expectations, the Dragon Emperor should be fuming, desperate, and mad. The Dragon Emperor should mirror all that he had experienced over these 4 centuries, rather than looking at him as if he were trash. No, even if the Dragon Emperor put on an extremely heroic facade, even if he remained confident and resolute, there was still an issue with this look of disappointment on the Dragon Emperor's face. What did it mean to be so disappointed in him? We meet again. Don't you feel happy, O Dragon Emperor? Well, not really, but I'm actually quite pleased. As Artorius answered Crimson Moon's question, the latter exhibited a beautiful smile. She felt her power had been enhanced. Despite having just been resurrected, with the Grail's assistance and the millennia of gathering magical energy by the vampires, her strength instantly rebounded to its peak. Her magic sword, also known as Night Arm called Reel of the World, remained intact. Her ability to manifest Marble Phantasm also remained. Her rainbow mystic eyes glimmered with multicolored light. The current King of the Moon was perfect, and this battlefield was shielded from the probing of the counter-force. Neither Gaia nor Aleia could do a thing. Therefore, the present Crimson Moon was equally overflowing with confidence. She was convinced of her victory. She was even willing to spend a bit of time chatting with her archenemy. After all, despite 500 years of mutual slaughter, even after being defeated and crushed, Crimson Moon still existed. Her soul remained, the full moon in the sky persisted, making it extremely difficult to annihilate her completely. So, during the millennium of being shattered, her consciousness occasionally peeked through the eyes of her chosen vessel she had set her sights on, observing the world. She even had some interactions with the Dragon Emperor through her vessel. At first, she was cautious, even slightly afraid, fearing that the Dragon Emperor might discover her consciousness and obliterate her completely. But he didn't. This made her gradually bolder. In a sense, Artorius was the person she had interacted with the most during the millennia of her imprisonment, perhaps even the only person she had communicated with. If possible, she really didn't want to kill him. What a pity, he rejected her advances. Let's begin. After a moment of slight sadness, Crimson Moon made her decision. Like back then, just as the Dragon Emperor had completely crushed her, she would now crush him and make him suffer the same fate as she had. And then, she would tear apart Gaia, shatter the shell that covered the planet, and reveal the real world beneath the planet's surface. She would make Earth the most unique planet in the universe, completely control all of Earth's energies, and then build her empire around it. That was the purpose and concept of her Night Arm, Reel of the World. Let's continue the war from 1,000 years ago, Artorius. Crimson Moon raised the sword in her hand, inviting the Dragon Emperor to battle. Yet, something unexpected occurred. On the other side, the Dragon Emperor only smiled and looked at her with a strange expression. Such gaze made Crimson Moon uncomfortable, and she felt that something was about to happen. T/N, I'll just imagine Crimson Moon's appearance as archetype, Earth. Chapter 150, Everything According to His Majesty's Will. Meanwhile, in the office of the Intelligence Department of Imperial Mystery Bureau, which was Agravain's room, a thunderous crash echoed as the alloy door was blasted open. Someone stormed in with evident anger, walked right up to Agravain, and grabbed his collar. Agravain. Logically, this situation happening in this kind of important room should have triggered some defense mechanisms, but in reality, there were none. Agravain just calmly set down the overly viscous coffee in his hand. Lady Morgan. He looked calmly at the woman before him. What brings you here? What brings me here? You dare to ask me that? Morgan Le Fay hovered on the brink of laughter. You've placed His Majesty in that situation, and now the entire city of Tokyo is spiraling out of control. And you still ask me what brings me here? With those words, her lightsaber pressed against Agravain's throat. I'm granting you 1 minute to provide me a reason not to end your life. It's an order from His Majesty. Lies. Agravain detected the scent of burnt aroma like roasted meat at his neck, yet his expression remained unchanged. He gripped the blade of the lightsaber at his throat with his hand, preventing it from advancing any further. It's not a lie. This is a plan that His Majesty and I jointly devised, a plan to solve a problem that has plagued the Empire for over 1,000 years in one fell swoop. You used His Majesty as bait. Are you out of your mind? Hearing Agravain's reasoning, Morgan didn't feel relieved or puzzled by the answer. On the contrary, she felt a strong sense of absurdity. Killing him wasn't an immediate option, but the next moment, she clenched her teeth and pinned Agravain's hand to the table. You bastard. This is treason against the Empire. This is betrayal. If it were 1500 years ago, Agravain would have found Morgan's talk about loyalty amusing and nonsense. But now was the end of the 20th century, and discussing such matters was meaningless in itself. Agravain only gazed at Morgan calmly with an expressionless face as he spoke the reason. We've been searching for those dead apostle ancestors for hundreds of years. We've eradicated countless ordinary dead apostles, destroyed their secret bases, and wiped out their remaining regular forces. We've had the upper hand in the war against them. We've captured their ancestors and even had some surrender willingly. Yet we've never been able to completely eliminate them, not once. Without eliminating them completely, we can't rest easy or proceed with the next plan of space exploration. Once humanity makes progress in space, our power will disperse further, and our control on Earth will diminish. Trying to eradicate the vampires will become an impossible task. They'll become tumors on the body of humanity. Incurable tumors, and that's the best-case scenario. The worst-case scenario is due to the hindrance of the vampires, we'll never touch the footsteps of space. We'll be forever trapped on Earth. Humanity will have no future. And what does that matter? Do you think I care about that kind of bullshit? If it were someone else, Agravain's words might have had an impact. But the one who was currently boiling with rage was Morgan. Morgan didn't give a damn about humanity, the Empire, or whatever. From start to finish, she cared only about one person, Artorius. Does Lady Morgan think I can influence His Majesty's decision? Agravain's words left Morgan speechless. His Majesty is willing to sacrifice for the Empire's future. Because he's the Emperor, the ruler of humanity. Ignoring the injury on his palm, Agravain said each word deliberately. We can dispatch. If we send too many troops, they won't fall for it. Agravain interrupted Morgan's words and then continued. White Wing Lord, Trhvmn Ortenross, turned into a cunning and cowardly scum during the millennium-long war. He wouldn't act or reveal himself unless he believed he had the upper hand. For this reason, His Majesty and I carefully controlled the number of troops around Tokyo, creating an atmosphere of indifference. His Majesty personally appeared, predicting and foreshadowing the final battle. We controlled and manipulated our servants, intentionally simulating internal strife and betrayal. His Majesty did everything to subdue and use them. Meanwhile, I arranged for our people to get close to them, allowing us to gather valuable information. Everything leads up to this moment, the chance to completely remove the tumor, the vampires that have plagued humanity for so long. But if His Majesty sacrifices himself, it's all in vain. Morgan interjected. You can trust me on this, Lady Morgan. Amid the periodic sound of sizzling, Agravain withdrew his hand from the blade of the lightsaber. With the use of magecraft, his injury swiftly healed. The Empire hasn't fallen to the point where His Majesty faces such danger. Agravain spoke confidently, everything is under control. The safety of His Majesty is still our top priority. From start to finish, everything is according to His Majesty's will. Words that anyone can say. Morgan retorted irritatedly. The dimensional gate is prepared, the Knights of Punishment and the Knights of Redemption are all in position. Agravain said, trust me on my loyalty to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Humph, that doesn't sound like something a person who would use the Emperor as bait would say. Although she was mostly convinced by Agravain's words, Morgan didn't change her attitude towards him. I know. Agravain said calmly. Regardless of the reasons, it won't change my actions. I will take responsibility for my actions. Responsibility. Morgan sneered, enter the throne of Empire and embark on the next cycle. Do you really think death is a punishment? Of course not. Agravain replied calmly, I will join the Knights of Redemption. Hearing him say this, even though Morgan had known that this man was capable of ruthlessness, she couldn't help but pause. Then she said nothing more. She just snorted coldly and turned to leave. Knowing what you're doing is enough. By now, she no longer worried about the Dragon Emperor's safety. Back to Tokyo. It's a trap. After a moment of daze, Crimson Moon quickly confirmed this fact after examining the expression on the Dragon Emperor's face. Should we retreat? Damn it. In an instant, Crimson Moon attempted teleportation to retreat. She confirmed that this bounded field not only isolated communication between the inside and outside of the Empire's side but also isolated the side of the vampires. Was this intentional on the part of the dead apostles, or had the Empire intervened? If it was the latter, then wasn't she caught in a trap from the start? The notion didn't sit well with her. Crimson Moon's expression grew grim as she thought that conclusion. She turned abruptly, her gaze falling on the White Wing Lord by her side, catching him off guard. You fool! Question mark. Trhvmn was taken aback by the scolding out of nowhere. At the same time, Artorius waved his hand. The enemies are in place, we can start closing the net, right, Merlin? Of course, Your Majesty. Beside Artorius, where there had been no one just a moment before, the Mage of Flower appeared amid the storm of flower petals. Everything is proceeding just as you wished, your majesty. The bounded field has been set up, your majesty. Beside Merlin, another voice of men resounded. Compared to the frivolous tone of Merlin, who was summoned as caster, Zepia Eltnamatlasia, serving as both Merlin's master and the director of Atlas Academy, spoke with even greater solemnity and respect to the emperor. No one can leave Tokyo. Zepia continued. It's a trap, you fool. Seeing Trhvmn still looking confused like a fool, Crimson Moon couldn't hold back any longer and yelled at him in anger. With no other choice, Crimson Moon decided to dash toward the Dragon Emperor. However, in the next second, from the sky, from behind, and from the side, she was attacked from 3 unexpected directions. Attacking her were 3 individuals. From the sky came a reddish beam that seemed to tear the very fabric of space at a rapid pace. It came from the Sword of Rupture, wielded by the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. From behind, the demonic sword, True Demon Near Dark, was completely unleashed by the 6th dead apostle ancestor, Black Knight Strout. From the side was Shutenduji, with the Holy Sword, Dragon Emperor Touch, given by Artorius. New fanfiction. Fate, the Men with Divine Keys. Synopsis. This is the end of the Age of Gods, the beginning of the Age of Men. This is Britain. In order to save Britain from its fated destruction, the adopted son of Scathatch embarked on a path known as a hero with his divine keys. Next, I'm going to unleash a badass attack. Let's see who's the lucky one to face it. Arkan wore an innocent smile on his face as he held the burning might of Anutu in his hand and looked at the trembling gods before him. Chapter 151, Wipe the Floor. From the sky came a reddish beam that seemed to tear the very fabric of space at a rapid pace. It came from the Sword of Rupture, wielded by the King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. From behind, the demonic sword, True Demon Near Dark, was completely unleashed by the 6th dead apostle ancestor, Black Knight Strout. From the side was Shutenduji, with the Holy Sword, Dragon Emperor Touch, given by Artorius. Faced with attacks from 3 different directions simultaneously, Crimson Moon made the best judgment. She raised and swung her sword, Reel of the World. It was a sword forged with the concept of restoring the world to its natural state. It released an unparalleled blend of light and magical energy that surged toward Gilgamesh in the sky. At the same time, her other hand grasped the sword of Black Knight Strout. With both hands in motion, she didn't forget about the Oni, Shutenduji. Rainbow Mystic Eyes. As the highest level Mystic Eyes in Nasuverse. It incorporated the functions of multiple Mystic Eyes. In an instant, Shuten's body seemed as if it would be twisted and sliced, an intensely extreme sensation of fear. Strangely, this feeling didn't make her afraid, instead, it made her feel happy, a strong sense of happiness. She looked at Crimson Moon across from her and felt that she was the cutest being in the world. How could someone so cute harm her? But in the next moment, the sword in her hand gave Shuten a new strength, and her smile became even more radiant. Stab. In this radiant smile, the sword of the Oni pierced Crimson Moon's heart. Well done. Crimson Moon praised Shuten. In the next second, Shuten's body shattered into pieces. Her eyeballs, which had been thrown high up, gazed at her father with an affectionate and reluctant look. T/N, I assume this father figure is Artorius from several hints in the previous chapters. Until we meet again. The fragments of Shuten's body turned into spiritual particles and disappeared. Shutenduji from the Empire side fell. Aozaki Tuko. Trhvmn shouting Tuko's name in anger. In his furious roar, Tuko observed the spectacle from below as her eyes lost their luster and revealed an eerie smile. Clearly, her body was just a puppet. In his angry shouts, now mixed with embarrassment, Trhvmn looked toward the calm Artorius. Wrong, everything is wrong. My calculations and speculations about the Dragon Emperor, about the Empire, were all wrong. I was so confident that I had turned the Empire's servants to our side, confident that everything was under my control, yet I didn't even notice there were spies so close to me. Trhvmn said frustratedly in his mind as he looked at Strout. Black Knight Strout. Despite rumors that the Empire killed Altruj, it's entirely not the case from his behavior. He's not under the King of the Moon's command, he's under the command of Altruj. His betrayal must have been orchestrated by that princess. Looking up at the sky, the intense battle between Sword of Rupture and Reel of the World was ongoing. Due to all of these distractions, Crimson Moon couldn't suppress Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh, although he's dissatisfied with the Dragon Emperor, with his arrogance, he certainly won't join forces with us. Aozaki Tuko, 5th magic, the Empire might not return it to her. But as long as the Emperor wants to win her over, the Empire has too many cards to play. Finally, Shutenduji. Thinking about this, Trhvmn refrained from continuing his thoughts. But the facts were there. With the Dragon Emperor's lecherous nature, he wouldn't leave such a high-grade copper untouched. Could he actually believe something so absurd? The Dragon Emperor must have already refined her again and again, refining and refining until even the ore residue had been completely refined with nothing left. T/N should be segs, right? In such a case, no matter what he said, that Oni would be. He was so foolish to believe even in this. That Oni was obviously on the Dragon Emperor's side from the beginning. Damn. Thinking like that, the expression on TRHVMN's face contorted. TRHVMN pushed his terrifying and immense power and momentum to the limit, then the limit, and once again the utmost limit. With an aura almost second only to Crimson Moon's, he charged towards the Dragon Emperor. At this point, there was no other option but to give it his all. It was do or die. The Dragon Emperor might have thought he had a winning hand. But now, looking at the situation, his lineup wasn't bad at all. The Blackwing Lord, Grandsir Blackmore, was battling Black Knight Strout. Their speed was so fast it was nearly invisible. Though TRHVMN held no regard for that uncouth monster, he had to admit that Grandsir's strength was not beneath his own. Taking down Strout posed no problem. Just as he had anticipated, Grandsir activated his reality marble in the next moment. Sinister black crow feathers almost blanketed the sky, enshrouding both him and Strout. Simultaneously, Miram Solomon released all of his familiars. Demon of the right leg, the king of the land, a creature with unparalleled proportions. Demon of the left leg, the king of the sky, a terror in the sky like a flying fortress. Demon of the right arm, Lady Windup, the mechanical puppet with a height exceeding 10 meters, armed from head to toe with weapons for killing. Demon of the left arm, king of rats, also Miram's advisor with a benevolent appearance. But, this familiar was dead as soon as he appeared. But no matter, they hadn't expected anything from him in the first place. But excluding King of Rats, Miram's other three familiars possessed the strength of top-tier phantasmal species. Each one claimed to have power equivalent to the 27 dead apostle ancestors, enough to take on a servant. The only exception was Roa, the serpent of Akasha. His habit of holding back his power and being ready to betray at any moment was despicable. Nevertheless, TRHVMN hadn't expected anything from him either. We still have the army of the dead and the environment here favors us. The King of the Moon wields the power of the Holy Grail, while the Dragon Emperor lacks 500 years of experience. If I fight with all my might, this battle can still be won. TRHVMN thought optimistically to himself, this time, the Dragon Emperor will be outplayed. But, his thought got cut off as in the next second and the pupils of TRHVMN contracted sharply. Because in front of him appeared a fearsome barrage of light beams that blotted out the sky. Not one, not 10, but a total of 150 beams, pure crimson beams, like flames. Standing at the very forefront of the group of knights clad in alternating red and white armor was a figure wearing a confident and defiant smile. Even if she turned to ashes, Artorius would recognize her. It was his most beloved sister, Mordred. This is... Boom. The red radiance engulfed the White Wing Lord. He didn't even have time to utter his last words. Under the relentless assault of the Empire's most formidable armed force, Knights of Punishment, there was no mercy as he made his exit. Accompanying him in this departure were Miram and Roa, both fading into the background. Dedication, courage, intellect, none had any use against the might of the Empire. Simultaneously, another 150 knights joined the battle, their bodies encased in black armor, wielding greatswords, long-handled scythes, halberds, and spears. They reaped the lives of the dead as if slicing through melons and vegetables. Their speed was so astonishing that it seemed endless, mowing down the seemingly infinite horde of the dead, much like the melting of snow under the blazing sun. However, among them, there was only one figure who trembled slightly upon seeing the Dragon Emperor. Lancelot. Artoria swiftly recognized the figure, a fleeting expression of compassion passing through his eyes. Yet, the Dragon Emperor refrained from saying anything further. He simply continued to gaze calmly upon the battlefield. TRHVMN Ortenross, the White Wing Lord and the King of the Dead Apostles, had fallen. The reality marble of the Black Wing Lord, Grandsir, also dissipated rapidly. Lancelot, donned entirely in black armor, calmly emerged, holding a head. Another knight in black, Rizoval Strout, could only regard his ally with a vigilant stare, refraining from even a breath. The sudden appearance and the act of unceremoniously annihilating Grandsir to the ground with a single sword strike had been utterly terrifying. The dead apostle ancestors were totally defeated, and the horde of the dead wasn't far from total collapse. Unlike a millennium ago during the Battle of Century, the Empire's efforts were vastly different. Powered armors infused with cutting-edge magecraft and technology. The combination of new magic swords and warriors with centuries of experience resulted in a force that made the vampire army, once formidable, crumble in an instant. Following that, only Crimson Moon remained on the scene. Humph. Still, a cold snort was the sole response from Gilgamesh as he returned his EA to the gate of Babylon, having no intention of participating any further. Similarly idle was Iskandar, who had finally arrived, or rather, Iskandar's army. Iskandar's individual strength was lacking, but he had cut through the battlefield with this army composed of servants. It's the end, isn't it? The King of Conqueror's tone was complex, with a strong hint of envy in his gaze towards Artorius. How unfortunate, really unfortunate. Iskandar murmured disappointed. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield. So, this is what you mean. Watching herself become alone in an instant, Crimson Moon's expression was tranquil, yet her emotions ran deep. A millennium of time has led to such tremendous progress for humanity. I was overconfident. It's not entirely your fault. In truth, even Artorius was taken aback by the Empire's true capabilities. Now, he finally grasped the meaning behind Agravain's earlier assertion of absolute safety. Both these knight orders possessed power rivaling the pinnacle of heroic spirits. Coupled with the Empire's technology, magecraft, and the coordination of elite troops, they were indeed capable of handling Crimson Moon by themselves. Crimson Moon, ultimate one of the moon, one of the strongest beings in the Nasuverse, faced with the Empire's level of strength, was similarly feeble. The key factor lies in making them drop their guard entirely, make them emerge from their hiding, and come before us. What we must do next is to eliminate them. That's the difference between regular and guerrilla warfare. Unexpected, yet fitting. If the Empire, after developing for so long, still lacked such strength, Artorius might have been disappointed. So, aren't you coming to accept my challenge? As Artorius sighed in his mind, Crimson Moon said and raised her sword once more toward him. I am an emperor after all. Rather than directly responding, Artorius spoke thus, I don't shy away from challenges, but my position demands self-restraint when all of this is unnecessary. The words of the Dragon Emperor silenced Crimson Moon. The very next second, she made her decision. Chapter 152, The Empire is your majesty is the Empire. I am an emperor after all. Rather than directly responding, Artorius spoke thus, I don't shy away from challenges, but my position demands self-restraint when all of this is unnecessary. The words of the Dragon Emperor silenced Crimson Moon. The very next second, she made her decision. At least. I will make you draw your sword. With such determination, Crimson Moon's sword cleaved toward the Dragon Emperor. The terrifying power it held encompassed the concept of restoring the planet to its natural state, a genuine representation of a noble phantasm directed toward the planet. The concepts seized by Crimson Moon were somewhat similar to the concept of the Sword of Rupture, held by Gilgamesh. However, the magical energy and strength possessed by Crimson Moon's power went far beyond that of Gilgamesh in his servant archer form, not just tenfold but much more. Yet, even with this unparalleled power, an attack capable of shattering the planet's surface, it was still thwarted by the Knights of the Empire. In the midst of Masha's astonishment, the Wall of Truth descended upon the Imperial army. Similar to Masha's noble phantasm, Lord Camelot, now is a castle of distant ideals, it was the ultimate defense amplified many times over. The Wall of Truth represented humanity's aspiration for a better future, the pursuit of the ultimate good and beauty, and was bestowed upon the new generation of Imperial Knights after the Throne of Empire, analyzing the heroic spirit system. When 150 Knights of Punishment all invoked the Wall of Truth simultaneously, its EX-ranked defensive barrier perfectly withstood Crimson Moon's attack. It's not over yet. Her sword beam proved ineffective, but Crimson Moon's strength was not limited to that alone. With her rainbow mystic eyes flashing, she wielded her sword and charged toward the Dragon Emperor again. Artorius remained indifferent, flanked by his court mages and loyal followers, all concealing their true abilities. Humph. Gilgamesh snorted and continued to stand aside as an observer. Perhaps in his mind, this was a war of modern humans and modern empire. Meanwhile, Iskandar had already disbanded his army, his expression was complex as he observed the battle. This is the ruler I serve now, Rider. By his side, the pale-faced waver spoke with a tinge of emotion, however, are you still going to challenge him? That's a different matter altogether, Master. While both of them were still speaking, Crimson Moon engaged with her new opponents. It wasn't the Dragon Emperor, nor was it Lancelot or Mordred. The first to clash with Crimson Moon was just an ordinary knight from the Knights of Redemption. Roaring, filled with boundless sorrow and anger, one of the Knights of Redemption launched an attack with a spear. Knights of Redemption, a knight order for those who brought pain and betrayal to the Empire. One who realized their mistakes, carried regret and a sense of redemption onto the battlefield, seeking to be the perfect knight, destroying enemies and themselves. Unlike the Knights of Punishment with their ideal, the power of the Knights of Redemption stemmed from despair. It represented the power that erupted in dire situations, in the midst of despair. The greatest will, strength, and courage humans could muster in such dire moments, the blade of desperation. For the Empire. Facing an opponent far surpassing his own level, the knight found himself in dire straits. Despair naturally emerged, bringing with it an incomparable surge of power. Crimson Moon could not simply overlook this newfound strength. Swords, spears, axes, knives, and even fists and teeth. With peerless combat skills and unwavering battle spirits, the remaining Knights of Redemption joined the battle and effectively held back Crimson Moon. Bastard. Though she was enraged by this humiliation, Lancelot, who had been silent and just stood still among the Knights of Redemption, finally took action. He seized an almost impossible opening, a fleeting vulnerability, and with his magic sword, Sword of Misery, he pierced through Crimson Moon's heart. This was no ordinary magic sword, it carried an attack infused with the essence of humanity. It symbolized the curse of human desperation, anger, reluctance, and sorrow, the very essence of all extreme negative emotions. It was also Lancelot's punishment for his treason after being ensnared by the honey trap of vampires. The one who wielded the sword was perpetually engulfed in misery. In this misery, drawing power from the depths of this emotion, even Crimson Moon, when faced with this malice within the human heart, would also feel pain. Would also be infected. Would also get harmed. Damn you. Would die. Crimson Moon endured an unparalleled pain, her hand tightly gripping her sword, a bitter resolve in her heart. With resentment, she swung down her sword to Lancelot's shoulder, slashing diagonally until his waist, cleaving him into two. Ignoring the gruesome sight of Lancelot, the remaining knights rushed forward. Fleeting weaknesses were indeed beyond their grasp, but missing such openings was unacceptable. First came the barrage of light beams. Following the light beams, Mordred, laughing maniacally, launched a fierce assault with her greatsword. Crimson Moon, who had been injured in the previous barrage, tried to evade as soon as possible but ultimately failed. Thrusts of swords, spears, scythes, cleaves of battle axes and halberds, merciless strikes of warhammers and maces. Dozens, hundreds of weapons extended and elongated, penetrating Crimson Moon's body. Like a chaotic whirlwind of dismemberment, she was suspended in midair. Arg. Asterisk cough. Cough, asterisk. As she coughed blood, Crimson Moon's gaze locked onto Artorius Pendragon. Even after enduring such attacks, she hadn't perished yet, still clinging to life. Her intention was clear to Artorius. She didn't wish to be defeated by any anonymous soldier, if possible, she wanted the Dragon Emperor himself to end her life. Artorius remained silent, then drew his sword and said, "To be honest, this is meaningless. It was humanity who defeated you. Not me. However, if this is your wish, I shall grant it." Swish. After uttering these words, Artorius swung his sword into the air, and the Sword of Frost Emperor's radiance engulfed Crimson Moon. When the radiance dissipated, the once tragic, yet majestic and formidable King of the Moon had vanished without a trace. Throughout the heavens and the earth, there was no longer the slightest hint of her existence. "We've won," Zepia muttered quietly. "Amazing, Your Majesty. You even managed to defeat that Crimson Moon." Merlin, by Artorius' side, spoke with a mischievous grin. With his annoying face and attitude, even if he complimented, it sounded like mockery. "It's not that impressive. As I said, it's humanity and the Empire that is impressive. The Empire is Your Majesty, and Your Majesty is the Empire." Beside Merlin, Zepia spoke without hesitation. Equally complimenting the Dragon Emperor, the director of the Atlas Academy knew how to flatter well. Coupled with his sincere attitude and expression, he managed to coax a faint smile from the Dragon Emperor. Author's note. The Dark Six is an intriguing character in the Sukihime. They're ranked second among the 27 dead apostle ancestors, just a notch below Foe, and even outranking Crimson Moon, who is third. Strangely enough, there's no concrete info on them. The Dark Six was supposedly being kept for some new work or game, but then things took a turn. Blame it on us players who went all in shoving money on FGO, Sukihime kinda got shoved aside and they prioritized fate. So, the official concept of the Dark Six is probably something we'll never know in this lifetime. By the way, trying to figure out what the heck Crimson Moon's Mystic Eyes can do. They only said as the highest rank of Mystic Eye. So, I just mashed up a bunch of Mystic Eye's abilities for the whole deal. Chapter 153, Celebration Banquet. The fall of the King of the Moon, Brunstud of the Crimson Moon, marked the end of the prolonged war between humanity and vampires. Up to this point, among the 27 dead apostle ancestors, they either perished or surrendered. All the high-ranking members, all the regular soldiers, all the elites, and the majority of their forces, all dissipated into nothingness. This war, a war that had exacted a great toll on humanity, ultimately concluded with the final victory of mankind. "You bastard, humph." As Gilgamesh landed before Artorius, he seemed to want to say something, perhaps to criticize, perhaps to taunt. Yet, in the end, he said nothing, merely letting out a faint snort. On the other hand, Iskandar, who just arrived, burst into hearty laughter. "Goohahaha, in any case, we've won this war, haven't we? Then, what about the Holy Grail?" Mash muttered. "What should we do with it? Whatever happens to that thing doesn't matter now. We'll consider troublesome matters later." Responding to Masha's concerns loudly and cheerfully was the king of conquerors. What matters most now is celebration. Celebrate and banquet, bring out the finest wine, guhahaha. The term celebratory banquet was certainly fitting for the aftermath of victory. However, not everyone was following his lead. After the battle ended, both Knights of Punishment and Knights of Redemption silently vanished before them, near the sudden appearance of a sapphire-hued portal. This was the dimensional gate mentioned earlier, a teleportation network that could traverse any location in the world. One of the Empire's proudest achievements in magecraft technology. Similarly, a certain familiar figure from the Knights of Punishment was there too. Mordred seemed like she wanted to say something to Artorius. She opened her mouth as if on the verge of saying something, but in the end, she remained silent and entered the dimensional gate. Not attending the banquet. How unsociable. Iskandar grumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, whatever. Are the rest of you all right then? Humph, I'll let you all appreciate the fine wines from my collection today. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh expressed his agreement in his characteristic tsundere way. Be grateful, mongrels. I think I will go. Mash muttered. At the same time, X appeared to be in a rather gloomy mood. Although servants will revive in the servant universe, but we'll meet again, right? While she muttered that, Artorius reached out and ruffled her hair. Artorius. Being treated so gently by her son, X was both happy and bashful. She thought about pushing Artorius away, but after a brief hesitation, she didn't break free. In any case, the sensation of being headpat by Artorius felt truly wonderful. Next time, let's go out and play together. Omo. X earnestly agreed with Artorius, then felt something was a bit off. Was this go out and play together meant just for her and Artorius, or did it include X as well? On that evening, within the hotel that had been completely fortified, a banquet was underway. The bounded field effectively blocked out the noise of construction and bustling outside. The Imperial Engineering Corps was working on restoring Tokyo's buildings. They were using magical methods, akin to time manipulation, to reconstruct the devastated districts of Tokyo into their former glory. At this point, astute readers might have already formed an idea. Indeed, this was the fifth magic, Magic Blue. It had nothing to do with the concept of destruction pursued by some mages. The modern magician, Aozaki Aoko, despite being dubbed the human missile launcher, that moniker simply reflected her unique magecraft talents. Just as the second magic was related to space, capable of observing parallel worlds and harnessing their magical energy, the fifth magic involved manipulating time to harness formidable power. Space and time, frequently dubbed as the strongest element across various novels, manga, or anime works. Kistjer Zelrich Schweinorg, for example, was in a league of his own. Possessing immense power and cunning, he served the Empire, but always seemed somewhat detached from it. Unless truly necessary, like during the Battle of Century against Crimson Moon in the past, Zelrich judged it best not to intervene, even if the Dragon Emperor would be in a dire situation if he didn't lend a hand. Even during the second confrontation with Crimson Moon recently, Zelrich refrained from action. It simply wasn't necessary anymore. The Empire's might was more than enough to obliterate Crimson Moon, even if it took another round after a resurrection. So, compared to straining against old rivals, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to sip leisurely while watching the latest anime of magical girls or engaging in other trivial hobbies like pranking someone, for example? On the flip side, Aoko was quite different. Although she was a magician just like Zelrich, there were significant disparities among Imperial magicians. Zelrich could detach from worldly matters, whereas she, like the most resilient construction worker, had to toil diligently for the Empire, earning a salary and treatment that seemed generous to the general public but meager for a magician. Furthermore, a merit and reward system existed. Points could be accumulated to exchange for various rewards, even a handshake voucher with the Dragon Emperor, though it was exorbitantly priced. In short, it appeared that the headstrong girl, Aoko, had fallen into the trap of microtransactions, working diligently and grinding for the rewards. Ah, so exhausting. I really want to go on vacation. Maybe raise a cute boy while I'm at it. After using true magic once more to restore an entire block to its original state, Aoko finally sighed in this manner. Her long hair, unaffected by the breeze due to true magic, floated in midair, now a shade of crimson due to its effect. Combined with her casual attire, jeans, a short-sleeved shirt, and sneakers, she exuded youthful vitality and a slight childishness. Meanwhile, her sister Aozaki Tuko, dressed in a chipao with stockings, cheerfully chimed in from nearby, "Stop complaining. We must work against the clock and restore Tokyo to normal as quickly as possible." Easy for you to say. Aoko muttered and shot a reproachful look at her sister. Tuko chuckled without saying a word, deriving a slightly dirty pleasure from her vexed younger sister. Long ago, her resentment had stemmed from not inheriting the fifth magic, but now she no longer cared. If having the fifth magic meant acquiring advantages, fame, wealth, or anything else, it could have benefited her just as much in her position in the Empire right now. Her puppet magecraft was top-notch. In the Empire's eyes, her status as a puppet master was on par with that of a regular magician. Furthermore, looking at her sister's current state, if she had obtained the fifth magic back then, she would be the one toiling on the construction site right now and wouldn't enjoy her current leisure while watching her sister suffer. This was another miscalculation caused by the inadequacy of the information from Mages Association. The sisterly relationship within the Aozaki family had actually mellowed out several years ago. Though they couldn't revert to the depth of sisterly affection they once had, a new branch sprouted on the stump of the friendship tree that had been cut down. This new branch was called bosom buddies. They were the kind who could tease each other, have a casual drink together when free, and chat about whether there were any cute boys worth poking fun at. You're laughing at my suffering again. Ayoko glared at her elder sister. Tuko merely smiled in response, watching her foolish sister repair another block. You've become quite proficient in wielding the fifth magic, Ayoko. It's getting there. But I'm more curious about what rewards you're getting by working for the Emperor. Ayoko asked with curiosity, a hint of envy in her tone. She was also a warrior at heart, but she hadn't completed all her training, and the Empire wouldn't recklessly deploy a magician. Until the Empire deemed her fit, Ayoko wouldn't participate in high-level conflicts. Guess. Seeing her elder sister so cheerful, Ayoko suspected it must be something good. Could it be something about cute boys? Question mark. Seeing Ayoko's questioning expression, Tuko felt somewhat shaky. At the same time. Ugh. I can't drink anymore. After just 2 or 3 cups of alcohol, Mash was already drunk. Falling into Artorius's embrace, she displayed an adorable expression, much like a pet cat. Foe. Foe. Seemingly displeased with Artorius holding Mash and head-patting her head, Foe protested in a disgruntled tone. From the beginning till now, Foe, who had always played the role of a regular pet, voiced its protest, but he easily brushed it aside. Such a nice feeling. Finally, it became clear why this child was given the nickname Mashmallow by the fandom. Having shed the cold, rigid armor, the present Mash was so soft. At the same time, while Artorius was drinking and holding Mash in his arms, neither Iskandar nor Gilgamesh had any objections. After all, in their era, they were quite open-minded about certain matters. Especially, regarding various things related to Greece's debauchery, everyone surely knew quite a bit, as much as needed. As for Gilgamesh's legends, his insatiable lusts made everyone in Uruk, men and women alike, unable to bear such topics. Hence, none of them were normal individuals. Because they were bizarre enough, they got along well. This is truly good wine. After downing another glass, Iskandar exclaimed. Of course, I only collect the finest things. Whether it's wine or treasures. Gilgamesh said matter-of-factly. They chatted like that, in a state much better than the initial banquet. Speaking of which, you daringly wanted this king to play along with your act. Gilgamesh aimed his gaze at Artorius, such a boring little scheme, so, who were the traitorous mongrels controlling the information of your country? Who passed information to that White-Wing Lord? Aozaki Tuko and that director of Atlas Academy, right? Iskandar's tone was relaxed. Were there others besides them? A few, but different from those 2 who were just pretending. The rest were eliminated before the battle started. In order to live longer and gain immortality, they abandoned their human identity and become a monster. Ho ho, what a pity. One didn't need to guess who answered with that frivolous tone. Who else but the Mage of Flowers, Merlin? Artorius. At the same time, not far away, X, who was also drunk, muttered about various things. Once done, Stallion 2 is repaired. Come home with me, Gihi. What an embarrassment. Especially after Artorius started to accept the setting that she was his mother's alternate self from another world. Artorius cleared his throat and took a sip of wine to cover it up. At the same time, Merlin on the other side wore a delighted smile as he watched the spectacle. The Mage of Flower was somewhat ignored. Even though he thought he did a good job, protecting everyone's smiles, his position in the Empire was still uncertain. Never mind, His Majesty of that era still has a small misunderstanding about me. Merlin consoled himself like this, when he grows a bit older. Well, even if Artorius grows a bit older, the situation won't change. Although Artorius knew this incubus was on his side, he still felt annoyed. He couldn't stand the dick wizard's attitude. Now, what's next? Artorius wanted to talk about what would come next, the continuation of daily life, and such topics. Everyone could continue their enjoyable vacation time and return to the throne of heroes after the 7-day period. Everything was smooth. Unfortunately, others didn't see it the same way he did. After this matter is resolved, can the Holy Grail War continue? Iskandar suddenly said. Is that necessary? Artorius was slightly curious. Of course, you've got everything, but I haven't found my place yet. The King of Conquerors had a nonchalant expression. I absolutely must obtain the Holy Grail. You foolish mongrel lusting after my treasure. Gilgamesh tilted his head, his one eye fixed on him. Do you want to do something stupid with this king's treasure? Guhahaha. After being told this, Iskandar truly looked a bit embarrassed. Well, yeah, wanting to use the Holy Grail to grant wishes. I want the Grail to give me a body. You don't need the Holy Grail for that, I can do that. Artoria said, gazing at Iskandar calmly, do you need my help? No, I can't owe you a favor. Iskandar's gaze became clear as if the overflowing amount of alcohol he drank had vanished and had no effect on him. Because after obtaining a body, my next goal is to conquer your empire, King Artorius. Fahahaha. As Artorius looked at Iskandar strangely, Gilgamesh slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. Chapter 154, Battle of Conquerors. No, I can't owe you a favor. Iskandar's gaze became clear as if the overflowing amount of alcohol he drank had vanished and had no effect on him. Because after obtaining a body, my next goal is to conquer your empire, King Artorius. Fahahaha. As Artorius looked at Iskandar strangely, Gilgamesh slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. Is this really what you want, King of Conquerors? Artorius remained remarkably calm. Of course. Iskandar readily admitted, to rule the entire world, dominate all of humanity. To establish a splendid, grand empire. That's a man's romance. Challenging such a great empire is the ultimate romance. It's even more romantic than my resolve to challenge Persia tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold back in the day, guhahaha. This is my ultimate, grand desire. It must be fulfilled no matter what. King Artorius, my friend, I will let you experience the joy of facing a conqueror in battle. Iskandar exclaimed cheerfully. What a troublemaker you truly are. Artorius shook his head in resignation. So, what's your plan? Are you going to just eliminate him right here, right now? Gilgamesh looked at Artorius with interest. After all, you aim to achieve great things. When Gilgamesh mentioned great things, his tone was still tinged with irony. After finally managing to conquer the world. Your next goal is a new one, isn't it? First the solar system, then the universe. So many enemies waiting for you to deal with, so many planets waiting for your conquest. You don't have time to indulge in this childish war game, do you? That's true. But just cutting him down like that would be such a waste. After Artorius spoke in that manner, he released Mash and gently placed her on the couch. He then stood up and walked over to Iskandar, patting his shoulder. Hey. Any more words to say? Trying to urge me not to act is impossible, I am the king of conquerors. Destined to conquer everything. Though you say that, I won't let you have it your way, king of conquerors. Artorius spoke to Iskandar with his hand still on Iskandar's shoulder. He gazed at Iskandar face to face and continued. Apart from romance and war, you're utterly lacking. You don't understand economics, you don't understand the people's livelihoods, you don't know how to govern a nation. You can't even properly command your own subordinates. Under your rule, the Persian Empire was ravaged, and prices skyrocketed dozens of times. And after your death, your bunch of scoundrel subordinates sparked a massive war, turning the entire Near East and the Middle East into a mess. Civilization regressed, conflicts multiplied, and people suffered. The end result was nothing but legends of romance and conquest, and nothing else. Ahaha, it's not as bad as you put it. Iskandar tried to defend himself somewhat sheepishly, scratching his head. Iskandar was referring, of course, to the Lighthouse of Alexandria and the Library of Alexandria. Cities in Egypt were also named after him, like Alexandria. But compared to me. Iskandar was left speechless in an instant, just awkwardly messing with his hair. You shameless guy. Gilgamesh frowned. Watching Artorius flaunt himself, he almost wished he could pull out EA and strike him with it. So, just as Gilgamesh said. Artorius continued, my empire has just resolved the issue of this world, this planet, no, even the planet issue isn't fully resolved yet. After all, the counterforce still exists. The present Earth Federation can't afford to have internal opponents, they would interfere with our exploration of outer space. Well, about that. Iskandar muttered. If you continue to challenge me, I won't hesitate to crush you. Artorius said without hesitation as he gazed at Iskandar calmly. However, perhaps we can consider a different approach, King of Conquerors. How about joining my empire? You desire conquest, don't you? In this universe, there are countless planets for you to conquer and roam. Far more expansive than the lands you conquered in your lifetime. Think about it, is it more romantic to incite a war among humans on Earth, or to conquer in the boundless galaxies? Do you want me to become your subordinate? That's. Iskandar muttered, sounding quite unwilling. Am I not worthy of being your leader? Artorius half-joked, half-seriously countered. Well, I'm still not quite content after all, right, I have to fight you before answering your question. After pondering Artorius's proposal, Iskandar decided to fight first and answer later. Very well. Artorius nodded. Guhahaha, then let's not discuss such matters. Let's drink. Even though we'll be enemies tomorrow. But until then, we're still friends, right? Guhahaha. Iskandar burst into hearty laughter, eventually getting semi-drunk and starting to act dumb again. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. I'm terribly sorry. I'll drag this guy away immediately. Bow and apologize incessantly to Artorius, the one being terrified by Iskandar's antics is obviously waver. Just a moment ago, when Iskandar insisted on challenging Artorius, he felt like he'd be ripped apart by the Knights of Punishment in the next second. It's all right. Take him away to rest, Sir Waver. Artorius waved his hand. He then turned to Gilgamesh who was watching them. As Waver struggled desperately to drag the muscular Iskandar away, Gilgamesh raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Spare me your nonsense, King of Britain." Gilgamesh appeared to anticipate Artorius's intent. As expected of Gilgamesh, who possessed Shan-Nakba Imuru, the omniscient omnipotent star. Much more reliable than a certain mage of flowers. T/N, it can discern heavily concealed truths with a single glance. Even that bandit wouldn't accept your offer, let alone me. Gilgamesh added. How about a wager then? Artorius looked at him. If I manage to convince Iskandar tomorrow. That has nothing to do with me. As if anticipating Artorius's next words, Gilgamesh interjected without hesitation. I'm a king, I won't be dominated by anyone. The king of heroes of your living days might not submit, but what about the king of heroes as a servant? Artorius continued, bound by a contract, can't we cooperate as servants? This time, Gilgamesh didn't respond. He merely grunted, I'm tired of this, and vanished. My, it seems he's been convinced. Truly impressive, Your Majesty. Merlin, who was nearby, chuckled. It would be quite an achievement to include both Gilgamesh and Iskandar in the Throne of Empire, wouldn't it? Does the Throne of Empire stretch all the way to BC times, reaching back to the dawn of humanity or even the age of gods? Artorius turned to Merlin, asking as such. Are you not content with just ruling the modern Earth? Now you're aiming for the ancient Earth and even the age of gods, Your Majesty. Time is a concept akin to space. But more importantly, I need the heroes of the past to serve me. The history of the Empire is only 1500 years, only a quarter of human civilization's length, or even less. Iskandar and Gilgamesh would make excellent test subjects. I see. Merlin nodded thoughtfully. But do you need to go to such lengths, Your Majesty? You'll be returning to your own timeline in a few days, won't you? How about considering how to have fun once you go back? You know, that kind of fun. Artorius stared at Merlin with a somewhat absurd expression, then turned and walked towards his room. Hey, Your Majesty, you're still holding onto that child. Foe. Seeing Artorius walk away without a word, carrying Mash in his arms toward the direction of his sleeping chamber, Merlin shouted, and Foe protested loudly too. However, their protests were all ignored by His Majesty the Emperor. Indeed, he was just trying to take care of the poor child who got drunk. Why were their thoughts so indecent and dirty? Munya, I can't eat any more. Mash, who was drunk and dazed, muttered nonsensical words, completely unaware of how fortunate her situation was. The maids of the Einsburn family around them all had smiles on their faces. They watched with blessing-filled eyes as Mash's hand unconsciously reached out and embraced Artorius, holding him close to her. The war was over. The vampires were defeated. Meaning that his joyful vacation time would continue, right? That night, Artorius's room became lively once again. The following day. The echoes of the previous war hadn't entirely faded. Despite Aoko's tireless efforts, Tokyo couldn't be fully restored overnight. There were still vast open spaces, convenient for battles. Those gathered to witness the clash between Artorius and Iskandar included Gilgamesh, Merlin, and Scathatch. Excluding Shutenduji, who had been blown apart by Crimson Moon, and the currently still sleeping Mash due to last night's activity, all the remaining servants from the Holy Grail War were present. Both Merlin and Scathatch were aligned with the Empire. After a brief registration, they integrated into the Empire structure, no more issues would arise. They wouldn't vie for the Holy Grail. Mash was similar in that regard. She only wished to return to Chaldea once the Holy Grail War was over. Thus, the only true participants left in the Holy Grail War were Artorius, Iskandar, and Gilgamesh. Let's settle this one-on-one, no tricks, all right. Iskandar said with excitement. Of course not. Artorius swung his sword and calmly replied. Bring it on. Good. Iskandar repeated good 3 times, his excitement reaching its peak. In the next instant, the scorching sun and golden sands enveloped the world. The man known as Alexander the Great summoned forth his inner world, his noble phantasm. A reality marble, Ionioi Hetairoi, army of the king. When the fervor of a king ignited, the Macedonians, Greeks, Persians, Scythians from the Pontic steppe, Indians, and Egyptians would burn with all their might. The valiant king's recklessness led to a decision to undertake the greatest conquest in the world, the grandest adventure. To gallop from one end of the earth to the other, to reach the legendary endless sea. This ultimate fervor and romanticism infected all those who followed along the way, driving them to follow the king on a futile expedition. From the Greek peninsula to Anatolia, then Syria and Persia. The army marched swiftly, reaching India in a single sweep. In this expedition, what struck him the most was the desert, right? Marching under the scorching sun. I remember the legend of the serpent guiding his troops to water sources. And the act of sprinkling a bit of water from his helmet onto the soldiers to boost morale. Artorius muttered to himself, observing the soldiers gathering around Iskandar. These soldiers were nothing like the scattered rabble depicted in the anime of Fate/Zero. They were the legendary Macedonian phalanx. Armed with long spears, short swords hanging from their waists, and small bronze shields on their arms, adorned with shining gold and bronze chest plates, they stood in perfectly arranged rectangular formations. Their long spears pointed forward, resembling a formation of porcupines. The shields of the finest soldiers were silver-plated. They were Iskandar's elite, the renowned Silver Shield Legion. Ahead of the infantry phalanx were the lightly armed shield-bearers armed with javelins, archers from Crete, and slingers from Rhodes. Though they were called slingers, in truth, to increase their effectiveness, they used cast lead. Finally, it was time for the infantry phalanx's flanks. This terrifying force had helped Iskandar conquer countless foes, the king's best allies and companions. Mounted cavalry armed with long spears known as the companions or hetairoi, probably the most formidable cavalry group of their time. Apart from the elite troops of Macedon and Greece, there were also forces consisting of people from various conquered regions. Light cavalry from Bactria, heavily armored cavalry from Persia, side chariots from Egypt, mounted archers from the steppe, and war elephants from India. All served in King Alexander the Great's army. A magnificent, splendid, elite, disciplined, high-spirited, worshipful army that followed Iskandar as if he were a deity, encompassing all the nations of the Near East and the Middle East. Lysimachus, Seleucus, Ptolemy, Antigonus, Cassander, Eurydice, and Antipater, those ambitious generals, audacious warlords, and the most skilled leaders of their time, all bowed beneath the wings of the king of conquerors. As subordinates, they fervently followed him. How? How is this? This is my army. This is my determination. Iskandar shouted excitedly at Artorius. Let's compare, shall we? Whose authority is firmer, whose conquest is greater? O king and conqueror of a different era, bring forth your renowned skills, and let's have a match. Advance, my army. Our target, Dragon Emperor, Artorius Pendragon. As he shouted, Iskandar mounted his horse known as Bucephalus, and charged towards the Dragon Emperor fearlessly. Chapter 155, Empire of Shadows. Let's battle. Let's conquer. Let's adventure. Advance, for the ultimate romance, lies in the distance. That is the romance of men. The unwavering romance. The entire world will be shaken by the might of the Macedonian army, and the world will be shaken by Alexander the Great. Conquest, king of conquerors. Even as an enemy, any man couldn't help but be moved when seeing this spectacle. Damn. Watching this scene, Waver's eyes welled up with emotion. He tightly clenched his fists, as tears were mistaken for a symbol of weakness. Why? Why is it so gorgeous? Why? He longed to become a part of that army. To become a man under the command of Alexander the Great. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh looked at Artorius' figure in the distance. It's normal to want to defeat this man. Third magic, Avalon, Excalibur, and Clarent. Dragon Emperor. On the surface, Gilgamesh would never admit to the title of Emperor. But looking at the man with an unparalleled and astonishing visage, a powerful soul, and an unmatched will, deep within his heart, like everyone else, he recognized the title of Dragon Emperor. Iskandar was strong. But the Dragon Emperor was stronger. If it were just a simple battle, even 10 Iskandar bound together might not be a match for the Dragon Emperor. But the key was that the Dragon Emperor didn't just want to defeat Iskandar, he wanted to make the King of Conquerors his own. So, what will you do, O Dragon Emperor? It's quite exciting to anticipate. Gilgamesh pondered with excitement. If it were up to him, he would probably swing Ea directly, slaughtering all Iskandar's servants in one fell swoop. He believed that Artorius had the capability as well. Excalibur could only unleash its full power when the planet was threatened, but the evolved Clarent was different. It symbolized the greatest human authority, and EX ranked noble phantasms. However, that wouldn't necessarily make that madman concede. Meanwhile, as Gilgamesh thought like that, Artorius unsheathed his sword. The sword had been his steadfast companion since the beginning of his journey of conquest. Once known as the royal sword, ascended to the status of the imperial sword, the sword of Frost Emperor, Clarent. Oh! Iskandar exclaimed with curiosity as he continued advancing toward the Dragon Emperor. Then, instead of releasing a sword beam or unleashing magical energy, Artorius raised Clarent high. With the Dragon Emperor's actions, darkness rapidly spread beneath his feet, swiftly taking over half of Iskandar's reality marble. The scenery remained unchanged, the blazing sun in the sky, the golden sands below, everything was the same, only covered in darkness. As a servant, I've also acquired some skills. Artorius looked calmly ahead, ignoring these changes completely, and spoke to the advancing Macedonian army. You want to know my answer? Well then, here's my answer, King of Conquerors. Empire of Shadows. Shadows under the sun. The brighter the empire's light, the deeper the shadows. To maintain a great and perfect empire, one needed means both in the sunlight and in the darkness. Artorius Pendragon's Empire of Shadows was the power manifested under his origin of domination of the empire. It merged the dark methods of empire rule with various legends about the empire's secret operations and special forces in the dark. An EX rank personal skill. When the Empire of Shadows was fully unfolded, it could cover 3/4 of the earth. It could be seen as a complete empire. Goo-ha-ha-ha-ha. Gazing at this intense darkness, Iskandar burst into triumphant laughter. He seemed impatient to witness his own victory, the collapse of his enemy, and then his successful conquest. However, in the next second, Artorius Pendragon's army also appeared. They emerged from the shadows, a force composed entirely of shadows. They were servants just like Iskandar's army. Clad in heavy plate armor, the Empire's knights were mounted on horseback, fully equipped and ready. Adorned in half-plate armor, donning Corinthian-style helmets, and wielding long spears, the heavily armored infantry stood ready. Following them were ranged forces, consisting of crossbowmen armed with large shields and bulky crossbows, as well as longbow archers carrying purple hardwood bows. Mages were present, along with heavy carriage-mounted ballistae and magical cannons. Even the skies boasted chimeras, griffins, and hippogriffs, while on the ground, there were unicorns, giants, and hydras. The forces of mystery of the Empire had gathered, encompassing the final generation of phantasmal species and forming a grand army that included the mightiest legion from its first peak era. Their numbers totaled 20 legions, surpassing an army of 300,000 soldiers. 10 times the strength of Iskandar's Macedonian army. Among them were the elite knights of the Knights of the Round Table, knights from the newly conquered Germanic territories, as well as knights from Rome, Greece, Scandinavia, and Spain. In the span of the Empire's 1500-year history, all legendary warriors and knights had gathered together. With just a casual glance, countless heroes and legends could be seen. In the heavy infantry formation, there were figures like Charles Martel with his hammer and large shield, Nut the Pirate King, Sigurd the King of Warriors, and Wallenstein the commander of the Locust Legion. In the archer ranks, there were Edward the Black Prince, Reynard the Fox, Robin Hood of Sherwood, and William Tell of Switzerland. Among the knights, more famous figures abounded. The Maid of Orleans, Jeanne d'Arc, stood while holding the Empire's flag. Behind her were Hunyadi the White Knight, Richard the Lionheart, Redbeard Barbarossa, and Baldwin IV of Jerusalem. Countless heroes converged into the Empire's grand army. In terms of both quantity and quality, it far surpassed Iskandar's army. Is this your answer? Very well, powerful opponents indeed. Without releasing noble phantasms, the two armies engaged in close combat with just their weapons. Despite being outnumbered and facing overwhelming odds, Iskandar's army showed no fear. However, it's still not enough. Not enough. Not enough. Iskandar's repeated exclaim of "not enough" wasn't about his army's inadequacy. Be it in terms of quantity or quality, individual strength or tactical applications, in all aspects, the Grand Army of the Dragon Emperor held the advantage. The army summoned by the Empire of Shadows was the embodiment of empire might. It was more than enough to crush Iskandar's army. What he was talking about was conviction and ideology, something that could make Alexander the Great's heart and mind submit willingly. Answer me, my warriors. The voice of Artorius resounded across the battlefield. Why have you joined my army? Why do you follow me? Why fight to the death without hesitation? Why stake your lives? What is it that you hold as truth? What drives you to choose to be my warriors even beyond death? Answer. A howling wind swept through the battlefield. Halberds, swords, and spears were raised high. Warhorses neighed, and griffins roared. The resounding voices of the 300,000-strong heroes converged into a tempest for an instant. For humanity. We fight for humanity. To safeguard humanity. To vanquish humanity's enemies. Fight for righteousness. Fight for justice. Fight for the world. In an instant, the ideology and resolve consolidated by the Empire's army was like a sharp sword, piercing through the morale of Iskandar's army, bringing about their demise. Chapter 156, Conquering the King of Conquerors. In an instant, the ideology and resolve consolidated by the Empire's army was like a sharp sword, piercing through the morale of Iskandar's army, bringing about their demise. Romance. Indeed. Exploration. Absolutely. Conquest. Yes. All of this could truly move the world, create miracles, and alter history. All men would be infected by Iskandar, touched by him, and then join in his expedition. However, the significance of such matters, their resolve, and their height. No matter how one looks at it, it cannot compare to the Dragon Emperor and his empire. It's like the difference between a child and an adult. Children get excited about games, feel happy about toys, and think it's incredible to play Batman. But when they witness real heroes sacrificing themselves to resist invasions, see firefighters rushing into burning buildings to save lives, and flood fighters building human dams with their bodies, it's only natural to feel ashamed. Just like how Iskandar felt at this moment. He witnessed Artorius' army's ideology and resolved to fight for the future of humanity while bravely standing up against the counter-force. He felt inferior. Is this your answer? Is this your answer, Dragon Emperor Artorius? The chanting of Iskandar's army ceased. The warriors from Macedonia, those from the Middle East, the Near East, and India gradually lowered their weapons. This battle between servant armies wasn't just a physical war, but also a battle of ideologies. And in terms of the outcome, Alexander the Great had indeed met with defeat. Because he acknowledged defeat, Iskandar's Ionioi Hetairoi began to crumble. 20,000 soldiers, bit by bit, and then accelerating, finally collapsed, leaving only Iskandar himself. However, even if Iskandar was alone, he still rode his warhorse, launching an attack on the Dragon Emperor's army fearlessly. Stubbornness, determination, as well as anger and unwillingness. Even though it had been agreed upon before, Iskandar still didn't want to surrender, not like this. I am Alexander the Great, the King of Conquerors. Watching Iskandar roar like that, Artorius silently waved his hand. His army in front of him immediately split apart, creating a path. Just like the time he faced the King of Kings, Darius of Persia. When the army was at a disadvantage, Iskandar took a desperate gamble and launched a personal attack. His spear almost took Darius's life, ultimately securing victory. This time was the same. The actions were the same. But the outcome was completely different. When Iskandar was just a dozen meters away from Artorius, Bucephalus accelerated, reaching the Dragon Emperor in almost an instant. The next second, the Dragon Emperor's fist slammed hard into the horse. Amidst the wail, the legendary horse turned into light particles and vanished, while Iskandar was thrown off and even lost his sword. The unwilling warrior rose from the ground again, charging at Artorius. He employed the Greco-Roman combat technique he learned from his mentor, Pancras, which was fitting for a brawl of fists. However, it was still too much of a struggle. Artorius dodged his punches easily, then struck back. First the chest, then the abdomen, eye sockets, and the corners of the mouth. Knocked down time and again, then stumbling back up. Charging at the Dragon Emperor again, then knocked down once more. This repeated countless times. Despite his staggering and battered state, Iskandar still struggled to stand, to climb, to challenge Artorius. The next second, as Artorius once again brought down Iskandar, he questioned loudly. Is admitting defeat really that difficult, King of Conquerors? Ugh. Does your pride surpass that of all humanity? Again, as he knocked Iskandar down again, Artorius shouted. Arg. The King of Conquerors didn't answer. Still unwilling, he struggled to rise and tried to stand. Once, twice, then he fell to the ground and continued struggling again and again, drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The next second, Artorius kicked Iskandar over. Until when are you going to act childish? Artorius said loudly to Iskandar. The opportunity to conquer the Sea of Stars is right in front of you. Riding atop Iskandar, grabbing the collar of his cape, Artorius continued. Join me, acknowledge me, obey me. Your dreams, your wishes can come true. My purpose is nobler than yours. My means are superior to yours. What else is there for you to hesitate about? Tell me, what else do you have to hesitate about? After brutally beating Iskandar's face a few more times, Artorius also felt tired. He loosened his grip slightly. But in the next second, Artorius saw a fist the size of a sandbag coming straight for his eye. After a brief moment of consideration, Artorius made the decision not to block or dodge. Instead, he allowed Iskandar's fist to connect, and he was sent soaring through the air. His body tumbled along the sandy ground before he finally came to rest, lying still. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Iskandar laughed heartily with a happy expression. From the beginning of the battle until now, it was the first time that Iskandar had actually hit Artorius. He didn't try to get up again, just lay sprawled on the sandy ground, letting the scorching sun burn him. Iskandar closed his eyes then said to Artorius. I truly admire you. You really, leave me helpless. After a pause, Iskandar opened his eyes again and continued. You want to conquer this expanse of stars, right? Count me in. Not as the king of conquerors, Alexander the Great, or Iskandar. But as Alexander the Adventurer, I'll join the Empire's exploration team for those stars, those planets. As the human Alexander, I joined the Empire's war against foreign forces. And finally, as the servant Alexander, I acknowledge you as my master. Artorius, who lay flat on the ground, grabbed a handful of sand and tossed it at at Alexander. Guha, pft. Alexander, who wanted to burst into laughter, got a mouthful of sand instead, making him want to protest loudly. However, before he could do so, Artorius was already laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. I win in the end. I, Artorius Pendragon, have conquered the king of conquerors. With this achievement, are you going to brag for a lifetime? You rascal. Alexander felt a surge of indignation and scooped up some sand, throwing it back at Artorius. Yet, the wind Artorius conjured blew it right back, and Alexander got another mouthful of sand. Damn. Guhahaha. Amidst that hearty laughter, Alexander finally sighed in resignation. I've truly been conquered, huh? Having confirmed this, Alexander relaxed both in mind and spirit, wholeheartedly accepting the man named Artorius Pendragon as his leader. Just as Artorius said, the king of conquerors had been conquered. Chapter 157, Conclusion and Separation, I. The Fourth Holy Grail War had come to an end. Although there was only one true battle, between Artorius and Alexander, after their battle, everyone had made up their minds not to continue fighting. Defeated, Alexander joined the empire of the Dragon Emperor. His next step would be to enter the throne of empire, modify his Saint Graph, and infuse him with knowledge and technology relevant to the empire. He would be adjusted to fit the ways of modern society and the modern world. After a series of tests and experiments, Alexander would be ready to join the Imperial Mystery Bureau, preparing for the future grand adventure. Well then, farewell, Artorius. Also, thanks for taking care of me during this time, guhahaha. As Artorius saw Alexander off, he smiled with joy, while feeling a tinge of sadness. After this time, if we want to meet again, it'll have to be 1,500 years later, assuming no butterfly effect messes with the course of history. Thinking like that in his heart, Artorius looked at Gilgamesh. His expression was as arrogant as ever. Artorius believed that if it weren't for Gilgamesh's powerful strength, carrying that arrogant attitude of not accepting anyone, he'd end up in the ICU after a walk down the street. However, looking beyond the surface, Artorius could still see through to Gilgamesh's inner turmoil. His heart was shaken because of what had transpired in this Holy Grail war. So, do you still want to reclaim the Holy Grail? Artorius asked him. Are you trying to mock me, Dragon Emperor? Of course not. Humph. Then just take the Grail. Accept it as a gift from this king and be grateful for it. This was Gilgamesh's unique way of admitting defeat. As proud as he was, he acknowledged that he wasn't a match for the Dragon Emperor and thus had no desire to reclaim the Holy Grail. I'm not like that guy. I won't bow to you. Of course, he wouldn't join the Empire. It wasn't as simple as beating him up to make him submit to becoming a subordinate like Alexander. Let's fight side by side next time we have the chance. Artorius only said with a smile. I don't really want there to be a next time. But. After saying those words, Gilgamesh gradually disappeared and added, pray that we don't meet again. This was Gilgamesh's characteristic farewell, a tsundere farewell. Ignoring all the tsundere and annoying traits, Artorius unexpectedly found this guy quite decent. Yet, the feeling of bidding farewell to Gilgamesh was still not as strong as saying goodbye to Mash. After all, they were of different genders. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. Especially, Artorius Senpai. A polite and well-behaved girl kept bowing to the Dragon Emperor and his group. Although there was some resentment initially, after this journey, Mash's strength, perspective, combat experience, and knowledge had all significantly improved. She knew that Artorius truly cared for her, and she understood the Dragon Emperor's gentleness, thoughtfulness, and understanding. Mash had long forgiven him for his casual fiddling of her body. I will work hard and not let you down, Senpai. I won't tarnish the name of Galahad. Seeing the determined expression of the girl, Rudolph, as her master was moved to tears. This is the bond between the Knights of the Round Table. Before witnessing the Knights of the Round Table at nightclubs, their image in Rudolph's mind was extremely majestic, grand, and heroic. Therefore, witnessing the bond of pure camaraderie among the knights felt to Rudolph like an enhanced version of the impact a literature enthusiast gets from the best poems. Be happy, Mash. Yes, I will, Mr. Rudolph. After the smile, Mash turned into spirit particles and disappeared. At the same time, Chaldea was in chaos. Romani, who was forced, managed to contact the group that had been mistakenly teleported. "Don't worry, Doctor, I'm fine." "Oh, eh." Masha's voice was steady and resolute, nothing like the impression Romani had of her. "Well then, confirm this for me, Doctor. Where are we now?" Yes, you're currently in Fuyuki." At the same time, right after bidding farewell to Mash, it was Scathatch and Merlin's turn. "Well then, teacher, are you also joining the throne of Empire?" Artorius looked at her with anticipation and received a confident response. "Yes, of course. After that, my true soul in the throne of heroes will also be drawn and transferred to the throne of Empire. This way, I will return to the Empire." Umo. Artorius found this answer somewhat uplifting. Simultaneously, he felt a bit worried. Is it really okay for me to poach you from the throne of heroes like this? What? Are you scared now? Isn't it a bit too late for that? Hearing Artorius, Scathatch couldn't help but laugh. Afterward, she reached out and hugged the Dragon Emperor's neck. "Rest assured, there won't be any problems. After all, what's called the throne of heroes is merely a natural phenomenon. Scathatch transformed into spirit particles and disappeared. Next up, bidding farewell to Artorius was the caster, Merlin. This guy and his master Zepia had been on secret missions from the very beginning, infiltrating the vampires to gather information and prepare the bounded field that would encompass Tokyo. They only reunited with Artorius's group when the war began. I must say, even if Artorius wasn't too keen on admitting it, he had to say this to Merlin. You did well this time. It's quite rare for your majesty to praise me." Merlin responded with a playful smile. "But more than that, I want to ask you some questions." "Of course, but whether I answer or not depends on me. Okay, after all, there are things that can be said and things that can't." After saying that, Merlin sat down with Artorius and poured some juice. "Did I come to this timeline by coincidence, or was it someone's doing?" Artorius asked the question he always wanted to know. "It's neither coincidence nor someone's plot, it's the inevitability of fate." Merlin maintained a smile. "This is fated, your majesty, you are here to end the war between vampires and humanity. At the same time, your participation in this Holy Grail war led to its current state is also fated. I really dislike the word fate. What you can choose and what you cannot are both fate." Listening to Artorius, Merlin continued with his cheerful tone. "When good things happen, people don't thank fate, but when bad things occur, they blame it. That's bad, you know." Artorius gave Merlin an annoyed look, skipping over the topic. "What comes next?" "What comes next, of course, your majesty is going back home." Merlin's tone was relaxed. "It's been quite a while since you left your own timeline. Don't you miss home?" Without waiting for Artorius to reply, he continued. "Seeing the Empire's prosperity and humanity's flourishing after 1500 years, your majesty must be content. Even more importantly, seeing the world 1500 years from now, you should know which path to take next, right? The Empire's future, humanity's future, Earth's future, of course, your majesty doesn't know everything in detail, just a general idea. But fate only needs a general idea. If you know too much, it's not a good thing." Artorius slowly nodded. Though Merlin was a scoundrel, the things he said just now were unexpectedly sensible. "Since that's the case, then I don't have any regrets." "Regrets?" "Of course, there are." Under Artorius's perplexed gaze, Merlin grinned. "That little Oni was refined again and again by you, only to be slapped to bits by Crimson Moon. Your majesty surely wants to see her again, right? After all, she's that top-notch, bittersweet, and legal lowly. Then there are the two sisters of the Tosaka family, Mash, and the maids of the Einsburn family, there are hundreds in total. If your majesty returns to your timeline and doesn't keep them all, you must feel a bit unwilling." Taking a glance at the smirking dick wizard, Artorius couldn't help but feel the urge to punch him. "I was discussing serious matters concerning the world, and you're blabbering about harem, you scoundrel." Artorius said inwardly as the corner of his eye twitched. "There are also Miss Ilias Veal, and Miss Iris Veal. My, isn't the mother-daughter combo just perfect? What it's called, right? Oyakudon." Merlin continued with his nonsense. Almost forgot, the two sisters from the Aozaki family too. Now, let me think, who else is there?" Beside them, X, who had been listening attentively throughout, raised her hand enthusiastically while her Ahok stood stiffly, seemingly wanting to catch the attention of the Mage of Flowers. But, unfortunately, it didn't work. "I think that's about it, but these are already quite a lot. Your majesty, shouldn't you handle this properly?" The secret Caliba unsheathed, ready for action. X was mad for real. "Then, what's your opinion?" Artorius found himself slightly exasperated. Also, between Iri and me, everything is pure and untainted, like a father and daughter relationship. Nothing has happened between us, so don't go making things up. Well, what I meant was. At this point, the mischievous incubus suddenly transformed into spirit particles and vanished without finishing his sentence. This firmed Artorius's determination once more. The next time he saw this bastard, he was determined to just beat him up without any reservations. This dick wizard was falsely accusing him out of nowhere and vanished irresponsibly. Big brother. As Artorius grumbled, a soft voice came from the side. Chapter 158, Conclusion and Separation, 2. Big brother. As Artorius grumbled, a soft voice came from the side. Turning around, he could see a cute girl in a flowing white dress with a joyful smile. It was Ilya. The cute loli with white hair and red eyes leaped into Artorius's arms and nuzzled his chest with a giggly smile. Ilya. Beside her, Iri seemed concerned yet scolded as she called out to her, which prompted a slightly embarrassed chuckle from Ilya. Big brother. Ilya looked up at Artorius and said with reluctance, "Are you leaving?" "Yeah." Artorius nodded. "Oh." Ilya appeared somewhat disappointed. Although initially, she had been closest to X, as time passed, her fondness for Artorius had noticeably grown, surpassing that for X. At first glance, this might sound surprising. But upon reflection, it was quite normal. The Dragon Emperor was both handsome and gentle, and being held by him made the cute girl feel safe. Her fondness for him soared. Sometimes, unintentionally, she heard the maids playing games with him in the bedroom or bathroom, their joyful voices ringing out, and her body would feel strange when hearing them. The next day, when Artorius held her again, her body would be so weak she couldn't muster any strength, and she felt weirdly restless. Originally, being held by him would be enough to satisfy her, but not anymore. She wanted him to treat her like he treated the maids, to establish a deeper connection. She wanted to be even softer, to connect with him. If Artorius stayed in this world a bit longer, perhaps these soft moments could truly happen. But fortunately or unfortunately, he was about to leave. Be good, Ilya, listen to your mother. Artorius smiled as he spoke. Big brother will come to see you again. I understand. Though Ilya was reluctant, she finally nodded obediently, accepting Artorius's words. Ilya will work hard to become big brother Artorius's bride. Ha ha ha, do your best then. Not taking the child's whimsical words seriously, Artorius chuckled joyfully and placed Ilya by his side. After Ilya, it was the two sisters from the Tosaka family. After summoning Gilgamesh, Tokiomi was hit with severe stomach pain, liver pain, and migraines, landing him in the hospital. He still hadn't been discharged. Hence, these two cute girls were being looked after by the maids of the Einsburn family during this time. Therefore, in various ways, they also got to see the interactions between Artorius and the maids. Artorius Neeson. Summoning courage and determination, Sakura came over and wrapped her arms around Artorius's neck. Wanting to be the Emperor's bride had now transformed into wanting to be the bride of Artorius. Though it might sound the same, it was fundamentally different. Sakura will also work hard. The bright-eyed Sakura said with a smile. Yeah, I'll be waiting. Following Sakura was Rin. The twin-tailed Sundara initially struggled to hide her embarrassment. But after a little nudge from her sister, she also half-pushingly leaped into Artorius's arms. Of course, saying something like, "I want to be Big Brother's bride," was definitely too embarrassing for Rin. So, she just nestled in his embrace without saying anything. Like the other girls, she really liked him. How could she not? It's just that she was too shy to say it out loud. It would be wonderful if he could take the initiative. But before he could say something like, "I like you, Rin," another girl had already taken him away. Thinking about this, Rin felt somewhat uneasy. To have 3 schoolgirls fall for you at once, your majesty is a sinful man. Observing this scene, Iri smiled and made her assessment, prompting Artorius to give her a resigned look. Is it my fault for being popular among the girls? Isn't it? Their gazes met, conveying those messages. That's just the kind of man you are, your majesty. Very outstanding, or rather, too outstanding. To the extent that any females can't help but fall for you. Even if it defies ethics and morals, even if we know it's wrong, we can't help it. Love is love. It just came naturally and hard to take it away. That's what love is. With those thoughts, Iri's mood grew somewhat melancholic. Because Artorius had already made his decision. A big batch of maids from the Einsburn family would return to his timeline with him. This wouldn't create a time paradox. Because the Einsburn maids were all homunculi, the creation of mystery. They had minimal impact on the timeline and history. Time and the world possessed a self-repairing capability. And most importantly, the Empire will inevitably control time in the future. Artorius thought that way. Not the kind of time travel, which could only be considered as utilizing time. There was still some way to go before achieving true control. The fifth magic is quite useful. The Empire needs to invest more in it. Watching the maids who had already decided to follow Artorius back, Iri felt envious. She really enjoyed the feeling of being together with him these past few days. Being with everyone, living happily, with laughter and joy every day. It was different from the previous lifelessness and also unlike the bitterness and deep grudges that would come later. Hope. Effort. Struggle. Progress. Joy. Warmth. Love. In Iri's brief life, which was as long as mandatory education, this was the most memorable period. If possible, she wished for these days to continue forever. However, just like a dream, dreams eventually must awaken, and Artorius would eventually have to depart as well. I won't forget you, your majesty. Iri silently swore in her heart. We bid farewell to everyone. Next, we'll be able to go home, right, Artorius? Saying that was X, and she appeared quite delighted. This made Artorius's mood somewhat complicated. This girl, did she really appear out of nowhere and crash into his head? Even though they've become familiar now, forming bonds of family and friendship, it didn't mean she was truly his mother, right? She couldn't really treat his place as her own, could she? Also, how should he explain when they return? Just tell everyone directly, she's my mother from a parallel world, here to defeat this world mother. That wouldn't work and sound ridiculous. Artorius was lost in thought because of this matter. In this contemplation, Artorius, X, and a large group of Einsburn maids gradually disappeared without a trace, bit by bit. Chapter 159, World Peace. Huge fluctuations. The future of humanity was shaken by intense and unprecedentedly dreadful fluctuations. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. The entire Earth, all of humanity, everything, everyone, would perish. This was the so-called human order incineration. The king of the demon gods, Goetia, desperately sought to obliterate humanity and then reshape the world. However, as of now, the members of Chaldea caught amid chaos hadn't completely grasped the situation. If this were explained and associated with the mobile game, the people of Chaldea who were just hit by an explosion would still be in the game's prologue. But even so, it was incredibly challenging. Even the prologue's boss seemed excessively powerful. This ominous, terrifying girl was like a presence that could be the final boss, overpowering to the extreme. Clad in black armor, she was a petite girl who emitted a pressure akin to that of a mighty dragon. Knight. King of Knights. Romani, who had reluctantly taken on the role of commander, was thrown into disarray. A girl. Oh, wait, now isn't the time to be hung up on that. What do we do? What do we do? Oh, right, let's ask Magi Mari, Mash. While Romani made a series of useless moves, Mash had already stepped up. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, the pink-haired girl wielding a red-hilted sword bravely exchanged blows with the imposing King of Knights. If looked carefully, she wasn't at a disadvantage. You. The King of Knights displayed a wavering expression. Are you Galahad from a parallel world? No. A barrage of light beams fired at the King of Knights, Artoria Pendragon, engulfing her. I'm no longer who I used to be. Mash shouted valiantly, after receiving training from Artoria Senpai, I've abandoned my past foolishness and weakness, becoming a true knight. No matter what, I won't be afraid. The next moment, a red light flickered amidst the smoke caused by the light beams and Mash was pinned to the ground by Artoria, who radiated a malevolent aura. Tell me. Artoria, whose demeanor resembled that of a fearsome dragon, glared at Mash with a ferocious gaze. Who is this Artoria Senpai you mentioned? Under the gaze of the unimaginably terrifying stare of Artoria, Mash trembled. What's going on? Romani, the temporary commander of Chaldea, exclaimed in astonishment. The parameters of this hostile servant have drastically increased. Meanwhile, in Fuyuki City. The Holy Grail has appeared. The person who exclaimed this was none other than Kiritsugu, who had been increasingly troubled by neck problems in recent days. One moment he was nursing grievances, wondering what Iri and Ilya were up to. The next damn second, he was looking at the Holy Grail. Why is the Holy Grail appearing before the Holy Grail War even started? What the hell is going on? Unaware that the Fourth Holy Grail War had already concluded in his absence, Kiritsugu was utterly confused. All the servants had vanished. They either returned to the throne of heroes or went to the throne of empire. Even those who traveled time and space, Artorius, left. After being filled with magical energy, the Holy Grail appeared outside Fuyuki City on the outskirts of Ryuta Temple. And before that, Ryuta Temple had already been taken over by the Imperial Mystery Bureau. Both the monks and the common teachers inside the temple received generous compensation and relocated, making way for layers upon layers of Empire personnel who surrounded the temple like a fortress. This included those who barred Kiritsugu from entering. As he attempted to rush in with excitement, the Empire's personnel blocked his way and pinned him to the ground. Henceforth, when Kiritsugu tried to force his way through with enthusiasm, a multitude of guns were aimed at him, prompting him to swiftly calm down. I am a master in this Holy Grail war. I have the right to know the truth. I have the right to be informed. After resisting 8 burly men holding his neck, Kiritsugu's face reddened. I can't breathe. In a daze, he saw his stepmother in heaven. One day later, in the interrogation room. Amiya Kiritsugu, the master of assassin. The bureau personnel reviewing the files looked at Kiritsugu. Indeed, it seems to be the case. Kiritsugu had reason to be grateful. The Empire's administrative efficiency was exceptionally high. One of the personnel flipping through the documents remarked. You're unexpectedly lucky. You actually won without doing anything. 1. The Holy Grail War is over. The personnel announced loudly to him, saying, Your servant, assassin, handle everything for you. You've won without doing anything. Kiritsugu opened his mouth, unsure if he should shout, yes, or, I haven't even given my all, how did I manage to win? No, that's not important. The key is the ownership of the Holy Grail. The Holy Grail is yours now. Take your time and think about your wish. The personnel told him that, patting his shoulder while speaking, and then stood up, giving the interrogation room's place to another personnel. The new personnel was the prosecutor of the Holy Grail War, responsible for examining the victor's wish. If it was a simple and idiotic wish like opening a hole to the root, then that's fine, you can just let it happen. After all, out of the 99 mages attempting to reach the root, 99 would end up dead. But for other wishes, careful scrutiny was required. Just like Kiritsugu, who only said world peace as his wish. Okay. The prosecutor replied indifferently. Kiritsugu. Prosecutor. The two stared at each other for a few minutes. The prosecutor finally broke the silence. Prosecutor, that's it. Kiritsugu. Prosecutor, what else? Kiritsugu, question mark. Prosecutor, be more specific. How do you intend to achieve this world peace? Kiritsugu. Prosecutor, specific systems, concrete implementation plans, the exact steps to achieve world peace, keep going. Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu felt like the prosecutor was giving him a hard time. As if reading Kiritsugu's thoughts, the prosecutor calmly explained. The Holy Grail is a dangerous thing. You must be absolutely clear in stating your wish. Otherwise, if you only say world peace, and the Holy Grail eradicates all humans the next second, claiming that no humans mean no wars, then you'll become the culprit who destroyed the world, won't you? Kiritsugu. Is it that serious? Yes, absolutely. The prosecutor nodded and answered. So, please continue, Mr. Amiya. Let's see, your educational background is. Kiritsugu remained silent for a few seconds, feeling an unusual sense of embarrassment. He had been aimlessly following his father since he was little, and when his father died, he followed his stepmother. And when his stepmother died, he wandered around on his own, without any good education. This is going to be tough. The prosecutor wore a troubled expression after reading Kiritsugu's information. Afterward, the prosecutor started scribbling and drawing. Kiritsugu wanted to ask but hesitated, feeling immense pressure. This awkward silence lasted for over 10 minutes, ending with the prosecutor's triumphant exclamation. All right. The prosecutor handed a guide to Kiritsugu, who raised an eyebrow. After reading the guide, the mage killer's eyes suddenly widened. The list in the guide contained a long series of academic tasks. Study history first, then philosophy, move on to law, then society. Economics follows humanities, and education comes after. Then human resources followed by principles, study classics, then advanced theories. Read Marx, Engels, and Mao, complete a master's degree, then pursue a doctorate. As Kiritsugu looked at this string of rhyming subjects, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched and his entire body started trembling uncontrollably. This is the most basic stuff. Once you've learned these things, you'll pretty much know how to wish for world peace. The prosecutor seemed to not notice any unusual behavior from Kiritsugu. Kiritsugu let out a long sigh, then slammed the table suddenly. Can't save them, goodbye. Turning around, Kiritsugu was ready to dash out. Is this a joke? I don't even have an elementary school diploma. Isn't this asking for trouble? Heh. Snap. As the prosecutor smirked and snapped his fingers, Kiritsugu found himself instantly surrounded by a group of burly figures that appeared out of nowhere, resembling a muscular version of Mbatukum. With no time to react, Kiritsugu was seized by them. What are you doing? What do you want? Kiritsugu's tone had changed to a restless one. He struggled hard, but unfortunately, his profession was that of a mere mercenary. Even though he was skilled in combat, he only had mediocre magical abilities and a body no different from ordinary humans. He wasn't a berserker with immense strength or a cultivator who could release some chi. The burly figures were clearly that of a well-trained professional. Once he was pinned down by them, there was no hope of getting up again. What am I doing? Ha! The prosecutor's chuckle sent a shiver down Kiritsugu's spine. He felt like his dignity would be in jeopardy for the rest of his life. He scratched at the floor cracks with his nails, but it was all in vain. He was dragged away unceremoniously by the burly figures, who also covered his mouth. Don't worry, Mr. Emiya. The prosecutor loudly reassured him. You're the son-in-law of the Einsburn family after all. The Einsburns are a branch of the imperial royal family. During your time of study, the Empire will take good care of your family. Especially your wife and daughter. MFMF. Ugh. Hearing this, Kiritsugu not only didn't calm down but struggled even harder. Ugh. MPMPH. Kiritsugu desperately tried to cling to the door before being dragged away, leaving a trail of blood in the corridor. His thoughts are so filthy, what's that guy thinking? Seemingly understanding the reason behind Kiritsugu's intense struggle, the prosecutor looked at Kiritsugu's disappearing figure with disdain. You're getting a free education, isn't that good enough? You're living at a full-time school, and it's going to take at least 300 to 500 years to master the subjects mentioned before considering your talent in them. During this time, your family is being taken care of by the Empire, isn't that good enough? Why would you have such twisted thoughts? Those burly guys are straight okay. You don't need to worry about your ass for fuck's sake. Also, Lady Irisveal is pure, virtuous, and kind-hearted, Miss Iliasveal is innocent, kind, and good-hearted, His Majesty is upright and resolute, untouched by women's charm. What's there for you to worry about? You really don't know how to appreciate what you've got. Such a great treatment, others couldn't even dream of it, yet you're nitpicking. Truly an ungrateful rascal. After grumbling, the prosecutor tidied up the documents and left the room. Author's note. The vacation arc ended. Chapter 160, Return. At the same time, inside the Palace of Orleans, or rather, within the ruins of the palace, X looked around and exclaimed inside her mind. Oh, how amazing. We really traveled back, huh? Truly worthy of my son. What principle is this? Just drifting? Or because of the summoning system of the Holy Grail War? If I use this trick, could I deal a dimensional blow to the Artoria species? X became lost in her fantasy. She imagined some Artoria strolling down the street, eating, or getting into a fight, and suddenly, she would emerge from behind them and strike with her sword, taking them down in an instant. Then, X would step on their head, one hand holding the sword and the other embracing her son, shouting, I am the strongest saber. The feeling was beyond satisfying. He. X, lost in her thoughts, revealed a joyful smile. But then, an out-of-place sound reached her ears. MFMFMF. Question mark. X looked left and right and then lowered her head, only to realize something was off. It was Artorius who got pinned underneath her, unable to breathe. They still maintained the position they were in during their drifting for the first time, close contact between her crotch and his nose. The earlier sound of MFMFMF was Artorius's effort to move. Ahaha, sorry. I got carried away and forgot you were here, Artorius. X was taken aback for a moment, then quickly scrambled off Artorius. Whatever. Artorius looked at X with a reproachful look, wanting to say a few words, but in the end, he decided against it. Let this foolish girl continue being blissfully ignorant. Among Artorius's various mothers, only X displayed a more light-hearted presence. Maintaining a cheerful personality like Mordred's could also be considered a good thing for his mental health. You've always been like this. While saying this, Artorius took off X's baseball cap and head pat her, much like stroking a mischievous kitten. Artorius. Forgiven so easily by Artorius, X felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Artorius's touch made X feel both embarrassed and happy. After all, she thought of herself as Artorius's mother, even the mother of a parallel world still counts as a mother. But here she was, being treated like a little girl, as Artorius ruffled her like some kind of doll. However, it's really comfortable, X thought with a blissful expression. Truly, her own child understood her buttons quite well. Thinking that way in her heart, X moved slightly closer to Artorius. You and I have gone through hardships together. Artorius said in his mind as he watched X's expression. Although they had returned here together, the Einsburn maids were absent, leaving only the two of them. Did this mean their relationship was even stronger, tighter, and more intimate? The familiar face of his favorite Artoria. More lively and charming than the usual Artoria. Dressed more stylishly, with an air of casualness and freedom, yet still exuding a peculiar sensuality. Beneath her sports jacket was a crop top that exposed her belly button. She wore shorts and sneakers on her lower half. Occasionally, she would pair them with dark blue custom-made stockings, though not now, her two fair legs were bare. Quite a revealing look. It gave people the urge to steal a second glance. Additionally, she had been wearing those shorts for who knows how long, the zipper was completely broken and unable to close properly. The opening was spread apart, as if inviting remarks about X's sloppiness while igniting a desire to explore. Much like now. Without those Einsburn maids, without those Tosaka sisters, and without that Oni Shudenduji. Without anyone else, it's just the two of us now, Artorius. Leaning on Artorius's shoulder, X thought to herself and displayed a contented smile. Artorius. With her child by her side, feeling Artorius's cool body, mysterious heroine X revealed a foolishly happy smile. She even forgot about chasing Artoria species and forgot about her responsibility to eliminate sabers which continued to increase. She simply wanted to stay with Artorius right now. If someone were to ask her right now, why aren't you saying something like, I'm your mother? She would surely retort confidently, what for? He's obviously my own child, no need to declare here and there. If anyone dared to protest, X would undoubtedly shout and make an accusation, are you a spy sent by the evil god, and then strike without hesitation. A rebellious, unreasonable, delinquent girl who followed her own way. This was the truth of the mysterious heroine who had fallen into the tender domain of motherhood. Artorius, you smell really nice. X spoke to Artorius with a mischievous grin, then wrapped her arms around his neck. By the way, you've been with those Einsburn maids all this time and never paid attention to Mom. Saying those words, X maintained her foolish smile while rubbing her head against Artorius's chest like a little cat. Rather than a mature mother or a dignified mother figure, it was more like a teenage girl whining to Artorius like a cute little kitten. Bad child, you need a good punishment to prevent you from becoming a pawn of the evil Artorius. Stating that strange reason, X emitted a peculiar scent. Without hesitation, she pressed the half-resisting Artorius onto the floor. You're always spouting nonsense out of nowhere and impossible to deal with. Artorius sighed a bit helplessly. Although it wasn't the best timing, refusing X would probably lead to even more trouble. It would be harder to handle then. So, why not just accept it naturally? And besides, X is also an Artoria. Which means, she is his mother. Artoria. Artoria is the most important to him. In other words, Kaya. The next second, X was held by Artorius and was pushed down as their position got reversed. Well, you brought this upon yourself. Artorius's eyes gleamed with lust, causing X to swallow hard and her body to tense up. Of course, that tension was released with a single move from him, leaving her relaxed again. Like a toy being toyed with. Until the next second. Big brother. Shouting anxiously, Mordred swung her sword, cutting through debris and ruined walls, and ran over to the room, disregarding the danger. Chapter 161, Happiness. Big brother. Shouting anxiously, Mordred swung her sword, cutting through debris and ruined walls, and ran over to the room, disregarding the danger. Mordred. X. Ah, I knew it. This isn't the right time for this kind of thing. Artorius lamented in his mind. Watching Artorius pinning X down as her legs wrapped around his waist, Mordred, holding a sword, was momentarily unsure which one to strike first. At the same time, Artorius was also unsure which one he should handle first. The moment he returned with X, only an instant had passed since the moment they had traveled through the future timeline. That is the moment when X's dun stallion 2 crashed into his palace and made a loud thud, as she smashed against his nose the next second. What would happen next, isn't it easy to guess? A great emperor like him getting hit by the enemy surely wouldn't garner applause, people would come to his rescue and come as soon as possible. The first one to rush over and save him would likely be Mordred, who possessed both strength and a high level of favorability to him. So, this situation should have been within his expectations long ago. Damn, I let my guard down. Artorius cursed inwardly. I just got a bit carried away. With X leaning in like that, with that Artoria face, I couldn't just not play along. Alright, it's not the time for those thoughts now. So, what to do next? Whatever, I'll just do whatever needs to be done. What's there to fear? T/N, saber face, Artoria face/species, and the Artorius all refer to the same thing it seems. With this in mind, His Majesty the Emperor regained his composure. Rewind time a few minutes back, before Artorius pinned X down. Mordred and Artoria, who were diligently practicing in the training grounds, watched speechlessly as something large and unidentifiable fell from the sky, causing the palace to collapse with a thunderous roar. The Artoria referred to here as the Artoria of this timeline, the one who wielded the holy lance Rangaminiad, frequently changed her chest armor, and also the true mother figure of Artorius. As the two of them were the first to react, they rushed forward to Artorius's room at the fastest speed. Mordred led the way, followed by Artoria. It wasn't that Artoria didn't want to be at the forefront, but her large lance wasn't suited for rescue work and was inconvenient to maneuver inside the palace. So, she had to let Mordred go ahead and be the first to experience the shock of the scene. Mordred saw the figures of Artorius and someone who appeared to be her father. She was instantly stunned in place. Then came Artoria. "Mordred, why are you just standing there? Is His Majesty all right?" As she spoke, Artoria pushed Mordred, who was on her way, to the side. Due to the enhancing effect of the Holy Lance, Artoria's weight had increased by about 5 pounds, slowly rising. So, Mordred was easily pushed aside by her sudden nudge. Thus, another person joined the ranks of those gaping in shock. Artorius. "Well. That. Artoria mumbled to herself, unsure of how to best describe this situation. X and Mordred remained stunned. The latter was affected by the shock to her soul, she couldn't recover temporarily. The former was caught in a strange tangle of confusion and turmoil. If it were a normal day, seeing two Artoria species, X would definitely not hesitate to charge at them. But not now. X felt oddly anxious, she found it difficult to face Mordred and Artoria. The reason for this was that her level of hooligan wasn't high enough. Her level of Yandere wasn't high enough. Her level of villain wasn't high enough. If she were a hooligan like someone similar to Miyamoto Musashi, she would certainly hug Artorius and boldly shout at Mordred and Artoria, "Hey, you old hags. Trying to steal my boy," and then charge at them. If she were a Yandere like someone similar to Minamoto no Reiku, she would definitely press Artorius between her bosoms and angrily yell, "Are you trying to seduce my son?" and then charge at them. If she were a villain like someone similar to Sesshuin Kiera, she would definitely eat Artorius already, then smile mischievously and say, "He's already mine, so let me share equal pleasure with you," and then charge at them. Those 3 bizarre women mentioned above were all Japanese. It appeared that Japan had a knack for producing abnormal women who stood out from the rest. Considering all of that, X was actually a good girl. She just lacked a few screws in her head, had some eccentricities, a slightly low IQ, and simply wanted to kill all the other versions of herself to become the only Saber and Artoria species. Think about it carefully, if there were dozens of versions of yourself in the world, you would also want some of them to disappear, which is easy to understand, right? You don't want someone with your face to steal your identity and steal your important people from you as you. X wasn't a hooligan, nor a Yandere, and certainly not a villain. She was definitely suited to be a knight. Truly worthy of being an Artoria. In just a few nanoseconds, Artorius had figured out a way to save his face. The time he spent returning to his normal behavior was even shorter than the time he spent thought of it. Artorius quickly got up from X's delicate body. He walked directly towards Mordred as he wore a perfect and charming smile specially designed for her. "Don't worry, little M.O., I'm fine." "Oh." Mordred responded absent-mindedly, unsure of how to reply. "Big brother, you look so cool." This thought, mixed with the scene she had just witnessed, left Mordred confused. "Rushing to protect me the moment you saw me in trouble, you're really the best sister." After saying that, Artorius hugged Mordred. Being held and cuddled by her brother, Mordred felt a wave of pleasure wash over her, almost like Pavlov's experiment, a reflexive response. It was as if she had consumed a large amount of sweets, triggering a dopamine rush that made her nearly forget about the strange thing she had just seen. Artoria on the side was quite displeased. After all, she had also come along with Mordred, equally anxious and concerned about Artorius. Her willingness to help and her worries weren't any less than Mordred's. So why was he only focusing on his sister? Fortunately, Artorius wasn't just paying attention to Mordred. Before Artoria could let her resentment and dissatisfaction show, Artorius reached out and pulled her into an embrace as well, one woman on each side, maintaining a perfect balance. And now, only X was left. After a few moments of hesitation, X finally decided to come from behind and snugly wrap her arms around Artorius's waist. Everyone was now comfortably huddled together around him, and the situation was pleasantly resolved. Artorius felt a bit proud. X often claimed to have a special attack against Artoria species. But if one wanted to talk about who had the best special attack against them, it was obvious. Artorius. Big brother. Son. The Artoria species, specializing in attacks against Artorius, and Artorius, specializing in attacks against the Artoria species, both felt immense happiness at this moment. Chapter 162, Introduction, I. The atmosphere improved once again. With all 3 Artoria faces gathered together, Artorius had triple happiness. However, having learned from the previous incident, Artorius didn't dare to be impulsive this time. He didn't want to end up in an awkward situation with a bunch of people showing up behind him. Before Mordred, Artoria, and X could calm down, Artorius nudged aside the 3. While snapping his fingers to repair the damaged palace, Artorius quietly whispered to the 3, "We'll come back when no one's around." This made the 3 Artoria faces show embarrassed yet happy smiles. Though the emotions of the three Artoria faces were soothed, the incident of the crash of the spaceship, Dun Stallion 2, was not yet resolved. After all, in the entire Orleans, tens of thousands had witnessed the odd object falling from the sky and collapsing the newly constructed palace. This matter needed an explanation. X couldn't just scratch her head and playfully say, "Ha ha ha, sorry about that," and get away with it. So, a little later, a meeting was convened in the Grand Conference Hall of the Palace of Orleans, attended by various higher-ups of the Empire. Not all the distant officials could be present, but they were connected remotely through magic crystal balls. Curiosity and concern abounded. An enormous object falling from the sky, landing on the Emperor's palace, what if it had caused harm to him? After all, the Emperor had no heir yet. What if the impact harmed his pelvis? Morgan, Scathatch, Vivian, and others were particularly anxious about Artorius' situation. It wasn't until they laid eyes on Artorius that they breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent, tail and all, no problems. He still looked capable of fighting for another 300 rounds. That put their minds at ease. Artorius was followed by Mordred, and then Artoria. The latter seemed to have gained a bit of weight. If this continued, would she end up plump, thick? With the competition among the Artoria faces seemingly ended without a fight, everyone was in high spirits. Artorius's cream supply was certainly abundant, but who wouldn't want a few more cream? And then there was X. Following behind Artorius with a bored expression, but she suddenly froze upon seeing Morgan. Her eyes widened, mouth agape as if about to shout, "Damn sister, taste my blade." There seemed to be an odd increase in the number of Artoria's clones. Scathatch, Vivian, and the other knights of the round table behind them turned to look at Morgan as they thought of that. Morgan. Why the hell are you all staring at me? Are you implying this is somehow my fault? You think every Artoria is my homunculus? You're all insane. With a vexed urge to kill, Morgan managed to restrain herself through extraordinary willpower. On the other hand, X was about to charge at Morgan, so Artorius had no choice but to intervene by wrapping an arm around X's waist. She struggled briefly and then relented, leaving Merlin on the sideline somewhat disappointed. Merlin almost felt tempted to set up a bet, placing odds on the outcome of a duel between Morgan and X. It seems everyone is quite curious about X's origins. Once everyone assembled in the conference hall and took a seat, Artorius began. The topic of this meeting also concerns her. X, introduce yourself. Yash. Amid the surprised gazes of the Imperial higher-ups, X unabashedly proclaimed. Hey there, fellow members of the Knights of the Round Table. I'm mysterious heroine X, but you can just call me X. I'm a hunter of sabers as well as Artoria species from the Sapphire Galaxy, Servant Universe. Please support my noble cause and help me in my mission to hunt down Artoria species. With those words, X hopped onto the table. How did that saying go again? Both fools and smoke love heights. Like X right now. PFTTT. As the people pondered what to say, Morgan couldn't hold back a laugh upon seeing someone who resembled her sister acting so foolish. This earned her an indignant glare from X. Nonetheless, she had more pressing matters to attend to than dealing with Morgan. It appears you're all unaware of the consequences of Artoria species expansion. X exclaimed loudly, full of vigor. Those beings are utterly shameless. They have unquenchable hunger, one can devour 100 of foods, even more. They look unexpectedly cute but charmingly deceptive. Their brains aren't functional, but they possess immense destructive power, and they lack control. So, wherever Artoria species appears, anything around will become desolate. Crops are devoured, cities and roads are ruined, economies collapse, societies are thrown into chaos, and then. At this point, X's gaze landed on a girl among the figures present, someone who appeared easily manipulated. Yeah. Me. Gareth pointed to herself, somewhat surprised and bewildered. Yes, you, child. Have you suffered at the hands of Artoria species? As Gareth uttered a surprised gasp, X leaped from the table and approached her, placing a hand on her shoulder. I can definitely tell. You must have encountered Artoria species at some point without realizing it. Were you bullied by them? Is it because they took your food? Stole your beloved weapon? Or perhaps, they took your boyfriend? Upon being addressed by X in such a manner, Gareth found herself in a state of shock, her emotions remaining unsettled for quite some time as she glanced at Artoria. X didn't provide an answer or explanation, instead, she continued her words with an enticing tone. Feeling lonely? Feeling angry? But Artoria species is too powerful, you surely aren't a match for them, right? Yes, that's right. Gareth seemed to have caught on to the infectious mood, her gaze at X becoming somewhat spirited. I was bullied. Thump. In the next moment, just as X was about to further entice Gareth into the conversation while Artoria covered her face in embarrassment, Artorius opportunistically gave X's head a light knock on the head, causing her to wince in pain and hold her head, crouching. Ouch. Clearly, this child's wisdom, Artorius interjected, tapping his own temple with a finger, isn't the sharpest. Her words are mostly just imagination and delusion, so don't take them too seriously. I see. Ha, that scared me. Just as I thought. Well then, with all these twists and turns, this homunculus created by Lady Morgan is just a case of autism. What's that got to do with me? Morgan retorted, but no one paid any heed. Hearing Artorius's explanation, the figures present collectively breathed a sigh of relief before engaging in lively discussions. For instance, Mordred, who was visibly relieved while patting her chest, asked, "Brother, are all those stories about Artoria species' evil deeds just lies?" Correct. The devastation caused, the famine and destruction, all fabricated. Correct. Both bullying and economic collapse, also false. Yes. Oh, that's good then. Mordred grinned with relief. In that case, that sapphire galaxy thingy is just this dolt's imagination, haha. No. Artorius calmly corrected. That part of her speech is true. The conference hall instantly fell silent, even the drop of a pin could be heard clearly. Chapter 163, Introduction, 2. No. Artorius calmly corrected. That part of her speech is true. The conference hall instantly fell silent, even the drop of a pin could be heard clearly. As everyone stared blankly, their minds freezing like a computer crash, Artorius looked around and then spoke. Although she's a bit weird with a not-so-functional brain, she's right. She truly comes from another world, or more precisely a parallel world called the Sapphire Galaxy, also known as the Servant Universe. You can think of it as a world where technology has advanced even further, and nearly all the inhabitants are servants. Their level of civilization is way beyond ours, making us look like primitives in comparison. X originates from that world, and she's the Arthur, or you could also say the Artoria, of that world. Ah, I see. I can't believe this. So, that spaceship is a spaceship for real. I didn't expect that. If this were during the Dark Ages, during the decline of the Age of Gods, Artorius mentioning all of this would have certainly left everyone confused with all those terms. However, the Age of Gods had ended. While much of the magical knowledge from that era had been lost over time, various legends and relics still persist. In this era, where the Empire's teachings had spread widely among its people, venturing beyond Earth to explore outer space, communicating with extraterrestrial life and civilizations, or waging interstellar wars, were not unimaginable feats. So, when Artorius spoke in this manner, the Imperial higher-ups around him wore expressions of understanding as if they had fully grasped his meaning. But at the same time, a parallel version of me. Artoria felt even more embarrassed. She already felt extremely embarrassed watching Mordred act dumb and Southwest out of place with her antics. She thought that was the pinnacle of embarrassment. But she hadn't expected there was a superior embarrassment beyond that. If Mordred's embarrassment level was that of a dumb, X's level of embarrassment was that of a super-duper dumb. Both of them, sporting the same face as her, were engaging in stupid behavior. It wasn't just them feeling embarrassed, as fellow Artoria species, Artoria herself felt embarrassed in their company. However, this Artoria. After the amazement and discussions, the Imperial higher-ups regained their composure and turned their eager gazes toward X, father of another world. Mordred wondered in her mind. That Dun Stallion too holds technology far beyond this world's, and it must be of great research value. If we could fully analyze it, said Morgan. The Age of Gods of that world hasn't declined. Or should I say, does the Age of Gods still exist in that world, wondered Vivian. It seems promising. Scathatch remarked. I wonder about the people's strength in that world. I wonder about the girls from that world. With a civilization on a galactic level, there must be more beautiful women. Since that world is some kind of parallel world, it's likely there's another me. If there's me, there must be my wife. And if there's my wife, there must be other people's wives. Those were the mumbles of the scoundrels of the Round Table, Gawain, Kay, and Lancelot. As usual, their thoughts drifted far, far away. They were already engaging in a mental romance with girls from another world, another universe. Especially Lancelot. From this, it's easy to understand why he ended up as a knight of redemption in the future. Their eyes gleamed with a certain intensity, and X began to feel uneasy. She instinctively wanted to move closer to her son. Unfortunately, there were too many people around, and Artorius didn't want to be too overfamiliar with her. He simply wrapped his arm around X's slender waist, calming her down a bit. With Artorius holding her like this, X momentarily forgot about the plan to trick everyone into confronting the Artoria species. After humming a couple of times, she leaned against his shoulder, a content smile on her face. Meanwhile, the other two Artoria species were having none of it. Especially Artoria, the feeling of having her son stolen by a complete rascal that came out of nowhere made her impression of X plummet even further, breaking through the Earth's crust. Just then, as things seemed to be spiraling out of control, the only principled Imperial official spoke up. "I have one question." Uttering this with an expressionless face was no other than Agravain. For this moment, Agravain wasn't clad in his usual black armor, but rather in official attire. As the Empire's order had been established and things were gradually settling down, there was room for more scholarly conduct. "Go ahead." Artorius heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly prompted Agravain. "Yes, indeed. I don't doubt the general identity of this lady. X, but what is the reason for her presence? And what is her purpose for coming to this world?" Truly, Agravain lived up to his reputation. He pinpointed the crucial question, instantly snapping the Imperial higher-ups, who were on the verge of delving deeper into delusion, back to reality. Each one, in turn, became quite serious, including Artorius himself. Although Artorius considered what he had thought of before, about the nonsense ideas and X's wild claims, which led him to the conclusion that she was here because she received his prayer and came to help against the counter-force, what if that wasn't the case? What if this parallel world's mother, aside from whimsically defeating Sabers and Artoria species as well as assisting him against the counter-force, had other purposes for being here? The notion of an alien invasion of Earth came to mind of every official present, especially considering Earth had experienced an alien invasion just a few years ago. Perhaps the average person didn't know, but all the Imperial higher-ups present were well aware of the true identity of Attila, king of the Huns. Given Earth's current level of power, facing invaders on a galactic scale wouldn't end well. With this in mind, while X was a comedy character, she had suddenly become crucial. It was unnecessary to doubt X's identity. A spaceship of such size crashing down and having a face resembling Artoria was convincing enough. Given that X wasn't Morgan's homunculus, and even the Dragon Emperor himself would vouch for her, it was highly likely the truth. Assured of this, the conversation moved to the next stage. "Yes, I came here with a very, very important purpose." Seeing everyone grow solemn, X became equally serious. "It truly concerns the safety and balance of the world. They're extremely powerful, terrifying, unparalleled enemies. The so-called outer gods, ultimate ones, Crimson Moon, true ancestors, or even the counter-force, they are insignificant before them." Hearing her words, the people present, one by one, turned gravely attentive. Gulp. The sound of someone swallowing saliva echoed in the air. Was it an invasion by alien forces? Was it evil gods coming from outer space? Or was it some terrifying beings that finally broke free from their binds after countless years of being sealed? What could it be? "They're the Artoria species," X solemnly declared, only to receive a head chop from Artorius in response. Chapter 164, Empire's Affairs. The meeting between the Imperial higher-ups and the Emperor was still in progress. A series of crucial events and policies that were of utmost importance to the Empire gradually unfolded as the meeting progressed. "The analysis of Dun Stallion 2 is in your hands," Artoria said to Morgan and Vivian with a gentle look. "Don't worry, it's taken care of." "Yup, I've got this." "Ah, come on." Morgan and Vivian nodded in response, agreeing with Artorius. X, on the other hand, curled up nearby, whimpering and crying. "No need to push yourselves too hard," Artorius continued saying to the two women. Although Dun Stallion 2 was merely a cheap purchase from the so-called cosmic Amazon known as Amazonas.com, in the servant universe, its technological level and advancements were ahead by several thousand years. Moreover, in the servant universe, all but a handful of humans had become servants. With all sentient beings transformed into energy forms, the world had in a sense embraced the third magic. Given this, the technological landscape of that world was likely different from other parallel worlds. "We'll give it our best," Vivian earnestly replied. "Humph." Morgan seemed a bit displeased as if feeling that Artorius underestimated her abilities. "Ah, come on." X continued to cry, huddled and holding her head. "Moving on, Sir Agravain, I entrust to you matters concerning road construction, the establishment of local administrative bodies and courts, as well as diplomatic work with the Eastern Roman Empire." Artorius turned his gaze to Agravain. "I shall not disappoint your Majesty's trust," Agravain answered with seriousness. "In case of shortage of administrative officials, officers, and judges, the research department of Illuminati Council will assist." Artorius looked towards Vivian and Morgan. "No problem. The Empire's talent production line is already up and running." Morgan's tone was relaxed. "And those children?" Artorius turned to Vivian again. "Please take care of them. Once they've been examined, arrange for them to work at the Palace of Orleans." "Yes, yes." The children that Artorius referred to were the Einsburn maids who had returned to this timeline alongside him and X. Perhaps due to a specific bloodline and magical attraction, they didn't appear with him and X but landed in Vivian's homunculus factory. Vivian was also fond of these Einsburn maids as well. In her words, they made her feel just like the children of Artorius and me. Through the same bloodline connection, Vivian was their Einsburn family's ancestor, and these maids were all obedient and well-behaved. Ah, come on. X's crying continued. Moving on, the task of reorganizing the armies falls to you too. Artorius gently addressed his knights, Mordred and Artoria. No worries, I've got it covered. I understand. Both Mordred and Artoria answered simultaneously. Teacher, I'll need your help too. Artorius continued with Scathatch. Omo. Scathatch calmly answered. Ah, come on. Next, regarding border defense and preparedness. Artorius turned to Lancelot. Sir Lancelot, keep an eye on the Visigoths of the Pyrenees. Yes, your majesty. Answered Lancelot. Sir Gawain, lead the cavalry to sweep the east. I expect the Empire's borders to expand to the Danube within 3 years. What about the Pannonia region? Gawain didn't respond to Artorius immediately, hesitating before asking, what about the regions that were once part of the Eastern Roman Empire, like Pannonia and Dalmatia? Grab what you can. But avoid major conflicts. Our priority now is internal consolidation. Understood, your majesty. Answered Gawain with respect. Ah, come on. One more thing, Sir Lancelot. Artorius looked at Lancelot again. I'm planning to reorganize the Mediterranean. The security situation in the region has worsened due to rampant pirates. They need to be eliminated. With the turmoil and the decline of the Roman Empire's strength, the security situation in the Mediterranean had naturally deteriorated. To safeguard maritime trade interests in the Mediterranean, Artorius needed to restructure the region. Rest assured, your majesty, I will eliminate them root and branch. Replied Lancelot with a hand on his chest. Very well. Artorius nodded. Ah, come on. Thus, the Empire's officials and generals were assigned their respective tasks. The current imperial meeting came to a close. The machinery of the state and government pushed forward at full throttle. The Holy Roman Empire was rising like the sun in the east. Small regional powers like the Vandals, Goths, Slavs, and nomadic groups, as well as the mighty Eastern Roman Empire, were no match for the newly emerging Holy Roman Empire. As the Dragon Emperor ascended, swiftly uniting the Western Roman Empire, ripples were also felt in the Eastern Roman Empire. In contrast to the original history, Artorius had always been a Roman general. According to the succession law, he had defeated the previous emperor Lucius Tiberius and ascended the throne properly, a move that the Romans could accept. It wouldn't lead to a rupture like in the original history, where the Franks were deemed unworthy of ruling Rome and resulted in a split. Things have turned out this way. Let's all work hard. Artorius looked around his subordinates and spoke solemnly. As Artorius finished speaking, the imperial higher-ups all stood up and bowed to the Dragon Emperor. Everything for the Empire. The imperial higher-ups simultaneously spoke with reverence. And thus, the meeting came to an end. Hicks, hicks, hicks. X was still there, crying with those sobbing sounds. She looked quite pitiful. But even the kindest person had now ignored X. Who could blame them? Since this girl was being so irresponsible. Well then, what's next? Artorius also stood up and muttered. The next destination was beneath the palace, the enormous underground magic factory. There, in addition to the Empire's forces of mystery, were personnel dispatched from the Atlas Academy and the Wandering Sea, as well as mages who had recently voluntarily joined. There, Artorius had to discuss matters related to mystery. Mainly, the war concerning Crimson Moon, dead apostles, and true ancestors, in short, the vampires. After traveling to the end of the 20th century and confirming the millennium-long war between the Empire and the vampires, Artorius regarded this war as the most pressing concern for the Empire. It's crucial to carefully contemplate this matter. Artorius. At the same time, as Artorius stood up and prepared to leave, X also stood up, following behind him and tugging on his clothes sleeve. Don't you believe me? They really exist. I came to find you because of this. X walked alongside him and spoke with a pitiful tone. She appeared pitiable, but her words made one want to knock her head a couple more times. Chapter 165, Easy to Fool. At the same time, as Artorius stood up and prepared to leave, X also stood up, following behind him and tugging on his clothes sleeve. Don't you believe me? They really exist. I came to find you because of this. X walked alongside him and spoke with a pitiful tone. She appeared pitiable, but her words made one want to knock her head a couple more times. But then, seeing her pitiable and teary-eyed appearance with that Artoria face, he found it incredibly adorable. He just couldn't bring himself to be harsh. Ha, all right, I believe you. Artorius sighed with a hint of exasperation. They really exist, okay. It was like pacifying a child. Don't cry, okay? Be a good girl. Artorius. X might seem unreliable, like someone with mental illness, but she wasn't actually stupid. Artorius was just humoring her, and she could easily pick up on that. Naturally, it made her even more frustrated. I'm telling the truth. There are really many evil Artoria species that exist to take on this world. Artorius fell silent for a few seconds. Continuing to argue with X would be endless, so, unsurprisingly, going along with her was the better option. Just like dealing with a patient in a mental hospital. As a doctor, if you wanted to treat someone, you had to go along with their words, understand their delusion, cooperate, and act like you believed them. You needed to fully invest yourself, comprehend them from all angles, and accept them. I believe you. Artorius looked at her seriously, placing his hand on her shoulder. The evil Artoria species are indeed too dangerous for our fledgling empire. These dangerous matters, if known by the masses, would surely shake the foundations of the nation. So, unless absolutely necessary, we should operate in secrecy. Do you understand what I mean, X? Oh. So that's why you're saying this? Yes. Artorius replied seriously and glanced earnestly at X, then continued. I've always believed in you, X. I've also always known that the Artoria species are powerful. It's because I understand their strength that I pretend not to care. It makes them lower their guard. The Artoria species have become persistent cockroaches. They've infiltrated the body of the empire. In the military, the cabinet, local governments, the central authority, and the harem, Artoria species are everywhere. If we're not careful, they'll catch our weakness. Do you get what I'm saying? As they walked and talked, they traversed a corridor and descended stairs, heading toward the underground magic factory. Artorius maintained a grave expression, making X instantly believe in what he was saying. I get it. I get it. X's smile returned as she looked at several women in Gothic-made uniforms on either side that saluted Artorius. We do need to be cautious. If any Artoria species catch wind of us plotting against them, it won't end well. It's a matter of minutes before your empire falls to the clutches of these evil beings. Even you, Artorius, could be taken away by them and become their plaything. This isn't a joke. X said solemnly. You're right. Artorius continued from where X left off. That's why we need to rely on you. Rely on me? Yes, rely on you. Given this situation, I trust no one but you. To counter the Artoria species, we need you. Yes. Yes. Upon hearing Artorius's words, X's cheeks flushed with excitement. Ignoring the hushed conversations of the mages around, she excitedly responded to Artorius, don't worry. I know what to do. First, act as if nothing's wrong to lower their guard. Then, secretly investigate the whereabouts of the Artoria species. Once we gather all the information, we'll strategize and eliminate them in one fell swoop, right? Yes, exactly. My, you're truly clever, as expected of Mother. As Artorius spoke, he playfully ruffled X's hair, prompting her to giggle in delight. When she'd had her fill of laughter, he finally smiled contentedly. Now, let's proceed according to the plan. During their conversation, they had reached the heart of the magic factory. Seeing Scathatch, Morgan, and Vivian again close at hand, Artorius stopped, intending to wrap up matters with X. Let's make a promise, X. Sure. From now on, don't discuss matters about the Artoria species in public. Sure. Also, no more reckless actions, like searching for the Artoria species openly. Covert operations, I got it. X was an assassin, but she had always believed she was a saber. Despite that, her presence concealment skills were still intact. That settles it. Yes, it's settled. X happily agreed with Artorius. Her previous tearful demeanor was nowhere to be found, she was once again brimming with confidence. This girl is surprisingly easy to fool. Seeing this, Artorius couldn't help but inwardly remark. Next, X transformed from a flashy and dramatic Janibu to a quiet and reserved character. She obediently followed behind Artorius, observing her son and others interact with joyous foolishness. She daydreamed about defeating all Artoria species, standing atop thousands of fallen Artoria species, holding Artorius, and asserting her sovereignty over her progeny. ? Witnessing this scene, Morgan and Scathatch exchanged a glance. Though they didn't say a word, in their prior understanding, the two shared a silent understanding. In essence, they both thought. This kid has been completely tricked by him. Fooled easily, huh? Has the research begun? Pretending not to notice their gaze, Artorius walked over with a smile, greeted his aunt and teacher, and then looked ahead. Up ahead, the Dun Stallion 2 had already been dismantled. Mages were directing magic puppets to move various pieces around. They're quite efficient. Artorius said his opinion. The researchers were even faster than Artorius had anticipated. While Artorius was still in the meeting, they had constructed an entirely new research facility underground and then moved the spaceship into it. After that, they began their research with great enthusiasm. Firstly, they disassembled it, analyzing unimportant metal components, and researching alloy materials. For the more intricate electronic parts and mechanical devices, they conducted separate studies. Anything that yielded results was immediately pursued. If something was too advanced, bizarre, or incompatible with their world systems, it was put on hold for future consideration. A group of mages worked enthusiastically, their faces flushed with excitement. After all, this was a spaceship. Since the decline of the Age of Gods, they hadn't seen anything this novel in years. It was worth researching thoroughly, examining every nook and cranny, inside and out, would be a golden opportunity. But, it seemed like the self-proclaimed mother had erupted. Wait. Hey. What are you guys doing? My spaceship. No. X paused for a moment and then yelled in frustration, wanting to rush over and beat those mages. Even though Dunstallion 2 was a cheap buy from Amazonas, you can't just mess around with it. I don't even have a proper job, I bought it with the money I earned from my jobs. Ah. Artorius, let go of me. Before she could charge out to attack, Artorius grabbed X's collar, turning her run into a futile gesture, and the swings of her sword into mere gestures. X, calm down. How can I calm down, Munya? The next second, her body was hugged by Artorius, and she started emitting a soft and bubbly sound. She struggled for a couple of moments and then became completely immobilized, her body turning limp. Artorius. Although there was still a hint of resentment in her eyes, X had already chosen to forgive. Well, it was already broken when it fell anyway. She was making excuses inwardly to cope. As X sent a resentful gaze, Artorius held her gently in his embrace, completely ignoring the murderous look Morgan was giving him from behind. This spaceship is quite useful for me. Artorius said gently to X, explaining the reason. I actually intended to discuss the disassembly with you before doing anything. I just didn't expect these guys to act so quickly. I admit I handled this poorly. How can I make it up to you? Well. Hearing Artorius say that, X's face turned even redder. The way things were going, if she requested Artorius to do those activities he did with the Einsburn maids, it wasn't entirely impossible. This caused Morgan, who was watching X's behavior, to swiftly dismiss a plan from her mind. That plan was about cloning a bunch of Artoria to enhance the Empire's combat power. 2 Artorius, Mordred and Artoria, were already more than enough trouble. Adding more into the mix and sharing Artorius's cream with another one would be counterproductive. As she thought about this, a horrifying scenario flashed through her mind. It was an array of Artorius in various styles, times 10, times 100, times 100,000. They surged from all directions, each holding a different kind of holy sword, divine sword, magic sword, or plastic sword. They all looked excited and joyful, charging towards Artorius. In the face of this Artoria army, the Empire's troops were like paper, easily defeated. The long spear formations, the mage units, the magic artillery, and the knight orders, all crumbled before the Artoria army. Artorius. These Artorius, one by one, called Artorius's name with joyful expressions and clear objectives. After wiping out the entire Empire's troops, they kidnapped the Dragon Emperor and fled. What are you all doing? Let me go. Although he said that, Artorius's expression didn't seem sorrowful, it was even somewhat playful. As Morgan imagined that scenario, she couldn't help but shiver. Artoria species are evil. Indeed, it's a terrifying matter. Fortunately, all of those are just a delusion of this kid and not real. Chapter 166, Drifting Phenomenon. Umo. He. Under the displeased gaze of Morgan, Artorius continued chatting with X, making her laugh foolishly before she turned around and ran off. So full of energy, Morgan couldn't help but feel envious. She was content with her own appearance and figure. Especially Artorius was infatuated with her mature charm. She viewed X's energetic behavior as immature and childish. However, watching X bouncing around with that youthful vitality, she still couldn't help but feel envious. Mature women are one thing, while youthful is another. If only I could combine the two. Artorius would definitely like me more. Thinking like that, Morgan thought of the third magic. Artorius with the third magic could effortlessly switch between different ages. Today, he could act like a charming boy, Shota, and confuse the older girls, eliciting their fondness as he allowed them to playfully mess around with him. Tomorrow, he could transform into a handsome uncle, Dilf, with an authoritative and powerful presence, teasing Morgan from behind and making her all soft. The day after tomorrow, he could become a charming and sunny 16-year-old youth, Eichmann. One Artorius, multiple ways to play. Fulfilling every girl's dream perfectly. Morgan's fondness for him would increase threefold. In the end, Morgan still preferred him in his handsome youth, Eichmann, form. Not for any other reason but for nostalgia. It was in this form that Artorius, with confidence, appeared before her years ago for the first time, then plunged a dagger into her belly. The chaos, arrogance, and madness of his had ensnared Morgan, and she couldn't free herself even now. He likes mature older women, and he also likes childish young girls. He's really, well, should I try some other way? Morgan unconsciously looked towards the homunculus area. Then her gaze shifted to Scathatch. Creating a younger version of myself, or perhaps making a puppet body like Scathatch. Thinking this, Morgan moved closer to Artorius. Did you say anything boring to that kid? Morgan pretended to be casual. She seems pretty happy, she doesn't even care that her spaceship was dismantled. Nothing much, just some words to amuse a child. Artorius said casually. I told X that the mission to defend the Earth and eliminate the Artoria species is entrusted to her. After saying that, the kid left happily. As always, deceiving girls, fufufu, Morgan chuckled, not realizing that she included herself in that statement. Even the Artoria from a parallel world is played by you. The once turbulent witch, now completely tamed and often played around with by Artorius, teased in a half-joking manner. Who will you bring next time? Maybe another me from a parallel world. Who knows, maybe not. Perhaps Morgan from another world is not an evil witch, but a saint. First make sure you don't lose your way during the next drift. Morgan said irritably. As they exchanged those words, the surrounding researchers were busy preparing numerous testing instruments and equipment. Maybe Morgan was just joking, but for Artorius, those words couldn't be completely taken lightly. With Morgan and Vivian's help, Artorius began a series of tests and examinations. The most important was to understand his drifter constitution. After careful thought and contemplation, the assumption that he traveled to another timeline because of the summoning of the Holy Grail was not quite accurate. There was a high probability that the cause was himself. But if the cause was himself, how could he integrate into the Holy Grail system, become a servant, and acquire various skills and noble phantasms? Was it due to his third magic or something else? No matter the reason, this time, his drift took only a moment, and then he came back with no problems, even gaining some advantages. But what about the next time? The time after that, and the time after that? Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any problems every time? Even if there were just slight problems, if they were to accumulate, they could lead to the downfall of the Empire. For example, if he kept bringing back parallel world Artoria, the Empire's food supply would quickly be insufficient. So, for the sake of the Empire's treasury and food security, a comprehensive understanding of Artorius's physical structure and his drifter constitution was necessary. That's why he came here, for this examination. Relax, it won't hurt much. Vivian guided Artorius to sit in a chair. As she said this, she gently kissed his cheek. This earned her a laugh from him. After laughing, Artorius looked at Morgan. If next time, I really bring back the parallel world version of you? Artorius cautiously asked. What would you do? As he said that, a metal helmet with many tubes was placed on Artorius's head by Vivian. It looked like the kind used for electrotherapy in a mental hospital or a youth internet addiction rehabilitation center. Kill her. Morgan answered without hesitation and pressed a button. A strong electric current instantly spread throughout Artorius's body, making his brain, his soul, and everything feel tingling and uncomfortable. This thing really is a goddamn electrotherapy device. Artorius sighed in his mind. Vivian turned to Scathatch on the other side. The latter was looking at the data on the magic monitor and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's related to you, more precisely, your soul. Scathatch glanced at Artorius, who was a bit impatient as he removed the helmet. Soul. Yes, it's your soul, Artorius. Your soul's purity isn't enough. Scathatch tossed a printed document to Artorius, who casually handed it over to a researcher nearby since he couldn't make sense of it himself. Could you be more specific? Artorius continued to ask with a confused tone. What do you mean by, not enough purity? It's about your connection and bond with this world. Scathatch replied in a relaxed tone. According to her explanation, Artorius quickly grasped the current situation. His drifting ability wasn't something that suddenly appeared later in life, it was innate. It existed even before he was born in this world. Do you still remember? Your soul didn't originate from this world. It came from another world. That incubus accidentally discovered your soul and then created a backup savior in case Artoria failed. We didn't pay much attention to how you arrived in this world before, but now it seems. A drifter, huh? Artorius furrowed his brows. But I have no recollection of this. Not having memories of it is quite normal. Morgan chimed in. Because it's clear that you died during your first drift. Traveling between worlds isn't feasible without a robust physique. Morgan's tone carried a mix of amusement and mockery. Artorius couldn't help but roll his eyes, even though he couldn't dispute her. Despite being powerful, being capable of charming a multitude of women right now, during his first drift, Artorius was just an ordinary human. In his past life, the modern lifestyle had kept his body in a state of mediocre health, with various issues accumulating. It was expected that if left unattended, when he reached around the age of 60, they would all erupt together, potentially leading to a situation where he'd end up in the ICU. Given this physical condition, it wasn't too difficult to understand how he could collapse due to the drifting phenomenon. While Artorius pondered, the surrounding researchers began rearranging various equipment. It seemed the tests were over. So, what's the conclusion? Artorius inquired, observing the scene. What's the plan for the future? How do we address this drifting issue? Should we intervene or let it develop naturally? It's quite simple. Morgan said with a snap of her fingers, teleporting Artorius, herself, and Vivian to her sleeping chamber. What? Artorius was taken aback by his aunt's sudden action. Particularly unsettling was his aunt's alluring and seductive smile, making Artorius feel even more perplexed. What's going on? We were just discussing medical matters, so why are we undressing now? He'd never heard of this kind of treatment approach before. What's the meaning of this, Morgan? Artorius questioned, a bit surprised and somewhat exasperated. Well, my dear nephew. Morgan seemed quite content, and so was Vivian. In fact, Vivian seemed even happier than Morgan. The reason being that, as relayed by her newly arriving daughters after their travel from the late 20th century, His Majesty the Emperor treated them in various intriguing and often inappropriate ways. What else if not sex, sex, and sex? Various bizarre roleplays, bizarre positions, and bizarre costumes. This deeply irked Vivian. Her daughters, the gentle and delicate maidens, had somehow encountered a man like Artorius and seemed utterly clueless about his charm. Several times, whenever she met Artorius, she had the urge to shout, "Let them go, whatever problem you have, take it out on me." And now, the practical opportunity had finally come. Stockings or fishnet tights, black, white, flesh-colored, cotton, nylon, silk, and an array of costumes as well as props. Artorius, you've completely corrupted this fairy through and through. Observing Vivian beside her, wearing an expression of blissful, foolish happiness, Morgan couldn't help but think with a mix of emotions. While Morgan and Vivian's relationship was naturally strained, they were still profoundly connected as archenemies. The Lady of the Lake was undoubtedly a benevolent being, but a fairy was still a fairy, kind yet chaotic. Fond of pranks, lies, and teasing, they were phantasmal species as free as the wind. However, after Artorius's teaching, Vivian had undergone a complete transformation, becoming a rule-abiding character. She worked diligently every day, eagerly anticipating Artorius's nightly visits, finding happiness in experiencing womanhood. The feeling of unrestrained impulse, the essence of a fairy, was no more. It was unclear whether this change was for the better or worse. Yahoo! As Morgan contemplated, Vivian had already taken the initiative, and her familiar routine with Artorius had begun. Seeing Vivian in the lead, the witch didn't wait any longer. She joined the fray and answered Artorius's question earlier. The solution is quite simple. Strengthen your connection to this world. The more you're linked to this world, the tighter, deeper, and inseparable the bond becomes. Once that happens, random drifting phenomenon won't occur anymore. Chapter 167, Plan for the Future. Forging a closer and more intimate connection with this world, forming closer and more intimate relationships with the people of this world, engaging in all sorts of ways with numerous lovely girls, in short, sex. I see, so that's how it is. Artorius exclaimed after realization. After Morgan and Vivian explained, he finally grasped it. The method to alleviate his drifting symptoms was to interact with more women in various ways. Well, I guess there's no way around it. Artorius sighed with resignation. My safety is intertwined with the fate of the Empire. The security of the Empire affects all of humanity. Hence, this truly is an inevitable situation. He thought those with a grin, more like a resigned grin. Artorius felt content, no, he felt helpless. If possible, he wouldn't have chosen this path. But there's no other way, right? He was willing to do anything to save humanity. Compared to the act of saving humanity, his personal principles, ethics, or even dignity, were all things he could sacrifice. He did sexual activities with Morgan and Vivian in various ways and positions solely to save humanity, not for any ulterior motives, of course. There's one more thing. Morgan chimed in. Seeing Artorius looking like he'd gained an upper hand, Morgan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. To strengthen your bond with this world, when you travel to another world or different timelines, you can't engage in sexual activity. Otherwise, your connections with those worlds and timelines will strengthen while this world will weaken. All our previous efforts would go to waste. Upon hearing that, Artorius couldn't muster a laugh. After several hours of smashing the 2 women and a half hour of bath, he went to Scathatch with a very gloomy expression. Morgan and Vivian, on the other hand, had their fun as they took revenge on him, and could now rest in peace and felt satisfied. You look as if Morgan and Vivian have drained you completely. Continuing the conversation, Scathatch evaluated Artorius. So, what's wrong? Did you encounter something depressing? Well, I did encounter something, but, well, that's not the point. What is the point then? Scathatch's tone remained casual. Are you asking about the progress in conquering Northern Europe? We progressed to some extent. She referred to her endeavor to subdue several Norse tribes while wearing her Scotty guise. As someone with sufficient historical foresight, Artorius knew that the next few hundred years would witness the Viking Age. The Vikings, Norse, or Normans, would trigger a new wave of barbarian invasions across Europe, which included Britain, France, and even Italy and the Rus. The seafaring pirates, brandishing their battle axes on dragon-headed longships, would spread slaughter and terror across the lands of Europe. In the fragmented and divided Europe of that time, the feudal fiefdoms were hardly a match for them, practically defenseless. Of course, with the establishment of his empire, Artorius believed that the might of the new Rome would fear no such barbaric Norsemen. But, if possible, he hoped for peaceful resolutions. War should be a last resort. After all, the Holy Roman Empire was still in a period of recovery. So, if he could make the Norsemen submit to the goddess Skadi, then they wouldn't have to resort to a drawn-out conflict. Unfortunately, Scathatch didn't bring good news. I had some respect among the Normans, but expecting them to obey and follow my lead without question is quite far-fetched. Total avoidance of conflict is impossible, considering their land's poverty. Expansion is almost a necessity. Nevertheless, controlling warfare to a certain extent is plausible. Perhaps the Empire could hire Viking mercenaries. Some Norse tribes and cities might bow to you and serve you as their ruler, but full submission without invasion is unlikely. But won't it turn into a Roman-Germanic mercenary situation like in the past? Artorius inquired. That depends on you. Scathatch's tone remained relaxed. Speaking of which, you're planning to disguise dynastic changes with puppets to maintain control, right? In this era, the fate of nations and peoples largely rests on the ruler's capabilities. If you are powerful enough, you can keep the Normans in check. Conversely, if they overthrow you, it's your weakness to blame. In that case, Artorius' eyes shimmered for a moment as he thought of some cunning tricks. When the Vikings were at their prime, which country did they establish as the mightiest? The 5 Nordic countries. The North Sea Empire founded by King Nut. Or perhaps the Kingdom of Sicily established by Norman knights. None of those, but the Rurik dynasty's establishment of Kievan Rus. In the age of Sweden's rise, who were their most significant rivals? The Poles, Polish people, and the Russians. In broader terms, the Slavs. Guiding those Norse barbarians to attack Eastern Europe might work. Artorius contemplated. Perhaps they could serve as vanguards for my empire's eastward expansion, like the Cossacks. Are you brewing up some mischievous ideas again? Scathatch asked with raised eyebrows. Artorius didn't answer his teacher's question directly, and just offered a pleased smile. Then, I'll leave the next steps to you, teacher. Continue guiding the northern tribes. Small-scale border skirmishes are fine, just prevent them from escalating into full-scale wars. All right, I'll do my best. Scathatch agreed while shrugging her shoulders, concluding the topic. Afterward, Artorius was about to speak but hesitated. He opened his mouth but closed it again. What's wrong? Scathatch noticed his weird behavior and asked. It's about the vampires. Artorius paused briefly before continuing. Agravain is already gathering intelligence about them, but please keep an eye out as well. In reality, he wanted to discuss his encounter with Scathatch of the future from the previous drift. The Scathatch of 15 centuries later was more direct and gentler with him than the present one. More importantly, she had ascended to the throne of heroes. But that was 15 centuries away. Artorius didn't know the specifics of what had occurred to her. Sharing this now would only cause needless concerns. Considering this, he decided to stay silent on the matter. I will. Scathatch sensed Artorius' unease but respected his choice not to elaborate. She would keep an eye out discreetly. Similar to her recent observations on the underground magic factory, the Illuminati, and the Mages Association. Lately, the Empire has been recruiting more mages. Scathatch casually mentioned, implying that she had noticed some peculiar or suspicious individuals. Isn't that a sign of our Empire's rising fame? Artorius responded casually, seemingly dismissive of her hint. Everyone should know that the Empire was flourishing. Whether driven by ideals, ambition, simple pragmatism, or aspirations for power and wealth, the Empire was the obvious choice. As they conversed, the underground magic factory continued its construction, experimentation, and expansion. New labs, workshops, production lines, energy sources, and rest areas were being developed. Military facilities, storage rooms, and mass production of homunculi and mystic codes, along with various combinations of technology and magecraft led to cutting-edge, black-market products. Notably, the experimental aircraft seen by Artorius in the facilities likely surpassed the F-16 in combat capability, while the armored tanks probably outmatched the M1A1 or T-72. More crucially, there was the homunculus technology. If Artorius wished, he could assemble an army of millions with brainwashing, top-tier physical abilities, master-level combat skills, and elite unit-level organization. Such an army could easily conquer this world, well, not completely, as they were on Nasuverse after all. The mystery side of the Empire is thriving, but it's not enough. Artorius thought. There's one crucial element missing. The throne of Empire, the true treasure that could free the endless cycle of the entirety of human history. In the coming years, the Empire would prioritize research into the throne of Empire. When it was complete, the Empire would be truly invincible. So, instead of idle thoughts or suspicions, Artorius hoped Scathatch would focus her energy on studying the throne of Empire. In the history 1,500 years later, the Empire built the throne of Empire around the 900s. Artorius didn't expect this miracle project to be completed ahead of time but certainly hoped it wouldn't be delayed. Internal monitoring can be handled by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Artorius assured Scathatch. Even if there are a few rats, they won't disrupt the grand scheme. Easy for you to say. Relax, teacher. You surely don't believe everything is part of the Artoria species conspiracy like X, do you? Artorius jokingly remarked with a slight smile, though it wasn't particularly amusing. If X were here, she would undoubtedly protest. But, Scathatch wasn't a Chinibu, she merely smiled at his remark, acknowledging the jest without responding. Indeed. There might be some spies from other forces infiltrating. But for the mighty Holy Roman Empire, it hardly mattered. Well, let's delve into magecraft then, teacher. I haven't studied magecraft in a while. Artorius invited Scathatch to join him, and she readily agreed. Neither of them noticed some researchers nearby exchanging meaningful glances when the term Artoria species came up. Chapter 168, Skeptical. Artorius's magecraft talent was originally just average at best, excelling mostly in reinforcement magecraft. However, after acquiring the third magic and mastering sword arts, Swordbeam, he no longer paid much attention to magecraft. As an emperor, with a single command, countless top mages answered his call. His ranks were filled with elite mages beyond measure, excluding the useless Merlin, of course. Including the renowned Bartholomew family, famous in the world of fate, many renowned mages had become the emperor's subordinates. Concerning magecraft, Artorius no longer needed to worry. He delegated any issues to his subordinates and entrusted research projects to them. He only needed to provide ideas and orders. Power, status, strength, wealth, resources, riches, and glory, all these combined to form the concept of Dragon Emperor Artorius, which was better than the Holy Grail. Therefore, while he might speak about studying magecraft with Scathatch, deep down, Artorius wanted something else. That soft, perfectly contoured body clad in the distinct tight attire, the large and pleasantly soft breast resembling jelly, the woman called Scathatch. Just these aspects were enough to set his heart racing. Enough to make him eager, to motivate him to find ways to make her his own, to hold her tightly in his arms. He yearned to kiss every inch of her body. He wanted to act like a child, pouting and seeking her attention, or like lovers, just simply cuddling together. He even wished to impersonate a father figure, letting her rest contentedly in his embrace, offering her tenderness and solace. Artorius Pendragon desired to take his relationship with Scathatch a step further. He wished for a connection like Mordred's, like Morgan's, like Vivian's. Yet, it was just his wishful thinking. As if she could see through Artorius's thoughts, Scathatch declined him. Study magecraft with me. A sarcastic smile curved her lips. Before that, review the basics of rune. Scathatch said to Artorius, her voice carrying a hint of resignation. It's been a while since you underwent magecraft training, Your Majesty. Artorius felt a tad embarrassed and rubbed his nose. He felt it wasn't entirely his fault. After all, in this world, there were countless more enticing pursuits than just studying magecraft for him. Plus, he was an emperor with numerous important affairs to attend to. You mastered several rune back in the day. Scathatch remarked in a helpless tone. I thought you might continue my legacy. Yet here you are. Teacher. Clearly, while Artorius excelled at being cute, he couldn't easily deceive Scathatch. It seemed that the matter of rubbing her breast required careful consideration. It was already afternoon. Walking through the corridors of the Palace of Orleans, Artorius felt a slight sense of confusion. Now, what should be the next step? There were certainly things to do if he wanted to. Whether it was going to the office to handle the Empire's affairs with the government officials, or conducting magecraft research at the Magic Factory, there was no shortage of tasks. He could work long hours to pass the time. However, as everyone knows, there's this period of lethargy after the summer break, also known as the May Blues. Clearly, the previous journey was supposed to be a vacation, and yet, it was followed by a grand battle that decided the fate of the world against the vampires. Returning from the late 20th century to the late 5th century, a span of 15 centuries along with the psychological turmoil, left Artorius temporarily skeptical. Perhaps he needed some more time to fully recover and get back into the rhythm. If someone were to hurry him, maybe he could recover a bit faster. But that's a bit difficult. After all, Artorius is the emperor, so of course, no one dared. A bit lost, he stood in the middle of the corridor, turned towards the window due to the noise, and approached its edge. Peering through the window, he caught sight of the courtyard not far from the palace. There, the imperial knights were engaged in training, clad in the finest frost silver armor, the successor to frosteel armor. The equipment, weapons, techniques, and levels of training were all of the highest calibers. First was practicing their cavalry formations. After a dozen formations, maneuvers, and group charges, there was training in dismounting quickly, and then forming dense formations. At this point, their mounted lances would temporarily turn into spears. The best swordsmen would guard the flanks of the formation, forming small hollow squares. In addition, the knights were also proficient with bows, crossbows, and other ranged weapons. The finest and strongest warriors wielded magic swords, ready to unleash sword beams, although the number of knights with sufficient magical energy reserves was not too many. However, Artorius firmly believed that on this continent, there wouldn't be any organization or force with a superior army. Mordred, Among these elite and robust knights, Mordred stood out the most, as expected. The Princess Knight of Dragon Emperor wore crimson armor. She carried two gibalg which were a gift from Scathatch. The longer one is used for combat, while the slightly shorter and heavier one is for throwing. Mounted on a fiery red warhorse, she stood out so vividly and brilliantly with her striking armor. Anyone would notice her immediately. Enemies would focus all their firepower on her, while allies would be greatly inspired by her charging at the forefront. Those were both points that Mordred hoped to see. As one of the mightiest knights of the Holy Roman Empire, Mordred had long been prepared. Whether it was expeditions against the eastern Slavic tribes and cities, or traversing Moldavia and Bulgaria and leading the imperial army straight to the Queen of Cities, the most famous medieval city, Constantinople. The strongest enemies, the toughest battles, Mordred had long been prepared to charge at the front. Listening to Mordred's shouts and watching her train so diligently, Artorius's heart softened and he quickly made a decision. Tonight, spend some time with little Mo. Come to think of it, it's been a while since I've been with her. From Mordred's perspective, she had always been with her dear brother. But from Artorius's point of view, it had actually been quite some time since he had seen her. Yeah, it's decided. Artorius made up his mind and turned back toward the magic factory. As Scathatch had said, it had been some time since he engaged in magecraft training. Practicing a bit wouldn't hurt. Chapter 169, My Dearest Sister. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. The day's training had long concluded, and the time for dinner and evening studies had passed as well. Artorius demanded not only impeccable combat skills from his knights but also a wealth of knowledge. As is well known, one cannot become an outstanding leader without a thorough grasp of mathematics, geometry, and calculus. These skills have profound applications in calculating trajectories, artillery deployment, fortress construction, logistical coordination, and supply management. Whether it was Hannibal or Napoleon, historically brilliant military commanders were usually accomplished mathematicians. Beyond mathematics, there was geography, beyond geography, history, beyond history, politics, beyond politics, of course, the art of war and strategy was indispensable. Mostly, these military texts and manuals were imported from the East. This was a somewhat regrettable situation since there were very few military books from the Western medieval period. It was only in more recent times that some individuals, who couldn't win battles no matter what they did on the battlefield, wrote materials meant to deceive people. Artorius ensured that his knights studied and mastered everything he believed an exceptional general should possess. Given the multitude of subjects, the difficulty of mastery was evident. Even with a sharp mind like Mordred's, a military prodigy of sorts, trying to learn so much at once could lead to mental fatigue. Fortunately, Mordred had a resilient constitution. After completing her studies, she could step outside for some fresh air, take a bath upon returning, lie down on a soft bed, have a cup of warm milk before sleeping, and then wake up the next day ready to excel just like the previous day. After a while, when Artorius saw her again, she was about to head out for some fresh air. Her body was soft, with certain areas feeling sore, and lacking strength. She walked with a slight dizziness. She had just finished dinner at the grand dining hall. Adding to that, she was feeling lazy due to a full stomach and bloated feeling. Little Mo. Nevertheless, even in the face of someone suddenly appearing behind her, Mordred reacted promptly, grasping the sword hilt in preparation to strike. It was only when she heard Artorius's relaxed voice from behind that she stopped. Ah. Big brother. Encountering her big brother in such a circumstance made Mordred flustered. She felt embarrassed about him seeing her in such a condition. In her fluster, she tried to move slightly to dodge his gaze. Having removed her armor a while ago, her body was almost soaked in sweat. Her hair was limp, clinging to her face, giving her a disheveled appearance. "It's all right," Artorius said with a smile. In the next moment, with the effect of the third magic, Mordred's body was instantly cleansed. If those mages who were already obsessed with pursuing true magic saw this scene, they would surely lose their minds. To use precious true magic just for cleaning one's sister. However, Artorius didn't care about such bullshit. "Do you need to rest?" He continued to inquire of Mordred in a gentle tone. "Yeah, I mean, no." "Then, stay with me for a while." Upon hearing Artorius's question, Mordred became slightly flustered again, but she quickly agreed. Holding hands, the two of them appeared on the palace rooftop the next second. Artorius had established a small observatory here, complete with a telescope, reclining chairs, and a place to rest. There were alchemical devices for regulating temperature and ones to prevent wind disturbance, ensuring that even at this height, there would be no inconvenience. Here, one could rest, look up, and see the stars and the moon. It was a perfect spot for that kind of rendezvous. "Brother." Once Artorius brought her here, Mordred seemed somewhat embarrassed. "What's the matter?" "And no, nothing." Subconsciously, Mordred moved closer to Artorius' side and hesitated briefly, seeming a bit unsure. But in the next moment, he gently embraced her waist, pulling her into his embrace. The sense of embarrassment quickly disappeared, leaving behind warmth, joy, and tenderness. "It's like a dream," Mordred murmured like a content cat, nestled in Artorius' arms. Her words amused him. "It's not that exaggerated," Artorius said gently. Holding his dearest sister, reclining in the chair, gazing at the moon, it was indeed cozy, romantic, and made them happy. However, he felt it was just a typical sense of joy. It wasn't as dramatic as her reaction. It was simply an everyday source of amusement. Artorius thought so to himself. If her sense of time matched him when he went to the future timeline, it would have been appropriate to say what she said. However, from her perspective, they had been together every day. But big brother. Seeing Artorius looking at her with curious eyes, Mordred thought for a moment and then said, "If brother didn't exist, Camelot would perish, right?" As a core member of the Empire, Mordred was privy to many secrets. About Artorius' origins, and the prophecies involving Merlin. "We won't enjoy the warmth of the present, but instead, we'll head towards destruction. Everyone will die, wars will ravage our country, destroying everything we hold dear." Saying those words, Mordred seemed to grow a bit tense, until Artorius held her even tighter. She then snapped out of it, casting a somewhat embarrassed look at him. "I've been thinking these past few days, about what the world would be like without Big Brother. After that, I felt, really scared. Big Brother, you won't leave me, right?" "You won't, right?" "Of course not." Looking at Mordred who gazed at him with longing eyes, Artorius gently replied, "I won't leave you. After all, you're my dearest sister." "Brother." Hearing Artorius say that, Mordred felt not only happy but also a bit bashful. Even though she had already become a prominent figure of the Empire, and the commander of the Imperial Guard. Even though she had told herself to be strong, to be an example for everyone. Yet, in front of her big brother, she couldn't help but reveal her vulnerability. "It's all right." Artorius naturally sensed her inner turmoil. He continued to console her gently. "You're always my little sister, no matter when, no matter what. So whenever you feel sad, down, or uncomfortable, you can come to me. After all, I'm your big brother." Artorius' words softened Mordred even further. She leaned into his embrace, looking at him with watery eyes. He understood this implication well, he smiled and reached out, giving her resilient little bottom a playful lift, ready to inject some vitality into the tired her. But before that could happen, rustle. Hearing a strange sound, both Artorius and Mordred turned to look. They spotted a figure acting suspiciously. It's X. Wearing a baseball cap, clad in a tracksuit and sports shorts, X was crouched low, using a small tree branch as cover, comically sneaking forward. Her posture was akin to a hunting lioness, only lacking someone carrying a camera to record the whole spectacle for a particular animal channel. "What's that dolt doing?" Mordred asked curiously. "Probably investigating the Artoria species again." Artorius shook his head somewhat helplessly. "Don't mind her, how about going to your room next? Take a bath first, have a midnight snack, and then..." That sounds good." Hearing Artorius' suggestion, Mordred blushed a bit and felt a little embarrassed. Nevertheless, she obediently followed his advice, and together, they happily headed back. As Artorius had said, they took a bath, had a late-night snack, and then, obviously, training their sword and sheath. With Mordred nestled in her big brother's arms, there was no room for anxiety or sorrow. Everything felt natural and blissful. However, at the same time, while Artorius was comforting his adorable little sister, his own room was being quietly invaded. Artorius. It was X, who quickly discarded her shorts, revealing her disheveled appearance with a naked bottom and a pair of fair thighs. She jumped onto Artorius's bed with the enthusiasm of someone who had just found a treasure. Of course, it turned out to be empty. He's actually not here. Where did he go? The Emperor's sleeping chamber, devoid of anyone, had its lights off. In the darkness, a voice of apparent frustration could be heard. Artorius. She rolled around on Artorius's bed, then sighed in lament. Seriously, where on earth did this child go? As she continued rolling, she sensed something amiss. There was someone's voice as her hand touched something. Artorius. The two surprised voices overlapped. After a brief pause, X swiftly confirmed that the other person wasn't her gentle, considerate, and well-behaved son, Artorius. It was an evil, self-willed bad woman. So, she quickly switched into combat mode. Damn you, sneaking around like this. Aren't you doing the same? Why point fingers at me? I was. As if running out of excuses, X, who had been rolling on Artorius's bed, initially exclaimed loudly while pointing above, "Look, a UFO." In the next second, amidst a sound akin to the collision of two heated iron rods, the glow of a lightsaber flashed briefly, illuminating the faces of the two women, from surprise to astonishment, then disbelief to anger, and finally, battle-ready expressions. They both had an X face, or rather, an Artoria face. Obviously, they weren't the real X and had disguised their appearance as X. This dirty trick, don't bother showing off. Aren't you doing the same? Trying to trick my son with this? Considering our past relationship, I'll spare you this time. Leave quickly, my son belongs to me alone. Aren't you afraid of alliance repercussions? Afraid? Why should I be? What alliance? Do their intentions differ from mine? Anyway, everything they say is bullshit, only my son is real. Rules? Who gives a damn? While the two conversed, their hands didn't stop moving. The lightsabers danced, and amidst the buzzing sounds, they nearly destroyed Artorius's entire bedroom. You seem determined. You're no different, you sneaked into my son's room just like I did. Aren't you planning the same thing as me? As Artoria face number 2 heard Artoria face number 1, she fell silent for a few seconds, then revealed an evil smile, too. Hey, indeed, you're right. She exclaimed loudly. Alliance. Rules. They're all bullshit. If there were any rules, there's only one. You're right, just one. Son should only belong to the strongest mom. As if having reached an unspoken agreement, they said the same sentence simultaneously. After saying that, the two exchanged glances and prepared to unleash their ultimate moves, to decide life and death. The victor would have the privilege of being with their son, while the loser would bite the dust. But before that could happen, swish. Zap. Why you? Ugh. A pure white light blossomed in the dark room. The two Artorius were simultaneously knocked down as they widened their eyes, looking at the newcomer with disbelief. You said it right. The newcomer's tone was casual. Son should only belong to the strongest mom. And now, it seems I'm the stronger one. After saying that, the newcomer finished off the two fallen Artorius without hesitation with her weird-looking lance. Before I die. I really want to see my son one more time. With those words, the two Artorius both turned into light particles and vanished. The newcomer surveyed her surroundings, snapped her fingers, and the previously chaotic sleeping chamber was instantly restored. She nodded in satisfaction and then disappeared. Chapter 170, Bad News. The conflict that took place in Artorius' sleeping chamber went unnoticed by anyone other than the parties involved. Inside the Palace of Orleans, there was calm. Artorius held Mordred close, enjoying a peaceful sleep. Then came the next morning. Breakfast time. The Pendragons were still happily having their breakfast. Seated at the head of the table was the Queen Dowager, Guinevere. Perhaps due to her change in status, despite being in her early 30s, she exuded an air of mature dignity. She seemed gentle yet unapproachable. Her gentle gaze swept around to everyone as if everyone present were children. This included Artoria. In a sense, this was true. Artorius was her nominal son. Morgan, Mordred, and Vivian gathered around Artorius, were somewhat could be called her daughters-in-law. However, it was unclear why Scathatch was also present. But in times like these, all that was needed was a smile. No need to fuss over it. On the other side, Artoria was staring at X with a certain air of annoyance, probably because of X's childish behavior that made her feel embarrassed. By the way, they were also regarded as the daughters-in-law of Guinevere. Sorry for the trouble, mother. Sensing Guinevere's gentle gaze, Artorius looked over and found solace in her tender smile. Then, he couldn't help but think in his mind. From becoming the wife of King Arthur to now, from a youthful girl to a mature and beautiful woman. Over nearly 20 years, Guinevere had played her roles as a queen, wife, and mother remarkably well. She had taken good care of the Pendragons, fulfilled her duties, and showered Artorius and the rest with her love. This situation seemed as if it would continue until her passing. She had devoted her life to the house of Pendragon, yet she had nothing. No love, no genuine husband, no experience of a man's warm embrace, no tenderness, no happiness, and care as a woman. Thinking this way, the house of Pendragon seemed to owe her so much. Can I do something to make it up to Mother Guinevere? Artorius couldn't help but ponder. As Artorius was lost in thought, he was lightly nudged by Artoria from the side. As his sisters, Artoria and Mordred occupied the seats closest to him. As he curiously gazed at her, Artoria lowered her voice and warned. Don't keep staring at Guinevere. While saying that, she gazed at him with a warning look. She's your mother. This made Artorius chuckle and sigh. Clearly, Artoria had misunderstood, thinking he was up to some mischievous act. But alas, he truly didn't have such intentions. Besides, if he remembered correctly, in the original story, Artoria supported the relationship between Guinevere and Lancelot, right? So why was she acting like this now when it came to him? Artorius was lost in thought. Until, at some point, X had made her way to his side. Artorius, let me tell you, I encountered Artoria species last night. X spoke as seriously as ever, relaying what seemed to be a ridiculous story to everyone. It was a huge battle. They ganged up on me, a wild free-for-all. So intense. Impressive. Artorius continued to go along with X's nonsense, smiling kindly at her. Go on, X, I believe you can handle anything, right? Yep, of course. Praised by Artorius, X seemed a bit disoriented. Leave it all to me, no matter how many Artoria species or saber wants to target you, Mom will scare them away. With these words, X regained her energy. After eating a breakfast meant for 40 people, she stood up and said, I'm full, before cheerfully turning and running away. She's quite energetic. Guinevere, unable to help herself, she sighed. Be nice to that child, Artorius. I know, Mother, Artorius returned a smile to her. Up to this point, he still hadn't taken X's words too seriously. The empire continued to move forward. After the war ended, the empire's lands began to recover. With the promotion of new agricultural techniques and the gradual adjustment of the world's climate, the empire finally entered a prosperous year. The military was undergoing reforms and improvements, roads were being repaired and laid, and the empire's laws and governance were gradually becoming more refined. Mines, lumber mills, factories, and shipyards were being restored and constructed. The entire empire was flourishing. In this scenario, Artorius was gradually recovering from the May blues. The great, wise, and invincible emperor re-immersed himself in his work. Everything was moving in a positive direction. In this context, Agravain, in his iconic black armor, always seemed like a harbinger of bad news. He constantly annoyed Morgan by disturbing her activities in the office with Artorius. Of course, Agravain couldn't care less. Bad news, Your Majesty. As he walked into the Emperor's office, he immediately uttered those words. He was holding a document in his hand at the same time. Wait, let me guess. Artorius's tone remained casual. Although Agravain's tone was heavy and his expression serious, one could argue that he wore this deadpan expression every day. So, Artorius paid it no mind. Is it the Visigoths or the Ostrogoths? Neither. So, has the Eastern Roman Empire declared war on us? I heard they were adjusting their diplomatic stance towards the Persians. Are they planning to attack us after dealing with Persia? In fact, it's not that simple. Agravain continued, according to the latest reports, the Eastern Roman Empire's current focus is on the Ostrogoths. Poor Theodoric. Artorius sighed like a cat mourning a mouse. It seems he won't live to see the glory he was meant for. In the original history, this king of Ostrogoth became the central figure among all Germanic kingdoms through strategic marriages. He even ruled as regent of the Visigothic kingdom for a time, making him one of the greatest Germanic rulers of the era. However, that title was now claimed by Artorius. This included Italy, which was meant to be conquered in the original history by Theodoric. The current Ostrogoths were still situated in Pannonia and Dalmatia, caught between the two Roman empires, east and west, unable to move freely. The Eastern Roman Empire was currently in a dormant state, with the aging Emperor Justin not possessing the same vigor and ambition as before. Meanwhile, the Holy Roman Empire was also in a period of recuperation, lacking the desire for extensive expansion. This allowed the Ostrogoths to survive. But once the Eastern Roman Empire brought forth a new, vigorous ruler, Justinian, and the Holy Roman Empire emerged from its recuperation period, this small nation wedged between two powerful empires would likely end up like a nut in a vice, crushed and consumed. So, what is it then? After saying this, Artorius lost interest in guessing. Especially under the angry gaze of Morgan, he couldn't afford to jest around. While it might be harmless for Artorius, Agravain would be in danger. Please take a look at this information, Your Majesty. However, Agravain remained silent, merely handing over the documents when prompted by Artorius. Ah, I see. Some chaos, evidence of battles. The photographs were taken using a magic camera, very high quality. They depicted injured pedestrians, damaged road infrastructure, taverns, and lampposts. The security of Orleans needs improvement. If that's the point you're making, then I think our law enforcement can handle it. Artorius spoke nonchalantly. The modern policing system of the empire originated from the United Kingdom, which aligned well with this situation, just several centuries ahead of time. Actually, Your Majesty, it's not that simple. Agravain's eyes remained fixed on Artorius, who continued to treat the matter nonchalantly. We've gathered enough evidence. The source of this destruction is not ordinary thugs, gangsters, or drunken brawlers. It's something more sinister. Artorius fell silent, now studying the documents with more seriousness. He began to piece together the clues. Though it would be over 1,000 years before Sherlock Holmes could serve the empire. Artorius couldn't recall if the Holmes in the FGO, Fate/Grand Order, was a real person or an artistic fabrication like nursery rhymes and fairy tales. But these pieces of evidence were too straightforward, and even if Artorius was a rookie in this kind of thing, he still could see something fishy. Indeed, this destruction isn't caused by humans, or, should I say, not by normal humans. Artorius instinctively glanced at Morgan by his side. After she gave him a dissatisfied look, he set aside the intelligence report. What are your thoughts, Sir Agravain? Though not Sherlock Holmes, Agravain wasn't lacking in analytical skills when it came to intelligence data. After Artorius posed the question, Agravain offered the prepared answer. Inhuman entities. Vampires. Artorius slowly nodded. They exchanged a glance in agreement. Meanwhile, in a certain castle, the King of the Moon suddenly felt quite uncomfortable, as if a heavy pot had been placed on their back. Chapter 171, Unknown Force and Conflict. The war between the vampires and the Empire had persisted for 1,500 years. Within the initial 500 years, the leader of the vampires, Brunstud of the Crimson Moon, and the leader of the Empire, Dragon Emperor Artorius I, were essentially on par. Even to some extent, the vampires had a slight edge in the beginning. After all, Artorius at present lacked experience. He wasn't the powerful existence that would later dominate the world 1,500 years later. The Empire's greatest enemy was the vampires. Just a couple of days ago, Artorius had also ordered Agravain to gather all possible intelligence on the vampires. Now, an unknown supernatural force had swept in, causing chaos and destruction. Who else could it be but the vampires? Artorius and Agravain, the two most reliable figures in the Holy Roman Empire, had coincidentally made a mistake. At the same time, still within the city of Orleans. As the empire expanded, the capital of this empire underwent a round of expansion and renovation. What the Dragon Emperor intended was an all-in-one approach. Sewage systems, tap water systems, garbage disposal systems, and public hygiene systems, among others, all need to be constructed in one go. Not waiting for centuries amidst the flow of filth and sewage, amidst the slums of destitution. Fortunately, when Artorius took over the empire, the public hygiene technologies inherited from the Roman Empire, spanning hundreds and thousands of years, hadn't completely vanished. Elevated aqueducts, water towers, public baths, and public toilets, these technologies still persisted, not completely crumbling due to the invasion and destruction of the barbarians. Now, finding groups capable of building, as well as engineers to design all of this, was quite convenient. If another few decades were to pass, these engineers, these Roman scholars, would all be gone, and knowledge and technology would fall under the monopoly of the church. Those priests, when it came to building churches or monasteries, were quite content. Building castles or palaces was also within their purview. But when it came to constructing roads, public hygiene projects, and the like, they fell short. These public engineering technologies of the classical era would be completely lost under the church's oppression, and Europe would plummet into a dirty and dark medieval era ruled by religious authority. Why is it that the church is so damn rotten, even though that group of pigeons was actually not bad? Sometimes, Artorius couldn't help but think that way. In summary, the current city of Orleans is not like the traditional medieval European cities as in the original history, but rather closer to the kind of fantasy city from legends, a clean and orderly European fantasy city. Or perhaps it's more of a Japanese-style fantasy city. While Artorius was still busy with the Empire's affairs, something was happening within the basement of a small manor in the upper district of the city of Orleans. In the dim light, a group of women with eyes that either shimmered with golden dragon pupils or gleamed with green cat-like irises were sitting together. Each one of them had a peculiar attire as if they had leaped forward in time by 2,000 years, the kind that would surely attract the attention of the people of Orleans if they walked on the streets. Looking at their appearances, each of them was young and beautiful. Roughly divided around X's age, with a variance of 3 years younger or older. If one saw them, they would be mistaken as a group of twins. Guarding the entrance in full armor was this face. Strolling aimlessly outside was this face. In the outermost entertainment room, the figures who played poker, games of strategy, and Monopoly, also had the same faces. Lastly, some figures also gathered in the innermost small conference room. Seated at the center of the main table, and those sitting on either side were also the same faces. Silence reigned in this gathering of the Artoria species. "All right, spill it." After a moment of silence, the eldest one seated at the head finally spoke. She appeared to be 3 to 5 years older than X, dressed in a small long-sleeved blue sports jacket and a blue cap. Strangely, aside from those jacket and cap, she wore only a white bikini. She was none other than mysterious heroine XX. "So many things happened last night, we ought to come to a decision. After all, if we don't resolve this, we'll be exposed, and things won't go well for us." The group exchanged glances, and the one wearing a duckbill cap spoke first. "It's that traitor X. She swept through our turf last night and killed over a dozen of our sisters. Other than that," XX continued. "What else is there besides that traitor X? The Dark Rounds and quite a few members of the Order of Avalon were taken out as well. For some reason, X has become very powerful overnight, nearly reaching the limit of the Artoria species. No need to ask, of course, it's because of the sun, but that's not what I want to know." XX's tone was filled with heavy dissatisfaction as she looked at the figure wearing a duckbill cap who was also the second in command of their organization. "Yesterday, someone defied my orders and acted privately, didn't they?" "Ah, well." The figure wearing a duckbill cap known as Mysterious Heroine YY opened her mouth and didn't quite know what to say. "If you're not going to speak, then I will." XX coldly harumphed. "Last night, F and S went behind my back and went to find Artorius, right? They fought among themselves and then perished. Elder sister." Hearing XX's words, the expressions of the entire group were all rather abnormal. If there were experts in analyzing microexpressions present, they would immediately notice that their current behavior was akin to that of guilty thieves. The next second, XX stood up and scanned her surroundings. "Did all of you forget why we came together to this world? What did we pledge when we swore to the round table back then? Elder sister." As XX grabbed YY by the collar, YY put on an awkward smile, only to be tossed out in an instant. XX then shouted. "The purpose of the Holy Land Sisterhood is to spend wealth together and share meals together. To love the sun and shower him with infinite maternal love. But look at what you've done now. You knew all of this and kept it from me. They betrayed the sisterhood, acted selfishly, and even wanted to monopolize the sun. Both F and S, they're my trusted subordinates, my dear sisters, they've been through thick and thin with me. And now they're gone, my heart is shattered. The responsibility of the Holy Land Sisterhood came into my hands and turned into this mess. I'm." Just as she was about to say the next words, XX swung her holy lance to block the attack from behind. "I knew it, there are traitors among you." XX yelled in anger, easily deflecting the holy swords of 2 Artorius. She then sneered, "You thought you could defeat me? You, ugh." Upon reaching this point, XX was once again struck by a backstab. She gazed back in incredulous surprise, only to find her most trusted companion, Mysterious Heroine YY, was the one who had stabbed her with an expression of complete indifference. "You talk too much, elder sister. You actually. What's all this nonsense talk about loving the sun together? You're nothing more than using us to get rid of the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon. So you can have Artorius all to yourself, right? You damn hypocrite." XX's gaze began to flicker and dodge YY's gaze, proving that YY wasn't just blowing hot air. Chapter 172, Chaos and Frenzy. "What's all this nonsense talk about loving the sun together? You're nothing more than using us to get rid of the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon. So you can have Artorius all to yourself, right? You damn hypocrite." XX's gaze began to flicker and dodge YY's gaze, proving that YY wasn't just blowing hot air. Watching YY's indifferent expression, XX couldn't help but feel a sense of impending trouble deep within. Even though she was clad in Holy Lance armor Avalon, wielding the Holy Lance Rangaminiad LR, and could summon cosmic support bombardments, she was, in essence, a cosmic hero. However, having just fallen victim to YY's sneak attack, her current state was far from ideal. Clang. Soon, the holy lance and the holy sword clashed violently. Their figures flickered, and their weapons moved swiftly, casting shadows of people and blades in the air. Seeing the eldest and second eldest siblings engage in a heated battle, the other Artorius around them tactfully stepped back, creating a space for their decisive showdown. Observing the indifference of these sisters to the unfolding spectacle, XX realized just how superficial the friendship of the Holy Land sisterhood really was. "You rascal," XX muttered, unperturbed by the indifference of the sisters. What did surprise her, however, was YY's strength, which exceeded her initial estimates by at least 30%. She's been concealing her true power. XX thought to herself and then yelled, "How despicable." "Well, you're really deserving the title of elder sister," YY remarked during the fight. "Got stabbed in the back and still have this level of fighting capability. Truly worthy of being one of the 3 leaders of the Artoria species. As for your accusation of me being despicable, well, it's a two-way street. If I hadn't hidden my strength, I might not have made it to today," she continued with a mocking tone. YY increased her attack speed while speaking, instantly gaining the upper hand over XX. "After taking a hit like that, how much strength do you have left? Submit quietly and let me send you on your way to the afterlife. Don't worry, I'll take good care of the son," YY shouted with an excited smile. "Never." XX gritted her teeth, determined to hold her ground against YY. She knew she couldn't afford to show any sign of weakness at this moment. If she did, the group of Artorius who seemed to be merely watching the show on the sideline would pounce on her without hesitation. So, she had to. Buzz. In the next moment, a brilliant light engulfed XX. YY had unleashed the full power of her holy sword, and its brilliant radiance completely consumed her. "What the?" XX exclaimed in shock. Unleashing noble phantasm in this place should have been a grave mistake, but at this point, she felt it was perfectly justified. The battle had reached a white-hot intensity. Who cared about discretion anymore? Damn it. Is it going to end here? I haven't even had a chance to meet the sun face to face yet. I don't want to be reborn so soon. While XX spoke with distress inside her mind, a profound sense of powerlessness washed over her. It seemed that her defeat was inevitable. In the end, she fell at the hands of the traitorous YY. The other Artorius in the vicinity rushed toward YY, ready to congratulate their new elder sister and leader, secretly hoping to be the next traitor. Of course, that wouldn't be easy, and they didn't have much time left. Thanks to the reckless actions of 2 impulsive fools, F and S, along with the Saber Slayer, X, the most notorious troublemaker among the Artoria species, the whole organization, originally secretive and cautious, has plunged into chaos and frenzy. But it was understandable, with the greatest legendary treasure of the Artoria species, known as One Sun, right before their eyes, who among them could remain calm? So, all the slightly intelligent Artorius knew that a massive turmoil was about to engulf this planet. They would betray, deceive, sell out, battle, kill, and conquer anyone to achieve their goal. Ultimately, the strongest and most ruthless Artoria species would emerge, claiming the honor of conquering Artorius. At the same time, in the Dragon Emperor's study. Regarding the matter of the Artoria species, the Dragon Emperor was completely clueless. "I'll leave it to you, Sir Agravain." "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll handle everything." After such a long conversation, Agravain turned and left the study. They had just discussed and quickly formulated a series of plans against the vampires. A massive net was about to be cast over Orleans, ultimately dismantling the vampire presence in the city. Furthermore, their influence within the empire was to be severely damaged, all in preparation for the upcoming war with the vampires. Wouldn't this drive the vampires mad and prompt them to launch a war against the empire prematurely? Morgan, who had been listening to the conversation the whole time, asked with a hint of concern. "War. That's something that has already begun," Artorius said in a relaxed tone. Before Morgan could say anything more, he firmly grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. "You're talking too much. Do what you're supposed to do, Aunt." This forceful attitude was precisely what Morgan enjoyed the most. Being increasingly inclined towards the masochist side under Artorius's guidance, she blushed and obediently remained silent, slipping under his desk. This was the special dynamic between the nephew and the aunt when they were together. Artorius treated her roughly, using her as if she were a tool, and the more he did this, the more masochist Morgan became. Their emotions heated up, and their mutual affection grew rapidly. But just a moment later, a deafening boom echoed through the room, causing Artorius and Morgan to stop in their tracks. Was that a light beam? A really powerful one at that. Artorius muttered in surprise. "Don't worry about it, Slurp, others will handle it." Morgan replied dismissively while strange noises echoed in between her words. While Artorius was still in shock and deep thought, Morgan remained focused on the pleasure derived from his earlier rough actions and focused on his spear that went in and out of her mouth at this moment. She was not at all pleased with this abrupt interruption. Morgan cared more about her own feelings and pleasures than matters of war or politics. She hoped her nephew would ignore the noise and chaos and continue what they had just started. Unfortunately, her wish was not granted as Artorius pushed her away without mercy. "Go clean yourself up and wait for me." He continued to playfully act like a sadist toward her, then stood up and left without a second thought, leaving his aunt behind. "You jerk." Watching Artorius's retreating figure, feeling his contempt and humiliation, Morgan cursed under her breath before clutching the wall. That rascal truly loved to tease his aunt. What kind of shower gel should I use? As Morgan walked forward while supporting herself on the wall, she pondered the question with a flushed face. Chapter 173, One Son. At the same time, in various corners of the Empire, Imperial soldiers were advancing toward the direction of the explosion. In the already completely demolished secret base of the Holy Land Sisterhood, YY and her new little sisters had happily turned and left. They paid no attention to XX, who was gradually turning into light particles and disappearing little by little. Am I dead? XX stuttered and felt that breathing became harder and harder. No, I can't. I haven't. XX felt herself floating in midair, her consciousness on the brink of leaving her body. That was the precursor to her impending death and return to the servant universe. She knew that if she continued like this, her consciousness would return, slowly reborn at a random birth point. This infinite cycle of life was the phenomenon after third magic had become widespread on a galactic scale. In this way, it would be very difficult to re-enter the world of the sun. Becoming the sole mother of the sun was even closer to impossibility. She had completely lost her chance to be close to Artorius. What am I even doing, anyway? XX pondered her life, from ignorant innocence to being a bit foolish, from a naive and innocent unemployed wanderer, part-timer, and galaxy police to a free-spirited cosmic adventurer. Everyone would fool around together every day, have parties on the ship, and revel in their adventures on the next planet. If there were bullies or villains, they would take care of them. On the ship, everyone was like her, an Artoria species. They were like sisters, innocent, childish, and idealistic. We have to find one son. For the people, by the people. All Artorius are sisters. Excitedly, they gathered together and made a sincere oath at the round table. The legend of one son was what brought them together, the greatest legend among the Artoria species. Artoria species, the most numerous and widely distributed intelligent beings in the servant universe, had a son. He was Artorius. He was the best, the most outstanding, the most handsome, the gentlest, and most considerate boy in the universe. He was the son of Artoria species, the child that Artoria species should care for the most. The Artoria species who possessed him would gain unparalleled happiness and pleasure. Only the most powerful, the greatest, the most outstanding Artoria species in the entire universe could have this child. The Artoria species who possessed this child would gain infinite power. They would become the rulers of the universe. Although at that time, they couldn't fully understand the meaning of the words in the legend, they simply thought, so amazing, so powerful. Even if a bit nonsensical, they were determined to find that son. This desire, this yearning, this fantasy. It was as if becoming a certain rookie trainer in the Pokemon League, dreaming of the Pokemon Championship. Every Artoria species embarked on the path to find one son at different stages of life. They traveled planets, ventured into black holes, extinguished stars, obliterated fleets, saved or destroyed civilizations and worlds, left their footprints across the entire galaxy, and even began to touch the worlds beyond the galaxy. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find him. No matter how hard they tried, they just couldn't find him. Many Artorius gave up. They thought that one son was just a legend and not real. How could there possibly be a perfect son in this world? It was all made up to entertain the Artoria species. Some Artorius became disheartened, while others lost their sense of purpose. It looked like the end of the world for them. XX, as one of the older Artorius, once thought the same. She even considered quitting the adventure crew to continue as a galaxy police. It might not have been a bright future, but at least she could make a living. However, when the remaining Artorius were on the verge of losing hope completely, they heard him. All Artoria species in the servant universe heard the son's voice. Very gentle, very enchanting. Just listening to his voice made their ears tingle with delight. "Oh, great mother from the servant universe, your son is being bullied by the counter-force. Please bring your spaceship with the dark rounds and wear the Holy Land's armor Avalon to help me." In an instant, those words spread through the hearts of all Artoria species, reigniting their determination. "Hey, Artoria over there, I'd like to place an order." "Get lost. I quit this job." "Oi, Artoria, daydreaming again. Want me to deduct your pay?" "You stupid boss. I'm resigning." "Artoria, please, calm down, I surrender, please mercy. Disappear. Supercaliber." It was something like that. In the Sapphire Galaxy of Servant Universe, the event known as the Great Artorius Uprising erupted. The desire that was once extinguished was reignited. Every Artoria species shouted, "The sun exists." They abandoned the cash registers, assaulted their bosses, slapped customers with fried chicken, and quickly formed organizations, all heading in the direction of that voice. The fanaticism for their sun burned like an uncontrollable wildfire, igniting the entire galaxy. Even after countless years had passed, the passion of Artoria species for him remained unchanged. But changes did occur. They were no longer young, no longer the naive girls they once were. Beneath their passion for their son, chaos and madness gradually crept in. There was only one son. So, how should they divide him? Who could claim Artorius as their own? When the first Artoria species realized this, a civil war became inevitable. As they marched, the Artoria species engaged in chaotic battles. Hundreds of galaxies and thousands of planets were destroyed. Most mother planets perished, returning to a point of origin in the Servant Universe. In the end, only 3 organizations and 4 spaceships arrived in the Sun's world. XX belonged to the Holy Land Sisterhood, while the others were the Dark Rounds and the Order of Avalon. These 3 organizations schemed against each other, just like the Autobots and Decepticons, Jedi and Sith. Among the spaceships, one crashed in outer space, another fell beneath the ice, and one even landed on the moon. Also, X's spaceship wasn't crashed due to the Artoria species infighting, it was simply because she had been shopping cheap on Amazonas.com and got a bargain on subpar goods. Without surprise, after arriving in Artorius' world, the spaceship suddenly malfunctioned and crushed the Palace of Orleans. Ah. In a daze, XX seemed to see the gentle and handsome face. Ah, yes, that's my son. My very own son. Is he here to rescue me? Or am I already in heaven? XX thought in a daze. This bikini and armor, with that Artoria face, she's mysterious heroine XX no doubt. Artorius looked at the injured woman on the ground who kept smiling foolishly at him and thought that way in his heart. Chapter 174, Another One. This fellow is seriously injured and doesn't look hopeful. Let's make it quick. Beside Artorius, Mordred spoke calmly as she prepared to draw her sword. Upon hearing the explosion, she arrived here shortly after Artorius. Then she saw another figure with an Artoria face, holding on to him with a foolish smile on her face. Even though XX was so badly injured, she hadn't forgotten to care for her son, Artorius. This infuriated Mordred to no end, and she immediately thought of finding some excuse to roast her. Don't fuss, little M.O. Artorius rubbed Mordred's hair, trying to soothe his grumpy sister. Then he proceeded to infuse magical energy into XX's body. No matter what, they couldn't let this woman die, right? Even if Mordred wasn't pleased, she still obeyed her brother. As Artorius infused his magical energy, XX's expression became peaceful, and her vital signs stabilized. It seemed like she would be fine. Regaining her strength and peace of mind, XX smiled and then drifted into a deep sleep. Of course, even as she slept, she held on Artorius tightly. TCH, another one. Mordred muttered as she received comfort from Artorius, who was petting her head. Being comforted by her big brother was nice, but Mordred still felt vaguely uneasy. In the future, won't more fathers be coming after my brother if this continues? With this worry in mind, Mordred pouted and went back to training. She channeled all her discontent onto her father, the original Artoria, and ended up with a head full of bruises. Her level of frustration increased once again. At the same time, in a guest room at the Palace of Orleans, Artorius looked at the peacefully sleeping XX and pondered for a moment. It wasn't surprise or curiosity, it was just contemplation. Having encountered both X and X Alter, wasn't it normal for an XX to appear as well? He just wondered how she had come here. Could it be that she also heard his prayer for help and came here to support him in defeating the counter-force? When he thought about it, the counter-force seemed quite pitiful, being bombarded with the terrifying Artoria species from that servant universe. But was it really like that? Or was there some hidden agenda? Artorius thought about those questions. Why? Why would XX, a comedic yet strong character according to the setting, collapse and wait for him to rescue her? After a few seconds of contemplation, Artorius quickly arrived at a very appropriate and problem-free conclusion. It must have been a clumsy fall while walking, and then her holy lance discharged a light beam and blew herself up. After all, she's a comedic character, that kind of occurrence wasn't strange for her. Of course, there could be other possibilities, but what is it? Looking at XX, who was sleeping peacefully with her clothes already changed and covered with a blanket, Artorius unconsciously held her hand and pondered. Or, she might have been injured while fighting someone. But the probability of that was quite low. According to the setting of the game, XX might be a 4-star character, but in reality, she was a powerful character with absolute defense from the Holy Lance Armor Avalon and absolute attack with the Holy Lance Rangamini at RL. Both her offense and defense were top-notch. Someone like her probably couldn't have been brought to the brink of death except by getting pierced by her own lance. Artorius came to that conclusion, but to truly understand what had happened, he would have to wait until XX woke up. Looking at XX with that Artoria face, his mood became somewhat delicate. Her age was also felt rather delicate. Unlike Mordred, who exuded the beauty and youth of a 15-year-old high school girl, nor like the current Artoria, who felt a bit more grown up like a college student. XX was more like a woman in her 20s to 30s, just out of college, entering the work life, and gradually feeling worn out due to the demands of daily life. She would develop a penchant for beer, mindlessly munch on snacks, and let her underwear pile up all over her apartment, an office lady type. That's nice. Artorius muttered. He wasn't muttering about the feeling mentioned earlier, but rather about XX's body in front of him. It was the kind of body that had fully matured with toned muscle but hadn't gone overboard like a bodybuilder, soft and plump, without oversized breasts, yet still full of charm. It was the type you'd happily embrace and take advantage of when she got tipsy after work. Artoria species truly was a treasure trove, with all kinds of women in one. Marrying Artoria species was like having the whole world at your fingertips. Should I take this further? Artorius couldn't help but think. Since she's technically father, I suppose she wouldn't be angry no matter what I did, right? Just like when the atmosphere was really good before, with X. Meaning. Artorius pondered for a few seconds, then lowered his head slightly and kissed XX on the lips. You're really lucky. Artorius whispered to the sleeping XX. That wasn't a lie. For XX, who, to her regret, had no love life and had foolishly stumbled into her 30s, the kiss of a handsome youth, especially her own beloved son, was something worth trading her life for. Artorius left XX in the care of the Einsburn maids and prepared to return to manage his empire's affairs. Take good care of her. There'll be a reward when I return. After saying those words, he pinched the rosy cheeks of every maid and went to inspect what shampoo Morgan had used this time. Was it jasmine-scented or rose-scented? It was something to look forward to. Of course, no matter what scent it was, Artorius could ensure it eventually smelled like boxwood flowers. Kia. After Artorius left the room, XX, who had pretended to sleep from start to finish, couldn't bear it any longer, as she began to roll around in bed, exclaiming cutely while hugging a pillow. At the same time, Artorius. In the office, Morgan, wearing a new alluring outfit and new black lace lingerie, hugged and kissed Artorius again after seeing him. She showed a longing gaze, seemingly unable to wait to get under the office desk again. This time, she had to go all the way. Afterward, she would have to show off in front of that new little sister who had just appeared. Although she didn't know any information about Artoria from another world other than the fact that she was here for Artorius, Morgan was certain of that much. Behave. Artorius said sternly. Yes. Seeing that Artorius showed no signs of refusal, Morgan knelt down and crawled toward him slowly with her buttocks in the air. Everything seemed so romantic and warm. However, the next moment. Your Majesty. Agravain's voice came from the door. We have received new information. Chapter 175, Infamous Scammer. Seeing that Artorius showed no signs of refusal, Morgan knelt down and crawled toward Artorius with her buttocks in the air. Everything seemed so romantic and warm. But, the next moment. Your Majesty. Agravain's voice came from the door. We have received new information. Come in. Artorius said calmly, gesturing to Morgan with his hand to dress properly. Agravain, as usual, walked in with a stern and expressionless expression. The future Marshal of the Empire, currently the head of intelligence, seemed strangely irritated. Morgan glared at him with resentment, as if she wanted to blast him into smithereens. While she had never been fond of him, this level of dislike was a first for Agravain, and it left him feeling perplexed and thought. What did I do to provoke her? Forget it. Women have always been unreasonable. Why Morgan was displeased with him wasn't the main concern. As for the recent explosion and the Emperor's recovery of another girl with Artoria face, Agravain was curious but knew it wasn't his place to worry about. So, he brushed it off. What he needed to focus on was the true ancestors. After investing nearly all of the Empire's resources into monitoring the influence of true ancestors within the borders and conducting investigations, he had come to some unsatisfactory conclusions. These inhuman monsters held too much power within the reverse side. The likes of the Wandering Sea, Atlas Academy, and even the Empire's carefully planned Illuminati were currently no match for the true ancestors. A terrifying presence named Brunstud of the Crimson Moon dominated the true ancestors as a whole. In this era, Crimson Moon as the ultimate one of the Moon and Gaia as the will of Earth had not yet reached a point of open conflict. The counterforce, Gaia, still treated Crimson Moon as her best friend and guardian, just like Chen and Tallulah when they were children or like Ayanami Rei and Ikari Shinji before the time skip. T/N, Chen and Tallulah from Arknights, Ayanami Rei and Ikari Shinji from Evangelion. Female Gaia. After the age of gods came to an end, the gods who were like the sensory organs of Gaia had sadly retired. Some holed up in the reverse side of the world, while others simply perished. It was clear that Gaia, who attempted to use the gods to protect herself against her enemies, had failed. Not to mention, among these gods, there was a large number of so-called Greek gods, many of whom were unimpressive and disappointing. Who hasn't heard of their famous reputations and deeds? Getting beaten up by the Velber, intimidated by humans, and seeing that in every timeline, her own end was imminent, Gaia, in her despair, welcomed the so-called gentle demon king. Crimson Moon, the most infamous scammer in Nasuverse, had descended. Despite having Velber 02 and the spaceship of Artoria species plugged into her ass, she shamelessly scammed the naive Gaia. Artorius was deeply disgusted by Crimson Moon's behavior of pretending to be a duck while trying to hoard chickens. How shameless. As Artorius reviewed the series of intelligence reports provided by Agravain, combined with his own memories, he quickly conjured up an image of Crimson Moon, the world's top scammer. A confident, golden-haired beauty with a face almost identical to Arcuade Brunstud. She would smile gently at the naive Gaia and say, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect you," which led Gaia to be deceived and exploited. What made it even more astonishing, no, contemptible, was that such things typically happened between members of the opposite sex, like Artorius and certain women in the past. Yet, Crimson Moon, being a woman herself, managed to live off other women. Artorius couldn't help but admire her for that. Back in the day, when he had wanted to learn certain techniques, he should have gone to Crimson Moon instead of seeking out Meb. The former was a technical genius, while the latter relied solely on physical talent. No, actually, I despise her. How could I admire someone for being so skilled at being a freeloader? Even less for wanting to learn a thing or two from her. Artorius quickly thought that to himself, all the while praising Agravain. Sir Agravain, you truly live up to your reputation. You've gathered all this information on the true ancestors in such a short time. How could that be? Agravain replied calmly, even though he found the Emperor's words somewhat amusing. These are just the most basic pieces of information. In that case. The reason I've come to see your majesty is because we've found that being in Orleans. As Agravain said this with a meaningful look, he set aside the less important documents and presented the crucial information to Artorius. After reading it for several seconds, Artorius was taken aback. Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, also known as the Black Princess, Artorius Brunstud. In a way, she was like Crimson Moon's daughter, or rather, a vessel. Though considered a failed creation, her strength was still not to be underestimated, surpassing most true ancestors. In this era, Arcuade had probably not been created yet, making Artorius the top-ranked true ancestor under Crimson Moon at the moment. She held the dual identity and power of a true ancestor and dead apostle. In the timeline where the original events took place, where Zelrich defeated Crimson Moon, the two sisters, Artorius and Arcuade, clashed, leaving both injured. But unlike the energy-efficient form, aka the lowly form that she once was, the current Artorius was in her prime as a mature woman. Elegant and noble, shrouded in darkness and mystery, all the words that describe the good side of a vampire could be applied to her. Wrapped in these splendid and beautiful attributes, she concealed the monstrous nature of a creature that fed on humans, fooling those foolish enough not to see through her facade. That was one of the annoyances of vampires. That woman, she is in Orleans right now. Watching Artorius flipping through documents in silence, Agravain explained. There is evidence indicating that she wants to do something. Do something. Creating offspring, expanding the vampire influence, and swaying nobles or important officials, surely, it's not a task for a key figure of a princess like her. Morgan expressed her dissatisfaction, stating her opinion beside Artorius. Indeed, continue the investigation, we must find out what this woman is plotting. The Dragon Emperor issued a command. Pause the operation to set a trap and exterminate the vampires in Orleans, we don't want to alert her. As you wish, your majesty. Agravain immediately responded while bowing and swiftly left. Seeing Agravain depart, Morgan cheerfully prepared to slip under the table again. But Artorius had lost interest in such activities. Let's continue this later tonight. Artorius unceremoniously pushed Morgan aside. After all, there was a terrifying monster hiding beneath human skin in his city. Artorius bore a mission from Crimson Moon and malice for the Empire, even for all of humanity. With such a being existing in his domain, Artorius couldn't sleep or eat in peace. What was she doing right now? What were her plans? Destroy his empire, control it from the shadows, or sacrifice all of Orleans residents to summon the Velber, or something else entirely? Artorius didn't know for sure, but it was undoubtedly something evil and insane. So, it had to be resolved as soon as possible. When necessary, I must take action myself. Artorius thought to himself while hunched over a desk with his clasped hands covering his mouth and chin. After all, she's the terrifying princess of the vampires, second only to Crimson Moon in strength. Ordinary people can't deal with her. Chapter 176, Eclipse Princess of Black Blood. Loose on the outside, tight on the inside. To prevent tipping their hand and to guard against the worst-case scenario, the Empire appeared stable on the surface. However, secretly, all assassins and spies were dispatched to carefully gather information about the mysterious Eclipse Princess of Black Blood, or known as Black Princess Artorius. In any case, the success of this mission was paramount. This marked the Empire's first confrontation with the vampires, the prologue to a millennium-long war. This prologue had to be executed flawlessly and grandly, to boost morale and let the entire world feel the power of the Dragon Emperor and his empire's strength. This Black Princess seems to be the ultimate boss this time. Artorius made conclusion. That fellow must be thinking the same now. Humph. He smiled joyfully, recalling the final battle 1,500 years later. In that decisive battle, the performance of the White Wing Lord, Trhvmn Orton-Ross, had left a deep impression on him. Of course, it was a negative one. But on the flip side, if that man were to confront Artorius now, the Empire might not withstand it. The Empire was still in its baby stage and not yet as mighty as the Empire of 1500 later. However, affairs were ever-changing and evolving. This version was top-notch, the next might be weakened, possibly even discarded into the gutter. Some people had never been improved, always scraping the bottom of the barrel. I wonder what that woman is doing now. Artorius pondered while stroking his chin. Gathering her army. Summoning reinforcements from other dead apostles and true ancestors. Or perhaps, indulging in a blood-soaked feast in some castle. Despite her beautiful appearance in photos, Black Princess Artorius was an alluring yet monstrous vampire. With her jet-black hair, porcelain skin, exquisite features, and curvy figure, she was the embodiment of an alluring seductress. But ultimately, she was a bloodsucker, feeding on human blood. The Empire, considering itself humanity's guardian, would never allow such monsters to exist and would never compromise with them. In any case, she must be stopped, the sooner, the better. Artorius thought to himself. So, Artorius. Clearly, Morgan was displeased with the conclusion, let's continue this later tonight. So, she grabbed Artorius's arm and playfully brushed against him with her big breast as if wanting to continue their previous rhythm. But he gave her a stern look, and she immediately went limp, not daring to resist. Artorius still likes me the most, Morgan, with her bizarre thought process, happily accepted the treatment. However, she didn't know that Artorius no longer held a place for her in his heart at this moment. Black Princess Artorius, my greatest enemy of this time, where are you, and what are you doing? All his thoughts were focused solely on Artorius. Back to 3 days ago. Within the city of Orleans, the Black Princess strolled happily through the city, accompanied by her knights. This city is quite nice. Artorius said with delight. Indeed. Rizoval Strout, also known as the Black Knight Strout, replied with an expressionless face. While Fina Blood Svelton, also known as the White Knight Blood, a self-proclaimed gay, responded respectfully. It leans towards Roman aesthetics but with a more uplifting touch, eliminating the decadence and extravagance found in Rome. The population leans more towards Germanic, yet lacks the dirtiness and chaos of Germanic cities. One could say the emperor blended the strengths of the Germanic peoples and the Romans while discarding their weaknesses. It's truly remarkable. Dragon Emperor Artorius is truly an extraordinary man. Strout chimed in. Of course, no matter how extraordinary, he is still just a mortal in the end. Svelton chimed in with a cheerful tone. In the presence of true elegance and nobility like us, even the Dragon Emperor is nothing more than a ruler of mortals, insignificant. What about him being a dragon? Strout retorted. Hey, he's not a true dragon. If he were, he should have gone to the reverse side by now. Svelton responded nonchalantly. Fu. Hearing this, Artorius chuckled lightly, while Strout furrowed his brows, feeling uneasy about his colleague's words but not saying anything. Leaving aside this topic about his strength and accomplishments, there's still civilization and scenery worth admiring. Artorius spoke in a relaxed tone. Since we rarely go out, let's take a stroll here. Yes, but... Task from Mother will be fulfilled, but not right now. Svelton wanted to remind Artorius but got interrupted by Strout. A willful young lady and her loyal retainers, Artorius enjoyed her shopping and made quite a haul. In the commercial district of Orleans, hundreds of shops offered a plethora of goods. Silk and porcelain imported from the East. Spices and gemstones from India. Coffee from Arab, incense from China, African rhinoceros horns, ivory, and gold. As for products from other European regions, they were still lacking. Mainly due to inadequate production techniques and capabilities, so they were only limited to small crafts. In contrast, although the Holy Roman Empire was also in Europe, it had greatly improved its standards, and specialty products were selling like hotcakes. Various blended dyes, fabrics, a wide array of clothing and jewelry, glassware, porcelain, wine, splendidly crafted weaponry, everything was available. There were even shops selling magic potions and mystic codes. These shops were tucked away deep within the commercial district and sold everything from magic-powered airships to magic furnaces, as well as trinkets like amulets and earrings. Despite being a vampire, Artoria didn't mind, and she splurged, emptying the wallets of Strout and Svelton. She happily satisfied the common female desire for shopping. What a wonderful city. Artoria said inwardly. I must think of a way after Mother conquers the world to have her hand this city over to me. On the way back home, Artoria's thoughts were filled with the city of Orleans. Unaware of the connection between a city and a nation and why Orleans had experienced significant development was due to the empire's power and governance. The naive vampire lady believed all of this was what a city should naturally possess. Besides the shops selling expensive items, peddlers and street vendors were selling all sorts of stuff in the alleys. Of course, most of it was food. Various sugars, candies, confections, chocolates, ice creams, pastries, grilled meats, juices, and more. From fried noodles, egg-filled pancakes, egg scones, oily noodles, and meat buns. People were selling a wide variety of dishes. The appearance of the Dragon Emperor not only enriched the empire's merchandise but also its culinary culture. Although she was a vampire, just the aroma alone and the sight of so many delicious snacks made Artoria very hungry, and she wanted to try everything. However, the Black Princess encountered a massive challenge. What? Sold out. Chapter 177, Dissatisfaction and Bewilderment. Eagerly rushing towards the shop selling rice cakes, Artoria's appetite was piqued by the soft, white, and delicate-looking sweets filled with red bean paste and white sugar, as well as the sweet treats made with soybean powder in her memory. After all, who could resist the allure of sweets, especially girls? However, the vendor's attitude was not what she expected. Sorry, Mississippi. The vendor explained cautiously after being captivated by the beauty of Artoria at first glance. All sold out. Artoria, as a noble vampire, coldly huffed at the sincere expression of the vendor but didn't intend to bother him any further. After all, it wouldn't befit her status to argue with lower beings. If there were any real offenses, she'd rather opt for a formal apology or even a severe punishment. In this regard, Artoria had more of what one would call true nobility compared to Artorius and the people of the empire. After a light huff, Artoria turned and walked toward the nearby stall. It was an ice cream vendor, offering a variety of flavors, from strawberry to grape, orange, and chocolate. All of them were delicious and wonderfully chilled. By the way, chocolate, just like potatoes, existed in this era, along with many other crops that were originally from the Americas. This was probably because of the Nasuverse. While rice cakes were indeed tempting, ice cream was a girl's best friend. Unfortunately, there were no specialized shops selling parfait ice cream with lots of toppings at this time. Otherwise, Artoria would undoubtedly have shown a much happier expression. However, it ended with disappointment, again. I'm really sorry, miss. The ice cream vendor also wore a regretful expression. We've sold out. What? The vendor's attitude only fueled Artoria's dissatisfaction, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was being played. What's going on? When the lady was unhappy, the duty of a knight was to step in, whether it was to offer ice cream or to deal with the trouble. In the future, when she sets her sights on a man, it will likely be the knights who will have to make the effort. Seeing that Artoria was growing increasingly unhappy, White Knight Blood Svelton took a step forward and opened the box in front of the vendor. Inside, there were several large barrels, insulated with blankets, and they were all empty. Judging by the marks inside these barrels, it seemed like they had contained ice cream at some point. So, it wasn't the vendor's fault. Princess, it appears. For the same reason as before, Artoria only gave a cold snort, expressing even more dissatisfaction. However, she didn't let her frustration show and simply turned away, taking long strides as she left. Princess, what's the plan now? Split up. Go buy separately and then regroup. I refuse to believe that every food vendor on this street is sold out. Artoria said coldly while looking up at the sun. Perhaps low-level vampires would fear the sun above their heads, but for her, a true ancestor, this thing had absolutely no effect. It's barely noon right now. Using the sun as a time reference, she declared. There's no way all the vendors have completely sold out. It's ridiculous. Yes, princess. The two vampire knights who received their orders quickly split up and began their shopping spree. Barbecue sausages, fresh fruit juice, quail egg skewers, fried noodles, fried chicken wings, braised pork noodles, crepes, and creamy pastries. It had to be said that Artorius' knowledge from the future, combined with the technological marvels of the Age of Gods, had far-reaching effects not only on agriculture and industry but also on the culinary and entertainment industries. Before the complete decline of the Age of Gods and the restoration of production capabilities, this thriving commercial district could continue to exist for several hundred more years. However, none left. None left. What the fuck, they're all sold out. This stuff you call bean juice smells like garbage water. Is this even fit for human consumption? This kind of garbage is fucking sold out. Finally, the mentally wearing Svelton grabbed a vendor's collar in frustration and shouted in anger. Are you messing with me? You must be messing with me, right? No, sir. Even though it does smell like garbage water, it actually tastes quite amazing. Do you even believe what you're saying? Huh. Svelton was on the verge of losing it. At this point, he was absolutely certain that he was being fooled, that someone was trying to embarrass him in front of the Black Princess. Though he didn't know who would choose such an absurd way that sounded like utter nonsense, Svelton didn't care. All he needed to know was that he had an enemy, and he was determined to destroy them. Indeed, there is something fishy. Strout, the most composed and more experienced among them, said gravely. I've asked many humans, and they couldn't make any sense of it. They just said business mysteriously boomed and their goods were sold out fast. I asked them whether it had always been this good or if it had only gotten this way recently, and they replied that it had only gotten this good recently. I asked them why, but they had no idea. Someone must be manipulating their memories or using some other means to shield their perception. The Black Knight Strout conveyed the information meticulously and then concluded. So, what's their purpose in doing this? Svelton pondered and felt puzzled by all of this nonsense. Do they want to fight us vampires in this way? As he spoke, Artorius and Strout were also momentarily confused, at a loss for words. Until they heard a furious roar. What the hell? All sold out. This outburst resonated with what they had been thinking so that words were strangely familiar. The three vampires turned to see a girl with short, light golden hair, looking exasperated, berating the vendors. She had tanned skin with a healthy complexion, almost like the skin color of a Western swimsuit model usually had. She wore a tracksuit on top, with a sports tank underneath, along with running shoes and shorts. She looked like a member of a track and field team. By her side, several girls who shared a similar appearance followed her. They wore long skirts and sailor uniforms, some blew bubbles with bubblegum, some wore eyeshadow, mouth masks, braces, and earrings, and some were carrying crowbars, baseball bats, or wooden swords. In any case, they all bore the inscription of Holy Sword on them. Although it seemed quite comical, a slight touch of their aura revealed that those weapons held a fearsome power. They were not to be underestimated. Who the heck are these people? Suddenly seeing girls dressed as delinquent teenagers from the 20th century and the 5th century, Black Princess Artoria and her knights were utterly bewildered. Author's note. Artorius' cautious attitude toward Crimson Moon is indeed justified. He is currently slightly inferior to Crimson Moon, and that's normal. In the previous volume, before Artorius defeated Crimson Moon, she had already suffered heavy beatings from the Empire's Knights of Punishment and Knights of Redemption due to the Empire's might and the advantages it had gained over 1,000 years of development. At that point in time, the Empire had reached its full potential. However, in the current era, the Empire is still in its infancy, while the Crimson Moon of this era is even stronger than the resurrected Crimson Moon in the previous Holy Grail War. This is because the Crimson Moon in the current era still receives the care and blessings of Gaia. On the flip side, the resurrected Crimson Moon in the previous Holy Grail War has become an enemy of the counter-force, as her true purposes have been somewhat exposed. All things considered, in the battle between the fledgling Empire and today's fully powered vampires, the Empire is slightly inferior.